Okay. Unfortunately, I'm now using fucking StreamYard, which I don't really like using. Because, what's it? I was hoping it'd be coming on, but what's it? Understandably, in the stress of it, um, given the type of people that we're dealing with here and the way in which they go about doxing and blackmailing people, they didn't feel comfortable in coming on. Um, but what's it? I'll get into what they were saying anyway. So let me pull up Discord. So the thing to really get into initially is that the CPI SYNA is a completely Caleb brand cult. Yeah, he can't make it. Uh, it's the stress of it. I understand, but yeah. So the CPI SYNA is a Caleb brand cult that exists to destroy Marxist, Leninist, and in general communist organizing, and not just in America. So the thing is with this cult of fucking Caleb is it's trying to stretch itself out internationally and build institutions of power in different nations. I mean, I've seen this with people in the UK. There's people in Scotland that are trying to form a CPI group over here. And from what I was told by this ex-CPI member, Caleb has more indicative tendencies to work with right-wing Russia groups and the main party of Russia than he has to work with communists in Russia. But we see this intersecting of working with different groups that seem more intensive of destroying the movement than they are of building the movement. The CPG BML is a very good example of that. They're identitarian chauvinists that go around, what's it, diminishing struggle of minor groups. They have no respect for the struggle of the disabled communities and no respect for the struggle of trans communities and LGBTQ groups. Burger King is already an international brand. It all makes sense now. But it's a very interesting thing. Let me get a picture up for you. Um, where are you, Mr. Burger King? Um, so if I go on to share screen, window, screenshot, share. So no, I don't know who the fuck this geezer is. This geezer is a good old Nasbal Alexander Dugan. Now this motherfucker over here, from what I've been told, unless it is this grimy bald fucker here, but I'm pretty sure I was told it's the guy just to the other side of Caleb. I might be getting this wrong. I am a bit of a moron, but do you believe that he's from a group called Action Francais? Is the group's name? These motherfuckers are a monarchist French organization that they motherfucking helped the Nazis commit genocide on the Western Front during World War II. I mean, pick your fucking conferences to go and gloat about people being great communists. And from what I was told, he he has similar things to say about the geezer from Action Francais that he had to say about Mr. Alexandre Dugan. What the fuck? We are being invaded. Okay. So this motherfucker is really, really palling around with some very interesting figures. And what this really sort of summarizes into is the way a lot of fascists tend to pervade themselves in the modern day, is that they will pervade themselves as left wing as they can, whilst integrating themselves with as much right wing people. And porn companies are desperate if they're advertising here. What's it? They're really trying it fucking hard with the fucking chat that's full of communists and fucking I've got a lot of Islamic friends and other people like that that come in because what's it? We're the most frigid motherfucking people out there. I mean, the only people that are more fucking frigid than communists and Muslims are Catholics. And even that depends on the Catholic, because some of them get a bit too fucking feely with the kiddies. Although I do believe it's like there's a statistic that it's like more common for teachers to molest than Catholics. So I guess the stereotype doesn't actually add up as much as we think. But then again, the Catholic Church covers up a lot of stuff, or the Pope, the Vatican covers up a lot of stuff. So who knows? Well, the Vatican does. The Vatican knows. Lord Maupin is a communist and has dedicated his life to communism. You just called him Lord Maupin. Oh, I hope he's taking the piss, because if so, that's the best joke ever. I love it. Lord Maupin. uh Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition. Why don't you debate? He is an internationally renowned speaker, professor, and sage. Who the fuck calls someone a sage? Come on, man. What? Have you got a fucking bag of pencils up your ass? What the fuck is this? A bloody sage? A renowned sage? uh... Debate. Debate. Did you lose fucking 7 brain cells when you type that? Like, as if I need to validate myself in a debate where you're just gonna hyperventilate and fucking excrete shit out your mouth. Like, seriously, what kind of big I am, son bitch dickhead do you think you are? Debate? I ain't debating just for you to try and aggravate me at fucking 12 o'clock at night. Are you fucking mad? Like, you got a fucking problem. Make a fucking video yourself. It's a free fucking platform. I ain't on here to platform yours. I'm actually on here to put out the fucking positions of an ex-CPI member that they had told me that I'd like to fucking get on this. Well, I mean, you see with this cult, I mean, if anything, his mistake of putting Lord is just beautiful, because that's the way that this sort of very much operates around. Is this Vosh? Yes, I've got a fake English accent, because that's not fucking oppressive to people who have northern accents. I mean, you are aware that English people Don't all speak like they come from the posh north, posh bloody south. We don't all speak like poncy dickheads. Caleb Maupin helped me fix my depression. I feel sorry for you. I actually feel sorry for you. Like, what did he do to fix your depression? Genuinely, you fix your depression if it was fixed. He didn't do shit. Angloid spotted. Well, what am I? Am I an Angloid? Am I Vosh pretending to be an Angloid? Am I Hillary Clinton in disguise? What is going on? Who's who's the real Angloid here? Is he the real Angloid? Is he the real Angloid? Is Caleb Maupin secretly an Angloid? Please find me the Angloid. Oh, this is too much fun. Yeah, we got it the first time. Like, all you were doing is making yourself look moronic. Well done. That's the noises that come out of your brain every time you press enter. Fucking gimp spotted. LMAO, Caleb is getting his supporters here. He's not picking the cream of the crop. They're not really presenting much of an argument. I mean, like, Action Francais, fascist groups sat right next to him, and their response is just to spam Angloid spotted. Which is funny, because they're just making me laugh. Like, you're humoring me. Like, I'm not some retarded fucking, middle class streamer. Spam doesn't bother me. Because you know what's the really fun thing when you spam? Is I can very easily just do this. Oh wow, look, it's all disappeared. I wonder how that happened. Yeah, I am secretly Kamala Harris. You have found me out. God damn it, guys. They've got me. They've really got me on this. There is just no way I'm going to be able to deal with this. You see, you all spooked me. I had to disappear. I couldn't handle it. It's too much. Like, the amazing criticisms that you've given me have just hit me so hard. Caleb is an anti-communist because he meat. I like a good bit of beef too, man. It's everyone loves meat, but I didn't know Caleb liked Dugan's meat. I mean, that's pretty progressive of him. I'm glad for him. I'm happy. Meet with Dugan. Have you ever read? Yeah, Dugan's a raging fucking pro-Zionist. Like, what the fuck? Have you read Dugan? Sorry, I got a funny message in Discord as well then. It seems you just have anti-Russian racists. It was already funny, no. The guy wasn't an Anglo, he's an American, you moron. I don't know if you know, but I'm not the ex-CPI member. The guy couldn't come on. I'm speaking for him. He didn't want to speak because he didn't want fucking any shit because of the type of people Maupin and Haas and other people like that are. And if they fucking recognize him, hickety-dickety-doobity-doo. You know how that fucking rolls off the fucking tip. How could an Angloid be an ex-CPI member? You are aware that Americans are the mass majority, there's a big chunky of that Anglo-Saxons. And actually, America identified itself as an Anglo-Saxon country until post-World War II. Fucking checkmate, Maupinites. But I just want to look at this one again because it's so funny. Anti-Russian racism. Too much of a pussy. Do you ever get out? You are aware we are on the internet. Whether I speak to you or not doesn't make me any less of a pussy. Actually, what makes you a pussy is that you think that the debate is some sort of fucking boxing match, man. Like, are you supposed to be convincing people's minds or just acting like a fucking moron? And Caleb Maupin seems to want to send sex advertisers my way. I'd expect better from a Christian. Caleb Maupin has cured my toxic addiction to vor porn. He used Reiki, put his hand on my back, and told me that I need to bang. Oh my god, this is too fucking perfect. Oh my god. Make it stop, it's too funny. Where did the royal family touch you? Yes, I am Kamala Harris. This is confirmed. Tell everyone. There should be a soundbite. Like, get your clipping tools. Fucking, I am Kamala Harris. Fucking go with it. If you're gonna fucking make the funny, fully commit to the funny. Otherwise, it's just not gonna be the funny. Can you debate on Dugan's position and how Caleb connections? I need someone who can do a good top like Jeremy Clarkson. Like we need the full Jeremy Clarkson. Can you debate on Dugan's positions and how Caleb having connections with him makes him an anti-communist? I hope you are aware I said more than just Caleb sat with Dugan. Actually, I very distinctively mentioned the guy to the left of Caleb, who's a part of Action Francais, a fucking monarchist French group that was involved with the Nazis in the genocide of Jews in Western Europe. Yeah, fucking dingus. I think there's a little big... Like, being involved with a Nazbol, pretty bad. Being involved with Action Francais, that is fucking worse. Like, you could try and fucking do your shitty arguments that the guy who was a part of the Nazi Bolsheviks isn't bad, which, let me just get up. He had like three gay pornos. You fucking dingus. It make me laugh. So, let me get up a picture from what's it? Let me get a picture of a Nazbol symbol for you, just to give you an idea of who Dugan is. Oh, no way, you got it. It's almost as if I'm a part of MRN. Fucking hell. Phew. Take your fucking time to actuate your fucking mind and get into fucking motion, baby. Share, screen, window. Actually, I can be even funnier and do a Chrome tab. National Bolshevik flag. I wonder what this symbol is invoking. I wonder what flag they used to model this flag. Now, if I type Nazi flag in Google, what do you guys think is going to come up? Images. I wonder what this is imposing. I wonder what this is similar to. I wonder what this has in common with this. Fucking cancelled the screen. Fucking stupid thing. There we go. Nazi flag. Nazbol flag. There seems to be something a bit fascistic about it. Wow, who gives a fuck? Yeah, no, invoking the Nazi symbolism is a fucking problem, you fucking moron. And Mao would despise this Angloid, or yes, no, I don't know what the fuck you. I couldn't give a shit. Mao could fucking despise me. I couldn't care. One genuine viewer and 6 trolls. Good job, you Maoist. At least you admit that you're trolls. It's very healthy of you. Caleb Maupin focuses too much on white Americans, ignoring indigenous people, the black community, Latin Americans, and literally every other minority in the USA. I used to be a Maupinite myself. I feel ya. I mean, he catches people, and he used to do like all this fucking cool shit back in day, and now he's fucking turned into a right fucking patriotic nationalist. Like, motherfucker is, driving his fucking wedge in with some right wing ideas. I mean, in his book where he's saying that the Jews caused 2008, he tries to merge globalism and imperialist criticism together from the right and the left and say that they're just two perspectives of the same thing, which is not the case. They're very different, actually. Also, turning around and be like, oh, this guy is speaking in a dialect that's unfamiliar to me. He must be drunk. Welcome to being classist. I'm from the lumpen proletariat, lower class. We don't speak the way you speak. And I'll have you know, I'm not fucking drunk at all, you moronic cunt. I do, however, have difficulties with my speech because of my disabilities. But if you want to be an ableist little cunt and don't want to act your fucking age and instead want to act your shoe size, that's up to you, mate. It's up to you. I'm busy here trying to deliver a message. You got an actual criticism to say, make a fucking criticism. Otherwise, suck your mum. I love how Caleb got scared and sent people to you. I know it's hilarious. Like, cope and sieve. How about this? How about this? We're talking people coming on and people being pussy holes. How about we have this? Get Caleb to come on and just defend himself. Why does he need all these little pussy hole stooges to defend himself? Caleb, come on and defend yourself. Don't be a pussy hole. Stop sending your little trolls. Get one of your fucking stooges to get you in touch with me through whatever fucking medium it is. And fucking come on. How about that? Defend yourself, you little fucking pussy cart ginger cunt. Because you want to send all your little bitch boys to defend yourself. Come on yourself, motherfucker. Did this guy actually just say Nazbol means Nazi Bolshevik? He just did the political compass meme out of my other. Nazbols literally had slogans called abolish the family. They were closer to anarchism. You are aware that Nazism and fascism has hid itself as anarchism throughout the time of the past. I mean, syndicalism was one of the ways that they typically would hide themselves. Fucking actually, the fascist party itself used to be called the Syndicalist Party in Italy. I'll have you know. And do you know what? Back when I was a Nazi in my youth, I used to hide myself as a syndicalist, repping Strasser as someone that I was a big fan of. So don't tell me how Nazis think. I fucking know how they think. I used to be one, motherfucker. And they try and wear as many fucking red coats as they can and try and picture themselves as socialistic as they can. So once again, suck your mum. Patriotic socialism is white supremacy with American characteristics. Absolutely. Or to be specific, with Angloid sphere characteristics. America doesn't have individual characteristics. It has the oppressor characteristics and the oppressed characteristics of those who are settler colonizers and those who are colonized either by being their land stolen and being occupied or them being dragged over there through slavery and oppression. Caleb ignores Latin America except traveling to Nicaragua. I mean, you know, you can travel to Nicaragua and ignore the people of Latin America. Now, here's the thing. Focusing on the ruling class and ruling order and pink-tide electoral shite ass reformism isn't really focusing on the true issues. What does that do for native people? By giving them a few handout reforms, not abolishing the system, not doing socialist revolution, handout reforms. Anti-imperialism is great, but it's not really anti-imperialism, and all these nations are selling themselves out to the imperialist nation of fucking China. Yeah, fucking gims. The genuine socialist and the AIM are imprisoned for life, while the AIM leadership were employed by the CIA to slander Nicaragua and later work for the Libertarian Party. I don't know any substantiation to argue that claim. Lily is in CPI. You should talk to her about what the ex-CPI guy said. Calling a woman a cunt, good luck, bro. I'll call you a cunt. Cunt? What? Genuinely, what's your argument? Cunt is a common vernacular in this country. You got a problem with it? Suck your mom. Genuinely, like, you're a cunt. I don't care. Like, fucking, you want to be a pussyhole about me using a swear word for someone when they were diminishing my intelligence for me asking them to give me the literally. So I made a criticism of China they couldn't respond to because I actually used the history of China, and I got all this same shit you get from all the other dengists, where it's you don't understand the culture, you don't understand this and the other. But she made the big fucking stupid and said that she has sources, first-hand sources, proper primary sources that invalidate what I'm saying. So when I asked for those sources, I was told it was unintelligent and incapable of understanding, so I couldn't have accessibility to it. And I kept being called an idiot, so I called them a cunt. Deservingly so. I didn't just call them a cunt out of blue. They asked to be called a cunt, and I called them a cunt. Because rather than proving me wrong, they had to act like some fucking intellectualist prick. Intellectualism, a 1930s Rooseveltian fucking load of bullshit, is an expansion of Victorian humanism that predicates humanity on a sensibility of civilization that comes from an aristocratic side of culture that is pervaded as a working class proletarian culture, where you have this intellectual proletariat, and I'm doing air quotes, you can't see it, I'm doing air quotes. It's a way of purveying the labor aristocracy as more intertwined with the lower class, when actually their interests are more entwined with the upper class. Well, classist, ableist in the same sentence. Yes, classism and ableism actually do intersect. You know, like how racism and class intersect. You are aware of how structure in society functions, or am I gonna have to explain to you how literally dialectics works? Oh, little baby doesn't understand how dialectics works, and he's trying to tell me how communism works. Oh, little baby. Do I have to do the tears for you? Caleb didn't send anyone. I'm CPUSA, not CPI. You're just cringe, and I will always defend MLs like Caleb against Brit. Oh my god, you should be a comedian. You're funny. Oh, I'm so glad I did this. You guys make me laugh. You can debate flag design. Um, I can talk about flag design. This isn't a debate. I'm discussing this. Lumpens aren't the lower working class. Read Marx, you criminal moron. Oh my god, you're making me cry. It's too late. I want to laugh really loud. It's too late, man. You're gonna make me wake up all my neighbors. I'm trying not to fucking. I'm trying not to cry out laughing here, man. Okay. So Marx also didn't define properly dialectical materialism. He also didn't properly define socialism and communism as separate sections of revolutionary period. There's a lot of things Marx got wrong. You are aware that Marx also said revolution would be more successful in the European home nations, which he also contradicted at times as well. There was also times he didn't say that, but most people don't know about that. They go along. I'll go along with what people know. Let's just put it here. Marx is wrong on a lot of things. Not only was Marx wrong on a lot of things, Marx made sure he instituted this idea to people that he wasn't absolute in his positions and that could very much be the wrong, and that Marxism isn't a dogma, it's a philosophical, political outlook on the world that utilizes the sciences as its direction forward. It is not innately a science. It is the collective use of science as we know it to analyze and understand the world through a dialectical material and historical material outlook of the world philosophically. Like, fuck me. Now, here's the thing. We've elevated our understanding of the lumpen, which I'll have you know, Marx uses the lumpen proletariat in a very, very shit way comparative to how we've defined it. Marx lumps very different classes together and then just calls them all classless. Lumpen proletariat is one sector of the lumpen. You have the lumpen proletariat, the lumpen labor aristocracy, the lumpen petty bourgeoisie, and the lumpen bourgeoisie. Because there are separate class sectors to the disenfranchised sector of society. The lumpen proletariat aren't the lower working class, they're the working class. Just like the lumpen aristocracy are part of the aristocratic class. The difference is that the lumpen proletariat are a part of the disenfranchised working class. The disenfranchised aristocracy, the disenfranchised petit bourgeoisie, the disenfranchised bourgeoisie. This is very, very simple thing, man. It sounds like bitter John Lennon bitching about Paul McCartney. Like, well, me and John Lennon are both of Liverpudlian heritage, so maybe that's where you're getting the connection. But I've got a lot of Yorkshire and fucking Brummy in me. Got a lot of Brummy in me. But you know, I really ain't gonna take offense of you comparing me to John Lennon. Like, I don't really, I'm not fond of the guy, but and of course this dude was He's put his in brackets. Guys, he's caught me. Yeah, I was, because I grew up in England, a very fascistic country. I don't know if you've noticed, but our head of state, not representative head of state, the head of state, is an unelected monarch. We have three sectors of government, just like you do, and we only elect one house, unlike the three that you elect, and we have the same fraudulent, shitty voting system you guys have. So, yeah, growing up, I was in an environment that did breed fascist ideology. Of course, when I learned about what the Americans did to the natives, I was very much put off a lot of my fascist views. Then I took acid, and I had my ass thrown backwards and was shown how much of a fucking dehumanizing cunt I'd been, even to people who were going through my own struggle, and I had to learn and fucking fix my mind up. It was a fucking trailing experience. And you know what? Like, I'd see nothing but disgust at those times. One thing Bad Empanada said that is absolutely true is that all these people you see coming out who are trying to do this, like, feel sorry for me, I was once a Nazi shit. Don't. You should be careful of those people who want you to feel sorry for it. You should feel disgust for it. I feel disgust for it. Makes me sick of having to remember that I used to be like that. And that's where you find someone who's good in it. Not that they feel sorry, not that they feel like that they should have a pity party because they did horrible things, but now they're better. No, you should be wary if they don't feel sick about it. They should feel sick, but they shouldn't feel that they need people to pity them. Pity is a fucking shambling use of what's the word? Sympathy. And sympathy is a fool's errand of avoiding empathy. Fascism arose from socialists like you who demand purity from the working class and become bitter. Of course you were a Nazi at one point. I'm not demanding purity from the working class. Have you got a better weed dealer than me? Can you direct me to your Can you please direct me to your marijuana salesman? I really want to know who your marijuana salesman is. Suck your mom, says what? Citation needed. Please. Can you citate that, please? I'm using a common vernacular slur in Britain. Like, please citate me where that is an explicitly fascist thing to say. Like, find me where in Mein Kampf Hitler explicitly tells people to suck your mom. Like, I really want to know. This is very interesting information you've brought to my table. I make horrible shitpost videos and I have more subscribers than you. Why would you be worth it to Caleb? Why does it matter if I'm worth it? Like, why is this supposed to be some fucking beneficial money-making scheme? Is he not supposed to be trying to change people's ideas? I'm a fucking poor person. He should be trying to influence me and support my fucking needs moving forward. If I'm part of the future, which I should be because I'm part of the lower class, I should be of influence to that. And you can't say he's just looking to influence America because I know he supports fucking groups over here. I saw him respond to someone asking about building a CPI group in Scotland and getting him over there to speak stuff in one of his streams. Suck your mum. He was literally invited by the Sandinistas, their MLs, and I don't care. Like, more fool them for making the mistake. Like, you could be invited by who knows whom to go anywhere. Does it really change the fact that you're a fucking American patriot? Like, a patriot for settler colonialism can, as once again, the common Northern English vernacular, can suck your mom. Your mom's getting a lot of sucking today. Stop using the language of the colonizers. You're using it right now. Speak to me. I mean, you're using literally like a settler version of that language. Colonizer spelt with an S, not a Z, you moron. You hate Latin Americans. No, do you know what I hate? I hate the ignorance of the indigenous people of Latin America, you fucking cunt. The British Empire has always been the enemy of the oppressed peoples of the world, not China, LMAO. China is literally doing what the US did and basing itself off the British Empire. The US Empire, the British Empire, the French Empire, the Spanish Empire, the Chinese Empire, they all follow very similar patterns. It's almost as if they're all trying to do the same thing. They always envision themselves as this new world power of modern Rome. Like, suck ya fucking mom. Pussy, cunt, sexist language, shame. Shame on you, motherfucker, I don't care. Russell Means was employed by the CIA after being put in prison several times. Fuck Russell Means and all sellouts. Land back. Oh yeah, oh yeah, brethren. So where's this mythical ex-CPI member, you knob? He didn't want to fucking come on because he didn't want to speak out. He told me to just say things for him. Because I don't know if you know this, but people in the organization might know who he is and recognize who he is. I didn't fucking think too hard on this at first because I just thought, oh, well, if his name's obscured and all that. But no, it may be a bit too blatant for that. And we don't want Caleb blackmailing the person. So it's called being intelligent about it. No, I wasn't intelligent about it at first, and I'm honest to admit that. But we were smart about it in the end, and that is all that matters. So long as you're smart about it in the end, and success comes minorly, and I mean, you know what, we're going well. It's been a blast. You've entertained me. You've actually spent more time entertaining me than we have speaking about this. But it's great that we've just been showing how fascistic your design of your flag is just on the screen, nice and chilly. Caleb made the GIY two. I think that means the GUI for the houses. They were doing oh wait, oh the guy. There we go. So Caleb made the guy to threaten to come on, blackmail. His fear is valid. Giving Caleb sent people to this video. Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I had a fucking brain fart trying to read the thing. Yeah. He's obviously going to be weary of blackmail when we got all these motherfuckers throwing shade and coming in on the raise. And yeah, if this isn't worth it to Caleb, why is he sending all y'all to fucking throw your weight around like a bunch of motherfuckers? Your ideology is more to do with Dianetics. What the fuck is Dianetics? Don't use words people don't understand. Like, what the fuck? Dianetics, the modern science of mental health. You're funny. You're just gonna start relating autistic people's fucking ideas to mental fucking bullshit. You're very funny. Following common ableistic patterns, I see. Shoo, the madman. I mean, fucking, your illiteracy is shite. Marx literally didn't say that. By the end of his life, him and Engels said Russia, you dumb fuck. Yeah, by the end, as I even clarified, but said most people don't consider that he corrected himself. You moronic fuck nugget. Read Rashid Johnson from the New African Black Panther Party to understand what the quote lumpen end quote truly are. They don't have revolutionary potential until they are proletariat. Okay, so what do you think the lumpen proletariat is? They don't understand it. I'm sorry. I'm not going to fucking be told to read Rashid Johnson to tell me what my class is. Motherfucker, I'm in the lumpen proletariat, and I will define it off of my own motherfucking experience and off the experience of those around me in my class who have taught me the understanding of my class. I won't have some poncy fucking white aristocrat direct me to some fucking poncy fucking African aristocrat to tell me what my class is. Suck your mum. Now, Black Panthers from back in the motherfucking day agreed that the lumpen proletariat were revolutionary and had that potential. I don't care what the New African Black Panther Party says. I care what the fucking truth is based on the facts. And do you know who got it right? The old Black Panther Party. You know who got it right? Panther Code. You know who got it right? PSFM. You got it right. The Bundists, the Maoists, the Maoist Third Worldists. Do you know what? I don't care. Trolling aside, it might be difficult to get a debate with Maupin, but you could probably get a debate with B level. The guy was so afraid to let me speak, he fucking kicked me out before I could respond to him, literally talking ass, and then tried to claim that that was a quote BTFO end quote. Anyone that says that they've beat the fuck out of someone while speaking with someone on the internet is not worth anyone's time. Like, come on, man. That is a bad case of fucking short man syndrome. Let's not be fucking going about things like pussy clats like that. Like, come on. It's funny because I was absolutely gonna just have to laugh. That's the main reason I wanted to go on there, because I could very easily troll whilst also being factually correct. Mess on the fact that he's an inexperienced little aristocratic fuck that's trying to tell me how the world works. Motherfucker hasn't even experienced the real world. He hasn't even tasted it. He's got the cradle of his parents wiping his arsehole. Difference is Caleb actually does live in the real world. Now, his parents have still wiped his arsehole because his life's been paid off for him. But at least he lives in some form of the world. I don't know whether it's the real world, but it's closer to it than B level. So how about this? I'll only take Caleb because Caleb lives in the real motherfucking world. And I want a real motherfucking worlder. You give me someone from the CPI who actually exists in the real world and isn't some fucking internet fucking child who just happens to have the age of a fucking adult. Motherfucker. Do you just want your YouTube channel and trying to use Caleb as a springboard? No, I really couldn't care about popularity. I mean, I've talked about fascism in Arizona and explicitly used a swastika as my fucking logo for the YouTube video picture. I don't care about fucking popularity. I care about getting my message out because I have a lot to fucking say. And I'm a rambly fucking retard that wants to say it. That's just the way I roll. If Caleb is supposed to be a springboard, it's obviously not doing very well for me, is it? Also, show the based Eurasia party flag. Oh wow, you're calling that Warhammer 40,000 looking ass thing based? You're funny. It's a better design than the Nazbol party flag, which looks cringe. It looks cringe. You don't like the way it looks because it owns up to what you are. It owns up to what you are. I'm not gonna fucking hide the fucking flag that shows you guys are Nazis. I'm gonna keep it on for the whole fucking discussion. If you want your own show, that's cool. Go for it. We've got nothing against it. Oh man, thanks. I'm glad that you like the fucking show. You better subscribe. There's more like this coming soon. I grew up under the fascist Democrat Party in right-wing rural America. Well, I mean, you got it right. The Democrat Party is the fascist party. Props to you on that one. But I didn't become a Nazi. Good for you. I grew up fucking bum-ass poor. You do know living in a rural area doesn't mean you're poor. There's a difference between living rural and literally living lower class. You know, I also grew up absolutely indulged in the Hitler channel, or what we call the History channel here, watching documentary after documentary that's taught things from a very fascist right-wing perspective. Genuinely, spin it as you want. Some people become Nazis, some people don't. It's not an amazing feat either way. Like I say, it's not amazing that I turned back. What is quite interesting, though, is what started me away from fascism was the ridiculously unhuman and disgustingly dishonorable way, on any grounds, even by the weird military honor that colonial armies used to always tell themselves that they followed, even by those rules, dishonorable way that the Americans treated the Native Americans, which distilled my capacity to have any interest in fascism. The fact that you lot will just repackage your fascism and then try and come and accuse me of still being a Nazi when I've actually made efforts to push away from being a fascist, and I ain't fucking just outright supporting settler colonial nationalism like you motherfuckers are, which is a cornerstone of fascism. you know, what you fucking coming at me for, lad? Like, you genuinely fuck off with the projection. It's hilarious. Genes aren't real, by the way. Pardon? I have you know that it's in my family genetics because they DNA exists. That fibromyalgia, a condition I suffer with, it comes from the factory trauma, the working in factory for generations that have occurred in my family, especially those in the existence of child labor during the 1800s and early 1900s. They do exist. Eugenics is incorrect, but to say that people don't have fucking like underlying preconceived conditions and other stuff like that that exists, which comes from your genes, like what are you smoking? Are you gonna tell me that we don't have chromosomes next? Like, seriously. It's quite interesting because these are the communists that always end up blaming the fucking eugenics. Bro, weed, bro, smoking weed is so cool. I mean, it's fun. I like a good marijuana. What's wrong with marijuana? Is everyone so afraid of marijuana now? Suck your mom. Adolf Hitler in Mein Kampf, page 275. Okay, shall I be the funny and go and look that up? Because I know it's not there. Because like, if you're really trying to like really be that funny, where you're like, oh look, he didn't look it up. I really don't mind being a dick and indulging in it. Lumpens won't make the revolution. I didn't say they'd make the revolution. You are aware being the most revolutionary doesn't mean that, oh yes, alone they're going to do it. I hope you are aware that 60 odd % of most first world nations are still labor aristocrat. Revolution isn't happening in the first world tomorrow or anytime in the next couple of years or next 10 years. Could happen in the next 20 years if people actually sided with the revolutionary masses that do exist in the first world and engaged in struggle. Because if you organized with the mass amount of lumpen people that exist, you could organize struggle against war. You can provide the needs for these people and show the people of society, those who have and those who do not, that there is a group of people out there that will obtain to the needs of the people who are suffering. And you can build an organization and a movement that retains the power the communist movement had during the Cold War. Like, genuinely. What, like, you gotta be so moronic to think that this is just some two-step thing where it's like, we found the revolutionary masses and now we're gonna do it. Genuinely. Because if the labor aristocrats are gonna be the revolutionary motherfuckers, they are literally the majority in the first world society. Where's the revolution? They've been the majority in the first world society for a long fucking time, and the shit ton of them were left-wingers and commies and all that shit back in the fucking Cold War. Where was the revolution? Where was it? Oh, wait, no, because they're all pampered fucking dickheads and they don't want to fucking do it. Genuinely. Suck your mum. You really think an aristocrat, poncy little dickhead, who's afraid he'd get stabbed if he takes one fucking wrong turn down the fucking street, is going to fucking do a revolution that involves gunfire, disease, warfare, death, misery, suffering? You think he really has the commitment for that? For struggle? Fuck off. He's afraid of homeless people. What's he going to think of gorillas? Sandinistas are not ML. Oh, thanks for the correction. Don't they have state power yet not a dictatorship of the proletariat or socialism? That is indeed true, but I've heard the ML thing be thrown around here or there. They could be revisionist MLs who are claiming to be MLs but aren't quite there. I mean, China tries to claim it's fucking Marxist and they're a corporatist society, so who knows? Why can't you criticize the British Empire, LMAO? Who said that? I criticize the British Empire all the time. You are aware that the British Empire isn't the only empire that exists. Oh my god. This is beautiful. Please explain to me why going on about America, the biggest empire in the world right now, is a problem. I really want you to explain this to me. Go on. Clear language. You got plenty of characters. I mean, you can go over the 200 line and send more than one message. Please explain to me how America and me going on about their imperialism is a problem, and then also altercate how one of the biggest, if not the biggest, market relative to Africa right now, the biggest exporter of capital to Africa right now, China is also a fucking not something we should be talking about. Or we should just focus on the British Empire, someone who's not as powerful as either of these empires. An empire I still criticize and actually keep warning people that they should be careful because Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and UK Union, CANZUK, is likely going to form. I do criticize the British Empire. Actually, I see it as very, very dangerous because the British Empire, if it formed CANZUK, could be more powerful than the EU. The EU at the moment being the most competitive empire to the Europe to China right now. So suck your mom. I think superpowers are to be criticized very equally. Quote, I just hate the ignorance of the indigenous, end quote. Yes, my friend, you are so enlightened. If that's all you can respond to that, I find your fucking smugness beautiful. Lol, I bet. Well done. You're amazing. Oh, he's anti-China. All right, that explains it. Yes, because being critical of an imperialist power. Oh no. How dare the communists criticize the imperialism? You know that thing that Lenin did the big analyses on. The guy literally be like, "Fuck Marx, fuck Mao, fuck China." Yeah, and uh, fuck you too. How about this, John? I'll even say fuck Lenin just to make you happy. You know what? I'm saying fuck Lenin that hard that I'm gonna fucking I'm gonna go crack open the mausoleum and slip my sausage in his bumhole. I'm telling you, it's gonna happen. I'm gonna find Stalin's fucking mass body and I'm gonna do loads of weird gay stuff to it, and you're not gonna stop me. If that's what you want to support, I mean, support Lumpen people. That's great. But what's with the British and the Strasserism? Like, good for you. Uh, you shouldn't probably go around being an open Strasserist because that just goes to show to anyone who has any knowledge of Nazis that you're probably a Nazi. So, I mean, a straight up Hitlerite. So, good for you. I hope you enjoy Mein Kampf and the wall that you'll be facing when you get shot. Um, because we that's how fascists are dealt with. Caleb didn't send us. Actually, we are organized on our own. Well done. That's fucking great for you. This isn't real organizing. This is a YouTube comment section on a fucking channel that doesn't even have 100 subscribers. Should I give you a pat on the back? Like, do you deserve the sticker that says well done on it just as a participation trophy? I like how you're the one who thinks this is funny, like when I'm the one who's having the laugh, yeah. CPI is the future, cope. It's the future if you like Nazism. Rashid Johnson is a political prisoner being tortured in US prison. You have some balls to call him an African aristocrat. Well, I don't fucking know. All I'm saying is I don't fucking agree with him. Also, like, him being in prison doesn't make him not from that class. You are aware, like, when Gonzalo was a prisoner, he was not, you know, he didn't become proletarianized all of a sudden. Like, if you were going to own me on that, you would be like, Rashid Johnson actually comes from the lower class, and here's the proof of it, and cite some source. Yeah, what the fuck? 1 second. I can't be asked to go for the effort of deleting that. We seem to be getting spammed by the foreign things. At least I don't know what I'm admitting to because I'm delayed for all this because you guys are going on the spam, but I'm having a blast. So I'd love to hear the specific details about CPI being a cult. I mean, we're seeing it with the way these people are going about. So the reason the guy I was speaking to got kicked out of the CPI was for disagreeing with Caleb Maupin. I mean, that's a fucking easy example, and that's the way Caleb Maupin values the situation. There's no problem with being on different political lines. The only problem is if you actively stand against Maupin's positions, that's when he will cut off from you. Otherwise, he's very happy to integrate himself with you, which then puts into question the poignance of his allies, but really also points how his cult functions. His cult functions on this basis of people who give him the most worship and most support. Um, um of course, I don't. You like the flag design. I'm not a Nazbol. But yeah, well, Caleb is. I'm not an ML, and so is Caleb. I'm an ML, and so is Caleb. Third worlders aren't ML or even communists. They're literally Marxist, Leninist, Maoist third worlders. What the fuck are you smoking? And I was poor LMAO, food stamps, and all that. I feel for you, honestly. We are connected by our impoverished background and by our class, but by becoming a third world this cultist, you became a class traitor. What do you mean a third worldist cultist? I'm one of the most fucking critical motherfuckers you'll ever find. A cultist. My man, what are you smoking? Like, genuinely, I feel for you because by listening to the shit that is pushed by these people and believing that Caleb Maupin, a guy who would sit with Action Francais, a anti-Semitic monarchist group that helped the Nazis commit genocide, like, Nazbol aside, Action Francais, genocidal French fascist monarchist group, that makes you a class traitor, motherfucker. Caleb goes against Marxism-Leninism, absolutely. Read Lysenko. Lysenko's a moron. Hey, Maupinites, how about the connection between Caleb Maupin and Eric Stryker? Good one, good one. Green Egg, greetings, Achara. Getting abused of some fuckers here now, dear mate. Yeah, indeed. These Maupinites really are doing projection on you, comrade. Kadade. Um, Bloody hell, there's some nasty comments in this chat. Sectarianism is not progressive and personal abuse is a cheap tactic. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Eric Stryker and Caleb Maupin together in Workers' World Party, together at NYC, Occupy Wall Street, and shortly after both started on the path to wit. They are now, although they act like they never know. Sorry, I'm just um, messaging my asset to see what they know, what their position is on the cult of Maupin itself. Um, Eric Stryker and Caleb Maupin knew each other in the Workers' World parties together in New York City, Occupy Wall Street, and shortly after both started on the paths to what they are now. They act like they never know who each other were. They praise China but shit on the Filipino and Indian comrades who have been in People's War since the late 1960s, fighting regimes armed by China, just as China is the fascist apartheid Zionist state. Um, it's just as China is arming the fascist Zionist state. The Lumpen world is the things the CPI Pat Socks are doing well is bullying me for being a vegan. Watch them proceed to attack me. How do they expect me to join them if they alienate me? No, you're absolutely correct there. Like, you can't alienate someone for fucking vegan because they'll call you like a soy boy and all that. I hope they are aware that soy is like a very popular Chinese ingredient in near enough all their food and is also massively incorporated in most of our foods. No, you're absolutely right, vegan tubers. It's terrible that they're expecting people to join their all-encompassing group, but they alienate people as much as they possibly can. Um, oh, I'm actually really catching up now. What the hell does Pan American mean? Patriotic socialist. uh, Second largest trading partner, making money off selling to Israel, drone strike technology to Israel, killing Palestinians. But oh, China is shining example of anti-imperialism and proletarian internationalism. Just like China is making money selling the feudal fascist Wahhabi monarchy of Saudi Arabia drone strike technology to use to kill the Houthi people in Yemen. Um, I've called out B-level Haz and Caleb for displaying cult-like behavior. They couldn't handle it, and Haz didn't engage, and B-level ended up blocking me. Sickening. I mean, when he kicked me off his stream thing, he shadow banned me, man. Like, he shadow banned me, so even in the chat, I couldn't, like, add any sort of responses to the thing in the chat and make any positionisms things. Just to help with the pronunciation of comrade, is pronounced something like comrade, or is that, oh, wait, is that like Road, like the name, or is it like Rod is in more like the English term that's very similarly spelled? Oh wait, no, it's ad. It's two A's, so it'd be rad. Yeah, so comrade, I see. Red salute. I don't know. I'm a bit funny. I'm a bit awkward with written vernacular. I'm better with the pronunciatives. To be fair, I'm just sticking to the English tradition of making everyone cringe as we get everyone's fucking pronunciatives wrong. Hello. Hey, correction. Houthis are a tribe. Okay, so I was right to be a bit confused on the specific of the Houthis, because aren't the Houthis in like the south of Yemen? Ours is absolutely appalling. His use of ugly reactionary language like soy boy and other disgusting shite is absolutely crass and needs to be called out. That guy is embarrassing, so he is. Absolutely, absolutely. The guy throws himself about like a complete moron. And the Houthis have reformed the government and the army, so they are more legitimate to rule Yemen. I see, I see, I see. Yes, comrade, I agree. Solidarity to the Houthi and the Yemenis. Um. Oh, I got the pronunciation spot on. Hey, wagon things. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. Solidarity to the anti-Wahhabi America's Zionist aggression. Um. Oh yeah, the other dash there. I couldn't see the other dash of the American thing, and I was like, wait, the American Zionists are anti-Wahhabis? That seems a bit. That doesn't make sense. But no, it's the anti-Wahhabi America Zionism, the anti-Amero-Wahhabi Zion Europeanism, um, and the U.S. and China both making money off arming Saudi Arabia against the Houthi and the Yemeni. Don't forget the UAE and the fake commies in the south. The pretendo commies, the ones that are trying to steal a legacy of revolution to purvey Saudi Arabian imperialism. Because once again, someone calling themselves a communist doesn't make them a communist. It's almost like this maps the discussion that we're having, but just because. Here's a funny thing for you. They actually thought they were going to spam me and make me too overloaded to handle the situation. I don't think they expected me to just roll through everything and list it all off in under an hour and still have time to discuss this stuff. Or they think they've successfully devoided my stream into a long period of time, which I'll have them know my streams last like 4 hours sometimes. This is short. Like, well done, you've done nothing. The reason I'm vegan is because I want to prevent the deadlier H5N1 avian chicken flu from becoming a pandemic. Public health doesn't seem to matter to CPI Pat sucks. That's a very noble means of going vegan. Like, I mean, I'm not a big fan of the taste of vegan foods, and even I've turned around and been like, okay, well, I mean, beef heavily environmentally like issued there. I know me stopping eating it won't be a problem, but I could see why stopping it in like at least down to a very minimal point because of the people who have disabilities where they need that meat would be somewhat necessary. But obviously, drop the production down, and then obviously, like you say, we've got mass amount of diseases that spread. We've got cancers that are caused by it, bowel problems, which I mean, bowel cancer and IBS and gastrointestinal syndrome is very common in my family. I've got two of those. Actually, I'm dealing with gastrointestinal damage at the moment because of good old medication. But yeah, no, like it comes to like this misunderstanding. What I'm giving them too much credit here. I'm being too faithful. Like when you get too useful when engaging with people that you get too faithful. It's not a misunderstanding. It's purposeful. They're stuck in this indulgent society where they want to just consume, and they know that if we handle global warming, which I have heard Caleb Maupin in the Dugan debate very much outright turn around and call global warming a left wing thing. Like, I even get it up. Like, it's like, sorry, like a queasy lefty, not a left wing thing. Sorry, I said that wrong. A queasy lefty, um, lie, like something that they're over dramatic about. I can't word it properly. It'd be easier for me to word it when I get it up. 1 second. Um, New tab, Chrome tab, new tab, share. I wish it would show my favorites because like one of them is just the universal credit thing, and I just think that would be quaintly hilarious just to have on there. The amount of shit they'd be throwing at me. Oh look, he's on universal credit. Fuck you, man. Welcome to being disabled. Um, Brain, Thinky, Stinky, Dugan. Oh, Caleb, Maupin, Dugan, conference. Socialism. Okay. S-Phase video. Show more. Where's the source? The original video is here. Okay.
But I find this moment to
So
be.
let me do the old fancy Control T. Oh, no. It's not Control T, it's Control F. I know what I'm doing, I swear. Climate. Oh, wait, no, I didn't open the transcript. I am smart, I promise. Climate. Oh, wait, no. What was it? What was the word I used to find it last time? Oh, where is it? It's beautiful. I really need to find it. Like it just really conceals like this whole point. And he calls Black Lives Matter an activist group and not a movement. Oh wow, there we go, white person thing there. But where is this fucking quote? Because it really fills in with what my fucking vegan comrade is saying there. I want to find it. He's mentioning Malcolm X, which is hilarious because Malcolm X warned us about people like you, Caleb. the white fox, man. Caleb represents the white fox. Well, I do not defend Americans, but for what? Not just for African Americans. The Confederacy was apparently an awful thing for white people. Okay, Caleb. Good. Um, good self-pity. Is it because it got in the way of fucking things, eh? Of your imperialist activities? I'm all the way at the end. Where the fuck is it? I know it's in here. And for some reason, why the word climate doesn't, because he uses one of the other words for climate change. Let me just go off the word left. Oh, I just did the big zooming. I didn't mean to do that. Shit. 0. There we go. Oh, for fuck's sake. Sorry, I'm not being very entertaining. I'm really trying to find this because it's too good. Like, it's too good not to have it on here. Where is it? It's not showing up. What the fuck? Environment. There we go. I found it. I found it. Um,
That there is a notion of historical progress. And I think one of the primary activities that the global elite is engaging in right now is holding back progress. And that this left that they have unleashed essentially is a destructive left. The message that they give is that, you know, people have it too good these days, right? The environment is being destroyed. You know, we can't have people, you know, live more, you know, comfortable lifestyles. That'll destroy the earth, you know. And this notion that that people should live a comfortable life. This is hedonistic, and we need to do more of an ancient Eastern thing. You know, the modern left is very much opposed to the notion of raising the world out of poverty, and they have this fascination with chaos and destruction. You know, the second that the revolution is victorious, they denounce it.
you see that he what's it? He turns around. I went on a bit too far, but he turns around and says exactly, message that they give you that, you know, is that people have it too good these days, that the environment is being destroyed. He's saying that this is specifically right now is holding back progress, and that this left that they have unleashed essentially is a destructive left. The message that they give is that they know people have it too good these days. Right, the environment is being destroyed. He doesn't believe in global warming. That's what that tells me. And maybe Caleb does want Dugan's meat. What's wrong with that, Caleb Enjoyer? Do you have a problem with Caleb liking Dugan's meat? That also doesn't imply that he's homosexual. Like, you are aware that there are more than just gay people who like sausage. I mean, I don't know whether Caleb's bi. I don't know whether he's fucking. For all I know, he could even be fucking have gender trauma. I don't fucking know. I just saw that you used meat with an A, and I made the fucking most logical joke there. But by your own logic, as my mate has said, you were probably homisex yourself. Sorry, homophobic yourself, mate. By your own logic. So suck your mom. And yeah, so they have said that they are ready to recognize Israel. Oof. What did I miss? You didn't miss too much. I mean, so the thing is with the CPI guy is he didn't want to come on because of the blackmail that he may have just received, and as you can tell by the harassment, it's been a good idea to go on it. I didn't know that about Caleb. Vegan alternatives need to be improved. I'm afraid that Pat socks are going to leave little room for creating new cultures by promoting US level consumption. No, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, what's it? We'd have to get in touch at some point and do a stream on vegan alternatives and have you come on and express to people the ideas and what's limiting it at the moment, how we can improve it and mitigate health problems and increase the healthiness of vegan food, because scientific technology is getting to a place where we could really have proper synthetic sort of, well, it's not synthetic is such a crass word that people use for it because most of the time it's made out of vegetables. Like, how synthetic is that? But you know what I mean, like not from the animal meat, meat-free meat, which I guess is not meat-free meat because I guess meat is more definitionally the type of pulp of mass it is than it is specifically because it was alive. I don't know, like it's convolute. I'm not the biggest understandee. I have all the brain cells you'd expect from a fucking Brit bonger. Caleb Enjoyer. You're homophobic as you implied. Caleb wants to. I've already responded to that. But he was scared that Maupin's comrades would dox or attack him. Rightful fear, though, like rightful fear. I agree with you on Caleb and Haas. First worldists like them all never make revolutionary and inherent fascists. So okay, so from I messaged the person I was speaking to, and what they've iterated to me on the way that the cult functions. For those that want a more distinct faction, is that everything that Maupin says is a distinct increment as to what they have to follow, and that Maupin will shun people who are not loyal enough to him. It follows a loyalistic principalism. This is the type of shit you see in fascist parties, where they will try and find a way to create this circle around them of the most loyal people, and then it staggers down and out, and the most shunned people in the organization, or those who are eventually removed from the organization, are those who are the least loyal and less, and therefore then the least trustworthy. Alright, take your time. You legend, man. Fucking A. Love and respect. However, British people like you, Lumpen or otherwise, also have no revolutionary potential. The Lumpen proletariat have revolutionary potential. That's not something that just exists in America. You fucking toss. And what do you mean British people like you? Like, what? Sorry? And British people, that's an arbitrary concept. Go on, define to me what British people are. Like, that's a white ideology, a white identity that I don't obtain to. I'm English with fucking what's it? Um, I'm English and I have Irish and what's it? Scottish heritage, and because of the Irish heritage comes from my Scouser side of the family, it wouldn't surprise me if there's a wee bit of Cymru in there. But I'm a fucking Englishman. I'm not a fucking Brit. I don't identify with the British Empire, and I don't identify with your fucking bullshit, man. Some consistency. You aren't really giving Caleb a good look. Uh, if you were really serious about third worldism and your people, you would die and let the indigenous people of Britain, the Celtic people, reclaim the land back. I am pro land back to the Celtic peoples, and obviously because of the way that England is, I also want to fucking bring back fucking revive the dead language of the Brittonic English people, considering that I'm of Yorkshire and Liverpudlian descent, which means my bloodline actually dates back to Bretons of Northern England. Especially given that one of my Yorkshire sides, my family name, literally means farmer of the land, which if you know anything of the Celtic people of the north of the Yorkshire to Merseyside block of what used to be called Cumbria, those peoples, the Celtic peoples, were made to work the farms as farm hands, and my name actually translates specifically to farm hand in Norman, because they Normanized. It wasn't just the Saxons that took over, it was Saxons and Normans. Actually, the Normans and the Saxons were very fucking vicious in the way that they took over. And the Normans inspired the Saxons so much that the Saxons started acting like Normans after the era of the Normans. They upped the ante on their massacre of the Celtic people. You can't be homophobic if you support Russia. What? You can't be homophobic if you support Russia and Iran. I'm sorry. If I was to call you an F-bomb now and say I support Russia and China and sorry, Iran, does that mean I'm not homophobic? Also, Caleb supports China, which is a massively transphobic country, so I guess Caleb is transphobic by your logic. Caleb Enjoyer, you're not very good at using logic that supports your own argument. Please, as my friend has said, consistency. I'd like to see it. Eternal. Oh my god, no, you're actually supporting Black Hammer. Oh, that's cute. Thank you for being honest, for being a fucking fascist who supports pork chop nationalism. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Uh. In all due respect, do you follow a line a lot of third world folk do when they're homophobic, where you at least are a little more respectful and listen to people's pleas on it? Like, I get less dehumanizations out of you, and when you do it, I can smack you back. So you're a fucking you're a homophobe who can be smacked on the nose in respect and pushed to a position where it's amicably understandable given your religious grievances with the matter and historical ones, because what's it? At least you guys, unlike a lot of other religions, Christianity actually point out the historical factor as to where it comes from and the history with it. Because I've had a few different conversations with different Muslims who always cite the same historical positions, which is normally relative to the Romans. People need to come to understand the grievances with the Muslim people as to why they have issues to it. Otherwise, you would never be able to convince them of homophobia. Like, you've got to, like, of homophobia being an issue. Like, yeah, you got to come to listen, understand, and it's a progress. And maybe you'll never achieve it. And if you can't, so what? It's the right self-determination. You've lost, you've lost. Like, we can't go to war with them over it. But fuck it, like, you gotta learn and understand why they like that, because you'll find that a lot of the reasons they don't like that shit is because the cultural hegemonic institutions of capitalist society in the first world that are run by the labor aristocracy present an image that isn't consumable with people. That's why a lot of poor people in our own nations find it difficult to relate to the struggle of homosexual and transsexual people, because of the transgender people, because of the struggles that they're in are defined in a way that isn't actually relatable to the struggles that are in by the labor aristocracy. They're presenting a medium that is not relatable to homosexuals or transgender people. Like, they'll try and present this vulgar and eccentric and overbearing and sort of crazy mentality to trans people. That's the way they'll purvey the medium for them, and they'll purvey homosexual people as camp, following the 70s stereotype of campness and trying to present that as the norm for homosexuals, alienating homosexuals that are masculine in any way. I can forgive the British for bringing slaves to colonial America. You guys are the Brits who brought slaves over to America and then literally had a revolution because we tried to stop the slave trade, and America said, no, we probably shouldn't do that. And then literally left to do another fucking century worth of slavery. Like, why? What is your argument? Karl Marx is a colonizer. You gotta stutter or something, mate. And so are Marxist people, in quotations, like this streamer, um, are you smoking some fucking dope ass weed? Because I mean, I got some dope ass weed, but it's obviously not as dope ass weed as your dope ass weed. Can we exchange the dope ass weed? Okay, that's my brain right now. The Lumpen and the Fourth World are close to me. Hell yeah, brother. Heart and soul touching at the fucking at the ranks. CPI wonks. Hey, I love to use the wonk. Hey, wagon things. Yeah, CPI wonks like the wankers. CPI wonks like to. I can about say like to wank. I do apologize. CPI wonks like to label me as a Malthusian for being a vegan. How does someone who seeks to eradicate cruelty against even humans the same as someone who is genocidal? It seems like a projection, you know, my friend, because like they. So the thing is that they're getting wrong with Malthus, Malthus, or Malthus, depending on how you want to pronounce it. With Malthus, that motherfucker, he didn't say overproduction was the problem. He said overpopulation was the problem. His argument was there's too many people to live here, but we could produce a load of shit, make surplus scarcity society, and then, you know, because we've killed them all off working the shit out of them in the factory, we'd have dropped the population and we can now live. So Malthus Malthusianism basically justifies that you should work people off to death, produce as much as you possibly can, and kill off as much of the population as you can. It's inevitable. They're problematic. And then you can just build your shit on top of it. You can with the surplus value in society, you could fund society for a fucking good century or so. That's also the mentality of things. They're like, fuck it, this is a means to an end. We could destroy the world, so why don't we make sure we've got everything we need to live our lives out tenfold over if we are gonna destroy it. But yeah, no, like absolutely. How can it be genocidal? But no, they're projecting, because what Malthusianism actually talks about is wanting to overproduce, and it talks about sort of overpopulation being a problem. Well, what we're saying is the opposite. We're saying actually no, population, that's fine. You can fit the world's population in Maine. No, the problem is the overproduction. How is that Malthusianism? It's literally just fucking science. It's not hard to think that that would be problematic. And do you know what? These guys want to go all religious about Marx. Just say something about Marx. Marx was a naturalist. The whole time he was a communist. A naturalist all the way through. Not anti-industrial. He was a naturalist. He believed that industrialism was important to a degree. He didn't want to industrialize the fuck out of society to the point where you've built on everything, that there's not a piece of Greenland left. I don't know if people know this. We need oxygen to breathe. We need grass and arid land to grow crops. We need space, and we have plenty of it. Why do we need to build these big conglomerately stupid, ugly cities when towns work so much better for us and the environment? And for our political democratic structure, because it's easier to make a democratic society when you have an even development town structure society that doesn't have these centralizations of industrial and conglomerate political power. I really would like to have you on at some point, vegan tuber, to do like not just a discussion on vegan alternatives, but a discussion on like the way that so many right wingers and right wingers disguised as fucking left wingers at this point, because I don't even want to give them the credence of being off left or something like that. They're just fascists. But to talk about how these people are dismissing like what is some of that is there's become a necessity of trying to save the world, and not just trying to save the world, but also trying to save the ecosystem of Animalia. I mean, because we could not lose the world, but still destroy our ecosystem of the food chain. For the way we've restructured the animal system and factory farming, a lot of other stuff like that. Because you know your shit and probably know a hell of a lot more than me on these things. And you speak well and true, and you sound like you got your heart in it. You got your empathy, and I love it when I see people with empathy. Lumpen are bourgeoisie. For example, Walter White, the drug lord from Breaking Bad, is lumpen. Okay, yeah, he's a lumpen. He's a lumpen petit bourgeois, lumpen aristocrat. He comes from literally the labor aristocracy. I don't know if you know this. He literally works as a fucking teacher, labor aristocrat. He then becomes a lumpen petit bourgeoisie. Like, what the fuck are you smoking, fam? Uh, he's a troll. He's already given support to crypto-fascist Grip to Ghazi. Ignore. Hell yeah, will do. Absolutely. No, he's a labor aristocrat, you dingus. Absolutely. Also, a TV character does not define reality. Yeah, exactly. It's as if that's his example. Now, I'm a lumpen proletariat. I'm disabled. I'm unable to work because of my disabilities at the moment. Um, and I'm fucking struggling on my ass. I'm not getting the disability money I should be getting for my disabilities, so I'm struggling in the economic front as well. That's being in the lumpenprods area. I'm back ass poor. I'm in mass amounts of debt. I could be homeless tomorrow. I ain't no fucking drug lord. No, a drug lord, he's a lumpen aristocrat or a lumpen petty. Well, he's not even a lumpen aristocrat. Lumpen aristocrats are just drug dealers. Drug lords are lumpen petty bourgeoisie. They're big game geezers. They're the type of people that take shotgun to my fucking liver. They are bourgeois. Yeah, they're lumpen bourgeois. You are aware. I must exclaim this to the moronic patriotic fucking well, they're not patriotic socialists. That's the fucking natives. They're social patriots. Let's dub them as what they are. They're not patriotic socialists. They're the natives. So the lumpen, might I add to you fuckers, is not a class. It is a distinction of society. It is the disenfranchised sector. The lumpen proletariat, the lumpen aristocracy, the lumpen petty bourgeoisie, and the lumpen bourgeoisie aren't the same. If I have to smack the two brain cells that you guys are collectively holding together, and I don't like diminishing people's intelligence. I find insulting people's intelligence is disgusting behavior, but you've asked for it. Now you're gonna get it. If I have to smack your two brain cells together every fucking time to exclaim this to you, I'm not even going to respond to it. You're just wasting your breath. Like, how moronic do you have to be to think that a lumpen labor aristocrat is the same as a lumpen proletariat? Literally, disenfranchised aristocrat, disenfranchised proletariat. They have different class infractions to the system. Lumpen proletarians literally go and do wage slavery for lumpen aristocrats. Actually, you'll find, so here's a fun thing. There's a thing that exists called real slavery in lumpen society, where lumpen petit bourgeois, lumpen aristocrats, and of course, especially lumpen bourgeoisie, enslave lumpen proletarians. I've been in one of those relationships myself, where you're used as a whipping bitch, and you're typically paid in drugs and food and little scraps and pieces like that. Genuinely, go on, fuck yourself. You don't know the lumpen class society because you've got no experience in the lumpen class society. You are petty bullshit to me. You are like dog shit on my shoe, fam. Dog shit on my shoe. Like Caleb is. Caleb is petty shit to me, fam. He's been reading Marx since he was like 12. And what's he got to show for it? My man's a fucking right winger, a fascist who appeases to anti-Semitic remarks of Jewish people, exclaiming that Jewish bankers are the cause for fucking 2008 economic crash. Like, seriously, what's he got to show for it? If you gave me a lumpen, quote, aristocrat, end quote, figure, you might have an argument. Exactly. Like, I don't know, pimps or whatever. Exactly. Walter White, though, for real. You had a better shot at saying Jesse is lumpen. Jesse, yeah, exactly. Jesse is lumpen. And even still, here's the funny thing. Jesse is still lumpen aristocrat. He's a posse leader. You know, he's not a gang, but a posse. It eventually technically becomes a gang, but it's a posse. And he owns his own house. at first. I know that eventually changes, but he owns his own house, and he comes from an aristocrat background. He's a drop down in class. So yeah, even Jesse is still a lumpen aristocrat, not a lumpen proletarian. I thought that comment saying, quote, you can't be homophobic if you support Russia and Iran, end quote, is ludicrous. I found it quaintly hilarious. Black Hammer aren't third worldists. Black Hammer are fascists that work with the Proud Boys. Suck your mom. Black Red Guard don't even fuck with Black Hammer anymore. Yeah. Unfortunately, he blocked me, and I don't know why. I think it's fucking. What's it? Because of some criticism I made about fucking me getting really sick of fucking nauseating college kids complaining about their debts when they don't know fucking real debt come in the fucking lower class where you don't even have any fucking monetary value or any fucking degree or any shit like that to get anywhere in society, and then literally everything about you is debt, and if you're not in debt you're about to be in debt. As a man living in the third world fearing for my life, when I hear planes I won't want to simply tell you no. My G. We uphold the legacy of Eldridge Cleaver and the Black Panthers. You, not you, KK Cracker. Oh wow, you're creative. No. Eldridge Cleaver, even Republican Reaganite Eldridge Cleaver would roll in his grave. You guys, like, fucking hell. And that seems to be the era of Cleaver that you're envisioning. Um, I'm gonna stick with the Matashka on this one. You can keep Eldridge. Like, Eldridge was great back in the day. He was great when he stood against Huey. He was great when he forged the Black Liberation Army and did great struggles with it. And then he sold himself out like a turkey cheese sandwich. You are not. I am a Shiite Muslim Arab that had lived through the wave of ISIS terrorism, and I can tell you, you aren't. You aren't the one. You are one of the most pitiful groups. Hell yeah, right. Ghazi looks and sounds like a cracked out Chris Rock from The Fifth Element, crossed with the Joker, played by Heath Ledger, from the Dark Knight. Lol. You bring us shame, us in the third world. Okay, here we go. Is the transphobia? Um, so I do apologize. So yeah, I should have said trigger warning before putting it on the screen, but I do apologize to any of my transgender comrades on this one. But there are two types of transgenders: gay men that prefer socializing with women and want to sleep with gay men. Um, uh, um, uh, you've only said one type of person, but okay. Uh, one, disgusting. Like, seriously, like, this is Caleb Maupin's environment. This is the fan base that he's breeding. Like, his cult followers come to defend himself, and this is the way they go about it. Transphobia. Oh, have you damn well know that there are many different types of transgender people, because there's not a specific, like, there's not specific transgenders. Like, there's not specific. It's not like this chart. Like, pick your transgender archetype. No, like, the gender's a spectrum. I hope you know that this social structure has leeway to it because we've defined it so rigidly on the off ends of it that anything that meets the middle ends up off ending. I mean, I identify non-binary. Suck your mom. And transgenders, like, you say it in such a, like, crass way. Transgender people are just as beautiful as every other people. They're just as heartful as any other people. Like, seriously, what is the difference? What is the problem? Like, a transgender woman is a woman. Transgender man is a man. Non-binary people who are trans are fucking, they're people. Whatever their pronouns are, whether it's they, them, or he, she, or they use all of them because they like to be slutty with the pronouns. they as a non-binary person get to be slutty with the pronouns. If you're jealous of their sluttiness with the pronouns, that's your fault for not being non-binary. The just jesting about, but it's like seriously, what are you afraid? Like, what's the problem? What's the problem with transgender women? That they are women. Trust me, there are plenty of transgender women that are just like all women out there that you're gonna find attractive and you're gonna find not. But just like all people, just like all women, they're all beautiful. We're all beautiful human beings. Even the people who you would deem an ugly fucker and don't want to get with, they're a beautiful human being. They're a creation of fucking God. Like, what do you mean? So you know, Kwame this like this. Kwame at this. Kwame at this like this. What is your fear? Are you afraid of a bit of girl cock? Is that the problem? Girl cock scare you? You scared of a bit of sausage? Because you are aware that the penis doesn't indicatively make the person not the woman, not the womb. It's just a rod. It may spook you, but it is just a rod. It is used for very enjoyable things. Unless you are a Calvinite American Christian and the only thing you do is missionary, then I guess it is a scary thing for you. Suck your mom. Just in case I haven't said that enough times. Is this video demonetized yet? We definitely need to arrange a time to stream together. I've never been on a stream before, but I want to start somewhere. Thanks for the offering. No, that's great stuff. That's great stuff. I always like to try and help people get their voices out, and I'm glad that this will help you get started off, because it is really difficult getting started with this stuff. I really struggle with streaming. It's hard to not ramble and get stuck in a conjunction of explanation and the in-betweeners of pointation, and with my disabilities, I'm a messy-brained moron, so difficulties are easily ensured. English, I do not. And the anti-Semites and anti-Irish crypto-fascists often openly support the Proud Boys, claiming to be the true third worldists. These are true English. I can't fucking do it. These really are truly... I keep adding words to it. Fuck it, I'll just add the words because I can't say your sentence without fucking spicing it up. Apparently, these are really. I'm saying it the wrong way. These are really surreal times. God damn it. Success. I am lost. I don't blame you. And people with a disorder where they are attracted to the idea of becoming a woman and fell in love with the idea of becoming... So there was a second one. Okay, you are aware that there are trans men who are women who are... Well, sorry. I shouldn't have said it like that. Who were assigned female at birth, AFAB, whom are now, have gone through like the ops and are men, like this myth of it being a one-way thing is not true. You should maybe look up to the operations that they can do to literally turn the clit and all that lot into big old sausage. It exists. Maybe you could do it for your own troubles. Funny joke. Presuming that you're male. I may have made the big... Well, sorry. Presuming that you have the biological organs sexually of a male. Otherwise, my joke doesn't work. But I tried. All right. You can't blame me for trying. They are all men. They are all men. This is science. I think your science is wrong. Like how science can be wrong all the fucking time because it's literally just... You are aware science just means observations. You've got to figure out what science is correct through philosophy. You fucking moron. And your philosophy sucks sausage. and not in the really cool progressive way. You're just grabbing a Richmond out the packet raw, not even cooked, and just fucking grabbing it in your mouth for no reason. It's really weird. Like, just be like the rest of us and fucking suck a bit of sausage the proper. Don't be a pussy hole. See, I'm doing the cool spin because I'm making the homosexual archetype be the hard ass image in this, because it really spins it on these people, because these people are really exuding me as people that are afraid of homosexuality. I'm not even a homosexual. I just find it funny. Like, I need my homosex German friend to come on, because he would really fucking troll these guys. British again. Did I call you British specifically? I said that the African slaves in America were brought over by y'all. Now, don't know if you know this. Y'all, a British vernacular, not an American one, just before you all start thinking I'm using your terminology. Y'all, a British vernacular, is an implicative of multiple people, typically utilized in a similar fashion to the version of you in a scientific framework, which means an all-encompassing statement. So when I say y'all Americans of the Anglosphere, I am obviously on about white folk. So of course, I apologize for referring to you as Anglo. I didn't mean to, man. But let's be real. Have you really proved my point wrong? Because I was referring to the white establishment of America, which I'll have you know, and I'll still say it like this: y'all Americans were a part of the slave trade, and y'all Americans revolted to keep the slave trade. So you, as a proud African, in the American diaspora, should fucking hate these nationalists, mate. You should hate these nationalists, these white nationalists that you are deciding to now defend. Like my Irish comrade said, you are obviously full of shite, mate. Especially if you're going to defend Ghazi. The guy is about to make me defend the LGBT LMAO. The Maupinites are doing great for us building connection with people to learn that these issues need to be struggled against because of how bad they are. The white boy can't even speak LMAO. Well, I do have disabilities that get involved with this shit. You bring shame to your ancestors. I so happy that my Black Hammer homies told me about this stream. I'm so happy that your Black Hammer homies think supporting a literal fascist group that has an FBI member as their leader is a great idea. You funny geezer. Seriously, go on. Explain to me how the Proud Boys are so fucking cool. Go on. Isn't Black Hammer and the Proud Boys working together? Yeah, they are. Is this a joke? It could be. I don't know. I've not made my mind up on whether it's a joke or not yet. You know, the Proud Boys being like, white supremacists. He sounds like a goddamn chimney sweep. What's wrong with being a chimney sweep? This is classist as fuck. Now he's having a go at me for cleaning chimneys. Like, fucking hell. What kind of fucking anti-working class fucking jargon is this, son? Like, who the fuck are you speaking to? Chimney sweep? What's wrong with being a chimney sweep? Fucking, what's it? Now you're making me want to be funny.
Now here's a little story. To tell it is a must. About an unsung hero that moves away dust.
I hope the sound's coming through. I don't know whether it is.
Some people make a fortune others earn a mint. My old man don't earn much. In fact, he's flipping skint. Oh, my old man's a dustman. He wears a dustman's hat. He wears gold-blimey trousers and he lives in the council flat. He looks a proper nana in his great big bobnail boots. He's got such a job to pull them up, but he calls them daisy roots. Some folks give tips at Christmas and some of them forget. So when he picks their bins up, he spills some on the step. Now one old man got nasty and to the council wrote, next time my old man went round there, he punched him up the throat. Oh, my old man's a dustman. He wears a dustman's hat. He wears gold-blimey trousers and he lives in a council flat. I say, Les.
Yeah?
I found a police dog in my dustbin.
Well, how do you know he's a police dog?
He had a policeman with him. Though my old man's a dustman, he's got an heart of gold. He got married recently, though he's 86 years old. We said, here, hang on, Dad, you're getting past your prime. He said, well, when you get my age, it helps to pass the time. My old man's a dustman, he wears a dustman's hat. He wears gold-blimey trousers and he lives in a council flat. I say. My dustbin's full of lilies.
Well, throw them away then.
I can't, Lily's wearing them. Now one day whilst in a hurry, he missed a lady's bin. He hadn't gone but a few yards when she chased after him. What game do you think you're playing? She cried right from the art. You've missed me, am I too late? Now jump up on the cart. He wears a dustman's hat. He wears gold-blimey trousers and he lives in the council flat. I say.
What's you again?
My dustbin's absolutely full with toadstools.
How do you know it's full?
'Cause there's not much room inside. He found a tiger's head one day, nailed to a piece of wood. The tiger looked quite miserable, but I suppose he should. Just then from out a window, a voice began to wail. He said, oi, where's me tiger's head? 4 foot from his tail. Oh, my old man's a dustman. He wears a dustman's hat. He wears gold-blimey trousers and he lives in the council flats. Next time you see a dustman looking all pale and sad, don't kick him in the dustbin. It might be my old dad.
Yeah, so I can be fucking funny. Suck your mum. So no, I'm actually the son of a metal fabricator, but it's close enough. Long live African people, but there's no such thing as racist. Racism, the whole point of racism is to keep the installment of race, and to be anti-racist is to break the installment of racism. That's why people like myself push for post-white positions, because whiteness is not it doesn't come from being skin-colored white. It comes from cultural, religious phenomena of whiteness and blackness, of purity and impurity. And whiteness is a colonial culture made by the British. Blackness is made by the Spanish. They were merged and properly expanded upon in Americas. Black people don't have to be post anything because they're the subdued, they're the subjugated. They're in the right. They're not the ones in the wrong. It's white people who have to become post-white and learn away from our oppressive tendencies and learn how to move ourselves forward. So suck your mom. Ghazi is a fucking cunt. Yes, they are. Black Hammer or the Proud Boys are working together. I have lost hope. You probably should. Narratives and 6 brain cells. Bad boy, shut up. What? He's not even white. He's Arab, you fucking racist prick. You Marxist KK. He's Arab. He lives in the Levant. What the fuck are you smoking? What? I really believe Ghazi is a LARPing narcissist. Jim Jones wannabe, compromised by COINTELPRO. It really wouldn't surprise me with how he operates. I am brown, Arab Muslim, living under constant fear for my life. But go on. Ghazi gets accused of being CIA, but this white boy third worldist is MI6. Oh, he's got me, guys. He's got me. My MI6 credentials are out. But now, because I can't fucking claim shit like that in this country, no, I am not fucking MI6. Fucking hell, man. Like, genuinely, do you think I'd be fucking living like a shithead with my sink rotting away, with my tap fucking destroyed, like, fucking absolute wreckhead yard if I had the paycheck that come with being a fucking asset? But no, I genuinely tell everyone I'm MI6, MI5. I even work with the CIA. Me and Hillary Clinton actually have each other's phone numbers. We speak Mondays, Tuesdays, Fridays, and Sundays. Very interesting conversations. Hillary Clinton has acknowledged that Caleb is a very big threat to our order, and that's why I'm dealing with him right now. And we're doing all we can to make sure that Caleb doesn't threat the neoliberal libertarianism of Hillary Clinton's fascist order, even though she's a corporatist and has nothing to do with libertarianism. But go on, Caleb, sure. Go tell me how I'm a white colonizer while my people are fighting imperialism and colonialism. Right on, brother, right on, brother. And literally, like, European colonialism smacked on your doorstep with Israel. I don't think Ghazi is CIA. I think he's handled by the FBI. I mean, what's the fucking difference? Throw it either way. Bread for butter. It's one's the CIA control the FBI. Except when the FBI gets fucking cucked so much that they want to make themselves feel like they still have power, because fascist institutions for you. They don't like being under other institutions. Proud Boys oppose liberal fascism and cultural Marxism. Oh, wow. Well, I mean, fucking, you are aware that the Proud Boys are fascists, and liberal fascism is an oxymoron. Like, liberalism and fascism are two different things. Liberalism is class-conscious capital society of the bourgeoisie. Fascism is when the capitalist society is organized by the class consciousness of the labor aristocracy. Like, genuinely, suck your mom. I've seen this word Afro-socialism thrown around, and it's full of shit. Like, there's the All African the All African People's Socialist Party. Sorry, not All African People's Socialist Party. That's the wrong one. The All African People's Revolutionary Party. The AAPRP. That party started by Kwame Ture, Kwame Nkrumah. Kwame Ture and Nkrumah Ture. Is absolutely where the standpoint of the socialist movement for Pan-Africanism functions. And that's what it is: Pan-Africanism, Republican society, and socialist movement. There's no, like, they don't call it Afro-socialism. That's some distinct way of embroidering and making yourself a distinct characterization separate from the Pan-African movement, so you can do what all fascist organizations do and gimmick revolutionary struggle for your own means. You support white supremacists. What are you to turn around to me and tell me that you support the struggle of African people when you support an organization that supported a guy who outright went to shoot people who were supporting Black Lives Matter? The Proud Boys stood against Black Lives Matter. Fucking Kyle Rittenhouse, who was supported by the Proud Boys and a supporter of the Proud Boys, went out and murdered protesters because they supported Black Lives Matter protests. Motherfucker was anti-black as could fucking be, and they dive to support him, and you support them. So what's this? Your alliance with the Proud Boys are all full of shit. Yeah, we should have an Islamic Republic of Europe. Hell yeah, let's go for it. Great replacement. They literally hate your black ass. They do. The Black Panther Party would cry seeing you idiots. They would cry in tears of laughter. The original Black Panthers have nothing to do with Ghazi and Black Hammer, lol. Yeah, I know. They never would. They'd never want anything to do with this fucking pork chop nationalist bullshit. The Lumpen Third Worldist Ghazi could faith heal you if you cough up your reparations. Uh, I I literally next to fucking homeless. If I had reparations to pay, I'd be paying them. I'm a poor motherfucker. I like I say, I'm in the lumpen proletariat, motherfucker. Don't have any money. If I had money to support the fucking struggle of African revolutionary struggles, I'd be fucking doing it. This clown conveniently ignores that it's a troll. Indeed, but he makes it easy for me to pawn Black Hammer, so he's doing me favors here, so he might want to just stop. So now he has some holy powers, bruh. False idols. Listen to how stupid this guy is. I am indeed the big stupid. Thank you. You've owned me. Tell all your friends. I can tell a troll or a fed, my guess. Might be. Holy shit. Yes, sometimes feces is of the holy caliber. That does happen. Probably thinks, same as Costello, is a colonizer too. He probably does. He probably does. He probably does. I mean, what's it? Because everyone who tries to support the colonized is colonizers. I mean, this is the next thing you know, he's gonna turn around and call Hamad Jabri a fucking colonizer. Like, come on, come out, do it, emo pandas. Speak out against like people like Abdul Nasser and Hamad Jabri. Go on, speak out against them. Speak out against literally bastions of freedom around the world, around the third world. You guys are the real third worldists. Go on, show how much you're the real third worldists. Go on, talk shit about some of the greatest leaders of history. Abdel Nasser, Hamad Jabri, fucking the first Assad. Can't remember his fucking first name. I'm not gonna butcher it. Trying to remember it, just to save trouble for my fucking comrades of the Arabic tendency. You sure all are MI6. Every single one of us. Yes. When I joined MRN, there was a form I had to tick, and if I didn't tick the box that said MI6, there was no other boxes on it. It was just MI6, CIA, FBI on a plain piece of paper. If I didn't tick any of them, if I ticked the non box and I wasn't a part of any of those cool ass organizations, I wouldn't be in my position. And because I'm in MI6, obviously, you know, because I'm in the most evil of them all, because as we all know, British Empire being the mother country of these empires, it is the most evil. That is a sincere statement. It is the most evil. But the rest of this isn't sincere now. Being in MI6, that's why I'm the line holder, because obviously, you know, I gotta have to hold the most power over the narrative if I'm MI6. Come on, we've always controlled the narrative. We control everything. We are Big Brother. We are everything. I have your soul in my hands. But you call me a fed. Maybe you are, maybe you're not. I don't know. Suck your mom. Narrative. You've said that already. White people aren't lumpen. No, you. You're just making shut up, clown fucker. English, please? What? Oh, making shit up. I see. Spell check did you a disservice there, mate. But what am I making up specifically? Please help me out, yeah. I'm in the US, not the UK, and yes, you're a fed or troll. White people are bourgeois by nature. This is embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for you. I'm embarrassed for you, mate. Talking about a white American colonizer TV. Who are you even talking about? I will give you Caleb is smart, so if you were somehow right on Caleb being a Nazi, he would be a Nazi deliberately. Yes, which means he wouldn't be a Nazi, obviously. You do know that deliberation doesn't mean you're going to show yourself. It would be, if he's smart, which he is. Caleb is very, very intelligent. He's very likely going to organize things in a way where he's not going to be as apparently a Nazi as the average Nazi supporter. The guy on stream is embarrassing. So you and your mom's embarrassing. Black hammer equals infra black. Black red guard is a race traitor. Black red. What do you mean? Black red guard is fucking what? He's as fucking. He's as anti-white as it comes, you moron. You literally support the Proud Boys. How are you? You're projecting. You're the motherfucking race traitor. What the fuck are you on about? Why is that? I wasn't talking trash to anyone in chat. Cope. Black God. Did you delete the one where you said that like my image is also Eldridge Cleaver? Because I hope that's like you having the realization that I don't disrespect Eldridge Cleaver's background. Oh, actually, I know why it is. I know why you've done it. Because you want to change your ante and start now being critical of them because they've showed support. Yeah, those things did happen. And apparently he straightened himself out. And I'm willing to believe that, considering it didn't happen again, as far as I'm aware. He also went downhill. There was a peak of time where Eldridge Cleaver was a fucking legend, and then he went downhill. Way things go. Nice stutter, white boy. Thank you. Sometimes people have stutters. Welcome to the real world. How long have you been stuck on the internet where you think people don't have stutters? It's cute. Yeah, Eldridge is in your YouTube. Like, oh, that's the one. Oh, sorry, Hollis. I subscribed something to you that wasn't you. That my bad. Is this comment that I saw that I was thinking of? Eldridge is in your YouTube icon, you cracker. Yeah, because I have respect for Eldridge Cleaver, you moron. And he didn't form the Black Liberation Army, you fool. He was one of the founding members of the Black Liberation Army. Are you stupid? They literally they split off while Eldridge Cleaver was still trying to argue in the Black Panther Party with Hugh P. Newton. He might not be the guy who fucking started it solely individually, but you are aware one man theory is a fucking fallacy. You are aware of that. One man doesn't turn the tide of history and never has. Caleb is smart, but did YouTube delete your comment? As it does that. We should put soft emo panda 2 on a timeout. Is he a fed and a troll? You know what? Like you're a Lumpen Celtic comrade. I followed the line the Lumpen pushes. I just block him. There we go. Now there's just no more of him. He's gone. Doesn't even need to be timeout. I mean, what's it? Yeah. I pose the idea that gender is a social structure. Well, I mean, it is. You're getting gender mixed up with biological sex, so you're wrong. Like, quite obviously wrong. You know, I will be that sassy guy about it because it's obvious that it's a social structure because it didn't exist for anyone before. No one talked about gender. I mean, sex existed, sexualized organization and other stuff like that existed, but gender is a structure that we created to compound class society and organize people for class society to prepare them for the type of positions that they're going to be in within society. But I like the fact that even though you disagree with that, you can still see the illogic to these behaviors. You are aware that transgender people, just like all people of different sexualities, there are bi, gay, and straight transgender. Well, I guess straight is a nefarious term, but straight in the transgender sense is in that they're heterosexual, but not cis. These things exist. Like, this is not uncommon. Like, do I have to start like going through my friends lists and getting out my trans male and trans female friends and having to encroach on their traumas just to tell you the simplest thing, the most simplest fact of trans people, that they quite literally enjoy the satisfactions of relationships in the same way that we all do. If anything, they probably enjoy them better because they're not they're not scared of being turned into transgender or homosexuals all the time. Like, seriously, fucking grow up, Caleb Enjoyer. You fucking numpty. That's Doug Furula. For the real, ignore this troll. Let the narcissist not get no attention. To be honest, this gender thing is like, and watch the meltdown, lol. I love you, but like, nah fam, you ain't getting through on me. You say that, but I've actually had you turn around and agree. You're just reverting back on reactionary principles, so you can suck your mom on that one. I will stand well and true on that ground, because literally the historical evidence trumps everyone. Gender as a social construct didn't exist until fucking we started enslaving women and turning them into fucking birthers for the slave society, so we could create a working class of, well, not even a working class, sorry, a slave class. The original working class, the OG, the one from the start, and we cranked that shit out. Lol, no, not transphobia. Lol, just clowning. Your messiah. How does that even sound remotely transphobic? Now you're back on timeout. I have wanted to be a woman for nearly a decade. This is how I know it is a disorder. I'll never be one of those people that transition. Man, if you want to be one, fucking hell, man, you're denying yourself. If that's how you felt, if that's part of your thing and you're stuck in those two worlds, maybe you need to speak with someone who's trans to open yourself up to them things, because it is a torment to be stuck in the position of gender dysphoria. And if you decide that you want to keep being a man, keep being a man, but it's not a disorder to want to be a woman. Like, and want to be a woman, you wording it in this way where it's a decision. It's not a disorder for your brain to be organized in a fashion where you are thinking like women do. That is a part of your development that has occurred, that has created that infraction on you. Social structures within society has encouraged that way to operate and behave. To sit there and torment yourself instead of just embracing the fact that that's how you operate, that's torture. And you know what? You might come to embrace it and find out you're not, you don't want to go all the way being a woman. You want to be non-binary. You just don't identify with both sides, and you're more in the middle. Like, it happens. Maybe you're all the way. You don't know, but you can't just turn around, and because it's terrifying, and I understand it is terrifying, and take the easy path of submitting to the abuse that you're given, submitting to the fact that they're gonna stomp on you at every means to embrace yourself like this, and submitting to the propaganda they put over yourself. Engage with someone who is trans and let them teach you how it is to think. And you don't have to agree with them. Fuck me, they could teach you ideas, and you could turn around at the end of it and be like, no, I don't agree with it, and still embrace the way who you are. Who you are is who you are. But if you've had the feeling that you think and operate like a woman, man, you shouldn't fucking repress that. That ain't gonna get you anywhere, man. Then keep your mouth shut and quit trying to work against people who might want to transition. Fucking fascist shit ass. Absolutely, Logan. You put it in a much harsher way than I did, but absolutely 110% correct, or 911% correct, as I like to say, because 9/11 lol. Irish people are allied with Black Hammer. What? No, they're not. That's a lie. Ghazi made at least one nasty comment about Irish people that I've seen. Irish and black leftists despise them. This is surreal. It is surreal. Uh, then get therapy. XY chromosome. Oh, why am I favoriting that? What? Block user. Caleb Maupin. Enjoy a funny story when some women are born women's have wombs male parts at all, but they have XY. It is genetic science. Apparently, some little girls become young boys when hitting puberty in this one island due to genetics. Well, it's not due to genetics, actually. Oh, wait. Oh, no, you're right about something that happened. Okay, apparently, some due to genetics. So the XY chromosome isn't seriously a good argument. I am trying to help you here, Caleb. Enjoy a, well, trying to sleep. Death to Israel. I mean, yeah, no, here's the thing. So, like, if we're to define gender by that shit, the XY chromosome stuff, um, so the if we're to go by this, already there's four main genders, because what about hermaphrodites? You know, people who are born with both sexual organs. What about people who are born with defunct sexual organs? What, you know, like, how can you measure like things off the chromosomes or off the sexual organs? If, like has been said here, there's been people who have changed like biologically and genderly, and because of the XY chromosomes, and then people are also born with both sexual organs. So it is very much dispersed and diverse. And then obviously we also have trauma and infractions like that that also encroach on people's development, which, a lot of trauma from the way society is very toxic masculine, it can create these divulsions. There's many infractions in society that from a very young age instill this development into people that creates them to develop in a way where they are truly in themselves, not the gender that they feel that their brain is operating at, that they feel that they are, and then they find grace and embracing themselves and other stuff. And there's some middle grounds in between that too. Like, what's it? It's a funky ride, because it's become more of a spectrum because of this. Um, you see any weird links? Report it as spam. Yep. Reject reject whiteness and embrace pan-Europeanism. Exactly. Um, Skinhead reject Europe, and Celtmas reject Europe, embrace the Great Replacement. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, replace the Great Replacement. We got it. We got it. This time next year, Britain's gonna be a Muslim country, and that's gonna be a good thing. Let's go, baby. Start breeding, everyone. I don't know how it's gonna work, because it takes 9 months to have a kid. So I don't know how we're gonna have like 7 generations worth of people in 2 years or a year. But we will figure out some mad black magic to do it. That's obviously how it all works. Black magic. Islamic Europe by 2026. Hell yeah. Respect, brother. But boy, we should talk sometime, and much love for the family and Prophet Muhammad. We need to get you onto Skype, Lump Celt Antifa, so we can get you into ease of contact with the old Netarino and Badar boy, but with an I, because it's funnier when you write it that way. Peace and blessings on them. Wait, are you the bass guy who made a series of clips talking about this? Oh yeah, shit. So you mentioned, yeah, love for the family of Prophet Muhammad and Imam and Ali and Imam Hussein, Hassan and Imam Hussein. Comrade Mike showed them to me. Yes. Oh, I missed Joaquim say hello. I butchered it, but I tried the Spanish J thing. God bless you, but just a correction. Imam Ali Mahdi is the hidden Imam, while Prophet Isa is Jesus. Thank you, brother. Every land is Kabbalah, every day is Ashura. The second coming of Jesus is simultaneously the return of Al Mahdi. Thank you for the correction, brother. Ask Lumpen Third World this for my contact info. No man but Ali and no sword but Zulfikar. Oh sorry. No man but Ali and no sword but Zulfikar. I will once I am up. I do go to sleep. If I do go to sleep, would love to talk to you. Same, yeah. I wanted to actually when you guys made the stream reacting to Trav, but it was like 6 a.m. lol. Kind of like it's like 5 a.m. now. I pick great times, don't I? You can check some of my positions if you watch the Palestine NASA streams on the Lumpen Third Worldist channel. But boy, I remember you commenting, gave a shout. I remember you commenting, gave a shout out to you. I'll listen to them tonight. Nation, Bad Boy, Celtic Nation, Arab Nation, Unity and Solidarity, my friend and brother. Oh yeah, I'm loving the solidarity in the chat. Ireland is third world, no law. Aryan is Indo-Iranian. Soft emo panda is deleting his comments now. Lol. Actually, that might have been me banning him. Because I when I blocked him, it deleted everything. Aryan comment. The emo panda said Arab, not long is Aryan nation. Oh lol, sorry, I thought you were talking about to me. Nah, fam. Yeah, and yes, I agree with you. Aryan is Indo-Iranian, of course it is. Don't the name Iran mean Aryan? I think a long time ago it was Iranian, Aryan. They are very similar. Is it like the Nazbol flag, Nazi flag thing, where they're kind of similar, but they're just a bit different, stylizations and all that. It's unfortunate that we didn't have like a voice changer at our disposal or anything like that, or that we could disguise as CPI guy, because he could explain it and better and make a longer explanation as to why these things were problems, because he's actually got the experience of being a member as the CPI. One second. Okay. But yeah, Lumpen Celt, you need to get the old Skype on the go, lad. I missed a call while I was streaming. There's one. I opened my chat and I just got yesterday 2:57. There is no ground on principles. He's taking place because I say w instead of r when I say an r, because It's red rocket, yellow rocket sort of. It's a problem with northern dialect. Well, not specifically northern dialect stuff. But basically, people from northern English have this impediment that is we don't know where it comes from, but it happens. Okay. I need to go for a piss. I'll be right back. I want to make some tea. I fucking sent it you in your messenger, you fucking shithead. What do you mean? What? I sent you the link. Why haven't you joined?
Am I in?
Yeah, I literally pressed send on the same link again. Send it to my messenger. It's where I sent it.
Well, all right. So, first things first, hello, people. Um, second things second, I believe, Comrade Mike, you need to change the name of the stream considering the guest you've been aiming to have over.
Ah,
It,
yes. It's not talking with, is it?
yeah, did not show up, unfortunately. Um, quite the unfortunate predicament. It is. So I'm here to, well, it's always nice to have me here.
It is always nice. makes use of the time. It won't let me save the changes to the stream. You fucking made your way in now, did you? Fucking eight. I'm making tea. I'll be right back. Wouldn't be an Angloid stream, MI6 covert operations if we didn't all have tea.
I'm on KVD actually.
Then I'm Syrian Mukhabarat.
How's it going, brother?
It's going. It's 5:10 a.m. Everybody is asleep. Probably the neighbors will end up shooting me one day, but so is life.
Yeah, it's 10:10 p.m. here. I'm in the Eastern U.S. time zone.
Ah, I see.
Same time as New York City time.
I see. New York. Ah, we did a number on New York back in the day.
I'm actually in Northeast Ohio, but it's still close to New York.
Yeah, it's close to New York in the same way that France is close to Spain.
Well, upstate New York is like, let me think. There's 2 counties between my county and upstate New York.
Okay, that makes it sound a lot closer.
So I'm I'm not gonna say the county I'm in, but yeah, I'll give too much away. But yeah, I'm close to upstate New York, maybe a couple hours, about 2-hour car drive away. Yeah, if I want to talk to you, brother, it's good to talk to you.
Same here, brother.
I mean, that's really the thing to consider with America, though. Like, that shows the real oppressive function of the society is that America encompasses larger than a continent worth of mass as one Anglo-Saxon nation. Now, they might not call it Anglo-Saxon anymore, and I'm sure so many of those goddamn Maupin social patriots, they would goddamn come and get me on that one. They'd be like, no, it's not Anglo-Saxon, it's multicultural, even though they constantly call multiculturalism like a Jewish conspiracy, so I don't know why they're using that now. They might not say but no,
Sorry,
but the
go
thing
ahead.
is that before 1940, America was well, actually, I'd say the 30s was when it started to change, but it was so Roosevelt as he brought in the change of multiculturalism. The way America used to identify itself was as a Anglo-Saxon nation, virulently. Actually, many generals of the U.S. military didn't like the change of calling it a multicultural society of all these different groups. They were very adamant on it being an Anglo-spherical nation run by the Anglo-Saxon man. Yeah, if you go far back enough to the early American period, the late 1700s, early 1800s, I mean, the early U.S. period, you'll actually find that people who weren't Anglo-Saxon were not seen as white enough. You weren't seen as a member of the proper white community. This was
black.
before that you could change designation like you could in later 1800s on to nowadays whiteness, where you can change your social strata. It was very much fixed. There was scales of how white you were, and Hitler actually brought a lot of that back with the Aryanism of what he calls being Aryan, which is actually just Nordism. So yeah.
Speaking about Maupin and Haas, I want to say something about Haas. So it's such a coincidence, actually. Me and Haas, we have some things in common. We're both Lebanese. We're both Shiites. Although I don't know if Haas considers himself to be a Shiite Muslim, but he is from that background, as I have understood from a lot of his fans arguing with me about one thing or the other. And we're both law students, funny enough. 2 Lebanese Shiite Muslims and law students. Now, I like look, okay. See, to be fair, I'm a person that likes to be fair to people. So, to be fair, I don't know the guy. I haven't talked to the guy. I haven't really, I haven't even watched his streams all that much. I don't know all his political alignments. I don't know his political positions. I'm not going to talk about his politics because, to be fair,
Is that bad? You
don't.
don't
I
even
haven't,
need to.
done my research about the guy's political leanings, so I can actually make an argument from it. But from one low student to another, I saw some of his shenanigans, going around. The guy is literally a walking meme. And from one low, and as a low student, a future low man of law, be it a lawyer or a judge or whatever, you are required to have, a level of self-respect and respect to others. To be respectful to the highest degree, because that is your job. It's part of the job. It's part of who you become. It's part of
But
who you
you
are
see,
right
do you know
now.
what the difference is, though, here is from American law school and being in an imperialist nation, because I feel the biggest two differences would be American culture and the fact that he comes from, he's in the colonized nation, you're in the colonized nation, that he is taught to lie, seethe, and steal. I actually use this to point out to people that while he can be a bonehead, knuckle dragging moron at times, he's an intelligent geezer, and a lot of that is by design and being a bonehead, knuckle dragging moron because he knows it will detract people away from his thoughts. He's using American lawyer tactics of lie, gimmick, and moronize yourself out there. He goes out of his way in, so he bastardizes Muslim culture by trying to use that as his wield and shield, and has created this new pseudo fucking religious shite out of it where they worship
It
the
is
sun.
saddening, yes, to see him call the Ottoman Empire socialist. Dude, they oppressed Lebanese Shiite Muslims. They oppressed your
But
own
but you could
people,
see it as
the
well because
Ottomans.
you could see it as well because you saw in yourself that like your position had bred like shithead ideas. So it's like your experience being in the third world that must be what creates the detraction. You've managed to see struggle and suffering, and I mean, you have the fear of literally being bombed over your shoulders. It's pushed you in a different direction to him, who is the
It's actually pretty
exemplary as
fun.
someone who's been a spoilt little gimp who's never had to work a day in his life.
Whenever I hear a plane in the night, after midnight, I like my heart skips a beat, and it's a little bit hard considering I can hear planes going off the airport over here, so I can never know, is it commercial or is it the IDF or is it a spy plane? Hmm. But I'm not here going to talk about
Well, I
my
mean,
past because I've talked about that.
before you move on, I'd like to add a point onto that plane thing. Here's the thing. No, Israel does it near enough every day. They launch planes in the fucking sky to do drills because that's a way of creating fear, and not just amongst the Palestinian people, but also amongst their own population to entice racism. But so here's the thing. Over here, we do shit tons of military jet tests. Now, let me give you a perspective of how different this really is to how we perceive this. He's at a point where any plane, military or not, will cause a sense of fear. We literally look up and we spend moments figuring whether it's a military plane in the sky or not, and then it's, oh, that's pretty neat. I wonder what plane it is. Like, we're not terrified. It's just planes up in the sky around the thing. I mean, I, as a communist and someone who ponders a lot about World War III being a very large possibility, would like to consider that they're obviously doing training for some at X, Y, and Z, but it doesn't terrify me in the same way that it terrifies someone who, World War III or not, they could get bombed tomorrow.
I mean, okay, so funny story. Back in 2006, some collaborators within Lebanon would go onto buildings and paint over them in a mark, phosphoric. I don't know what's like a neon paint to point the IDF in the right direction where to bomb. And apparently, some of the collaborators confused our building, our civilian building, with some very important position to be attacked. So they painted it over. And our neighbor saw that back in 2006 and said, huh, that wasn't here before, and painted it over with white paint. The building wasn't bombed, so that's a funny story. But back to Haz. From one low student to another, I think he should definitely try to rebrand himself, at least give himself some self respect, Stop, his dressing as Conan the Barbarian and shouting in people's faces. That's like I will not say that's it's not a way a human being would communicate with another human being. Let's be honest.
Unless they're
Let's be honest.
Anglos. I mean, we do that a lot. We're barbarians.
No, I'm not going to saying anybody is a barbarian. I mean, I
Oh,
don't
I
like
just
to
wanted to
be,
make a fun joke. One that would happy the Hazoids.
I don't like when people think of me as a barbarian. So of course I will not tell people they are barbarians, but there's a level of self-respect that Haas lacks, and he tries to compensate over it by being aggressive, and
But
that
do you know what
aggression
it
really
is?
doesn't get people anywhere.
No, do you know what it is? Actually, I'd argue it's this weird thing where it's this arrogance anymore, like how you present yourself to others, like because in regard that does somewhat come on to collective respect. It's the collective respect that's the sort of the big issue. They don't care enough for people to matter whether they show enough respect for themselves to other people, because so long as they look after themselves and keep themselves neat, they don't care. They're making in the money and they're living up life because of it, and that's all that matters to them.
Honestly, like that 3 hole, 2 hole, female
That
anatomy,
was
sorry,
great. That was.
anatomy. Yeah, that weird clip that I saw. I mean, he shouldn't have been in that position in the first place, man. Like, have some self-respect. Shouldn't
He
have been in that.
decided to stream himself going on it. Like he literally put himself in the fire with his own chat anyway. And funnily enough, they all supported him still for it. It's like the guy was harassing this bird. Like she messed with him because he was trying to harass and act like he was some fucking big fucking Chad, and not quite.
Now, I'm not one to go into personal details, too much personal details about myself, but from what I've seen, Haas got no game,
He
and
got
it's
no
not like
game. He doesn't
No, he
know where the
doesn't.
holes
He
are.
doesn't.
he it's you know
He's
I've
still
been getting
trying to
some luck
defend that fucking
recently, but
immortal two-hole theory, you know.
I keep my relationship with the ladies platonic one.
He keeps it
You know,
strictly Islamic. That doesn't mean he strictly dates Islamic people. It just means he's very respectful to women.
no, don't objectify them, and it's really what I oppose sometimes in this Western culture thingy.
Well, I mean, actually, in our media, we try and constantly put it on like Islamic invaders that you guys are the problem. Like, there's like Taken, for example, the people who are trafficking women are Islamic, and it's like, okay, literally the sex trafficking rings of the world are ran between Anglo empires of Britain and America and the fucking Israeli Mossad. Like, seriously. They couldn't be
Yes, but
further away from the Muslim people. They abscond mistreatment of women. There are several fucking texts in the fucking Muslim fucking religious fucking writings that would have you
don't say
fucking
fucking, please don't.
beaten senseless for disrespecting women like that.
Yep.
Women are regarded as the fucking most important fucking element to humanity's existence, which, considering they are literally the cradle for which we are born, yes, they are the most important people. They hold up more than half the sky. Mao didn't say enough. Women hold up more than half the sky. I don't see fucking, I don't see the fucking blokes of the world birthing kids and bearing that responsibility and stress. You ain't got shit on them when it comes to that. That's a struggle that
I
they
believe
go
so,
through to
yes.
continue our existence, our very ridiculous existence.
My own
And
personal experience with female role models in my life, I've seen strong women in my life that have really. Hold on a second.
I mean, to be
Shadow
fair as
Relay
well,
Welsh
like from what you've
Empires.
described to me of your mom, she's a very like hands-on, do-it-yourself, don't give a fuck Chad type.
Yeah,
Like,
God bless my mother. It's the call
hell
for
yeah.
prayer right now. 5 minutes, I'll go pray in 5 minutes, then come back.
Oh, that's
Um,
no stress, brother.
but because our friend the Lumpen Celt Antifa, brother, don't you have like a short name or a nickname we can call you with? You know,
just call me Lumpen-Maoist.
no, Lumpen Celt. You had something to say, and I interrupted you accidentally.
Oh, no,
My
you're
fault.
fine. No, you're fine. I was going to say too that Mary, the mother of Isa, Jesus, is mentioned more in the Quran than the Bible, and there's a surah named after her too.
That is true. Yes, that is true.
Mary's very honored in the Quran. Very honored.
Our Lady Mary, yes.
Yep.
Maryam al-Adra, Virgin Mary,
Yep.
of course.
It was thinking about it, and it's like Islam, like basically turns around and like it's like, whoa, Christianity, like 100 years into your development, you guys didn't stick on the path of continuing on from Judaism, and you got corrupted by the Romans. Let me just stop you here, return this to a more Semitic religion, and bring this back forward to the line that was supposed to be being praised. But not only bring it back to that line, we're going to advance on it. So, you know, like the concept of human beings or one life being worth many, we're going to expand on that. We're going to make it so principled as a part of our religion. We're going to have like 3 different holidays a year to make sure that people are fed, looked after, housed, and fucking kept well after. Like it's genuinely them turning around and going, Christianity says it loves everyone, but it doesn't love everyone enough.
Honestly, let me give you a couple examples of what Islam gave women when it first came. You know, I'm not going to discuss current groups, you know, current culturally conservative groups that have nothing to do with what Islam is, because Islam,
Well, you know what's
unfortunately,
even funny is that they're
was
culturally
corrupted.
conservative by our perspective, because technically that isn't the conservative culture of Islam, because Islam was more progressive towards women in its past.
Yes, of course. Because unfortunately, some currents in Islam have diverged from the correct line. Some was corrupted. Some to a point. So you see the Wahhabis. The Wahhabis. Can you even call them Muslims?
No, I
You know.
wouldn't.
I call them wasabi because they're not even worth me to like recognizing them.
So examples of women's getting some rights under Islam. You know, back in the day, in the Bedouin life in the Arabian Gulf, in the Arabian desert. Uh, I'm talking centuries ago, before Islam. The tribal nature of life there prompted that uh, tribes and Bedouins would be fighting over resources, you know, food, water, because they were limited. And when a tribe would lose in a battle, you know, the women, the children would be taken as hostages, you know, taken as prisoners. And honor was and still to this day is tied to the woman. So if someone insults a woman, you know, someone insults a woman, it's like he's insulting her father, he's insulting her husband, her brother. It's that mentality, and it still sticks to this day. Therefore, Arab tribes back then wanted to have the exact right amount number of women in the tribe, no more, no less. So whenever a new girl is born into the tribe, sometimes she'd get buried alive. So when Islam came, Islam stopped this tradition. We called stopped a lot of actions and traditions in the age of Jahiliyyah. You know, the age of ignorance before Islam came and enlightened
And I
people.
mean, Islam, women in power during the Islamic era, even during its corrupt eras, not later, I mean, like, you know, when the Ottoman Empire started to drift itself away from the old school Shiite line, like, you see the treatment of women originally was that they had the same amount of power politically as men did. And when they were a part
And
of the
financially.
rulership, they could literally start wars, order the economy, make massive changes to infrastructure. They could do anything. And they wouldn't be in trouble. They wouldn't have some man coming over and telling them that they've done something wrong and beat them senseless. No, it's even if they disagree, that woman had all the right to make that decision. And if that man tried to stand against it, he would be fucking bastardized by the Sultan for trying to disregard the rights of that member of society. Like, it's the Islam, literally, this is one of the things I tell people as to why it's so truly socialistic, what their culture tried to envision. They looked at one of the things as one of the beginning points of class society that's moving from primitive socialism to the initial starts of class society is the seizing of women as a resource, and these like cultural justifications as to why they're using them. But it's birth rates is the main drive for it. I mean, a drop in water, a drop in food, birth rate will drop. Well, not so much birth rate, but survivability rate of birth. The
They have a message,
the
actually.
Arab response to it, whilst class society couldn't be obliterated, especially because of the betrayals to it, was to essentially envision tribal socialistic like culture where they were to like, okay, well, rather than objectifying people further, we should make women not objects and actually have them as people in society, which makes the Arab world massively distinct from the European world, which went down the other path.
Michael, Michael, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Isn't Marxism isn't freedom in Marxism based on economic freedom rather than individual freedom? Right? Or,
Yes.
yes or no?
Yes.
Well,
Yes.
the way that we say it is individual freedom is tied to economic freedom, but yeah, no, economic freedom would be like
Okay.
where things are tied to.
And I've seen, unfortunately, a lot of leftists or a lot of currents in the left wing of politics that, doesn't really like our religion. But here's the thing. Before Islam, women didn't really have, their own money, their own pocket, didn't own anything to their own. They were always linked to their husbands or their fathers. When Islam came, it gave, I don't know how to translate it in English. It's a dhimma al-maliyya. It's like, um, it's synonymous with one person, what he owns from rights and what he has debts.
So they gave
I
them, they
don't know
made
how
them
to translate.
citizens, they made them actual people, like
So
they
basically,
could
yeah.
bank, they
So
could cleric, they could work in proper society.
a woman under Islam, when Islam came, it gave the woman the right to have her money. So basically, she has her money. Her husband can't take from her money without her permission. Neither her father, neither her brother, neither nobody. She has her own money. If she's given money, it's her own. It's nobody's. And isn't that liberating women from being tied economically to men, to
Yeah,
their parents, to their
making
husbands?
liberations that we didn't manage to make until I mean, women being able to properly own them. Because I mean, this the thing is that a lot of the more modern influences on women are actually a lot more recent than people might think. And as much as sexism is a good 200,000 years old, easy. We see like the main influence from capitalist society has gotten worse over time to a degree, like we see this with the spread into the Muslim world. Like I would argue that the degeneration of the modern day that we see with these other right wing groups and groups pretending to be Muslim but actually are Saudi Arabian terror organizations.
You
They
bastardized women
they
in
are
the West to a point.
following the Western line on women oppression, on female oppression, and spreading it into the Middle East, and then claiming that was the historical way. It wasn't the historical way, but over in Europe, we degenerated further down a line of taking away their rights to own and old stuff. I mean, like feudal peasants of female gender had were able to function easier in society in earlier feudalism than they were in later feudalism. Like later feudalism didn't give them more benefits, it gave them higher restrictions. And then when capitalism came, women were massively restricted to be utilized as birth machines, essentially, to create a workforce.
And
Um,
till this day, I see the way the West has treated women. It has bastardized them in two ways. The first way is by repressing them, turning them into nothing but a breeding stock. Nothing but their place in the kitchen, to have no real say in any matters. Unfortunately, some women also believe that, and believe because of the second line of this degeneracy in the West, that believe that it is the correct reaction to the second line that I'm going to talk about. The second line of degeneracy is believing that sexualizing women and promoting it is liberation for women. Well, it's not further from the truth. Let me tell you a story. Actually, one of the girls that I know, a friend of mine, she's Lebanese. She's supporting of the SSMP, the Syrian Social Nationalist Party. And a dear friend of mine. Haven't really talked to her in a while, unfortunately. Hopefully, we talk soon. We were discussing women's rights, and she told me, "Did you know that there was an island nation, and I forgot its name, unfortunately, and I can't go back to read the chats right now because they were deleted." She was banned from Discord for spamming in Israeli servers. Electronic jihad. And well, She told me about this one island nation where they didn't have TVs. They didn't have TVs, and everybody was happy. But when they introduced the television, and people were starting to watch advertisement, as you know, in the world of advertising, sex sells. Oh wait, where did he go?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, well, I'm going to finish the point.
I'm listening.
So, as you know, people, in the world of advertisement, sex sells. So, because of the way women are portrayed on the TV, in these shows, in these movies, in advertisements, it created this mental image to the women of that island that they are worthless to a point. It made them see themselves as less from what they were. It made body dysmorphia, um, eating disorders spread within these women, mental illnesses. You know, it's as you can see, this Western degeneracy has really been trying to sell us, sell us the idea that sexualizing women is liberating them, and this is how a woman should be like.
They want to sell you like two different things because they want to sell you that you guys like they want to sell you the idea that you guys have always been like restrictively oppressive to women and don't let them be free of
Exactly,
themselves. But then they also want to advertise that it's freeing for one to be a sex slave. Like I
exactly.
support
It
sex workers, I support
precisely,
them on all their struggles, but they're not sex workers because they want to be. Trust me, if they had the freedom to be anything more than that, they would be. They're sex workers because they have to be. Fuck me, sure, you could find the odd person out there that enjoys their job, but they're just saying it to themselves, or they're aristocratic enough that they're actually just exploiting the sex industry from safety. I'm sorry, a labor aristocrat living in a high tower on OnlyFans is not the same as the fucking friends that I have who are like prostitutes on the street who get raped by rich people all the time because they are the biggest purchasers of prostitutes.
a lot of them are victims of human trafficking. A lot of them don't have their papers, their passports, their birth certificates, even. They don't, they don't have those. Those were confiscated by the so-called pimps. Um, they are unfortunately, they also. I've heard a story back in school talking about doctors and ethical practices of medicine, about a case where a doctor, in my country, I believe, yes, in Lebanon, where a doctor, and in Lebanon, abortion is outlawed, who did secret abortions for women, a lot of abortions. He would have had his medical license revoked if it wasn't for the fact that all his clients were prostitutes who were knocked up and were dying and would have died if they didn't have the abortion, for one, because their bodies couldn't handle being pregnant for one reason or the other. They also have health issues. Uh, it's not right. It's not right glorifying it, selling it as what is good for women. This quote unquote sex work. It's exploitation. It's degeneracy. It's glorifying torture for women, and it's not okay. It is not okay. It is not okay for us to teach a new generation of young girls that it is okay to sell yourself. I'm not talking right now from a standard of conservative values or religious values. It is, the right thing to do is to not to teach them otherwise, to tell them, on the other hand, you are your own person, you are your own human, you are more than
That's
your
the way that
body.
they want you to look at it. It's individualized, it's systemic. The system won't go away from teaching people to not be prostitutes. The system will go away from taking the necessities that create people to do that. Because the rich are the ones who create this need. They want that market because they want to. There's more than just sex. There's an actual power play in it of fucking someone who is poor, like quite literally fucking them. but
Disgusting.
prostitution is kept up by
See
this
that.
market. So if you're poor and you got tits and fanny and you're in danger because you're not as strong and you're not as well armed as everyone else around you, you're gonna sell yourself. Mind you,
Okay.
an even more endangered group, trans people, are the highest group for being taken into prostitution, and most prostitutes are slaves, not there by choice.
Can I add something?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I had 2 ex-girlfriends who were Lumpen. And like you said, not by choice, but due to poverty and addiction issues, they passed away. They're no longer alive now, fortunately. But
Oh, rest in peace. Heart out.
yeah,
To
thank you. But they had to, prostitute themselves. They didn't enjoy it. They didn't glamorize it. They told me some horror stories that made me cry. Like a lot of fucked up shit happened to them.
Yeah.
And even the
it always
police,
brings
even the
tears to my
police are
eyes when these
corrupt.
things.
They told me how the police would pull them over. And oh yeah, if you do this for us, we're not gonna arrest you. Like it's fucked up.
It is. It is. This is why. This is why the way I think
Absolutely right.
a country or a society, I'd like to talk on a social level because the state on its own. I don't think just a cabinet or a president just saying or passing a law is enough to help these women or help these people, individuals that are
The
suffering.
thing is with reforms is they will always be undone. They're designed in that way because it's reform. It's just a slight change. We need to completely uproot the existing power, because if let's say if we were to just put someone into power to take those organs of power, they would be manipulating organs of power that can't benefit the people. They're not designed to benefit the people.
Yes, this is why we must appeal on a societal level to mobilize society against these social issues. For example, when we want to mobilize society against prostitution, we first and foremost provide safety for
Yep.
prostitutes,
I
build
agree.
shelters for the homeless, for the
We need
poor.
to shelter prostitutes from criminal justice, because that's the issue. Like, police go and brutalize prostitutes,
Yep.
and they will compensate the pimps that own the prostitutes at the same time. I mean, it was like when they arrest illegal drug selling units, when illegal shops sell psychedelics and stuff. They'll arrest the workers there, and then they will leave the fucking businessman unarrested and let him start up a new business elsewhere. It's all about the repeat industry of how these things are organized. But the way I'd look at it, so with prostitution, you want to deal with prostitution, you got to organize the prostitutes. Like, if so, society would be best organized when you first organize under society, the underground. The underground will bring the floor up and will raise hell. It will bring especially when we're looking from the first world angle, it will bring the third world into the first world. But in the third world angle, it'll make sure it reminds those that are in the upper sectors of the third world that they're in the third world. Because I feel those that are subject to brain drain and those that are trying to appease to the Anglosphere in their own nation, whether they intend to leave or intend to exploit their own nation based off those developments,
Unfortunately,
they
I've met
completely
these
detach
thugs in my
themselves from
country.
the country they're in. They forget that they're even in it. They act like they act like they're in Israel or the UK or America.
Ain't that the truth? It's really heartbreaking when one of my classmates last year told me, I'm thinking about leaving the country. I told her why, and she said it's a country for the political parties, it's not for us people. And I told her I'm not leaving. I had opportunities. Listen, I had opportunities actually. I could have went to Canada, to my uncles. Could have went there, studied there. I have another uncle in France. I could have went there, studied there. There were plans, going to Switzerland maybe, going here, going there. You know, they were like legit ideas, not just some like. If we had built upon them, I could have been in some European country, in some university out there, speaking French like a.
Ponce. Stop you from saying something that you won't want to say on stream. Kim. A ponce.
whatever it is. I
Just means a posh cunt because they all speak like posh fuckers.
But each time my family would bring up the idea, I would shoot it down. I'd shoot it down. They'd ask me why. And okay, and it's not. I'm not now boasting about myself. I'm just talking about the level of thought that I have. It's that who am I leaving this country for? Am I leaving it for the fucking fascists who shoot at protesters and call it self-defense? Who literally would set up sniper nests? And I've talked about that before on
Yeah.
our stream with Dark Slovenia about anti-fascism. I've talked about the crimes of the fascists in Lebanon during the civil war and very recently by ambushing protesters protesting against politicizing the judiciary system.
Yeah.
It's am I leaving? Who am I leaving this country for? Am I leaving it for the oligarchs to rule? They have like just three more good years before they, slip and fall or something.
Create a civil war.
Am I leaving it for the fascists? Am I leaving it for the liberals who don't even love this country, who just want to leave? Who am I leaving this country for? Am I leaving it for the IDF to come and roll over us? Am I leaving it for the refugees? Because let me tell you, they do want us to leave it for the refugees. Back in the Civil War days, the West brought ships to take the Christians out of Lebanon, turn them into diasporas, give them, citizenships in Canada, the United States, France, Germany, the UK, so they can actually so they can turn Lebanon into a Palestine, so that Israel can keep Palestine for itself. Of course, the plan failed, thankfully, because the Christians were like, we want to kick the Palestinians out, not have them replace us. Um, of course, when I say Christians, I'm talking about the Christian right wing militias and leaderships. I'm not talking about
Yeah, the
all the
Maronite
Christians in
right
Lebanon.
wing.
I need to make myself very clear here. It's a very delicate matter to talk about.
Yeah, unfortunately, because of many, many, many years of infight. I mean, like, it's sort of one of the things where these right wing Christians are acting more like Romanic Christians than their fucking Oriental counterparts that they're
It
supposed
it
to be a
is
part of the same order of.
it is sad. It is sad. Um, it is sad, and it is sad how you see there's also a level of difference in. I will not go into this right now. This deserves an
I
entire
mean, you
discussion of
know
its
what?
own.
Like, just the thing to take in though is that like you're a part of the Assyrian land as where you're at. So here's the thing: Assyria, as it was back in the day, that was the second place to turn Christian. Like second place for Christianity to take off. Ethiopia was the first. Like so for these Maronite right wingers to go against Christianity, they've completely like against the Oriental Christian Church, sorry, and to behave like European Catholics. They've completely stabbed the entire movement of Christianity in the back. They stabbed the Assyrian people in the back, and they've stabbed the Abrahamic faith in the back,
I mean,
just like the
uh,
Romans did 2,000 years ago.
this Christian nationalism and this Lebanese nationalism that the Maronites is in Lebanon is mostly Maronite. That many other Christians don't really associate themselves with it. Like this SSMP girl I've talked about, the very great person to talk to, very incredible human being. She's actually Protestant.
One of the few good ones.
Exactly. She's actually
Sorry,
Protestant.
I have to.
But like 100 years ago, her family, I believe, was Orthodox before the American, missionaries came into Lebanon. In any case, she's very proud of her Arab and Syrian roots.
Oh,
And I
praise.
asked her, it's weird because, you Protestants in Lebanon did have one president under French rule, and he was very, very nationalistic to the Christians. And she said, well, yes, but, it always has appeared to be a Maronite thing, so I don't really associate myself with it.
Say
Um,
that, but then I like point to where Protestantism comes from, which is England and Netherlands, and it's like, oh, these guys are also nationalistic. Ooh,
she is a Syrian nationalist. So
but that's not a
she's
problem. It's third world nationalism. That's not an
yes,
issue.
yes,
But
yes. I'm not. I'm
Christian
saying. I'm
nationalism is
responding to you
scary.
saying Protestantism is from England. I'm saying it doesn't matter. She's not
Well,
defined by where her religion comes.
well, I mean, well, Protestantism is definitive because Protestantism is a capitalist religion. Like, it's not a religion that existed before capitalism. Uh, so literally at the point of trying to change from feudalistic order of society to capitalist order of society, because the Catholic Church kept dragging its heels. Half of Europe was like, well, we don't like this, so they formed this thing called Protestant Catholic or Protestant, and that's all it is. Genuinely, the movement makes no sense anymore because the Catholic Church updated to Protestantism. So, like, is it even a protest movement anymore? Are they different than the Catholics? Are
It
they the
doesn't. It
same? Are the
doesn't matter.
Catholics
Yeah,
now Protestants? Like,
same here. Uh,
uh,
what's funny? She's very anti-Protestantism in the West. She calls them, to
oh,
be
that's good.
non-believers. She once actually helped me get some very good Protestant sources against Zionism to send them to one of my friends. One of my friends in the United States is a Protestant, and that
Yeah,
friend
there's a lot of them
is
in
torn.
America.
That friend is torn between, the worldview that my friend has been told by the parents, the congregation, and all of that, about us being evil monsters, murderers, about Israel being the right moral superiority. And then there's me, the friend, who's telling my friend that actually we are the ones getting killed, we are the oppressed, we are the good guys in this scenario. So, she really helped me get, get this view to my friend, get our view to my friend. So I'm also thankful for her for that. But in any case,
All right.
um,
No, I love Syrian nationalists, like especially like the true Syrian nationalists, where they're not just simping for anything that's going on in Syria. They're like, and
yes,
they're not just simping over Arabic Syria. They're like, no, Syria isn't a Syrian land of multiculturalism that has a predominant Arabic population that is within the nation, bringing it all together. That love for bringing Palestine back, because this is another thing that can stand against the rise of Turkish influence in the region now, because Turkey is going to try and wheedle its way into the Israel debate over Palestine. I guarantee
Syrian
it.
social nationalism is a very fascinating thing. It's not Nazism, just to make it clear. It's not National Socialism. The founder of the SSMP, Anton Saadi, was actually on the hit list for Hitler.
Yes,
He was under constant threats of assassinations by the Nazis because he
people
discredited Nazism and discredited Nazi eugenics.
people seem to forget that there was an actual socialist movement in the fucking Middle East all throughout the 1900s, like and what I mean from like 19 from the noughties of the 1900s all the way up to the 40s, 50s. And
Yeah.
it still existed post that, because you had the Nasrist movement rise up and everything, but of course we also saw a lot of them be put down by British and French imperialism and American imperialism post World War Two
You know,
and post
and
World War One.
and Syrian nationalism actually predates National Socialism by centuries. The SSMP is Syrian nationalism, but its most recent rendition. And one
Well,
of the
actually,
most
as well, so the
prominent
thing to state is
theorists,
that they formed off the logic of social democrats. Like, so socialists used to call themselves social democrats because of them being against monarchy. So the social nationalism is actually in the Syrian order is like actually from the 1800 period and 1700 period of being a social democrat. They're social nationalists because their main struggle is of a socialist one and a nationalist liberational one. The reason we stopped doing the social nationalist, social democrat stuff was because of fascists adopting this stuff. But people only notice the national socialist one. They don't notice that social democrat was also adopted specifically by fascists, not by this left wing, almost fascist thing like everyone likes to think it is.
Okay, but what's funny, and what you and he's gone.
I'm listening to you.
Oh no, because it's something directed about Protestantism.
Oh, okay.
Uh, but but yeah, I actually intend to discuss Syrian social nationalism on a wider scale in another stream meant for it. But the thing is that Syrian social nationalism, in its modern form, its recent, in its rendition in the 1930s, today it's more leftist. But back in the 30s, and 40s, it was anti-communist, honestly. Um, but it was this weird mix of preserving values but being progressive, being progressive on a lot of issues, however also preserving our own values and not being European in a sense, not becoming
Yeah.
European, denouncing fascism as a Eurocentric ideology, denouncing Nazism as stupidity that has nothing to do with science, um, praising, saying that Syria, in a way, also Syrian nationalism prompts Arab nationalism. Since Antonio Saada did believe in the five nation theory, I believe that there's the Arab homeland. Like it's how I am describing it. I think he described it exactly like that. But in a nutshell, the Arab world is divided into several nations. There's the Syrian nation, the Arab, the Gulf nation, the Maghreb nation, from Libya to Morocco,
Yeah.
and Mauritania, Algeria, Tunisia, and you've got Egypt and Sudan, I believe, as their own thing. You know, so he advocated I believe he advocated for unity of these Arab nations with an S and cooperation to the fullest between them. So Syria would be cooperating with the Maghreb Union and so on and so forth. Um, which isn't really against Arab nationalism because if you think about it, it's more like unitary countries within a federal union because it does make some sense. Like it
Yeah.
makes some sense for example, the Republic of Lebanon occupied Palestine after it's liberated, the Syrian Arab Republic, the Iraqi Republic, uh, to, for example, and Jordan to unite under one unitary state. But that unitary state would, and for example, the what's now known as Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, Oman, and Yemen would unite into one singular unitary entity. And for example, this Syrian entity and this, uh, peninsula entity, unitary states, would unite in a federation. I mean, it makes some sense. If we're going to talk about full cooperation between Arab nations, might as well just say federation. And what's the difference between this and the United Arab Republic? I mean, it's unitary states within an Arab federation, so
Oh, yeah, true.
it doesn't really seem. Oh, hey, Zidane, the Bangladeshi. It's always based when I'm around, I guess. But yeah, Syrian social nationalism is very interesting.
Baraboy is here, based. He is. He is here.
Hey, I'm
I
not
have
leaving.
tea.
I'm gonna have a cigarette, take my mask off. So I'm gonna turn my camera the other way, but I'm still here.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's actually got
So,
plus
Mike,
one
Comrade
on.
Mike.
He's lying to us.
So, here's the thing, Comrade Mike. Did you know that one of the main theorists of Syrian nationalism, way before Anton Saadi, was a Protestant Christian?
That's interesting.
Our Protestants are better than your Protestants. Fight me.
Oh, they are. They are. They're like Southern Irish Protestant Republican Socialists. Yes, they exist.
Basically.
This is not me making some up. They are a real thing, I promise. But it's the thing that really communicates some of what I was getting on earlier. Yeah, no, it starts off as a stifling against like the oppressive order of this society, and then commodification turns it into a very ugly thing, a very ugly and oppressive thing, and it starts to oppress on cultures around the world and encroach this idea that it didn't even that the original movement didn't even portray, but the commodified version of it is all that will stand because the labor aristocracy likes things that they can purchase. They don't like things that aren't the profit making things. They like the things that they can buy. I never get this with labor aristocracy. Love to buy things. I mean, like, so many of them are like really anti-piracy, yet they rob money off people left, right, and center. Like,
Who said I'm
I always hear
anti-piracy?
problems of labor aristocrat communists robbing orgs and leaving them, like literally like taking money to do stuff and then leaving.
True.
Like that Keaton Mansfield, sorry, who works with Caleb.
You know, it is unfortunate.
Unfortunate to be called Manspread. It's not his real name, but I'm gonna keep calling him that.
Okay, so just on the side of joking. Okay, so I noticed something today. I noticed something today that the people that on my channel I make very diverse content. So the people that would come to watch one certain aspect of the thing I put out on YouTube would probably not like the other aspect of the content that I put out on YouTube. So the people coming to watch horror games will not be really fond of
Political horror games. I'm
oh no, that's just living in the Middle East. It's a political horror game.
fucking
I don't really touch
rust.
deeply on politics a lot on my channel though. Though I do get
I would
sometimes
say
away
that
with.
you might not go into discussion on it, but the videos you do that do statementize yourself very politically on the Arab nationalist side of things.
Oh yes, I do. I do like to make a state. I believe on the 50th anniversary of Abdel Nasser's murder. I believe he was murdered, and I did tell you why. I did
Yep,
tell you why.
I agree with you
Oh no, I
fully, and it's a strong
haven't.
idea.
Actually, haven't said that on stream. I don't remember saying that on stream. We'll have to talk
Um,
about that some other time. Um,
we
because
went
I'm
into it
crushing the part.
slightly. We went into it slightly. I can't remember if it was the first Abdul Nasser one or the follow-up stream, but I don't think it was a main discussion point. It was more
No,
of
no, no. I said it
we
as a
were we were
passing
more
point.
we were more focused on the death of of the takeover of Sadat than we were of the death of Nasser.
Yes, yes.
It was mentioned, just not described. I know words fight me.
Yeah, yeah. I remember saying it angrily saying he was murdered, and that I'm going to talk about it on a later stream. I remember,
Yeah.
and
It's always getting to doing those later streams. It was mad because when we went from doing the Palestine one to the Nasser one, got that done quite quick. Then again, I have been irresponsible with my health, so it's probably my fault. It's likely it is my fault, but I'm gonna keep using maybe
you
sounding
should be
words
more
so it can at
responsible.
least make it ambiguous that it's my fault.
You should be more responsible about your health.
Yeah, but I take on other people's responsibilities, so I have to be irresponsible with my health.
But how can you take on other people's responsibilities if your health deteriorates?
Hey man, I got lacerated muscles and gastrointestinal damage, and I lived in the woods with my mate for a week. I think I'll be all right.
Oh, I hope so. Um,
No, you are right. And every time I deal with a fucking Muslim comrade, they always fucking give me a pep talk on it. Like, even people I don't know, like, I've just met them and we have a conversation about religion and stuff. We eventually get on somehow about that. We get on struggle and other parts like that. And I eventually get, like, a pep talk on, like, yo, chill, dude. Look after yourself. It's like, but not in that like it's that sense of calmness, of someone just saying chill, dude. Because I don't know how you guys stay so fucking calm and gestalt about things, but it's always in like the most
Because we
loving
stay.
and cultural ways where they'll always have a descriptive fashion for how they're going to explain it. Either they'll explain it on a pure human rights level of just do fucking right, but or they'll get into like I've had cultural historical like discussions as well where I've been related to cultural history. Either way, it always enlightens me. And fuck me, if I didn't have if I didn't have interactions like that with people, which I must add to all the selfish dickheads in the world you only get by embracing selflessness, I wouldn't be able to continue on with selflessness because I wouldn't have the willingness to look after myself as much as I do. Like it's those embracements where I get told to stop because I'm fucking focusing too much on other people's shit and not my own. That helps me reinvigorate myself and push myself forward because I get more value in myself. The value of myself is sort of one of the starting points as to why I value people so much more than myself. So I always like to make sure that I'm on the bottom end of the tree. Like if I'm to be risen up, I shouldn't be risen up in my faith for myself and my faith to look after myself unless I'm also rising people up already to feel good in their self. Otherwise, I'm rising myself up while other people are in misery. I should be rising myself up on the fact that I am working against the misery of other people.
I do think that so you can keep helping people, you need to take care of yourself. Like no matter what you're trying to get at, I'm just telling you, man.
Oh, I need to be told. That's what I'm saying. Like it's a beautiful part of that needing to be told and that being told because you know what? If you tell people about doing shit like this and committing to people like that, what you get from white folk is either disbelief or they tell you to stop being a charity. What I always love
I
when I
mean,
deal with
honestly,
Islamic
honestly,
comrades
I've
is
heard
the
that.
way that they're like it is they're like, what you're doing is good. Keep doing that, but sort yourself out too. And that makes so much more sense. It's actually thinking of, whoa, you're doing something that's important, but you're not doing it as efficiently as you could, and you could do it even more efficiently
If you
if
take
you
care
took
of
some care
yourself.
of yourself. Exactly. So I do try my best to. I mean, fuck me. I mean, I struggle with managing my own home because of my disabilities. It can get quite messy here. I've been better at keeping it to some level of maintenance since I've had the support of others around me while I've been engaging in this process of trying to fucking commit to the struggle than I have when I've been on my own. And I've not had another person coming around doing everything for fucking help me. Like, I fucking I avoid that. I get people offering. Well, I get a person offering, my mom, but I don't fucking. I can't have other people do my things for me, so I just foster and melt. But then when I have other people inspiring me to do shit, I maintain myself better. So there isn't rubbish all over my floors. They're actually fairly clean, other than the fact that they need hoovering. But vacuum cleaners, I know how to use them. Don't judge me. But the nada like it comes into sort of the brevity of inspiration, and I find the inspiration I get from those people who take into consideration that it is a part of my principles and my love for human beings that I commit to people's struggles, that they're not going to be able to talk to me in any way to look after myself unless they can show credence to the fact that uh, I am attached to the struggles of the people around me, and I see it as abhorrent to ignore those struggles. I'd also argue that without my disability, I probably wouldn't be so clairvoyant on that point.
Same.
I see that experience drive so many people closer to understanding the colonized.
Yep.
Like
I
Yep.
mean, all I needed was a suicide bombing at the corner of my street to bust me out of my la la land and into the horrors of reality. Damn, I was like 11 maybe.
Jesus
Eh,
Christ.
can turn back time. Um, but on a less serious note, you said, how can we say it so in a very chill way? Well, we saved the very angry shouting to saying death to America, you know.
Like, that's the thing, is that you guys shout at people who deserve it.
Uh,
I like that. I like righteous shouting. It's like not shouting just because shouting is something that could be done, but shouting because shouting has become the necessary medium of exchange. But also, Islam, out of any religion, I'd say Judaism is the only one that comes close, or is on the same level. Reciprocity, like it's a must for engaging. Like first world, especially because of the way we've used Wahhabism in Saudi Arabia, to pervade this idea of like Islamic people being like abhorrently unreasonable, very shouty, barbaric, and sword wielding fucking. That was us. Do I must explain to people why Parliament is 2.5 swords wide between the two benches? Do I have to tell people why it's 2.5 swords wide and not just 2 or 1 sword wide?
Holy shit! What's that? Fuck!
Literally,
Fuck!
people
Fuck!
used
Fuck!
to
Fuck! Fuck!
fucking.
Fuck! 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 Fuck!
Oh, he's
What
being attacked by an insect.
the fuck?
So they used to have to prevent sword fighting in Parliament
Who the
because
fuck is
people used to.
shooting at 6:10 a.m. for fuck's sake?
Oh shit!
Oh shit! It's back on! It's back on! It's back on! It's back on!
Fucking the. So hope it's just people fucking having a criminal gunfight and it's
Yeah.
gonna end.
Welcome to the Middle East. Holy fuck! Fuck! Yeah, that ain't right. That ain't right. 6:10 a.m. If it's these two fucking families up the road, someone's going to fire an RPG. I can feel it. If these two families fighting each other again. One time I was chilling in bed, 1:08 a.m. exactly. Then some fucking idiot fires an RPG and holy fucking shit. Another
Are
time
you
I
on
was
about the time
chilling
you messaged
studying
me
for
where
my
you said you'd heard
midterms.
something like that?
I was studying for my midterms, and then and fuel prices are high, so some people were angry at it and shot at the gas station,
Yes, because that's gonna
and
make
it
fuel
blew up.
cheaper.
And it's around my neighborhood, so I saw
I like.
something flash yellow, and then
Here's the thing. France, fuel prices go high. The yellow vests go stand in the street for a bit. I love the fact that in Lebanon, which shows that they're like, regardless of them likely having bad politics, I guarantee likely having bad politics from how you describe them. But I'm just presuming. I'm just making sure my presuming is as middle ground and clairvoyant as possible. It does show that there is potential to organize people. That there is a mindset of struggle when the response in Lebanon to fuel prices is motherfuckers, grabs rifle and goes and fucking guns them up. Like that's problematic, unorganized. But if someone with the right words, the right
go
mouth, the right
figure.
reason can organize those people, Jesus
You
Christ, you
know,
guys would be the fucking
back in
most revolutionary
2019.
country on the fucking earth.
Okay, I need to say this part, and then I need to sign off. I need to pray and go to sleep because
No
this
stress,
is an
man.
unhealthy time to be up at night or in the morning. It's about to be sunrise, but back in 2019, when the quote unquote revolution or whatever was taking place, people were protesting. There was a real drive. There was a real drive at first for a true change. Uh, but then, like when a week had passed, I started seeing people using this movement, fascists, anti-resistance people, like people shouting, Hezbollah is a terrorist organization in some areas and some others. So which ruined the entire movement because people were starting to clash. Like, no, we're here protesting for food. Why are you talking about the weapon of the resistance? Why are you talking about Hezbollah? It's not the time for this. We must protest about something else. And people started, dissipating, and then counter protests, more like people with batons start beating shit out of others in the name of their political leaders. And every single day, I'd say I'd be hoping for the representatives of the labor unions to form like a united front to lead these protests, to organize them. But wouldn't you know it? The labor unions are in the pockets of the politicians. There was no organization. The fascists, the liberals, they were riding the wave. The Phalange Party changed its fucking name to the Social Democratic Lebanese Phalange Party. The fucking fascists of the Civil War became Social Democrats.
Wow.
Social Democrat was co-opted by fascists. Originally, the original co-option happened during the attempted revolution of the Spartacus League in 1917 in Germany.
See? There was no organization. We don't have any real organization against change. And, yes, yes, like people be like, yes, we hate the government. Yes, we hate the system. Yes, we hate. But if you say anything about their political leader, yeah, no, we're defending the republic we're defending our political party to our death.
It's
And,
what it is. It's people
it's been
taking the
very great.
radical revolutionary fervor and turning it into dedication to something wrong. Like, fascists know how to turn like the most revolutionary of people into the most evil of people.
I'm
That's why people like
honestly,
Mussolini targeted the Lumpen for his movement. He literally did food programs, like food parcel programs to get people enticed with his movement.
um, yes, the thing is that I'm very grateful for being born into a family that isn't aligned with any political party, in a
A
sense
family
that
that even if they disagree with your politics, they will actually just jest at you like that you're gonna get yourself in shit. They won't stop you from believing it. Like that's blessed. That is. I got kicked out for being a communist.
I mean, my father tells me I'm too much radical for my own good,
Your
and my
father
mother
knows how to have a
basically
laugh
just
with it. That's what I like with your
shrugs.
father. You could tell that in his youth he probably liked your views.
My
Like, because he
father in
sounds like
his
that
youth
kind of
was
guy. He's like,
studying medicine in Romania after the Romanian Revolution. After Ceausescu was shot.
oh, that's a fucking bad time to be in Romania.
Woo-hoo-hoo. One of my dad's friends, I've been talking to him when I went to work, when I went to my dad's work for a while, waiting for university to start. I've been talking to one of the doctors there. He's telling me he's seen it all. He's been there when Ceausescu was. He saw Ceausescu getting shot. Then Iliescu came. Then Iliescu was booted. He saw them all come and go. I'm like, which one was better? And he said, all were worse than each other.
Yeah, Ceausescu was bad, and everyone else who came after him was even worse.
Ceausescu,
He started okay. So here's the thing with Ceausescu. He started off all right, like not great, not special or anything. He was a sellout to social imperialism of the Soviet Union, so he wasn't like a shining example of a communist. But he wasn't a bad leader. Like he wasn't bad to his people initially. Like, but he
I see him as a
when you
Zionist.
start your political line of selling out to imperialism, whether it's social imperialism or not, what's your next path of development but to sell your people out to Western imperialism?
I see him as a Zionist. He was the only leader in the Eastern Bloc that still had relations with Israel, and
I didn't
suspiciously
know
the only
that.
leader in the
Yep.
Eastern Bloc to be shot. But here's the idea: he had a hand in the Egyptian-Israeli peace treaty. You see,
Oh shit!
he had a
Oh,
Yeah,
hand.
know that.
you've made me have to swallow my words. Fuck. Jesus
So you
Christ! I
see,
can't uphold someone who did that.
Moshe Dayan, the Israeli defense minister, went to, and people call him one of the architects for the victory of the Six Days War or whatever. He went to Romania on a state visit, then came back. And then Anwar Sadat went to Romania on a state visit and then came back. And in the last meeting between Anwar Sadat and Hafiz al-Assad, the father of Bashar al-Assad, they were meeting in Damascus, in the Damascus International Airport,
Can't believe I
in a
forgot his
room, in
name
a
was
special
Hafez
room.
earlier.
They were talking, and Anwar Sadat was telling Hafiz, Ceausescu, I met with Ceausescu, and he told me that the Israelis, from what he understood from the Israelis, that that they want this, they want that, and they want truly peace between us. They will they will return the land, they will give Palestinians their rights. They want peace, they want to end the war. And Hafez al-Assad is like in disbelief. He's telling him, like, dude, is this what they actually told Ceausescu? And Sadat say, no, but this is what Ceausescu understood from them. And he told him, listen to me. He
That
told
sounds
him,
like
Anwar,
Sadat.
listen to
Fucking
me,
hell.
listen to me. You're making a mistake. We entered this war together. We entered the negotiations together. Let's keep on together. Do not betray me. Do not go and start making peace deals with Israel. We're in this together, huh? And, whatever Ceausescu says, they're trying to play you. They're trying to play you. Be careful. And he told them, don't worry, I'll
Well,
be
we know
careful. I'll
now
be
that
careful.
actually Sadat was completely in on it, and he knew that
Oh, he was in on it.
whether
He was in on it. And
and it
just to
doesn't
let
matter
you know,
whether fucking Ceausescu was aware. He would have known Ceausescu aware or not was playing the same game. Like, so bread and butter there, isn't it?
yes, exactly. And not only it was Ceausescu that was the link between Egypt and Israel, but there was also the Shah of Iran,
Yep.
Reza Shah Pahlavi. He went like, or he had an envoy. I forgot about the details, but he had a relation, a word with the king of Morocco. And then one of the Egyptian advisors went to Morocco, took that word, and came back to Sadat. And before all of that, the Israelis visited the Shah of Iran to deliver him a word. He delivered it to the king of Morocco, and the king of Morocco sent it to Sadat.
No,
And the
I
same thing
wonder.
happened with Ceausescu. Ceausescu delivering the word from the Israelis to Sadat. And then Sadat went to fucking Jerusalem. He flew a plane to Jerusalem. He said, I will go to them and make peace. I will go to, like, why go to Jerusalem? Why not Tel Aviv? Why recognize Jerusalem as their
Yeah,
land? He was in on it.
absolutely.
So you see, this is why I don't respect
Here's the
Ceausescu.
thing though. Was it for A, which I don't think it's this one, Romania alone benefit, and he's just operating on Romania's opportunism, or is it B? Is he actually a way for the Eastern Bloc,
Yep.
Soviet social imperialism to have a foothold in these imperial projects to help pull them over to its capital, London? Because if the Soviet Union was to directly interact with Israel or Morocco or something like that, it would distinctively show itself to be betraying its anti-colonialist principles that it's upholding as a way to
Actually,
fractalize its support across
I
Africa.
don't think so.
And
Honestly, I don't think the Soviets were in on it on this one, because the
oh no,
Soviets had the most to lose out of it. And I've had a course on international relations last year as part of one of my optional courses. I picked international relations. And, whichever way you split, whichever school of thought you're going with, um, no country would act against its own benefits.
so but that's what I'm saying. It's not against its benefits. No, it would always be the benefit for Romania. What I'm saying is it's either solely Romania, which wouldn't make sense. It could be, but it wouldn't. It just seems a bit weirdly ambitious. Not saying impossible. What I'm getting at is because Soviet social imperialism was the way from 1957. Like that's when Khrushchev took over. That's when everything got manipulated. By the time of 65, the
Yes,
Soviet
but,
Union had changed its platform. So it has a lot to win from this because it doesn't need to be an ally of Israel in any relationship with this
but
that
it
could still
lost. It
benefit
lost a
off the.
lot from
No, no,
this. It
listen,
lost a
listen,
lot,
but listen, because
actually.
because if they built the proper relationship, just being an ally with alone someone you could even go for a nation that doesn't even have good relations with the Soviet Union, like Yugoslavia. But so long as they're a part of Comecon or they're a part of the trade unit, that's all they need. It's all they care about. They're a colonial power now. They just need to be on that big bulky trade unit, sell them military equipment that they're producing massive surplus of and selling for profit. So I don't know.
No, I don't know.
It's
Honestly,
likely
this
one or the
deserves an
other.
entire
Either way,
discussion on
there's
its own and research
the
to
only reason that
take
this
out
would come
this.
would be because of imperialist relationships.
But no, I don't think so because the Soviets did back us up after that point because Egypt was a reliable ally for the Soviet Union, and they lost it. They lost Egypt. So it would not make sense
You're
to
missing an
further
imperialist
American
rule. Is the
control over Egypt.
uh, one imperialist rule is to back as many sides as possible. That's why the British both backed Arab nationalists, Arab socialists,
And
and
the
their own
Wahhabis.
forces against the Ottomans.
And they backed the Wahhabis at the same time.
I'm on about
Um,
during the war against the Ottoman Empire.
well, one last thing to say before I have to sign off, like, final thing to say is that, about Ceausescu, I don't really, I don't really have a respect for him.
To be honest, you've made me lose respect for him.
I never liked them.
Oh, well, we're
Never
not as
liked them.
cool as you, obviously.
But yes, so it has been a good discussion, and
It's
we
been
should have
great.
more discussions, be it on stream or without a stream.
Well, I'm gonna get my man on Skype. So what I'll do is when I get him on Skype, I'll add him to the chat that me, you, and Net are in.
And let's talk. Let's talk. Well, have a good night, gentlemen,
You too.
Alright, respect,
and
Allah
Respect.
and,
Salam.
walaikum salam. And
Walaikum
death to America, death to Israel.
Yep. Death to America. Death to Israel.
Wait, I'm gonna say it the way that we've been writing it. Death to America. Death to Israel.
Ah,
Wait,
yeah.
what? Wait,
Night
sorry,
Ceausescu. Oh my God.
Ceausescu. Sorry, before you go, you'll love. Oh, he left. Oh no, he loved this. Look at this. Oh no, what?
Red Freddy and Punk has a comment.
Oh my God, no! It gets worse. How does it get worse?
Hey, Red Freddy and Punk has a comment.
Queen. You up?
Red Freddy and Punk has a comment.
Yeah, I've got it on the screen. That's what I'm.
I didn't know
laughing
that.
at. It's on the screen.
No, he said I didn't know.
I mean, like it should be in front on the because I.
No, I
pressed the
see
button
it.
that- yeah,
I'm saying I didn't know what he said about Ceausescu taking a knighthood from the British Queen.
Yeah.
Yeah, no idea.
I didn't. It gets worse. It gets worse. Red Finium Punk has made it even spookier. So now it's Sir Chescu or whatever. Yes, it's true. It shows how much of a communist Ceausescu was. I'll have you know it's Sir Ceausescu.
Oh, I believe you. I believe you, Red Freddy and Punk. I believe you. I just didn't know that.
I am bamboozled at that one.
But I do agree with you, though, that I do think Soviet social imperialism might have had a hand in that Egypt Israel Camp David agreement. I can see
Yeah,
that. I'll go
there's been a
further. I'll go
few
further.
instances- Oh, go on.
I'm gonna go further. It's speculation, of course. I do think the KGB might have collaborated with the CIA to take Che Guevara out in Bolivia. I could see that. Because Che, towards the end of his life, was moving closer to Mao in China and calling out the Soviets for their bullshit publicly. So I could see the KGB having a hand in Che's death. I definitely could see that.
I mean, he did stand against social imperialism in Cuba. So
Oh, publicly, yeah, publicly he admitted it. It said that.
So what is the thing that doesn't make sense about Che's death that adds up to this? The one thing no one can figure out is how the CIA knew where he was and where they were going to be. And the only people
Exactly.
who are going to know his positions are going to be Cubans and Soviets that aren't literally the communist group that he's working with. Now,
And the
Intel.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say Intel gets leaked a lot in these situations, and it's normally the tool of weapon against them. I mean, like the Cambridge spy ring. No, it wasn't the Soviets that got them caught. It was actually Americans that were in the spy ring that got them caught.
Mhm.
They got caught by a similar thing where One guy hands out all the information of someone and gets them in a position where they're going to be encapsulated and trapped. It's even easier to do this if you've given information out on a grid or organization, because once you start to give them the position to be pinpointed, they can be watched, and then you don't just kill one, you kill many. But he definitely was a thorn in their side and was
Oh yeah.
supporting revolutionary groups to not line up with the Soviet Union's imperialist out ambitions, to only try and side with them on a position of socialist relations.
Oh yeah, he pissed off the Soviets. He publicly said that Mao's China had a better socialist morality and characteristic. And the official Communist Party of Bolivia would not help him. They turned him down, turned their backs on him. The pro-Soviet Communist Party of Bolivia.
Yeah. The thing is, it's kind of, it really, really suck if he fucking lived to see China today. Like,
Oh yeah.
he managed to die before it got bad. Like, he would not. I couldn't imagine the horrible things he'd say about China today. Like, people think that I'm harsh on China and that I criticize China too hard. The Maupin, the Maupin and all them lot.
Mhm.
Well, fucking, as I say, they can suck thou mother.
Oh yeah.
Wait, I didn't do it properly. Sucketh thou'th mother. Apparently, I sound like Vosh doing an interpretation of a British person, which I feel is really offensive to my Yorkshire heritage. Got sidetracked. I mean, you can still join if you want. We're essentially just fucking mucking about at this point.
Remember I was saying earlier how China is the second largest trade partner of the Zionist entity. Sell them drone strike technology that's killed Palestinians. Same with selling drone strike technology to Saudi Arabia that's killing the Houthis. Along with US imperialism, in both cases I just named. I stand up for the Palestinian people and the Houthi people. These fucking Dangites call me a Western fucking chauvinist. It's unreal. It just boggles my mind. The mental gymnastics they
You're a
do.
Western chauvinist for being a pan-Celtist that wants to break up France and Germany and Britain like I do.
Spain.
And Spain. You know, I hate it how people get so like scoffed and astonished about that. It's like, what do you mean? It's how unusual is that? The Frankish, the amount of land that's actually theirs in France is tiny. It's a small portion in the north and not all the way to the north. I hate it when I see these maps where it's drawn and it's like they're like, oh, the Celtic land is just this fringe bit to the side and the what's it the is it Iridanian?
I can't remember.
Their land as well is always diminished, and they always ignore the lands in the north of the French lands. They always just treat it like the Frankish region is just all of northeast France. It's not true. They're actually a center point of France. Their borders don't touch Germanic borders. They're supposed to be. They were surrounded by Celts at one point, but no one acknowledges how the Frankish are actually completely nothing like they were before. I mean, they weren't even originally Latin, but even they all completely ignore their cultural history and background because of what the Romans have done to Europe and what the Normans continued upon Europe, and the Anglo-Saxons and the Frankish and the Spanish and the Germans, because everyone wants to be the new world power of modern Rome.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's touched on it greatly. I call for the breakup of Spain, France, Germany, the UK, England, Canada, the US, Australia, New Zealand, all that. I'm a Western chauvinist. I back the Maoists in the Philippines, Communist Party of the Philippines, and the People's Army. the Naxalites in India, Communist Party of India Maoist, and the People's Liberation Guerrilla Army. Yet China and the U.S. are arming Durate and Modi against them. I'm Western chauvinist.
This is your goddamn yeehaw Merrimut.
No, the mental gymnastics and cognitive dissonance of Dengites just astounds me.
I like the Chinese pronunciation for Deng because it really suits them well. The Dungists. The Deng in Chinese, it's pronounced dung. It's brilliant. Like it's like heavens aligned. Like thank you. My angloidic humor of having to use any form of gimmick that sounds funny from other people's culture as humor because we're very insensitive. I mean not to offend anyone. Like I have no disrespect to the Chinese people. It's just the perfect thing that lines up that they're both shitheads and the word is dung. Hello, mate.
Hello, how are you
Tip
doing?
her the hat to you.
Hey, are you, big man? Hey, are
like
you?
the shirt. GBH. Sick boy.
I've got a. I accidentally left it over the other end of the room. I have a cane now, so I'm just shaping up and dressing as someone with a walking stick around the Midlands would dress.
I did notice the fedora, but I said it's a lot better. It's a lot less pretentious than Caleb.
Oh, I went for a broad black brimmer just to be funny about it.
Yeah, now fair play to you. You look like an 80s goth.
No,
that's
I'll
good.
tell you now. I saw an Irish bloke. I know he's Irish because he had a shamrock on his hat. But not only did he have a shamrock on his hat, but this guy had it was a proper plated silver shamrock on the corner of his hat, and he was wearing a proper broad black brimmer like they wore in the IRA, like proper. I didn't get the chance to approach him. Like the guy was dressed, he was wearing a trench coat and everything. You'd have thought he just fell out of the fucking out of the citizen army. And I'm like,
he
was like 65, 70. Like old geezer, and you could tell that like he'd been through shit because he's just always analyzing everything, and he was very distant and wouldn't want to be involved with anyone. Like I didn't even bother trying to bother him because even if I'm trying to show respect, I'm some gawky geezer with an English accent. It's probably not going to come across very well.
I tell you, once I could have sworn I was. This is about 25 years ago or something. I was in a little town in South Staffordshire, not too far from Lichfield and Nuneaton, called by the name of Tamworth, near where I grew up, and I could have sworn in one of the places in the Anchor side in Tamworth, I could have sworn I saw one of the Birmingham Six, Paddy Hill from the. I never got a chance to say, and I said to my dad, I said I could have sworn I saw Paddy. I nearly walked up to him and I nearly went, "Excuse me, you're not Paddy Hill, are you?" But I thought if it isn't, it's going to be embarrassing. If it is, it's going to be awkward. And like in Egypt,
there's so many different ways that could that's terrifying.
I'm sure it was him. I thought, that's Paddy Hill, I'm sure, but I don't know.
And by the way, it surprised me that they'd be seen around Tamworth, to be honest. I mean, what's it? There was actually a scare from IRA activists in Tamworth. So
I understand. I never knew them when I lived. I mean, I lived in that town and surrounding towns, and I never knew about this at the time. Then again, I was probably on the watch list.
In this area of Staffordshire, like South Staffs is fucking brim-filled. Like same with Warwickshire, where fucking the village that I am in, that ain't too far from this place either. Actually, you've lived in this village too. It's also in it's part of Warwick. There's a village part of Warwickshire. It's not too far from this place, and it's
There's a massive Irish community in Tamworth and in like Nuneaton, Atherstone, all those little areas between, and Coventry as well. And I mean, Birmingham. I think it's a lot of them didn't get on in Birmingham because Birmingham is one of the most racist areas I've ever noticed. It's a massive Black and Asian community there as well. It's a very black city, but it's also incredibly racist. I mean, racism from Overspill in Tamworth in particular, they were terrible.
Is it Blackpool in Birmingham area?
No. Blackpool is more like it's closer to Liverpool. It's in Lancashire.
That's where Ian Stewart was from. Blackpool.
Yeah. Blackpool is it's on the sort of northwest coast. I think it's a bit to the north of Liverpool. So if it's not too far from Liverpool or Manchester, I think it's closer to Liverpool though.
Essex is racist too.
Yeah.
So say that again.
He said Essex.
It's very racist, very fascist.
Essex is terrible. Yeah.
Goddamn E6.
He said it as an American would say it.
This
Essex
goddamn
was-
internet sex industry. Goddamn.
Essex does have, to be fair, I mean, there was an awful misogynistic stereotype about Essex girls in the early 90s. That they were
Oh
kind
yeah,
of like.
that Essex sluts was or
Yeah.
slags. That's
Because
the way
Essex
they
has a terrible stereotype of like petty bourgeois lumpen what's the word, aristocracy types, and it was
basically like there's just like labor aristocracy in Essex that is kind of lumpen. It is a weird way, in a
Yeah.
very weird way. Like so, they're cut off from society and they're very sexually promiscuous. But that stereotype gets put onto like the majority of Essex. Now, mind you, Essex has a lot of fucking rich, poncy, Chelsea-like people. Yes,
Yeah.
definitely.
Yeah.
They're
It's
not
got
the
that-
culture of Essex. There's so many poor people living there. Like they've
Yeah.
got. Whenever you hear people talking about these rundown, shitty, poor neighborhoods in places like Liverpool or Yorkshire and all that,
Yeah.
Essex is fucking loaded with them. They've
Oh,
got
yeah.
slums for days.
Yeah, I mean the poverty in London as well, I think, and in Essex is probably worse than the poverty in. I couldn't say for sure, but I've seen poverty in like Newcastle and in Gateshead and surrounding areas, and Sunderland as well. And I don't know that it's really any worse than it is in Essex. In fact, in some ways, you could say it's possibly more extreme there. I don't know though.
If
I read somewhere.
if Liverpool is the Bronx, if Liverpool is the Detroit of Britain, Essex is the Bronx.
That's probably true. Yeah.
Yeah, I read that Essex had a lot of NF, BNP, and Combat 18 supporters there.
Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, the south of England is always the much more right wing than the north. The north has some extreme right wing trends, but there's a massive buffer against that. You know,
It's funny because of Blairism, though. They now have made this new idea in the last 20 years that the North is actually the right wing ones because we're very opposed to Blairism, which is obviously the left.
Yes, yeah. I mean, there's a kind of strange. I mean, it's like talking to what's his name? Can't remember his name. He was on the Assyrian lad that was on earlier on. I made a comment because he was talking
you're on about BRB.
BRB, yeah. When he's talking about like sex cells and sexuality, the thing is, as I made a comment that you put up on the screen, sexuality initially, the sexual revolution in the 60s in the Western world was originally a break from puritanical Christianity in like North America and Western Europe. But unfortunately, it gets commodified. It gets turned into what we now call pornography. I mean, what is often called pornography could become sexualized art. I've had this conversation with you before. You could have like erotic art, and you could have like sex education, and you could have movies with lots of sex in it with consenting adults, not coerced by fuckers like Harvey Weinstein, but actually doing it because they like to do it. And then that's the kind of normalizing sex. And the more you normalize sex, the less pornography you get, because the porn industry depends on the fact that we're uptight about sex.
I mean, you'll find that the more people learn about it, the more people are willing to be patient with it and not do things that they wouldn't be more willing to do. You'd actually find that sexual promiscuity, which isn't even like exactly has to be 100% the goal of anyone. I mean, it's fine if people want to fuck around, but you'll actually find that would drop, because one of the reasons why a lot of people get addicted to this is because of the way that it's been implemented into society like a drug. Because here's the thing, you find that sex, rampant overuse of sex increases as the poverty increases, and actually those who are over imbued with wealth, they don't have normal sexual relations. Actually, they tend to become quite rapey because their sexual relations become predatorial.
Yeah,
and that's where you get the prostitution industry being a part of it.
Yeah, I mean, there's people I know who do cam work, and they kind of enjoyed it because it was better than their old job. But my problem with them, with what they're talking about, is it's just the money, it's commodification of it. Because I said to a few of them, would you probably do it? Would you do it anyway? They said, yeah, I probably would. I just need the money, so I do it. So I do it for money. But I probably, I said, no. I say to them, I wouldn't stop from doing it because you're doing it by your own choice. What I would stop is the industry, which commodifies you, and it also commodifies women in general. So young women get trafficked. This is why I do think this is an important thing we need to do, because the left has this stereotype of being either the rad libs have a stereotype of being paedophile enablers, and the less liberal version have a stereotype about being puritanical and prudish. And I think that's equally dangerous thing. We need to be against abuse of children, but we also need to be against this puritanical conservatism, because that turns people right off, especially when you're come from a very strict conservative background, as my parents' generation did, you know, in the west of Ireland in the 1930s and 40s. And I think I think these are things that really need to be addressed, but they're not being addressed. You know what I mean? Like when you guys are saying sex work and pornography are bad, it's like what you're talking about is abuse and commodification of women by a bunch of capitalist quasi gangster types, as opposed to women just saying I'm a woman, I like to fucking wank on camera. What's your big deal? And men doing it as well, and good for them, as long as it's them doing it on their own terms and it's not ramming it in people's faces. Do you know what I mean? Pardon the pun. You know, but it's got to be. I think we need to be. It's difficult to call it social liberalism as well, because social liberalism implies some kind of like rad lib crap, and I don't like that one. But I think I don't know. I'm going. Do you know what I mean? I think social progressiveness is often confused with liberalism, and that's a really dangerous thing. And social sort of radical leftism is often conflated with social conservatism, and that's why they call it the horseshoe theory, because sometimes they start acting like the right wing. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, Stalin supposedly disproved it, but it's like, does it kind of? Because I mean, like the Radlibs, for example, they always hide behind like, oh wait, no, it's the libertarians that want to promote this like fucking pedophilic enabling everyone can fuck anyone shit, and it's like, well, you guys are literally preaching the same shit, and you actually have a more powerful political movement. Like, what the fuck are you guys getting at? But I mean, just the thing that's really hard that we are going to all struggle and we are going to have to swallow is that this is an issue that comes obviously with society being able to decide amongst itself and for itself, but we also have a right to self-determination to respect. Some parts of the world may come to the conclusion amongst their people, even when they have socialism, that they don't like homosexuality in their nation. Now, if we're to be rampantly aggressive against that, we're not going to get anywhere. The best thing that we can do is mitigate persecution by at least being like, well, because there's international relations and we have these things, we should at least mediate a level of respect for these people. 1 second, and then you can sure. Mitigate the disrespect against these people and other stuff like that, and allow for a society where at least your understanding of these people's existence and they're not criminalized, prevent criminalization. Because we may be at a point where certain cultures don't want to go there yet. Now, I see it as it's a progression of society, and it will happen eventually, regardless. But that's their choice. Like they have to come to those conclusions. But go on, you had something to say, Kel Antifa?
Okay, I think Doug Snova had a really good line about that, saying how like some third world nations, as he just described, that's for the third world left to struggle with that contradiction.
Yeah,
that's not. It's not for the first world left to come in and say, "Oh no, you're going to do this and you're going to do that." That's for third world leftists in Iran, Syria, India, what have you. It's for them to do the contradiction, not a first world leftist from the UK, the US, Europe to go down there and start doing that.
Oh yeah.
It reminds me of like everybody progressive in Ireland was in favor of repealing the Eighth Amendment, which was like the rights of the unborn child. Only a few supposed leftists. There's a few. He's one of like a Maupinite types, I think, or he's a supposedly Stalinist, but I think I don't know what he is. He's a Irish Republican socialist, but he's also a raging Catholic. And he was on my Facebook contacts at one point before I got rid of him for his vitriolic anti-abortion stance, he seemed to be saying that abortion is Malthusian eugenicism against working class women. There may even be a grain of truth in that, but the way he was talking about it sounded like some tinfoil hat loom. And he's one of those that's like one of these right conservatives, and he would probably rail against anybody outside interfering with the Irish referendum on things like abortion rights and the pro-gay marriage rights, both of which I was in favor of. You know, bringing in like LGBT marriage and getting rid of repealing the eighth in Ireland. You know, but the trouble was a bunch of liberal bloody celebrities were all there going, no, vote for repeal, vote for LGBT, and one of them, fucking Stephen Fry, a man who on the QI program on the BBC, which is a very informative program, but it still gets things wrong despite its pretenses otherwise. He was there. He once did a thing on that program about little men being dictators, and he had a list of these infamous dictators. You guess who they were, the usuals.
Stalin was like the first one he mentioned.
It was Hitler and Mussolini, but Stalin. He even went further. It was Castro as well. And I thought
He also was like, "Oh yeah, Stalin couldn't laugh," and I'm like, "What?"
Yeah.
Literally, not only have I seen
that's
him
what-
laughing bare, Lenin
What-
complained about him being too much of a jokester.
Yeah.
And fucking the guy dressed
I
as
remember-
a pink
yeah.
bunny for his birthday.
Without-
But the coolest thing with his pink bunny suit is it had like the top of his military uniform, like the shoulder straps just on the
all
top
the parodies,
of it.
all the parodies of Stalin are less extreme than reality. But anyway, I'm going off on a tangent again. Stephen Fry was also, I've heard him making. I mean, I don't want to call out and publicly shame the bloke, since he's had some good stances, but he's also as he's getting old, typical of the upper middle class.
His stance on
left.
Catholicism isn't too bad. Like Catholicism has benefited the world to a degree. It's just he ignores the issues of Romanism.
But
That's the problem.
he's also like, I don't know, he started coming out against wokeness, which isn't a bad thing in itself, but I can't help thinking he's doing a John Cleese. He's getting old. And he's getting now he also
these social democrats, they always start off
Yeah.
really good. Like John Cleese had some great positions back in the 70s and the 80s.
he did. But I mean, Stephen Fry also did this thing where he actually did, and his Irish wasn't bad, and I can't remember what he said because my Irish is even worse. And he said something about like, please vote yes for this gay marriage referendum. And I thought, okay, but Mr. Sassenach, don't what. Be a bit more humble and watch what you're saying to Paddy, because an awful lot. There was like Rachel bloody Riley, who's on this for those in the States, in a TV show in the UK called Countdown, and she's one of those that demonized Jeremy Corbyn as an anti-Semite, because turns out she's a raging Zionist, and she's there telling Paddy to vote for LGBT rights. And this is the same kind of pink-washed liberalism, imperialism, where the Brits are telling Paddy to, now listen here, bogwog.
Rachel.
I fucking can't stand her. There's all, you know what I mean? And I can't help thinking, some of these celebrities mean well, but some of them are like, I'm like, yeah, you're a bunch of celebrities. Half of you don't live in Ireland at all, and you're telling these like plebs and Paddy bog trotters to bloody, do the right thing. And it's like, mate, I'm
I
already
prefer the word bimmy instead of pleb. I find it just so quaintly proletarian. Bimmy, B-I-M-M-Y.
Bimmy.
It's bimmy. It's a Midlander word for poorman or pleb.
I don't remember that one.
Yeah, fuck. All right, poor bimmy, lad. Fuck.
You bimmy. We're all you bimmy.
Yeah,
We're all
yeah.
nice.
All these bloody bimmies.
Fucking bimmies. I don't remember bimmy.
And
I
then you've
remember
got biddy. So as well, you've got biddy for old person. So
I know
if you
biddy,
call
aye.
someone a bimmy biddy, they're poor old man.
But but that's my little thing is like, it's up to the Iranians to talk about LGBT rights, not fucking Israelis and the USA and the UK and the EU and all of that.
British tradition. We've got to just go and tell everyone what to do.
Yeah.
Like that's what
I do.
CPGBML thinks. They want to do the communist United Kingdom. And
There's
they
a bit
probably
of
wanna
that.
Keep the monarchy.
There is a bit of that. Like, I do think it's our job to support like gay people who are getting persecuted in Iran, but not as a fucking Trojan horse of the CIA or MI6 or any of those. You know what I mean? It is, yeah, by all
Even
means.
as a Trojan horse of our own ideas, like if they
Yeah,
fail,
yeah.
that's a part of the right to self-determination.
I don't like the social conservatism in the DPRK, but I understand why they resent things like rock music being used to sort of westernize Korea.
Also, like what's it? The DPRK are like they legalized LGBT rights, like they recognize LGBTQ people as people.
Yeah. Yeah, apparently,
they're surprisingly progressive for what everyone thinks, and actually because of how Korean society come in to sort of be when it was in exile, like there was a lot of matriarchal relationships with the DPRK society.
There's a lot of a lot of them. There was there's talk something about the banned K-pop. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, K-pop's god awful anyway. But it's I think
literally just J-pop.
I'm not even sure. Yeah. I mean, it's
really alienated. So Japan and South Korea are two of the most alienated countries in the world.
Yeah, that's a kind of problem. It's like if something, it's like people say, oh, you with your GBH t-shirt, oh, they'd have banned you in the Soviet Union. And I've had a few reactionaries in the former Soviet Union telling me, you're a degenerate and you brought the country down. And I've I've said this to you before, and it's like, well, no,
All your,
I
the
mean, a
Soviet
lot of
Union, it's your fault. All your fault.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I mean, fuck, fuck. My answer is fuck off, mate. The Catholic Church couldn't guilt trip me. You're not going to do it either. You know what I mean? Fuck that. But it's like,
They'll try.
oh, they will.
Through messages on the internet. I had like it's like the geezers out and they're like, oh, debate. Oh, you're a pussy. Oh, you don't debate. It's like, why do I need to debate you? Your ideas aren't even worth arguing. Like they're coming at me and they're like, oh, well, you debate on the Nazbol thing, and I'm like, debate on the Nazbol thing. Okay, here's your debate. Here's the Nazbol flag. Here's the Nazi flag. Nazbol flag.
Yeah, you mean earlier on when you had that, was it? I mean, you had that troll who claimed to be a Black Hammer member. It was and there's the other one. It was the
Do you know
Caleb
what? You
and
might
Boyer.
have been a Black Hammer member. It wouldn't surprise me. Black Hammer's a very racist organization.
Oh yeah,
Racist
tried to
to
say
black
that-
people, I mean, as well. Before people think I'm
Oh, yeah.
for white people, like
he said Irish people support Black Hammer. I'm like, I'm sure. I dare say there might be a few that do, but I bet I can't think of any. Ghazi made a thing about. He started telling the Irish they can't even know. They don't even know where they bury their potatoes. I thought, you don't fucking joke about that. I don't care if you are a new African. You don't fucking joke about the Irish potato famine.
Sick that does.
I mean, it's I don't know. It's like an African person joking about the chattel slavery to an Afro-American
like,
or
literally just going like, what's it? You don't even know what being chained to a bottom of a boat feels like to someone, and it's like fucking. That's what all of you know. Like that's literally one of the biggest cultural phenomena that's passed down to you is that you come from shackle and chain because white people decided to steal you from your homeland when you were living free.
Yeah.
You were living free, and they took you, they dragged you to a place, and they made you a slave, and you're still
Yeah.
a slave today because of it. I mean,
the whole slavery thing's just there's so many layers to it, you know. Before I forget, by the way, I do understand that Ceausescu did receive a knighthood from Queen Lizzie. At least that's what I understood. Apparently, that's true because I remember you were reading my comment earlier on in complete disbelief.
we were so confused we didn't even know how to communicate with each other. My communication mind broke down. I'm like, wait, what?
Apparently, that is true. I don't know where. I think I learned that. I think I learned that about it was in the 80s. He made a state visit. 85, I think it was, and I can't remember what it. Oh yeah, the anti. Oh god, yeah, Chinese and Soviet famines. I'll go on to that in a bit. I think it was in 1985. I remember I was a teenager at the time. He came over, and it was I remember the BBC saying Romania is one of the more independent of the Warsaw Pact countries. I think coming from the BBC, that really means is they're more liable to sell out to Western imperialism. That's what it usually means.
No, that's even more interesting. Here's the thing. Britain until like 1976, 77 kept trying to like wing it and expand its influence independently from the US. So France offered, they were like, okay, we should probably unite Western Germany all together and can make a conglomerated force and not have this split between the US, France, and Britain.
Three zones of
So the US was not, they weren't really sure. The UK absolutely would not. They refused. They said if France wants to give them their sure. The UK was, so the UK actually turned around and made the war last longer, World War II, to make sure that they could get the rest of West Germany and prevent the Soviet Union from getting it.
That wouldn't surprise me.
If they didn't prolong World War II, the Soviet Union would have had a bit larger portion of East Germany. They'd have had a big portion of North Germany under their wing.
That wouldn't surprise me. Does not surprise me one bit.
I mean, the famine in India, we could have stopped that. Like,
in
1942, we had more than enough excess food. Mind you, we also had more than enough excess food to not have been rationing our people and send food to them. Because we were also starving people at home. Nowhere near as bad. I'm not trying to compare them. What I'm saying that's quite interesting about this is that we were also rationing the fuck out of our people. The whole point of this was to have a surplus of food so that we could give aid to the resistance forces and gain greater influence in in Europe, specifically to counter the US influence post-war. Britain's whole interest was knowing that the US is about to fucking funnel shit tons of capital into this ruined land.
In the 80s,
game.
in the 80s, the UK was referring to itself as like a colony of America, and I thought, fuck off, mate. That's still a thing with the Trotskyists left and the Labour Party left. It was all we're just, our once great British bulldog has now becomes Reagan's poodle and all that. And I thought, what the fuck? The British lion is the little pussycat of Uncle Sam.
It's interesting though, because what you're seeing is the Labour aristocracy. They became class conscious,
yeah,
and are committing to fascism because they saw that the British Empire went from having hegemonic power and still trying to push for that hegemonic power to now literally just being an agent of the US. And so from 1950 to 1970, specifically 1951 to 1972, there was 20 years of radio silence between the US Secret Services and the British Secret Services because they didn't trust each other and didn't like each other because of the Cambridge spy ring that happened because MI5 and MI6 was infiltrated by like 7 geezers, and they managed to take over like both the British and the American Secret Services and funnel hundreds of thousands of documents to the Soviet Union in a 20-year period.
Kim Philby and Anthony Blunt. I remember Anthony Blunt dying. I have a vague memory of that. But
Guy Burgos got to the Soviet Union, and even the people that didn't escape didn't get arrested because they kept trying to use them to get the other people back over there so they could try them all. But
was that what it was?
They failed.
I know. I remember Anthony Blunt dying, I believe, when I was a teenager. I didn't know anything about him, but he was stripped of his knighthood because of that.
Kim Philby.
Well, I mean, sorry.
Kim that was Kim Philby was one of them, but I mean, I don't remember anything about him. I remember.
Do you know what I love? I love the fact that you guys know these people because so many people don't know them, and it depresses me. Like Guy Burgos is like completely forgotten by people, and it's like this guy is a poncy upper class cunt, and he risked everything to ensure that the Soviet Union had everything it needed to not only win World War II but be prepared for the war against capitalism afterwards. They got the documents from the Manhattan infiltrators, the Soviet Manhattan Project infiltrators, to the Soviet Union as envoyage.
Guy Burgess, I think the far right used Blunt and Burgess. I mean, there's a far right RAC band, I think they were called. Was it Condemned 84? They did a song called Blunt, where it was Blunt, he was a cunt, he was a fuck, or something. That was the chorus of it. And it was like, I think the far right in the UK always played on the thing that Blunt was quite posh, and so was Burgess and Kim Philby. They were all like upper class, and that's the trouble with those guys is that they give them that. That's how they do it. They put on this like talking like Essex accent and all that because we're working class, innit?
Isn't this the thing that really comes into it all, though? Is that, like, aristocrats really aren't ever going to appeal to the proletariat because they are too poncy and posh? Because it is a poignance. No, but the thing is with Burgess, they don't have a problem with Burgess because he's posh. They have a problem with him because he's a homosexual.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they often used to conflate being not violent and thuggish and macho with being posh and with being gay. And being unmanly and
most posh slurs in Britain also mean you're a homosexual. Like, I mean, if you call someone a poncy cunt, that's supposed to mean that they're a posh, fucking stuck-up wanker. But calling someone a poncy little pansy, I've now called them. I not even just calling them gay. That's a very nice way of using the F-bomb without using the F-bomb. But also, it's not, because pansy also means pussy-hole, which just means genuinely being a pansy flower. Mad lad. Like, if I got the definition of a pansy now, it wouldn't say anything about homosexuality. Trust me, the British slang stuff is so fucked that you can't, like, even if we eliminated slurring of homosexuals, you'd still slur homosexuals, because we've used every slur in the book that isn't even a proper slur to slur, because we just make it up as we go along.
English language swear words are much more. I mean, German
Saxonic.
ones. Well, the German swear words don't sound so. When you translate them literally, they sound quite ineffective. They sound very outdated in English. Like it's like
Shit.
a curse on you, a pox on you. I mean, the Irish ones are the same. It sounds like it's the curse of God on you. It sounds very archaic.
I mean, bastard bastard and shice have stayed very relative, and they still work.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, bastard. It shouldn't really. Why is bastard an insult? It just means you're not legitimized. You're not you were born outside of wedlock. That's all it means.
Because so bastard has been commonly used as a way to say invalid.
Oh, was it? Yeah, it just means you're you're invalid, illegitimate. You're not a legitimate.
So,
Yeah,
but the term invalid was also originally used as a way to disparage people who were slaves in the
of course. Yeah,
empires of Egypt, Rome,
invalid,
Greece.
invalidated, invalid. Yeah,
Yeah, it's like it was a way of saying subhuman before we had the word human, which I think
Yeah.
human comes from the Greeks.
yes.
Don't quote me on that.
I think it is human. I think it's Greek.
I normally get these quite well because Greek is very distinct, but then the Latin copies a lot from Greek. Like,
Yeah.
so
Yeah, I was going to say something else now. And I forgot what it was. Shit,
I have the tendency to do that to people.
it's an autistic thing.
The UK also kept Ethiopia as a colony until 1944 after, quote, liberating it, end quote. We also did
Yeah.
that with Iran until 1950 summer, and then we gave it to the US.
It's funny. Ethiopia was officially never a colony, but it was a kind of de facto colony. It was like soft imperialism influencing it rather than it being conquered and literally militarily colonized, the same as most of Africa was.
We were trying to set
You know.
up a new colony. We were trying to so there was a fight between the Churchillites and the neoliberals as to how to change the imperial structure of Britain, and the Churchillites were fascistically holding on to the direct rule land occupation policy, whilst the other ones were trying to push for the developments that they were doing in places like China, where they were trying to use finance capital as an institution of power to direct
Yeah.
a nation that would be supportive of it, which they actually was. By the time of the 30s and the 40s, Canada was their main use to influence China. They were using Canada as a body of influence. People forget how loyal to Britain Canada was back
Yeah.
during World War II and pre-World War II, and
Yeah.
how quick Canada is going to backstab the US when it starts crashing further.
Yeah,
and further.
I mean, that's from
no
what-
imperialist power stays with these nations, and I'll tell you now, Canada might be a small power, but they are still an imperialist power, and with the
Yeah.
right amount of capital influence, can be a force to be reckoned with. That's why not only was the UK wanting, ever since the 70s, the faction that want to do Kanzak wanted to do Kanzak with these nations in Canada, they chose Canada to be the first letter on the fucking thing. Like,
Yeah.
they very much want to embolden the fact that Canada, Australia, and Britain can be mass capital influencers and could form a conglomerative body that covers the rest of the smaller nations that could be incorporated within this union to make the
Aye.
biggest socio-economic imperialist union on the fucking earth, and that is terrifying.
It is. I was just going to say it sounds nightmarish. Like I don't even like to say Orwellian, but it does sound Kafkaesque and positively dystopian. But anyway, he's gone out of the room. But anyway, what was I going to say? I was going to say something else.
Orwell sound like a pussy.
Or yeah, not that I've got anything against.
I read about Kim Philby, Burgess, and the other dude while I was in prison.
Did you? And I didn't. I never read much about them. I just remember hearing about them in many a discussion I've had with various left-wing activists.
Yeah,
But I
Kim
don't-
Philby ended up escaping and went to exile in the Soviet Union.
Oh, Philby did as well. I knew
Yep,
Burgess. I didn't know Philby did. I know Blunt didn't. I know he was.
Didn't
the
want
one-
to commit suicide.
I'm pretty
Didn't
sure,
want to commit suicide.
Philby went with Burgess at the same time. Those two went together.
I don't know. What one of them committed suicide? You said.
Because they escaped in 1953. They disappeared after the ball was dropped on them.
Right.
And, I sit on my bed and I find this on there. Will this make Caleb Maupin angry?
Oh.
Angry Maupin.
You know what you need to do. You need to put on a suit, man, and then you're alienating the lumpen. You're alienating the working class. I can't do.
I have a crappy faux leather trench coat. Does that count? Like I told you, I'm committing to the old man look. I'm going.
You're also wearing a Black Sabbath T-shirt as well. That's an absolute no-no. You don't listen to rock music. You listen to classical music, and that will make you happy. Was that my
I'll
crap
have you
Caleb
know that
impersonation?
I have a cassette of James Last somewhere. I have the classicals. I'll have you.
No,
know,
same. I've got Rachmaninoff and Mozart up on my bloody record shelf. You know.
So there's the James Last. But where's my? I have a favorite. I have this one cassette, and it's got Tchaikovsky on it, and it's got
Oh yeah,
March a Slave, which is just an amazing song. Like it's so
I love
fucking.
one of my favorites. Is it Waltz Number 2 or Waltz Number whatever it is by Shostakovich? Fucking amazing piece of music.
But it's also has what's it? Motherfucking Mussorgsky. I always get his name wrong. I can't say it. Sorry.
Mussorgsky.
Mussorgsky. The
Mussorgsky.
fucking yeah. He's got some
Classical
great
music is
tunages as
wonderful.
well.
Well, the so-called classical music is wonderful stuff. It used to
very
annoy me when I was a teenager because everybody said if you're into classical music, you're a posh cunt, and we're the cool kids, and we like the chart music. Like
Yeah,
what
I'm
was it in
sorry,
the 80s?
but do they not understand that what's it? One of the biggest likings of that brings people like me and you into classical music would be our liking for country music because they follow similar musical trends.
Some
I mean,
country music,
especially Irish. English.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm talking specifically the English and Irish and Scottish and Welsh country music.
sort of folk songs. Like Southern bluegrass came from a lot of that as well, particularly the Scottish. Yeah,
and
bluegrass
this
was
is why
great.
I really. So there's one thing about America I do love because they don't have their own culture, but they do merge some cultures in a way that isn't fucking absolutely disgusting. Their mix of English, Scottish, and Irish country into this weird blend of folk and so they take an Irish mouth music. I know that the Irish aren't the only people that do it, but you guys have a specific cultural phenomena for the way in which that you guys are involved and into that. And actually, I've heard Irish people sing guitar tunes almost like a guitar. It's amazing. It's brilliant. But they've taken that, merged it into the country music, and then what was very interesting. I have them on cassette. Where are they? I can't seem to find the spinners. Well, so there's a band that I got. There's an Irish band. Not sorry, an Irish band, a Liverpudlian band, but the singer is very obviously descendant from an Irishman because you can hear it in
Liverpool
his
Irish is
accent.
pretty much Liverpool. You can it's either Welsh or Irish anyway. So
Either
yeah,
Welsh or Irish, and this guy had a thick Irish accent. Like he identified as a Liverpudlian, but I mean,
it's the same thing.
it's the same thing. We're all brothers and sisters out there. A big chunk of my family is Liverpudlian.
Oh yeah,
But it's like, and it's actually that I do believe it's that side of the family that is married into Jamaican families too.
yeah, sweet.
I can't remember.
No blacks, no Irish, no dogs. We haven't forgotten that. And I always say that to Caribbean folk and Africans as well. Because I say, if you hear any Irish gals saying, yeah, shut up, we were slaves too, it's like, fuck off. We have no Irish, no blacks, no dogs. Remember that instead. Fuck off.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, it's like one thing that always gets really difficult though is that like some of the older Irish folk who know the black and tans as quote black bastards end quote.
Yeah,
They
I
do
heard it
make
using
it
as
very difficult to integrate them into society because they're not racist people most
Yeah.
of the time. Because there will be some Irish people
Oh,
who are when saying black bastards to be racist, but
Yeah,
let's be
yeah.
honest, when an Irish person's going to be racist, they'll just use the N word. They don't.
Pretty
They're
much.
not going to fuck around and beat around the bush. They've chosen a path, and they'll
Yeah.
fucking tell you it.
Yeah.
Father
yeah,
Ted, I heard you're a racist now.
I heard you're a racist now, father. Yes, yes.
I love that
Yeah.
episode. That episode is
It was particularly good. Father Ted. I don't know if it ever got to the US, but it's very famous in the UK and in Ireland. I don't know if he's get it over there in the US. You heard of that one?
What's that again?
It's
Father Ted.
it's an Anglo-Irish sitcom. It was a co-production between a British and Irish writers and makers and actors with a British production company, and it was called Father Ted.
Never heard of it.
No, it's if you Google it, you'll find it. Put it that way. It was kind of a niche thing in the UK, but in Ireland it's like a massive mainstream sitcom. It did offend a few people because it basically mocked the Irish Catholic Church of all, and it mocked a lot of Irish stereotypes. And some people in the Irish diaspora were offended by it because unfortunately, some Anglo racist gals used to use it to further reinforce the Irish backward stereotype, even though it was blatantly obvious that it was parodying that, not endorsing it. But idiots are always going to do that. You know, I mean, the trouble with racists is they'll use absolutely anything to justify their racism. And it's like fascists will steal anything to make themselves look good.
Do you know what
You
the
know,
cope was? Is that British comedy at that time was very left wing because it was
very
working
much
class. There was a very
not now.
conscientious thing that as soon as they made it more working class, now mind you, it was aristocrats who did a lot of the acting, but they had to commit to working class culture. That's
Yeah,
what we call the Cleese era of comedy, like the Cleese sort of Python,
yeah, the young
Father
ones.
Ted, all these amazing shows. Only Fools and Horses. They were organized by aristocrats to commit to proletarian culture as much as possible, and they gimmicked it. I mean, Only Fools and Horses takes the fucking piss out of it. But you know
Yeah,
who loves that show more than anyone?
who?
Poor as fuck people.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Rich people are too busy watching On the Buses. We're fucking
Oh,
and to be honest, we love On the Buses too. On the Buses is amazing. I love that show.
never got
I'll
into it.
get you, Blade. Blimey, you
There
bastard.
were funny moments, but it was very much yeah. I mean, yeah. It's like
Blakely.
the 80s, the early 80s. He had a lot of very left wing comedy, and he right throughout the 80s, and then it was by the late 90s it had started to become more liberal, and now it's just because it's gone back to the 70s again, the early 70s and 60s with this bourgeois crap. I mean, as comedy satirical quiz shows and comedy shows now have become a vehicle for right wing politicians who like to parody themselves and make themselves out that they don't take themselves too seriously.
Yeah, because
Boris Johnson
around the
and people like
60s
that.
and the 70s, there was like a comedy war going on where there was this like underground comedy. So
Yeah.
the two
Yes.
Ronnies and Cleese were operating around them times, but
Yeah.
BBC didn't want anything to do with it because it was all this class-based comedy. It was
Yeah.
all this
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
the working class up to the bourgeoisie. I mean,
I
there was a
mean,
great one with the Cleese and the two Ronnies where the two Ronnies and Cleese were representing different sectors of the capitalist order.
yes.
It
You,
was
you
really,
also
really
had
good.
you also had Till Death Us Do Part, which has been regarded as a racist sitcom. It wasn't. It was actually a parody of right wing working class, self loathing working class conservative voters. Now, in the US, you won't know it, but you will know the US take on it, which was called, I think it was All in the Family. Archie
Mhm.
Bunker was the protagonist
Yeah.
of that. Alf Garnett was the original version in the BBC. It came out in the
Oh
60s.
wow.
I grew up watching that in the 70s when I was a little child, and I used to see this angry, ranting and raving lunatic going, bloody this and bloody bloody silly move, bloody and racist language all the time. And
The funniest
and
thing
we
is
were
though
an
is
Irish.
like you'd think it's just like over the top stereotype, but
It
no,
was
they're
real.
actually still like this to this day.
And do you know what's really sad about it is right-wing reactionaries like Gary Bushell have now endorsed Alf Garnett as a great working class hero, and the woke liberals think it's just a racist, and we can't because he used words like, can I even use them without getting persecuted by YouTube? The bloody Irish, the bloody darkies, and the bloody and all that. He's talking all that bloody Irish, bloody darkies coming over, all that. And we were an Irish family who were witnessing and to some extent experiencing that shit, not as bad as others. And a lot of Caribbean families were watching it and laughing at it. But then these bloody woke middle class liberals said, no, we can't say that. He said naughty words. It's a problem with woke political. I hate the term wokeness and political correctness because they are dog whistles by the right wing. But they think that by banning these sitcoms and making everybody, I mean, Stephen King's It came out, the TV version of it, the early 90s.
Yeah.
One of the antagonist in that was shouting a racist abuse at the black kid. They've edited all the N-words out, which the thing is, I get it. It's a sensitive time, and it's like white people using the notorious N-word.
But it is showing racial oppression. Like, show it as it is. Don't hide that away so people can
That's what I'm saying. It's
hide
like
behind the fact that no, they're not being racist. The movies that they've watched it. I know
It's
it
like-
sounds cringe
it's-
that I'm
yeah.
saying that, but
I mean,
this
it's
is how
like-
this is how people are thinking today. I cringe thinking about how people think like this every day. People
It's the
these
same as
days
it
are
was-
always thinking like movies, always thinking about what movies tell them, and when all
It's the
these
same- it was
movies
the same in
don't
the-
show them that the N-word is racist, it just shows them that no, it's if you attack them, if you physically go for them. No. Discrimination from the point of vocalization of this shit is racist, especially the N-word. They don't just
Yeah, I
mean
mean-
black anymore.
Yeah, I mean, my point being that people in the 70s and 60s they had to sanitize the language. It was blooming and bloody and flaming this and blooming that. In real life, people were saying this motherfucker, this cunt, this fucking bastard, this fucking arsehole. But you couldn't say that on TV in this 1970s. So it was all blooming fat bum instead of fat arse. Or it's coming out. It's something. I was pooing out me bum. I was shitting out me arse instead. You know what I
America's
mean?
still struggling with that one, although
Yeah, yeah.
America's very weird. Like their
It,
censorship is like
yeah. Why?
heavy on drugs, but light on sex.
It's weird. It's like, yeah, the US TV's always been way more conservative, except HBO kind of broke the ground on that one. But it's pandered to a lot of liberal right wing crap. But I mean, the point being that
But they're very conservative, but they're very open about sex conservatives. So like they
yeah,
purvey
yeah.
loads of sexual propaganda in their media all
Yeah,
the
it's a shame
goddamn
because
time.
sex has now been commodified. It's like political satire has now been hijacked by liberal capitalists and right wingers, and so has sex. They make it like if you're not doing it on their terms, you're a socially conservative prude, which is equally as disgusting. But I mean, I've lost my point. No, I mean the thing is, I mean, if you got a racist character like a Klansman depicted in a film, do you stop the do you cut out all the racist language that he uses because it might upset a bunch of it is upsetting for a black person to see that because they're seeing this. I mean, the very look of a Klansman is gonna trigger them. But they say,
Well, but
okay,
I
just
mean,
show the Klansman, just don't let him say the N word.
but here's the thing: what we're seeing is, for the most part, like obviously, because this is an argument for the Africans to have at that point, but
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
not seeing the Africans moan. What we're seeing is white people
Yes,
moan.
exactly. That's why I tend to just say, like, listen to those people you pretend you represent. I mean, it's like somebody had a go at me once for saying your name. You should change that name. It's a racist slur against Irish Catholics, a Fenian. I said, well, I'm not a practicing one. I identify as an atheist, but I am technically an Irish Catholic, at least by baptism.
Yeah, by cultural background as
Yeah,
well, because regardless
and
your
also,
religiosity is
yeah,
Catholic, but
it's
also
also
the majority of the original Fenians were fucking Catholics, Protestants, Druids, atheists,
atheists,
just anyone like
Jews, probably a couple of Jews in them, and I say even the odd Muslim, maybe I dare say that would have been
it wouldn't
possibly.
surprise me. Like Ireland is people should like I find it weird how surprised people are of how long Ireland's had a relationship with the Middle East, and they still get it wrong.
Yeah,
Ireland's had a
yeah.
relationship with the Middle East before Arabs even existed. I mean, they had a relationship with the Middle East before Rome had ever left the city.
I mean, that's the thing about what defines Arabs. I mean, I'm not too sure myself. I mean, people have been
But
Arabized.
they come from Yemen, so
Yeah,
like
yeah, 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 yeah,
I they hadn't spread out by the time of like pre-Rome.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Pre-Rome, it was the Assyrians that were the most dominant people of that area, and the
Um,
Irish people had a relationship with them back then. Well, not the
our
Irish, the Celtics, but
our
they
friend
were
our
a
friend
unified group.
BRB earlier. He's a Syrian, is he? I think, or
Yeah, he's a Arab. He's an Arab
he's
Syrian.
Arab. I knew it was
Yeah.
something like that, but I wasn't sure exactly. But
Yeah, unfortunately, the Assyrian people have been massively genocided. They're the
oh yeah,
natives of
yeah,
that region. They were there longer than anyone. They were there when the Jews got there and made that little Israel.
yeah, yeah, yeah. The Israelites, and then yeah, it's a funny thing how they twist that around. It's a brilliant piece of political weaponizing. If you criticize the state of Israel, anti-Semite, and you're slammed, you're cancelled. That's it, bang. You know, it's a really. I mean, they couldn't do that with South Africa. They've learned to manipulate liberal guilt into and make it into something. You know what I mean? We've lost our Celt skinhead.
Yeah, the message from what's it, Gengaros in chat, like I think like in the Facebook chat, I think it just like knocked his internet out, like too much bandwidth.
Aye. But yeah, I don't know what I was going to say now. I've lost my thread completely.
I
This
will
has been going
say
on for
though,
four and three quarter hours. It's been quite a long one. This like I've only been here for an
yeah,
hour.
because the way that they come and offloaded it on purpose to make it long and detachable, this stream essentially lost a lot of purpose. Like they did
Yeah,
that
I
on
mean,
purpose. Like basically, it's a tactic that's used especially when dealing with autistic people like myself who will just have to sift through the list. I just go down and read
What
the
do you
whole
mean
list.
the trolls and the Maupinite trolls? You mean and stuff and the
Yeah. What they'll do is they'll make sure that they just overload the chat with enough shit to the point where I'm having to deal with all these different things that ain't related to the main thing unless I detach myself from it. But then if I detach myself from it, I'm seen as being a coward and not dealing with the things that are being said to
well,
me.
yeah, that's the
And me
thing.
being
They can mock
autistic,
you.
I have to go through the list of things anyway.
Yeah, that's what they do. They mock you as either an uptight, anally retentive bore or a they come up with ableist shit, or they think you're a chicken
Well,
shit coward and a pansy or whatever. Pansies are
well,
tough as fuck
being
anyway,
being
but that's not the point.
autistic, you're always treated like a psychopath as well.
Yeah,
Especially
yeah,
when you've
yeah,
got ADHD, because ADHD makes it hard to keep yourself level-headed all the time. Sometimes
yeah.
you will sound a bit sporadic and manic, especially
You get
having
called.
manic depression too.
Yeah, I've been called. I haven't been. I dare say an ex friend of mine I've often ranted about. He probably said I was a psychopath because I was a bit mean about him once when he said he was going to off himself. Yeah, but he
Sometimes people drive you to that point though, because I mean, I'm not normally gonna be like that to someone, but there's been times where I've had to fucking lose
yeah.
my rag with people because they're causing problems
Believe
for
me,
other people.
the only time I'm cruel and really and I can be quite a vicious bitchy individual is only when somebody really pushes us. I wouldn't. I mean, if it's the thing with the nature of the left. They've been the image given to the left. There's two types of left. There's the kind of extreme, brutally oppressive, authoritarian types, which is the foreigners, and the Western left is often it's been deliberately manipulated into being this effete, the quote unquote pansies and poofters of the soft, ineffectual liberal tree hugging hippie types. I mean, that was
I
apparently the
always
CIA
love
has
the
some terms.
term puff there. It sounds so quaint and pleasant, isn't it? Like, how is that an insult when you call someone a puff? Like,
A poof.
I understand how it is because of how people have been beaten and called puffs, but it's like,
I don't
you
even know
fucking
where it comes
cheesy
from.
puff. It
I
sounds
don't
like
know where.
something you would proper hear from somewhere like fucking North Hampshire or something. Like, yeah, cheesy puff.
I don't know where it even comes from because in the north people can't tell it apart from like a puff of smoke. They go a puff of smoke, PUFF. Because the homophobic slur was POOF, poof, and
Yeah,
that's where.
well, we've just started spelling it with a U. We don't give a fuck. So what
Yeah,
that was, it was brick phones. Brick phones stabilized us in this way where it's like, why are we using an O and a U? Just call them puffers, like you would say snog.
yeah, but it wasn't originally. It was poof, you fuck, because in Scotland and in the south of England and in the north of Ireland they wouldn't say puff, they'd say poof, you fucking poof. And you could always tell was when someone from the north is pretending to be someone from the south because they go, he's a fucking paff, and they say he wouldn't say fucking paff, they'd say fucking poof. I'm getting into such pernickety detail now, but languages and dialects are
This
my
sounds like
thing.
someone from like the proper South Midlands. Hey, yeah, you fucking paff.
You fucking paff. The
You know
south.
where
But it's more
they
like,
are technically Southerners, but they've got enough Midlands in them that they just sound like someone accidentally fucking inbred a family for fucking six
who's
generations.
where are you talking now? Sort of Northampton area, I mean, the southern South Midlands.
South Midlands, yeah, where you're getting on towards fucking not the east side, so level with where Wales is, but the not
The
Wales side of the
west side.
Midlands.
West side.
The east
Like
side of Midlands.
that's the west side way of Wales.
No, I'm saying the not near Wales part
Oh,
of
they're not near where
Midlands.
the east side,
So
like
level with it, but the opposite
I'm
side.
trying to think where you got the southeast Midlands. Well, I can't think what that is now. You got is it southwest Midlands is Worcestershire, I think. Going down
Worcestershire is
towards
actually not bad. Like, I don't mind Worcestershire.
yeah, but there's that
I like the
southeast
fact it aggravates Americans because they can't say it.
Worcester, Leicester. They can say Leicester as well for
They
Leicester.
they literally drop the C, put a T after the S, and then put ER, so it's Worcester in American. Like,
To be
oh
fair,
my
this
God.
the Anglos are terrible when it comes to deliberately complicating spellings. Like it is correct, the pronunciation, the American pronunciation, which is actually it's funny because this is what ruins movies for me now. In the Brits always used to say the lowest ranking commissioned officer in an army is the English version of it was a lieutenant. The North American version was a lieutenant. But
Well, as is actually the correct one because it's Latin, so it is lieutenant.
for
And
some
it's a
reason it's
it's
spelled.
so no so everyone gets this wrong because loads of people have been pronouncing it wrong in the army for ages. It's a V, not an F.
Lieutenant.
Pronunciation, so it's lieutenant.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that at all.
Oh yeah, the U
Ah,
in
that which
Latin is a V.
it'll be LIEV tenant instead of
Yeah.
LIEU because the U. That I used to wonder why it was.
Do you know what? I only figured out like a month ago, and
Yeah, you know what?
I
You know
was
what?
even in the air training corps and had knew the ranks.
Fair play to you. I was going to say, do you know what? I reckon I had a theory that the word ponce actually comes from the French ponce, meaning think. That you think too much, you're an intellectual, and
You're gonna make me not want to use the word now.
I'm just wondering if I'm only speculating. I have no proof. It's only
You
a
know,
thought
there
that
is a
came to me.
movement in Britain to remove there's a movement in the north of Britain to remove all the French from English. It's not a very big movement. There's like three guys in a shed, which,
It
to be
sounds.
fair,
It's
we've made a lot of good things of three guys in a shed.
the only problem I have with that is it sounds a bit like a bunch of Brexiters who just don't like bloody European, bloody foreigners. I can just imagine it being those types. You know what I mean?
I do, but it is also anti-French, so I also have like this like like I have this like need to support it.
I used to be quite.
If you have an inch of Anglo blood in your veins, you just instantly hate the French unless you're a Southerner, but they're basically French anyway.
They seem
So
to
do
hate
you
the
know what?
French
The
more.
invasion of France will start from the invasion of the South. That's where France actually borders England.
Yeah. I mean, it's a funny thing because with the Irish community, we was kind of Britain was the enemy, so we'd always sort of say we like the French. Plus, I used to like French movies. But when you've been around a lot of French people, they're just as obnoxious as any other imperial power, and the nice ones obviously are not. But they've got this. There's a reason why French people have this bad reputation for being very arrogant, very racist, and
I
just
mean,
believing that they're somehow special. And
this is a swear word because we got so sick of them cutting
apparently,
the fingers off of our archers, so we just started sticking. At the end of the war, we stuck our fingers up at them like
apparently,
this, going way.
I don't know. I do understand that that's not actually that may be a complete falsehood, but we don't know. I mean, that was QA,
They
which is
were cutting fingers off archers, and we did stick our fingers up at them
yeah,
after. That
yeah.
part is
I'm just
true.
going by apparently QI. It was QI that thing with Stephen Fry. Apparently, he said that there's no proof of that, but I don't know.
Well,
It's hard to
there's
say.
there's no proof he exists.
You're getting all postmodernist now. Oh Jesus, no.
I've been listening to that Jordan Peterson. He actually had a very interesting conversation with Jordan Peterson where to combat him in the discussion where he was being very faithful with him. Yeah, Stephen Fry and Jordan Peterson had a debate with each other, well, more of a discussion. They didn't really disagree massively. Well, they did, but didn't. But the way to combat his like anti-Marxist stuff, he turned around and brought out Althusser and talked about Althusser's sort of position on Marx. Now, I don't agree with Althusser.
Don't know Althusser. I know that I've heard of him, but I don't know. He's one of those ones I missed out on. You know.
He's
If
one
I'm
of them
honest.
mad lads. Like he's one of them guys who some people manipulate his ideas, some people don't, and I don't know all of them to be the best guy to advertise it.
He's one of those I've
Caleb
heard of.
Maupin sending porn industries to harass me.
You what?
There's just this porn thing that keeps getting posted in my fucking chat, and it keeps fucking pissing me off.
You're on StreamYard.
Yeah, no, just on YouTube in general. Like, like, you keep getting
Is it?
these weird links. Like, what the fuck?
I haven't seen that. I'll have to have a look.
Loveface.xyz. Man, the best girls in the world was blocked. I like the man there, like, man, the best girls. Just the emphaticness of this. Like, what if I am actually a worm?
It's
Did
very
they not
strange.
account for the existence of femoids? This advertisement is very 1990s to 2006.
Very strange.
Although this is England, so actually it's more like 1990s to 2016. We're a bit behind everyone on the progressivisms.
Yeah.
I mean, gay marriage is only kind of okay in this nation from our laws. We're like, yeah, you can kind of do it. Like, we're not going to force churches to actually accept this, or you know, neither are we going to turn around and like, you know, basically, it's like we've all come to the agreement but we're not gonna really properly enforce it. And the real thing that really comes into this is that gay marriage is legal on this technicality, but conversion therapy is still legal too. So long as
Yeah.
it's done in churches, like literally, they're like, so long as it's churches, that's just religious culture. We can't stop that. That's literally their excuse.
Yeah, it's kind of like that's pretty. Yeah, I mean, it's like these people that say, you know, we're not pro-racist, but we're not anti-racist. So you're fucking racist. We're not fascist, but we hate Antifa too. So you're a fascist. You know, there's no fencing on that. You know.
Whenever anyone says something like that, but there's a but after it, you know something's coming. Like Caleb
All
does
right.
that in his book, so I wish I didn't fall asleep during that stream.
Love face XYZ man, the best girl. I see what you mean. Bloody, who's that? Who the fuck is that?
We've been infiltrated by Caleb's porn cult.
Oh, well, I don't know. Is it definitely Caleb?
Maybe I've got a virus. I don't know.
Oh God, I hope not.
Fucking
Yeah.
internet STDs.
For some reason, that's amused. That just really amused me.
It can genuinely happen when you sail the seven seas. I remember having one of my phones getting bricked where this like internet browser thing happened where so I was downloading a fucking game for free.
Yeah.
I think it was Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic on my phone because it's like, yeah, you can get it on a phone. I'm a poor guy. I don't have a computer.
Yeah.
I hadn't had an American send me one at this point. We're talking like 5 or 6 years ago, maybe longer
Yeah.
now.
Yeah,
Way
yeah.
before I was even a communist. And
Right.
I was like, well, fuck it. Download it through this APK file system. And so I don't know if people know this sometimes, but when you download a file, you can get intercepted and think you've downloaded the file, but not actually downloaded the file. And then when I clicked on the APK download file, as you may think, it didn't take me to the APK. What it did is it opened me up into a loop browser system that locked me out of my phone device, and then that's it.
Motherfucker.
And then
Yeah.
once you get like that, you basically your IP is just IDs, and they'll start spamming the fuck out of you. So
Yeah.
maybe one of the Russian sites, considering that Russians crop up a lot as well, that I
Yeah,
downloaded
that's
video
probably
games from because I sail the seven seas, as one must.
that's funny. The amount of the dodgy bastards that happened in post-Soviet Russia, and all these crooks and gangsters crawled out of the woodwork. It was a perfect seizing on that to accuse Russia of rigging the US elections in 2016. I mean, that was just perfectly. They just thought, oh, we know there's a.
Yeah, they
You
got
know.
their own elections to rig. Why are they wasting the time of yours?
So all the anti-Semites came out and started accusing Israel of doing it instead. I mean, I think it's more truth in Israel having it. Well, Israel is a puppet colony of the US anyway, mainly. So there's bound to be an influence, but they'll influence each other. But you know, to start bringing in ugly anti-Semitic undertones is just like, yeah, that's nasty.
I wish I didn't fall asleep during the stream I was doing on earlier today, but I was exhausted because I went to do shopping and I ended up not having enough money to buy my shopping, so I was wasting my time getting on to find some shopping, and I had to go home.
I was awake all night, so I just finally went to sleep in the morning and woke up in the evening. So my sleep pattern's completely foobar at the minute. So
Well, I woke
I'm
up at
awake.
like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and it's like, oh, I've been streaming since 3 and I fell asleep. So I have to not only cut off the massive period of time where I'm just asleep in the stream because it's not really useful to anyone. And then I need to like find where I was on the video and then continue from there. And the issue was I was having moments where I actually absolutely said things that made no sense because I forgot what I was saying, and then just random things that I was thinking of that wasn't what I was meant to say would fall out. I have an ADHD fatigue moment.
Yeah.
But no, that book that he wrote where he says well, I mean, the book is called like fountain, like pouring from the fountain of hell or something like that.
Which book's this again? Sorry, me tension.
It's the book that Caleb Maupin pulled that where he turns around and says that the Jews, well, sorry, he's more tactical than that. The Israelis caused the 2008 crash.
Yeah.
Crisis.
I don't know. I used to regularly look at his live streams, and I used to be getting quite involved with them. But I started to see I started to hear warning klaxons when he'd be talking about things like the working class would do this and the working class don't agree with that, and liberalism and this dressing in scruffy clothes. I thought, fuck you, Kale. What are you on about? You know, you're alienating the working class by wearing ripped jeans and flannel shirt. I thought, what are you on about, man? Wear a
Yeah. Where do
smart,
you think that
snappy
look
suits.
come from?
Yeah. Smart, snappy suits. All these, we were sat there in our ripped jeans, and all these African third world guys were in their smart suits, smart, snappy suits, and put on a suit. I thought, what the fuck? If you go in a council estate in most parts of the UK or Ireland in a smart, snappy suit, they will think you're a fucking salesman come to rip them off. They'll think you're a politician come to fuck them over and rip them off. Or they might think that you're, if you're one of them, they'll think you're on your way to a job interview, or more likely still, you're on your way to go to court to try to stop yourself going to prison because you've been caught having to shoplift because you're too fucking poor not to. You know, this idea that you're alienating, no, he means you're alienating the Labour aristocracy. You're not alienating. And I think he's cherry picking incidences when flannel shirted hippie looking activists used to go up to people in restaurants when they were trying to eat, and it was pissing them off by preaching at them like that. I think he's
a guy who wears 2 leather jackets. Like Caleb Maupin used to wear 2 leather jackets. Like he's a guy who tried to pretend to look like proletarian people before. He used to have really long hippie hair.
I saw the long hair.
And but he used to also wear not just a leather jacket, a zipped up leather jacket with a leather jacket over the top. Now that's when you know he's an aristocrat trying to dress like poor people. Like,
yeah,
but no one wears 2 leather jackets at the same time unless they're riding a motorcycle. Caleb wears the motorcycle. Have a motorcycle, or you're just literally a fucking.
It's like a vest,
moron.
a vest, like a leather vest jacket, maybe, and a biker jacket or a jacket over the top. It wasn't
even. He was just wearing 2 leather jackets, like full-on sleeved leather jackets. Like, how uncomfortable is that, wearing 2 leather jacket sleeves on the same time? You couldn't move your arms properly. You must have felt like a penguin. Fucking Pingu the communist.
I don't know why that's amusing, but that just amused me.
Anytime I think of penguins, I always think of Scouser Pingu. Fucking hell, mate, you gotta go to
the piss, mate. Hey, hello, what you fucking doing, mate? Hey, I went like down here. I went to the fucking place and I went to a goth shop and I picked up a purple shirt. It was fucking purple, but I loved it, and so I went off. So I thought I'd wear it for the goth club that night. You know what I mean? It's one of them. Sorry, it's one of them accents I pick up very quickly. I start talking to Scousers.
Accent. I can't believe people. I can't believe how much people hate Liverpool. I remember looking at this worst cities in Britain fucking thing. You already know how bad this is gonna be. Now,
yeah.
I thought maybe it's gonna be written by like a very funny northerner who knows how to be self-hating in the right way for northern humor, where we're not actually shitting ourselves, but we're having a laugh about it because obviously we know our society's fucked, but we're allowed to take the piss out of it. No, it was some southerner fuck who was talking about like Liverpool as being a place full of fucking gingivitis skanks that will fucking try and give you fucking like diseases and stuff. Like
it's a bit of a
incoherent morons. Yorkshire was supposed to be like a devolved shithole. Essex, obviously, a drug fucking what's it?
Red Mist,
a drug infested fucking place. Yeah,
fucking
Red Mist. Trust me.
Right. Yeah. I've heard even people up here slagging off Scousers, but not much. But a couple would be like, I hate Scousers.
It's nothing like the shit you see from like the Londoners and the fucking the coastal lot down southeast.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, hide your wallets, lads. There's a Scouser about. I've been around Scousers, and it's like, oh fucking hell, I've never heard that before. You know, it's like, yeah.
I mean, this all extends on the way that like Devon lot treat people from Cornwall.
Yeah. It's a lot of it is like I've had a few women come up to me when I was in my 20s in clubs like in Nottingham and Rock City. There was some lass or a few of them. Oh, you're Irish. Oh, I love. I said, well, yeah, second generation, you know. But I love the Irish. Oh, say this, say oh, yeah, whatever, okay. And get onto Scousers. Oh, no, I fucking hate them and what. What the fuck? What do you mean? You love the
brothers
Irish?
and sisters.
You love Irish. You love Irish men. You mean you love Irish men from like adverts, from Guinness adverts or something? That's the hello
Which
there now. Where are you?
most quote unquote Irish men by their definition, because they don't think Scousers are Irish by the seams of things. Most
Of course
Irish men in those Guinness adverts are Scousers with fucking Irish accents, because a lot of Scousers aren't just related to Irishmen in the
Okay,
sense
yeah.
that they descend from literal thousands of years of being Celtic, but also
Yeah.
because a lot of them have like second generation, first generation,
There's,
and third generation fucking Irish relatives.
There's
They
a
go
lot,
back
a lot
and
of it.
forth from their homeland.
It's a kind of fetish. It's like if we're Irish, as long as we're Irish and we're nice neighbours who still speak English, and we speak with like Dublin or Belfast accents, which are very influenced from
Prominent
British
in Liverpool.
colonization. Huh?
Well, I mean, those accents are actually quite prominent in Liverpool as well. Like that does come pointing out over.
Yeah. But I mean, a Dublin accent's heavily influenced by English accents, especially like West Midlands and south of England accents. You hear like the way Brummies talk, for example. All right, mate, I'm going home. Or like, if you have good,
Well, do
if
you
you
know
have
what they
good
sound like? They sound like Brummies trying to imitate Scottish people, which
Sort
you know
of.
what? That is basically English people trying to act Irish. We just
Yeah.
bunch of Brummies pretending to be Scots and thinking that equates to an Irish stereotype.
You hear like someone in Birmingham talking like this, mate, and you hear someone in Dublin talking like that. Do you know what I mean? They sound a bit the
Yeah.
same. You know, like, yeah. If you're gonna also talk like
But then
that.
when you get
Also,
like when you get to
It's not really
Scouse is a lot more fucking mid-eastern Irish.
maybe it's also got a very strong
That's why it's
Welsh
more
influence.
throaty. It's got a very country influence, but then the more phlegmic side of the language comes from the Welsh.
Yeah, yeah,
The CCL style Welsh
yeah.
use of words, the
Llangollen, Llandudno,
Llandudno,
the Llangollen and Llandudno. You mean and things like that?
from
Llandudno.
Llangollen and Llandudno.
They call it Llangollen and Llandudno. It's Llangollen and Llandudno. And my Welsh is crap, but I know how to. I can at least make an attempt at that. You know what I mean? It's cringeworthy. You got a stereo very like mine.
I got the I have the speakers behind me, and then I have the it's not. I gotta go all the way around, lift the light. I pulled the wire up for the light, but there's the hi-fi. So
Okay.
I have it hooked up to a separate amplifier because the other amplifier is a built-in equalizer.
I've got that over there. It's only a small one. I wonder if is anybody actually watching this? It's like a live stream at like fucking nearly 6 o'clock in the morning UK time, and I wonder if people are just thinking these two pair of fucking autistic Egypts talking on the bloody on YouTube.
So I think I have like 2 people in England that watch me, and like every night.
No, fair play. I don't do.
One of them is just the angles is
doing,
checking on me to make sure I haven't passed out. I haven't even checked where my. I wonder if I've got missed call from him trying to ring my phone, because that's happened
Who's that?
before.
From
The
who?
Anglesist Lou.
Oh, the Anglesist.
No, I haven't. So sometimes he'll come and check. He'll be like, yes, he's asleep, and then they'll have to ring me.
He's a good lad, Anglesist. He's alright.
He is a good lad.
He's only a bairn. He's only a young'un.
Want to do some music together and stuff, but
He was telling me about that, yeah.
Avid of like, I want to release it on a compact cassette. You will not stop me.
Who, he said that?
No, me.
No, you said that. Oh, well, fair play. I don't disagree with that. I must admit, I'm the who? Aye. Well, it's a shame they turned out to be and again sorry, Labour aristocracy fuckers. But Roger Daltrey, what a reactionary he turned out to be.
Unfortunately, it's one of those ones where it's a guilty pleasure. Like the music is just so good, where I can there's no political message for me to take from it, so I
yeah. I know what you
I
mean.
just gotta be careful that there's no hidden curriculum in it, which there will be, because everyone accidentally writes a bit of it in their music.
I had that
hypercritical people when it comes to these things. So
I'm pretty bad. I used to be a massive Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds fan, but he just proved himself to be such a prick.
I mean, let's be honest. We all have that guilty pleasure. Everyone. I don't know someone who doesn't like a bit of Guy Mitchell or a bit of Bing Crosby. And
Yeah.
they're still somewhat problematic. I mean, they're not
Just a
problematic in the
tad.
sense that they've done loads of horrible stuff, but they're Enlightenment era style musicians of the 1930s. Well,
Can't
actually, in
remember.
Bing Crosby's case, 1910s to 1950s.
As old as that. I don't know much about Guy Mitchell. I remember, Bing Crosby was very popular in Ireland.
Guy Mitchell's the guy who sung Heartaches by the Number.
Yeah, I couldn't remember it offhand, but I know what you mean. Yeah. I don't know. What's it? Bing Crosby was really popular in Ireland. I think perhaps because he was a good Catholic boy in the Irish Free State.
He was an Irish lad. He was an Irish American.
I thought he might be. Yeah, he was also a
So
right.
him and Dean Martin did a thing where it was the Irishman and the Italian man,
Yeah.
and they did like a song where they tried to appeal to their culture. The issue with Bing Crosby is in his later years is he gimmicked his Irish culture. A
Yeah.
bit. I don't know if it's by choice or just by corporate, but he
was
followed
very
corporate
much,
wherever they went, so his choice was to just go by
He
it.
was quite a right-wing Irish American as well. He was one of those the right-wing trend, and of course the Irish Free State loved him. You know, the Irish Republicans, and especially in the Northeast, couldn't stand him. But he was popular with the quaint
There's some
stereotypes with
beautiful
Ireland. You know,
songs, though. I mean, like, the unfortunate thing is everyone that's beautiful still has this set of colonialism. Like one that I quite like is the one where it's like fucking singing about how he loves all the good people around them and how they read like the good book from Friday till Monday, and that, you know, I love my town, I love where I'm from. But then it literally steps in and they say, you know, it's problematic. If he was singing that about like a town in Ireland, that would be great. But
yeah,
then it's like,
yeah.
there's a place in Idaho that I really want to go, and it's like, no, Idaho is not your hometown. Idaho is literally a native word, if I remember quite rightly. So
Yeah,
what
who
the
was
fuck
this
is-
now? This is Bing Crosby you're talking about now.
Bing
is it?
Crosby, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, he was a settler and he was pro-settler, and it was unfortunate because he's
Yeah.
such a beautiful singer, and he was a good Catholic, like not like a good in like the sense of evil American Catholic that persecuted
Yeah.
people. Like he was a very honest Catholic that was open to Jewish people. He wasn't fucking racist to Jews, which is very rare amongst American Catholics. So for
yeah.
a right-wing guy, he was interesting, and it always upset
like,
me when I come to left-wing that I have to denounce
some-
a lot of these people that I always used to love listening to as a kid. Like,
Yeah, there's some people like that. They're ostensibly right wing, but they're not. They're more.
they're not
I suppose-
racist or like
or-
abhorrently abusive
funny,
about their positions.
I've even not so much met, but I've seen self-confessed racists who actually weren't that racist. Does that make sense? They were kind of like they
Do
just
you know what's
think
do you know what's the funniest thing is? Like, so I've seen like people who aren't self-professed, but they're very like, they're coming here to steal our jobs and all that, and I'm like, no, you know they're not. You saw the jobs where they went. You know what happened. They click like that. So I've actually come to this conclusion.
Yeah.
Older people are not the rigid ones to convince. That is a lie that's been put to us. Actually, as well, if you go back in the ages, we've seen more progressive action from our elders than we have today. So millennials maybe are more progressive than our elders. Maybe there was a point where it went up because the Gen X were more progressive than the boomers to a degree. But we've also seen
Yeah.
Gen X deteriorate quicker
Yes.
than boomers.
I'm still
They're
the same.
worse, if you ask me.
I'm exactly the same. I remember the Gen X feeling the way millennials do now. He's back. Welcome back. I was just talking
Gen
about
Z
Generation X and millennials.
fucking-
I remember in the early 90s, I was 19, 20. Nirvana's
I can
album
still
came
hear
out.
you. I'm just making tea.
No worries, I'm going to do the same in a bit. Nirvana's album came out in 1991. I was 19 going on 20. And I was the Generation X, and we were the Generation X, and we felt really marginalized by condescending boomers and pre-boomers, the silent generation and all that.
Yep.
And funny, my dad was of the silent generation. We didn't even know the term at the time. And he used to say, it's all fucking horseshit, what they say about you kids. You know, these old bastards said the same shit to us in the 50s when he was in his teens and his early 20s, especially when he came to England. He'd hear this fucking rock and roll hooligans, bloody look at them, long hair and all this. The hair wasn't
Teddy
even that
boys. He'd be Teddy boys back then.
Yeah, Teddy Boys, and I mean he wasn't really into that. He was into bikes, but big time. But they used to go on about that. You don't know pain like we do. You should learn how. And it was, you don't know you're born, you bloody kids. And it was like, fuck off, granddad. You know what I mean? That kind of shit.
Yeah.
Then he used to see people younger than him talking down to the Generation Xers when we were in our teens. This is the late 80s and early 90s.
Yeah.
And I still feel like that now. I haven't. Well, I mean, for fuck's sake, look at the bloody state. I mean, for Christ. Apparently, I look a fucking disgusting mess, and I should grow up. Fuck that.
I mean, you look like you're in your late 20s, so fuck them.
I'll be honest though, and I'm not trying to come off like an old man at all.
Right.
Yeah.
But the punk scene here in the States is dying out. I'll admit it, it's dying.
I was just getting to that.
I'm not happy about it.
Here's the thing, though. Before you
But
get
it's
to
dying.
the punk side of it, I want to go into the generation thing real quick. So here's the thing:
Okay.
generations is bollocks. It's all bollocks. It's class, and here's the reason why. And here's the reason why you can see trends in generation because of class. So silent generation. Most of those people are radical as fuck because even those that went into the aristocracy post World War II, they went through experience that not many people went through. It's very hard. Like, guarantee you that it takes you a long ass time to find someone from the silent generation who hates the Soviet Union. It's really hard to find it. Actually, they were very problematic for the early Cold War because a lot of those people were like, "Why the fuck are you persecuting the Soviet Union?" They literally fought fascism. That's one of the first things that they ever saw of the Soviet Union was them fighting Nazis and
The
fucking fighting them well.
so-called greatest generation had the same thing. That they were the ones before. That was
Some of the early boomers, some of the 40s, the mid 40s born boomers were like this. Now, even boomers were very progressive to it at a time. And so you saw this thing where like the boomers born in the 45 onwards were very iffy because of their class was more aristocratic post-war, and they were brought up in a more aristocratic position, so they had this more easier anti-Soviet position. Even those who were brought up by very pro-Soviet parents, because the society around them didn't foster that pro-Soviet nature. Gen X a little different because things started to slip out, and riots
Reagan
and
Thatcher.
strikes, and you could see the labor rights of the Soviet Union just over the block. So why we see this pattern, and then we see the millennials get so radical. The millennials got radical because everything was taken away from them. What we call Blair's forgotten youth. The late millennials are the millennials born from 91 to 99.
I mean, I'm right in the middle of the Generation X, as they call it, and I was like,
tail end.
You're the tail end, yeah. I mean, 71. I was born.
77.
So I remember we felt a kind of relief at the 80s finishing because it was just that horrible tension.
Oh, we wanted to go back. I was born late 90s. We wanted to go back.
Well,
to the 80s.
the problem is the late 90s were going down the toilet by then anyway. But I mean, the early 90s we were feeling thank fuck Thatcher's gone, thank fuck Reagan's gone. We still had John Major in the UK. We still had
Bush Senior.
Fucking
we had
John
Bush
Major
Senior.
is a fucking prick.
Of course he is. And then we had like Bush Senior in the US. In Ireland, I forget if it was Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael because they're all the bloody same, you know. And you couldn't really tell. John Bruton, he was a fucking gowl. Oh Jesus!
Fine Gael, right?
Fine Gael, oh yeah, real right wing, particularly old fucking conservative, reactionary Catholic loon. And we all had that, but at the same time, we thought at least, I mean, and the Soviet Union collapsed, and that was a terrible thing. Even though we were very ambivalent about the Soviet Union, even I was, and but there was a lot of people were feeling a bit radicalized, and we'd feel very talked down to. But there was this middle class bourgeois element that couldn't even tell left from right, and they'd say, "Oh, the Labour Party's too left, or is it too right? I don't know." And I thought, Jesus Christ! I mean, people don't know; it's not always their fault, but they seem to have this stupidly naive attitude, and I thought, fucking hell, man, I'm the same age as you. And these same people, these are the ones now that look down on millennials and say, you fucking millennials. And the millennials are understandably pissed off. Now they get these whiny, annoying millennials who you've heard me and you complaining about, who kick off the moment you criticize them. To be fair, that's probably triggered largely from cantankerous, condescending boomers and millennials and Gen Xers talking down to them and gaslighting them. They get confused between those of us that actually are constructively criticizing them.
Trying to help them.
Yeah, trying to help them, and those that's the problem. Reactionaries and liberals deliberately conflate. It's like conflating individuality and individualism, which is that fucking video I must make. And I think that's what the problem is with a lot of these like very touchy millennials. They forget that just because you're older than them, you're not going, look, son, listen to me, and look, young lady, you need to. You're saying, look, mate, and that's the problem. They've conflated. It's like saying you can't keep drinking yourself to death and eating yourself into morbid obesity. It's not healthy.
Gen Z is worse for this though, because I mean, with the millennials, there's a lot
Yeah.
more people who are working class who will listen, who have to listen. I mean,
The
a lot of
Gen
people like me
Zers, you think are
grew up
worse?
around a lot of late millennials like me grew up around a lot of
I thought.
bitter Gen Xers who were post-punk scene that were like not post-punk in the sense of the actual post-punk scene. I mean they were in the scene
Yeah.
after it all blown up. They were the still punkers that existed
Could be
after.
my sort of age, or just a bit older than me,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. People from anywhere between the ages of 30 to fucking 50, 60 getting on. We're chilling about with these
I
groups
thought.
because we were all the old dingy drug addicts and
I,
psychers and all that lot.
I thought the millennial thing. I thought the millennial thing sort of fizzled out. I thought by '94 the Generation Z Zoomer thing came in. I thought
That's so there's an argument basically.
that's one of the yeah. I was. I mean,
Basically,
it's all arbitrary.
it's been settled as poor people who grew up who were born until 2005 are seen as millennials. I don't agree with that. I say millennials should stop at 2000, but there's an
I
argument.
would
that
have
says
said
stop
I
at
would have thought
2005.
even earlier, but I mean, yeah, I mean they're largely a kind of it's an arbitrary thing made by some fucking media gobshite.
Millennial stops at the turn of the millennia. That's what I say.
Well, that's another thing. I remember 2000 when we were all celebrating New Year's Eve, and I was jumping around Rock City on New Year's Eve 1999, and people going, "It's the millennium." I said, "No, it's not. It's still the 20th century. 2001 is the 21st century." But
I was in county jail.
I
They go to
didn't-
prison.
oh fucking hell!
I didn't gain my first memories until 2001. Same
Right.
year 9/11 happened.
Bloody hell!
Great
I was-
year to start memories.
That was 2 months before my 30th birthday. I was having a massive existential crisis because my dad had just died a few months earlier, and I was coming up to
Jesus
30.
Christ.
And then,
9/11.
yeah, and
I
then
was in the
that,
shoe in prison.
you're still in prison. I wasn't
I was
in
in the
prison.
shoe. Yeah.
I was. I mean, New Year's Eve 1999 was a pleasant night for me. But I dropped out of college because I went into university when you could still get in. I was a mature student, so I got in at the last minute, where I didn't get tuition fees because I was a mature student. So I couldn't have gone to university if it had brought in the tuition. If I'd had to pay them, I'd still be in debt to this day. You know what I mean? And I dropped out.
2002 was my first memory, actually. Sorry.
Was it? Aye.
Yeah.
So my experience of the very late 90s and early 2000s was a very traumatic. It wasn't as traumatic as yours. Like I wasn't in prison, but it was kind of like shit. I was hoping to get the fuck out of this shitty little town and go move up to the north and do something else and get into a band or get into the acting industry or.
This town always gets called small, but we're actually like ridiculously large when
It's actually quite big.
Towns.
It is actually
I
quite
always
big.
got confused as to why people are confused as to why we speak of towns and the way that we speak of towns. You always speak of towns like people speak of cities. It's like, oh no, this town is just how towns should be, really. Like every town that was built like this town would mean that cities would be non-existent. They wouldn't need to exist.
I don't have a problem with cities and city builders.
I've never really needed to go to a city though. It's never been necessary. And if
I've
there's
ju- I mean,
towns like this, every
New-
town could be slightly diverse enough that if I needed
Newcastle
to
and
go somewhere to get
Liverpool.
somewhere, the next
Well,
town.
Newcastle and Liverpool are technically cities, but they don't feel like cities in the
No, they
same
feel
way.
more like a collection of towns. They've
Yeah.
got enough green space between them. If anything, they need just a bit more green space between them.
Yeah, I mean,
and it would be fine.
like Birmingham feels like a horrible city, and so does London to a lot of extent. That's very much.
Birmingham's so much like London as well in the way that
Yes.
they're just big conglomerate of messes, and the
Yeah,
German
yeah.
the Birmingham suburbs are fucking. They're not. America, when you hear the word suburb, you think, oh yeah, white suburbs. That sounds like a great place. Birmingham, when we say suburb, we mean council estate, run down,
Pretty much.
racist, fucking gang war shit, like
We call that ghetto.
Ghettos, yeah.
ghetto. That term is used here for it as well.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a ghetto in this town. What's it called? The H block.
I don't know that one.
You
I think I
know
know
the
one.
you know the farms up in Delve that were about when
Yes.
you were
Oh,
fucking
yes,
youngster?
yes.
It's up there.
Yeah. I remember those
when they got
areas.
rid of the farms, they built this fucking horrible place as a prison style
Oh, yeah.
door for it.
It's a notorious area, that one. Yes.
And that building is known for all sorts of horrible stuff. I know an old lady who lives there, and I need to see if she's still alive because I don't have a number. I know her personally because I come from the poor, and we don't always know people. And this technological device things that you guys are
Yeah.
who are watching this are all used to communicate. Some people we just know by by vocal interaction. That's the three of us here. We have people that we know that we can't just phone. Like my mate Dave from when I was homeless. I don't have his number, and his
Yeah.
phone's always broken. But
Yeah.
this woman, I need to see if she's not been stabbed yet. But she
I have
leaves at
a-
like 7:30 in the morning, and then doesn't go back until like 9 at night, just to make
I have
sure
a
she
couple of
doesn't have any
there's
trouble.
there's a couple of people. There's a couple of lasses I had flings with. One when I was living in Tamworth. One when I was living in Derby.
Oh,
And
God,
I wish I could
Derby.
Huh?
Bloody Derby.
Fucking Derby.
Literally, the train station envisions how bad that place is. It's just a fucking,
It's-
it's a wasteland.
It's a bit. It's just a kind of like it doesn't. It's like it reminds me. I mean, I lived in Tamworth as well, and it's like a bigger version of Tamworth. It doesn't know what it is. It's kind of like
Sacrifice zone.
it's like you got Nottingham, which is quite vibrant. You got Leicester, which is kind of in between, and you got Derby, which is like.
I mean, you'd
It's like-
expect a place nicknamed Shottingham to be vibrant. I mean, it's
Yes.
vibrant because if you don't fucking vibe and enjoy yourself, you're gonna get shot. I am
Nottingham.
over exaggerating it, but it is a shooty place. Like, it does
Nottingham's
have
got a notorious reputation for that. Yeah, I mean, it's like I think.
no, but what I hate is Nottingham's also got like a notorious reputation for being a really posh place. I hate the Midlands for it because the South basically used the Midlands as a way to step his stone on our heads into the North, and they do that in this town. I hate this town because I'm someone who's poor, gets stepped on the head of by this massive aristocracy. So I want to get into one thing on the generations that's really onto this, that really rides into your point. The reason why
Yeah.
the Gen Z are one of the worst, if not the worst, is because they grew up in a society where so for Britain today, 67% of the society is middle class. So their labor aristocratic growing up has made them more detached from family,
I didn't think it
more
was. I
detached
didn't think,
from looking out for people, more detached from community and collective reasoning and understanding. It's all about this individualistic culture.
yeah,
Because, mind you, the aristocracy itself is more individualistic today than it was 70 years ago and 50 years
I
ago,
would have
40
said
years ago.
70, 67. I mean, I would have thought the middle class thing is still a sort of. I didn't think it was a majority of the population. I would have said it's a big minority rather than the majority. You know,
It's surprisingly the majority. Like, Cold War was used as a tool to build it.
yeah, that's true. That is, yeah. I mean,
The
the union.
millennial generation is a weird one though because they seem to have sacrificed a lot of the millennial generation. Like,
Well, it's a weird one.
As Dave Mustaine put it, they put us out to dry. They hung us like fucking rags.
Yeah, I mean, it was starting to happen in the 80s with the Generation Xers because we were feeling the pinch of being unemployed. I mean, I could only see myself on the scrap heap, even then. But I wasn't the. I find that the millennials are now experiencing in large numbers what I was seeing happening in the 80s with the Generation Xers, but it wasn't being talked about as much. I think you'll say the same thing, wouldn't you, Kelt? It was very
What's
much.
that?
You're seeing the kind of like the Generation Xers seeing what was going to happen to the millennials, and it did happen, and millennials are experiencing it in larger numbers than we were.
I want to add to that though. I've noticed this. Maybe it's different over there, but the punk scene here, like again, a lot of, I was like, oh man, but a lot of these millennials and Generation Zers in the punk scene,
Yeah,
there's no more community or solidarity in the punk scene no more. It's a bunch of standoffish, cliquish people, largely from the middle class, labor aristocracy, petty bourgeoisie. It's I don't know you, like standoffish as fuck.
No, you're onto a really good point. You know what is worse than that? Think about like the rap scene, the way it works with the rap scene. It's the same with the punk scene. They gimmick punk as this idea of this like cultish, like I want to rebel from my parents' music. Where the most that they do is that they don't actually commit to the anti-establishment stuff. They gimmick it.
Yeah.
Like full on
That's-
Green Day style gimmick it. They
That was
make a
starting to
virtue
happen.
signal to it, and then they use it to be pansy fuckheads. And
That
I
was
don't mean
starting to
pansy in
happen
the
in the-
sense of promoting good rights because
The mid '90s was the beginning of that. Actually, I noticed that the early '90s less so, but the mid '90s it was very much Green. Because Green Day made it big in '94. That's the mid,
Yeah,
that's
yep.
that's the mid '90s. It's not the early '90s.
And I will say that the punk scene in Britain did stay strong until the mid '90s because I mean that they were the people that kept pushing as to why the fuck is the striking stopped? They're
I mean,
taking our
punk-
industry. Shouldn't we be striking more?
Yeah, it wasn't classed. They didn't call it punk. It was basically the grunge scene. Was that you had the crusties and all that in the UK? You had
I hate the grunge scene, to be honest. I find it as like a labor aristocratic
It
take on
wasn't
punk.
so much at the beginning. I think it became more that later on, because people said, "Oh, fucking."
Well, yeah, like Nickelback started off with this like
Oh.
I
really
hate
working
Nickelback. I
class
hate
rhythm.
Nickelback.
No, yeah, but no, they're one of the worst though. That's why we all hate them, because they were literally like one of the starters of grunge. They were at the start and they were quite punky. Like they
I
were
thought
quite
they were.
punky
I
and
thought,
funky.
I thought they came afterwards. I thought they were copying.
So
Pearl
they
Jam.
did a demo.
Post-grunge.
They did a demo record in like it was like the early '90s or late '90s, and they
Oh,
did
probably.
grunge.
Well, that's the thing. But I mean, in the early days, the thing is, grunge was never used. It was the term grunge was used was a term used.
Media.
Slang. It was a slur, yeah.
It was sludge grunge. It was because it sounded screechy, but it didn't sound like heavy metal. It was a nice break from because heavy metal was becoming boring. Even the thrash scene was getting over polished and boring.
Fight me.
Nah, it was. Trust me, I was there.
Well, I mean, it didn't stop Slayer from making the same album for 30 years.
But the Black Album by Metallica.
That was,
Don't
to
make
be
me
fair,
cry.
that wasn't bad, but it was getting a bit.
I hated it. I hated it. I hated it.
I didn't mind that one so much. I was bored by "And Justice for All."
Well, okay.
But I mean, by the end of the
so
'80s,
bad is they didn't. So the issue with the Black Album is they gutted some good songs.
yeah,
Like so,
Some good
Sad
songs on
but
it.
True, Enter Sandman, Holier
Never
Than
liked that
Thou, and what's it? The fucking Don't Tread on Me. Those songs were supposed to be faster songs. Don't Tread on Me actually works better as a slow song, so I don't mind that change.
Yeah.
Also, My Friend of Misery was supposed to be a bass instrumental song, and they
I
decided
never,
to change it.
I never got the album. I never bought. I just like a couple of songs from it, but I was bored by Metallica long before that, to be honest.
I mean, other than the fact that they quite literally say "Don't only the strong will survive." There's no room to save the weaker race. Kill 'Em All is a good album.
I didn't like the lyrics. The lyrics were terrible on Kill 'Em All, but the music was quite good.
Yeah, that was what they were criticized for. But then their second album, they go from having like terrible, random, out there just to be out there lyrics to actual political lyrics. Like the second album is a really good change from the
second
first.
album was their best, I think.
But I change, so No Remorse. I take those lyrics that are really, really dodgy, and I'm like, okay, only the workers survive. No room to save the bourgeois class. We're ready to seize your property with a loaded gun right at your face. Class war shall end.
Before I sidetrack myself too much, I was into more grindcore and crust punk and hardcore by the late '80s. But the problem with that was it was beginning to start getting boring because a lot of them were just learning to play better and turning into death metal bands, taking their politics out. And just,
you get to be a bit more of a salty fucker like me, because I imagine you like the metallic hardcore scene. I imagine you also didn't like the metalcore scene, because metalcore is just a gimmick of metallic hardcore. Like they took really hardcore punky.
I don't really know what they mean by metalcore, to be honest. When I was into hardcore and crust, they called it grindcore. Before grindcore became something else, it was now what they call crust punk. You had Napalm Death, Extreme Noise Terror, Deviated Instinct. Deviated Instinct are criminally underrated.
Napalm Death are their own thing. Like no one should even give a genre to Napalm Death.
Well, yeah, but I mean, there's no original. Hasn't been an original.
Everyone tries to relate them to Cannibal Corpse. No, Cannibal Corpse is attempting to be Napalm Death.
Cannibal Corpse
failed to succeed.
Death metal. I mean, Cannibal Corpse, I never paid much attention to. I was getting bored with death metal as well by that point. So grunge.
Cannibal Corpse is death. They are death metal, but they pretend like they're more than death metal. Like they try to be something else.
I don't know much about them.
They're trying to be this like extreme, pompous fucking.
I never got into them. I got more into I liked Obituary. I liked a band called Morgoth for 5 minutes, but they got boring very quickly. And I liked Death and all that kind of stuff.
What's that band that begins with a G? I can't remember its name.
Gorgoroth?
Not Gorgoroth. It's a
Gwar?
death metal band.
That's a what? Sorry.
It's a death metal band.
Oh, never mind.
G.
Gojira.
Oh, don't. Yeah, they were much later. I mean, but the
They
grunge
are much later. But so Gojira is like the continuation of Death. Like if Death didn't die, convenient use of language. If Death didn't die,
it's the same word, isn't it, as Godzilla? Gojira is like a more Japanese pronunciation of Godzilla.
Gojira,
Before I forget, the grunge, what was known as grunge was originally a bunch of underground music scene in Seattle on the Sub Pop record label, and they were making melodic tunes, but they'd also make screechy noise because we got bored with grindcore because every song was 1, 2, 3, 4, and that was it. You know, So we thought, well, we'll still listen to that, but we want to listen to something with a tune as well. So we'd like acoustic stuff. I was listening to bands like New Model Army as well, who were a kind of like early 80s post-punk. They were their own thing, you know? And it was kind of like listening to that. So Nirvana filled that void. Mudhoney filled that void. The problem was it caught off and became massive by 92, and Nirvana became these rock gods, which they never wanted to be. And the hipsters suddenly start listening to Nirvana. All these rock chicks who'd been into like Skid Row were all suddenly into Nirvana. Is that Warrant? She's my bloody cherry pie. Suddenly they're all listening to Smells Like Teen Spirit.
Listening to this guy,
and then Pearl Jam came along.
No, they were taking this heroin addicted, broken man, and rather than being like, okay, we're gonna help you because you're in struggles and we like your music, it's like, no, we're not even gonna help you with drug addiction. No, but what we're gonna do is we're gonna try and use you as an idol to children and send you around to children's fucking schools
like
and stuff.
this,
Like, the guy's on heroin. Like, what are you doing?
Well, I've seen it amongst particularly middle class people. They say, "Oh, I love him. He's such an there's some asshole celebrity or some asshole rock star who's a complete gowl, a real nasty piece of work." And the people go, "Oh, I love him. He's such a comedy. He's so entertaining." And I've seen people talk about idiots in real life like that. There's a little cunt who used to work in one of the local bars. He threatened one of my friends once. He threatened me once. He started calling. He started on me in a pub, and he started on me mate. And people say, "Oh, I find him entertaining. He's funny." He's a fucking cunt, and he needs to have his teeth removed.
I will say, I absolutely agree with this. For every person on this earth, other than Jeremy Clarkson, he will be the court jester of the fucking revolution. He'll be in lock and chains, like his arms behind his back, turkey winged like a chicken, and he'll have to just make jokes all the time.
Jeremy Clarkson's another one. He's probably unknown in the States. He's another one. He's one of these professional idiot, fucking professional reactionary old dad. And it's like, you're not funny. And why do they glorify this? This is the same thing. Kurt Cobain was a deeply troubled man.
Because he's a northerner.
Was he a northerner?
They try, yeah, he's Yorkshirean. They try and use that as a shield.
I might guess middle class Yorkshire. He doesn't sound very Yorkshire.
Sometimes he has a bit more of a Yorkshirean rumble to his throat, but he's like a lot of middle class Yorkshians where they speak a little more up in their throat and very posh. I hate posh Yorkshians. Posh Yorkshians sound southern and it makes my head roll over. Yeah. I mean, have you ever heard of that H-Bomber guy? The guy who does, he's like, he claims to be a Marxist, but he's not really. And he does like gaming video stuff. He's Yorkshirean. Like,
right.
He doesn't sound Yorkshirean. He doesn't sound like he's from bloody. He doesn't sound like. But when you find out he is Yorkshirean, you can hear it just about, and it's like exactly. It's a cock the gun. It's like what are you doing? His mum sounds like straight Yorkshire as well. Like I've heard his mum speak in one of the videos. She sounds straight Yorkshire, and he's just like this posh fucking geezer. I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
That's what happens. Like you're saying about getting back to Kurt Cobain, they sort of went, "Oh wow, let's watch this guy kill himself." It's entertaining. It's like the Hunger Games. It's watching people kill each other for our entertainment. I mean, that's what the Hunger Games was a great piece of satire.
I mean, they do see poor musicians as just drug addicts and bagheads. I mean, that's why as much as they like listening to rock, they every time any of their kids be like wanting to become a rock star or a singer, they'll push them out of it because they associate being in that with being this idol that's gonna be on. You're gonna be on drugs and all that. That's just part of the parcel.
Throwing TVs out of windows and smashing hotel rooms. I mean, it's awful.
Well, they're not gonna be Iron Maiden. Let's be.
I wouldn't want to be.
They've been banned from so many hotel rooms. They're still banned from them as well because they cause so much trouble. They used to throw fruit at people out a window.
I can't say I'd be doing that, but hey, I'm quite well. I'm a good, well-behaved Catholic boy.
I mean, what are you gonna do when you get hit by an orange? Look up and it's just Bruce Dickinson shirtless, pissed out of his brains, hanging out of the window by one arm.
I'd probably go, "Yeah, fuck off, you daft cunt," or something like that.
Bastard! You were say something just erroneous, even though you might not believe it. You were better than a singer.
I'll probably go proper Geordie and go, I'll probably go an old Geordie and go, "Yeah, mate, fucking come to Hadaway, come down, yeah, man, fuck off." Or something like that.
Yeah, mate, you do both.
Oh, yeah. Hadaway, man, come on, doing fucking yeah, I'll fucking knock you out. Oh, fuck off.
We got beef settled down here, knock you out, beat fuck at you.
Oh, yeah, man, I'll fucking knock you.
I've got such a broken vocal cord that I can't apply all the vocal pressure necessary for
I've been living in this area. I've gone native, you see. Well, since moving to this part of the country, I start talking Geordie sometimes, and I go things like, "Yeah, man, fuck off. How do we in shite?" And people in the south and the Midlands are saying, what are you even talking about?" They don't understand a word of it.
I randomly pick up Scouse, Irish, and Scottish a lot.
Oh
Oh, and
yeah,
a bit of Australian.
I pick up Scouse all the time. Glaswegian, Dublin, Belfast, Galway, Derry, and somewhere else, Corkonian.
Irish happens when I'm reading English. I always find it that's got to be moments where I'm reading English words that are stolen from the Celts. I'm like, why is my vernacular changing to an Irish pronunciative here? No,
No
it could
idea.
just be synchronicity, and I'm having just random moments
Bit,
of
bit
like.
of an autistic thing where you're susceptible to picking up other things off people as well. That's my excuse. People used
I
to.
think as well that really gets into the autistic thing of it because I know I have heritage in those certain ground bases. I think it's easier for it because
Yeah,
I regardless of my own thought, like this is all subconscious. Like my love for it would for those things wouldn't be able to be separated from my subconscious activity. It basically turned
no.
around and would go over the top with picking up those certain things because I'm listening to someone that I would respect, so the repetition would take place.
Another thing, yeah, I mean, autistic people often have like identity crises. That's what I mean. I noticed a lot of trans people I
I'm
know.
non-binary myself.
I mean, I'm not quite, but I do have a lot of gender fluidity. I'm quite happy to call myself male. Cis is a bit of a like, it's a bit of pushing it a bit, but I'm happy to call myself male. I do feel a lot of gender fluidity. I'm not going to jump on the trans bandwagon because it feels pretentious.
I don't want to jump on it. I mean, I have
Yeah,
my own trauma, I have my own
so,
history in it,
yeah,
but
but
I'm not even going to talk about what I've been through or anything like
no,
that.
I
Because
wouldn't
as
ask you
far
to.
as I see it, is like, and you know what? Even the people that I've told it, which is like 4 or 5 of what's happened to, and
I
only
can
so
relate.
much of it because I'm limited by typing.
Yeah.
The trans person was gone schmucked by it. So I mean, I could talk about it. They saw it as traumatic, but it's not. It's now compared to what they've been through. So
Yeah,
it's like
it's not a competition though,
it's
is it?
comparing sticks it's comparing sticks to stones, and stones
Yeah,
hit harder than sticks unless you got a
it's not.
really long stick. But
It's
I
not a
my
competition though. I mean, it's like this is the problem we have. Is another thing with this postmodernist thing. It's all about victim Olympics, and that's horseshit. I mean,
I
that's
will
what I got.
say though that the
It's always
black
middle class people who do it.
internationalist is right though that there is an intersectionalist thing that we need to look into. Like we can't ignore intersectionalism
Yeah, that's what I
entirely.
kind of took exception to something Jason put. He said intersectionalism is just and that's that. I think he fell into that trap of sounding like a class reductionist, which I wouldn't accuse him of being, but I think he said
You
he
know
came
what it
across.
is? There's a problem with Gen Xers. Gen Xers have got this idea of the gender warrior being an actual like consistent political idea, like a movement, and it's like they're convulsifying fascists and fascistic opportunism to like an actual issue within society. So a lot of the time they're just devolving this stuff as, oh well, postmodernism, that's just a part of this third wave feminist shit and just dismissing it. And it's like, well, okay, postmodernism, that's a problem. I fucking hate that shit. Fuck that.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
intersectionalism, the way I see it is dialectics is supposed to be intersectional. We're supposed to
Yes.
understand the different relationships in
Yeah.
society. That's literally what dialectics means, is how society relates with each other. Multiple causes, multiple effects. But if
Yeah.
there's
Yeah.
multiple causes, multiple effects, someone who is black and working class has obviously got more oppression than someone who's white and working class. So
Yes.
there is a level of intersectionality we got to look
Yes.
at. But
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
problem
Yeah.
is that they're like, oh well, it's used by this sector of people
It's
to cry for the
what
aristocracy.
what
Well,
what
I'm like, well, I
Jason.
don't want to cry for the aristocracy for it. I want to bring colonized aristocrats more in line with their proletarian people, because you're an example of this. For example, I mean, you weren't up there; you were in the lower sector, but still,
Mhm.
your colonized culture and being treated like shit for that colonized
Yeah.
culture kept
Yeah.
you in more radical ground. So there's
Yeah.
a connection that you can bring the radicalized aristocracy down to
It
people
was
by actually
interesting.
pushing it the other way and showing the empathy to the people who are more oppressed in the lower
Yes.
class by these
Why
positions.
I've always been gravitating towards black folk and Asian because I talk to them, or poor people and middle class people, or
I mean,
richer
they're
people.
also the people who have shown the most love to the Irish, like
Oh yeah.
the
Oh I. It's a
African, Arab, and Native American people
yeah.
specifically.
It's a funny thing because I'm losing my thread now. It's oh fuck, what was I going? Oh yeah,
But
but with intersectionalism, I think what is confused with intersectionalism is identity reductionism. That's the demon. I mean, what's it? Socialism for all. Shout out to him. He described himself as pro-intersectionalist, and I thought, yeah, what he's talking about is not in an opportunist kind of a way. It's kind of like it's not to be confused or conflated with identity reductionism. And then you have the flip side of identity reductionism is class reductionism, and class reductionism, every time I see it, is very short-lived, and it always is the first step towards class collaborationism. I think
Like, we all
class.
make the mistake of doing it every now and then as well, don't we? But it's
What's
like
that?
the class reductionism. We all make the one mistake of doing it, but what you absolutely got onto is right on there. Class collaboration occurs from it, but from a white supremacy outlook.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
you're
Yeah.
on fire then. Sorry, and I interrupted you. So you're on class collaborationism.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think class reductionism it tends to be a very puritanical thing of, well, Black Lives Matter are just a bloody front for the CIA, or they're a liberal thing. It's all identity, and it wasn't. The point
They
class.
do the thing like they did with Antifa, where they call it a group.
Yeah.
It's a
And they start going on about class, and then LGBT rights. Oh, that's just a lot of bloody liberalism. That's just the deviation. It's a petty bourgeois deviation. Class. Next thing you know, George Galloway, class reductionist. What's he doing now? He's coming out with class collaborationism. He's playing footsie with far right. He totally supported Brexit and in a really ugly and reactionary way. I took neither side in Brexit.
I mean, this guy supported the AFA back in the day, but doesn't support Antifa.
Yeah, exactly.
What the fuck's
he
this all about?
he was speaking out on behalf on that program Sputnik on RT before RT went really right wing, blatantly so. He was on there, you know. Other left wingers were on RT. They had platforms on RT. Some liberals did as well, but it was more of a. It had more. Now it's got right wing, far right, reactionary gals are coming on RT in both the UK and the US.
No, Galloway has literally said shit like "this great country" and other stuff like that, and
Yeah.
make Britain great again and other sort of shit. Not make Britain great again exactly, but basically that sort of rhetoric. Like
He's done
speaking
more
of
and
Britain as
more
if it was
right-wing.
ever a great nation other than an imperial one, a conqueror.
Because it was a warlike fucking genocidal war machine. The US is just taking it to the next level. And that's why the Brits don't like him. The British say like, oh, the Americans. I say, well, hang on, who taught them? Well, they speak the same fucking language. Who taught them how to be that way? It's like your bastard child's gone down to the next level. That's all it is.
I remember having to over-explain myself once because I confused an Irish comrade of mine when I said this because I made it sound like I like the union, but I said it like this: is like I want eventually to be a time where we all come back together. I feel that that's a sentiment that does hit some English people quite hard because there are some English people that don't see the connection on the colonial level. Some of them do; they know it. That's definitely part of their relationship, but they ignore it. They see this sort of like idea of a cohesive nation. And it just doesn't exist.
I think,
and there would never be one nation out of it because there's multiple nations on this isle. But there would be eventually a point where we'd come back together, and I think we'd all like it. That's a great idea. But to people like Galloway who do push that idea that that's what they believe, they're going to understand we're never going to get there until we separate. Ever. Yeah. Never ever. And it's likely going to take centuries because we've for more than a millennia, we've been massacring the Celtic people.
Yeah.
But for almost 2 millennia, we've been colonizing their land, and for over 2 millennia, they've been getting massacred by Europeans in general.
It's a weird, I mean, it's like I can see. I think that I see a day when the third world and the what is now the first world and the third world, instead of one colonizing and robbing the other, it says, right, we need this. You've got it in your continent. We've got this. We'll trade you for it, rather than we're coming in there, putting our flag in the ground and saying, right, we own this mine now. That's how it is now. That's imperialism.
And trade for trade should be equal.
Absolutely,
even when money exists. I hate this idea that when the market still exists, that they're like, okay, well, we need to make profit off trade. That was the thing that really pissed me off with the Soviet Union. We've got to make sure we make a profit. Why do you need to make a profit? You're not a bourgeois economy. You don't need to build up more money. You always have the same amount of resources in your nation. They're literally creating a cycle of capital because they have a low inflation rate so that they can make mass amounts of fucking profits.
I mean, it started to go. My knowledge is still sketchy, but it started to ebb more into that and more into the market sector and profit based, and then you had factories competing against each other. You had jobs for the boys, so it became the more bureaucratic only. The party, you got a top job by joining the party, and if you didn't join, you were never going to get anywhere. And that's why the brain drain happened. A lot of people were defecting because they were getting coerced by the CIA and MI6 and all that to go over the Berlin Wall.
A
People
lot
were-
of others were also like basically settling into
Yeah.
second and third world nations
They
that were
were,
under the
and
Soviet Union.
and that's done it by the
Comecon bloc.
by the 90s. They were getting sick and tired of it. So or the 80s, sorry, they were getting sick and tired of this kind of like exclude, the parties up here and we're down there, and people got seduced by the blue jeans and rock music and Coca-Cola from the West, and they didn't. And when it all fell apart, they weren't.
Soviet metal that came out of that era though is fucking amazing. Like they're all like a weird mixture of Dream Theater and Iron Maiden, and I fucking love it.
Some punk bands as well. There's a good Russian punk band called Purgin.
I do believe that's the one that Jason showed me, and they're like perfectly Doomer, if I remember.
Well, there's another one. There's some post-Soviet ones like Moscow Meat Grinder and stuff like that, because he showed them to me. They were pretty good. There's a lot of it's fused with hip hop and thrash and metal and all sorts of stuff as well, but not in a shitty
I know
way.
that their metal was like a weird. So what they did is they took thrash metal, new wave of British heavy metal, and prog metal, and just went.
Something like that. I'm not
Aria is a great
metal's
example.
popular.
Aria is like a band if Iron Maiden formed in 1987 and were like
Quite probably. I don't know too much. I'm not too up on me Russian metal, but it's like I think these subcultures. The problem is a lot of Nazis and a lot of punks in Russia are Nazis. Ukraine as well. There's an awful lot of this kind of RAC stuff. They're dressed like the Exploited or the Casualties or those kind of punk bands, but they're all into neo-Nazi stuff.
But there's also a pretty big anti-fascist Russian scandal movement also.
Yeah, there's that as well. That's because it's like that's the thing. The Nazi punks in Russia are the ones the West and the BBC and MSNBC and CNN pick up on, and then they ignore the fact that the Ukrainian ones are even more extreme, and the Polish ones as well, and the German ones as well, and the British ones too. And then they go, oh, that's Russia, Russia bad, Russia bad, Russia bad. But they forget to mention that the Russians have got some ferocious anti-fascist element to this day.
Oh, yeah.
It's like in the south of England, they think
left. Like they've got a massive left punk scene.
In like Essex and London and places like that, then Kent, they think, what you got up Newcastle for? It's fucking food. They're all backward northerners and all that.
They're all into that bum sex and stuff.
They're all fucking mental. They're all bloody racist. Because the thing is, it's like another thing with Russians. They don't tend to be what we call politically correct. I've talked to Serbs more than I have Russians even, and they're the same. They're not. They don't go around walking on eggshells. They say because they didn't have a racist problem in the same way as the West did. The more racist a country is, the more uptight they are about racist language. Have you noticed that?
Have you noticed though that like the North is actually more anti-racist than people
That's
give
what I'm
it
saying.
credit for? I mean,
the North has.
You find the racist. I mean, the idea of poor British people being racist is a stereotype and one that doesn't actually live up to scrutiny when you actually engage in communities. Actually, there are many poor communities that are racist. Don't get me wrong, but 9 times out of 11, that in the North. People are not only are they against racism, but they will not tolerate it. Like it's not like the South where they're against it sometimes, but they'll use tolerate it because they're afraid of the racist. No, in the North, if you're in an anti-racist area and you're racist, you'll get fucked. Now, if you're in a racist area, it's normally violent as all fucking hell, but that's just poverty.
But that's what I'm saying. You get them. They don't sort of walk on eggshells around it because they live with these people. They're the ones that you know what I mean. Working class people in general. And in the North, there's more of this kind of idea. There's this idea that the North
is more. Thing they try. But this is what I was going to get at with your Essex point, because you moved away from it. And I want to sort of bring you back to that because it was really good. Essex is a good example of this microcosm. Mm-hmm. Essex is not very racist, at least from how it's purveyed. But they purvey that. They use that as a shining example. They use Newcastle as a shining example of being a racist place. Mm-hmm. Yet they also shun it for being over progressive. Like it's shunned for homosexuality and Islamic multiculturalism. So what is it? Is it racist or is it?
Yeah,
it's multicultural, the usual homosexual space commie city.
It's the usual thing of changing the goalposts. It's like conflating the left and the right. They do that a lot, because the left tends not to be. The far left doesn't do political correctness in the same way as the liberals do. The liberal right are the ones who say, "Don't say this, no, don't behave like that." But they wouldn't live with black people. They wouldn't live with Muslims. They wouldn't live with gay people. They would. They just say, "Don't use naughty words around them. Don't talk about them in such a pejorative way." Whereas Whereas like working class people and Northerners in particular, Irish people too, lots of Slavic people, they will crack jokes about racism with the victims of racism. Now, not to generalize, because there's plenty of racists there too, but we tend to make jokes about racism, laughing at the racists.
Yeah,
Now, the middle,
I've engaged with that
middle
with
class fuckers
fucking
in the south
my
will go,
Lithuanian mate.
yeah, and that's why they think we're a bunch of racists, and they think the left wing are the same as the right wing, and they use it. Oh, the north is so backward, and it's all so poor.
They do it on purpose. They purposely obfuscate our humor. The middle class, ever since the 90s, has gone out of its way to try and kill working class comedy and working class humor and the narrative of the way we organize. But do you know, it's a fun thing
that's the problem.
Because Liverpool is treated as like this massively. They don't even give it the left wing contour. It's this massively bombastic right wing place. If people are doing something that's from like they bastardize it as like a place of the it's like a Mos Eisley from fucking Tatooine and Star Wars. It's a place of vile scum and villainy.
Scum and villainy.
It's probably the most revolutionary place in England, and
Always.
maybe even the British Isle of Wales, Scotland, and England, because Liverpool is one place that not only where you could go around to anyone and everyone and tell them you're a communist and they wouldn't be bothered. And if anything, actually, you may even get like a shake of the
even
hand.
Newcastle, you couldn't get away with that. Not as much.
I was up in a place near the John Lennon Airport because I stayed at a hotel there at one point. And in this county, because of the amount of people that supported communism and supported Che Guevara, the councillor had to go and like just to appease the people and make themselves seem radical, like to put paintings up, like sanctioned paintings of Che Guevara on fucking telephone boxes and
the same prejudice you're talking about in the US. You get the same thing, except in the US it's the other way around. It's the South they think is this horrible backward, and there's some truth in that, as you know yourself, Count Antifa. It's very much those goddamn rednecks and it's like hold on a minute, they just don't do this. We're such friends of the black people. We don't do this. They'll say fuck you, asshole. We live amongst them. Even with Jim Crow, we're the ones who live next door to them. We're the poor white trash you like to look down on as the racists, and we're the ones that. And that's the thing. But you do get these right wing.
Well, I mean, because the rednecks were the anti-racists.
Yes, they were.
The
Confederacy were not rednecks. They conflate Confederacy with rednecks. Confederacy were the racists.
They're opposing forces. The rednecks were communists.
Yeah.
Battle of Blair Mountain, West Virginia.
Yeah. And it's the same thing.
Miners' battle.
It's exactly the same thing with the UK, and it's the South and the North the other way around. The South is where it's like the New York. It's London and New York are very similar in a lot of ways, and they've got this kind of I used to talk to people when I worked in a call center, say, joking. I says, if you come up north, come to Newcastle, I'll buy you a drink. Oh no, I'm not going up there. What do you mean? The fuck, red mist? What the fuck do you mean by that? Like, and it's like,
you want to go, son? No problem up here. I come down south, that's you. I'll be on train in 15 minutes. It'll take me 2 hours to get down there. I'll have you, son.
Yeah, you fucking twat. Oh fuck, I had away, you southern bastard. And it's like. They would go, I've been up.
Meet you halfway in fucking Bram, lad.
You know what I said? I said, like, I've been up to Doncaster. I'm not going up even. And that was a shit. Doncaster's a run-down place. Because the mining industry in Doncaster was trashed. So, of course, it's run down. But I'm not going up Newcastle. That's even further up north. It's even more. I thought, I'm a southerner.
Yes, because that's how the Richter scale of England and Scotland works. It's just if you go more north, it gets worse. Like
it's like, fuck you.
I mean, fuck me, Doncaster still has its posh areas for dickheads like him. He has his safe area to be in. Doncaster has its garden.
It's not me. It's a very devastated city.
It is a devastated town. It's a sacrifice zone, but so is places like Tamworth and fucking Minworth and other places like that.
Yeah, Minworth, Christ, I remember that place.
But these towns still have these like little garden communities for them. Like, I mean, it may be run down and poor, but if Doncaster, I mean, anyone who says it like that, you probably shouldn't go to Doncaster.
No,
people will be like, Doncaster. Well,
it's a place now. It's a shame.
Are you all right, lad? Have you been smoking something?
So Doncaster's there's not much there, and people who live there must want to get out of it because it's just
I mean, it had a beautiful. So do you know what? It's quite like places like fucking Tamworth, Atherstone, and Nuneaton.
Yeah.
Places used to be real fond of their history. They had some of the best history in that region when it comes to like strong poignance of battle. Like a lot of these places have had wars fought on them. A lot of these places have been like sort of poignant positions of those history, and they used to be very embracive to this. And
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
noticed
for
that's
Tamworth, it was the capital of Mercia.
it was.
And that used to be somewhat of a pride point, and it was going to be a city at one point. But the what's happened is that because of the sacrifice zones being formalized out of them, this disconnect from this culture has happened because parents have not been asked to teach their kids about it because it
Uh,
doesn't mean anything to them anymore. Everything's falling apart.
yeah,
Everyone wants to
it's
just leave and go to the nicer suburb of somewhere else.
Birmingham. It was always Birmingham.
Oh,
That's when.
and it's the Americanization as well. I've seen it in my old man. I've seen it in fucking my mate's old man. Everyone around me. So many people have got, and not like subliminal Americanization like it was in the 80s and the 90s. Like this is straight up the like openly look us in America. My dad, when he
It's
traveled to New York, it changed him.
it's funny 'cause you're talking like Celt Antifa. You're talking about the punk scene dying. The punk scene, what's passed off as a punk scene as well. It's just listening to shitty bands, all of which are either from the US and they're from capitalist, watered down pop punk shite from the US, which doesn't represent the US culture.
No. I was saying even at like your bars, even like your underground punk scene at the
Yeah,
bars
yeah,
around here, you
yeah.
still see that snooty.
Oh,
No
yeah.
more solidarity, no more
It's
togetherness, no more unity. It's just
to be
cliquish.
to be fair, I did see that in the 90s as well, and even the 80s. You get the kind of you can't sit with us, we're the cool kids. But I do think
Yep.
it's possibly more noticeable now. It's nothing new, but
You would
it goes through
think
phases of getting better and getting worse and stuff because it is quite bad. I've noticed. Yeah, goth
You
scene as
would
well, pretty
think that
much
the
like that.
band would be the model for them to basically push out the quote unquote anti-establishment punk to make people think, well, it's not just pop punk. We've got the anti-establishment still. The model they'd use for that would be a bunch of fucking Canadians who try and act like America is the worst thing ever.
Yeah, yeah.
Well done, Green
I mean,
Day.
I mean,
You achieved being a Canadian. Sticking
look,
for
I
you.
just been like punk nights in clubs, and it was wall to wall, Paramore, Green Day, Offspring.
Paramore and punk. There is punk as like me just taking a shit.
And it was like I'd say like, do you ever listen to GBH or UK Subs or the Exploited? They were like, oh no, I don't like old school. I don't. They'd be quite pithy about it. Well, old
Oh,
school punk.
they try and call the exploited. They try and call the exploited just right wing or something like that. I guarantee you, like the.
Because a lot of people used to say they were a Nazi band, and I thought they're not Nazi. They're a bit politically
They might be
suspect. in some ways.
skinheads, but they're not Nazis.
No.
They're skinheads, like, and skinheads
I think the liberal left. I think the liberal left alienated the exploited. I mean, I don't know what. I've never met
Do you know
Watty.
what it was? It's because they were very bimmy and sort of grounded. Like they were proper working class geezers. That's why
Yeah.
Working Class Heroes is a song that's always stuck in my head. That song's great.
Can't remember that one. I kind of didn't listen. I used to listen to a lot when I was 15 and 16, but I lost touch with them a bit, you know. But I think they took the attitude of left wing, right wing are all a bunch of wankers. I said I haven't met them yet. I might do one day. But if I did, I'd say to
to be
Watty
honest, aren't they not? Like, I might be a left winger as a communist, but this is why, like, in my YouTube description,
Well, yes, what I said. I haven't met Watty, but I would have said to him, "You're confusing the left wing with liberals, the liberal left, not the far left. Because the far left are more like you. You know what I mean?
no.
Because they used to write songs like, there was like Maggie, you cunt, Maggie, you fucking cunt. That was great. Well, we want to see you suffer, we want to see you killed. And that was all about, as far as I knew, that was
Cop
about
cars.
I hate cop cars. Yeah, that's another one. They were not even. I think because Watty was in the army, but he even wrote songs about being in the army, and he was comparing. He was talking about like the army being used to lull working class lads from Scotland to go over and kill Irish people, and he said, "Fuck that." And I thought he doesn't sound like a fascist, but he may have flirted with some ideas that were, because some people did. The fascists do that to try and seduce working class people, like the army does. But I've never heard him say say anything fascist. I don't know. It's a very contentious issue. Some of the anarcho hippie punks hate the exploited, and they like Crass and people like that, and they're very. Do you know what I mean? They're all Crass and Conflict fans who are a bunch of fucking assholes, as far as I'm concerned.
People blow these things out of proportion. I have them do it against me, but I mean, I'm left wing. I'm a communist, and this is the way that I comment about it. Like my description on YouTube goes as follows. I love it. I think it's brilliant. I am a hypercritical, severely disabled cunt whom is here to put out much needed critical analysis on all things left or right, as to give a lumpen proletarian perspective on the table, wielding Marxism as my tool to express it. I might
Yeah.
not be the most articulate. I might not be very pleasant to listen to. I ain't no genius or intellect aristotle. I can't even read. I ain't no genius intellect aristocrat. All I am is just a washed up
Aristocrat.
cripple. I'm just a washed up cripple who happens to be overly critical. I'm being as modest as can be. I am open to discussion with anyone, happy to crack at it with those I support and those I do not, all of whom will be having to deal with a critical response regardless of what bench they sit on. All in all, we need as much critical analysis on the table. Everyone should be subject to criticism, but there is this stupid idea amongst the labor aristocracy that we shouldn't criticize our own side as it will, quote, weaken us, end quote. In brackets, normally an excuse to not criticize China. This idea is folly and must be eliminated if we are ever to succeed in a revolution.
Okay. Did you say aristotwat?
Yes.
Classic. Aristotwat.
I mean, they are twats. Even
Pretty
the
much,
even
right.
the aristocrats themselves, the class traitor ones, admit it. Like, I remember
Just
having,
thought that was a great word, aristotwat.
it is crafty, and I mean,
I'll be back in a minute.
No worries.
all right, respect.
Respect.
I
what
mean,
was
like,
it?
the thing is, it's like Luke Dublin. Luke Dublin turned around to me and he was like, you know what, you are kind of right about like the position of power stuff, because I don't want to ever be in like a position of holding actual political power. Like, I reckon if I was, he's like, I reckon if I was leading the party, I'd just do really crass, quick motion movements that would ruin a
wouldn't be able to-
revolutionary struggle and would fuck
I'm
things
not very
over.
good. I'm not very good at responsibility. That's why I was never very good at being in a monogamous relationship, because you have to be this patriarchal provider, and I was never very good at that. I'd rather be part of a cooperative. You know what I mean? And I'm like that with
I was
pretty much
brought up
everything.
by like an old man who's like a slave to just doing those stuff. Like, even when he really hated it and wanted to blow his brains out, he still did it. So whenever I'm like around someone else who's like needs things done for them, I just go from being bedridden crippled to being cripple moving himself to do all sorts of stuff that I barely ever do for myself. Like, I start cooking and doing all sorts of like, the fuck's going on here? I barely got the energy to cook for myself.
Fair play to you. Fair play to you. I was going to say something
It's
else
my
now about that.
empathic and hypersensitivity. I get caught on with other people, and then I get the adrenaline to move. I can do
Yeah,
more
I
for other
used to
people
be.
than I can for myself.
I used to be around drunk people. I'd start acting drunk. It was very strange. You know, famous little pub in Tamworth called Hamlet's Wine Bar. It's gone now. So I think it's called this. I think last time I went past it, it was called the Sir Robert Peel. I think.
We don't even have the
Go in there.
tobacconist anymore.
You don't even have what?
The tobacconist, tobacco
Bloody
shop.
hell. I don't know.
I
Been a
mean,
while
so there
since I've
used
been
to
to the
be
Midlands.
in town. There used to be there where the game station was. There used to be a tobacco shop. You could
Right.
get flavored tobaccos and stuff. And then when the
Can't remember.
government
It's been that
started putting
long.
all the restrictions on flavored tobacco, the store ended up closing.
I can't remember. It's been that long since I've been in the place. I've been to. It's like Derby. I haven't been in Derby for like 20 years. I haven't been in Tamworth for about 4 years. And I haven't lived in the Midlands for nearly 20 years. So it's a bit of a vague memories in some ways, you know. But I haven't been back home to the west of Ireland in 15 years, 16 years nearly. It's shocking. But that wasn't by choice. That was more financial reasons, or when I had the money, I didn't have the time. When I had the time, I didn't have the money because I didn't have a job. You know what I mean? So it's
Well, I mean, being in this little Warwickshire village,
yeah,
Tamworth is very close, so I'm always popping in and out of there.
yeah.
I mean,
I spent a lot
sometimes it
of time
takes
in
me
Tamworth.
anywhere between an hour or two to get there. So
I spent a lot of time in Tamworth, even when I didn't live there. When I lived in Derby, I kept going back to Tamworth. It was weird, you
I
know.
mean, it's not a bad place. Not a bad place. I
It's
wouldn't say
good.
no to living there. I'd rather live up in fucking what's it, Liverpool or Yorkshire, because I feel more homey around proper Northerners.
Uh, I must admit, I did.
Warwickshire is not North enough.
No, I must admit, I found Northumberland, which didn't get on with it first, but it was all right. But it was too out of the way and too full of old posh wankers. And I moved into Newcastle, and that was the best thing I did because that was like I found my feet there. It's much more of a mate, you're Irish, are you? Fuck it, I'm not English. I'm a Geordie. I was like, I'm getting on with this place. It's all right. There's a lot of there's a fair bit of racism because they use the Northeast as a kind of recruitment ground for the army. But even a lot of people come out of the army and they're really quite anti-army and anti-racist and anti. There's some of them come out of the army very disillusioned. But you get some that are really right wing and they become the racists. The Southerners.
They also end up becoming addicted to crack. The right wingers do. I've noticed.
Yeah, well, these are these right wing Geordies and right wing Mackhams and right wing Sandancers being South Shields people. These are the ones the Southerners cherry pick and say, "Oh, look, the North is so racist." They ignore the rest of them that are really violently anti-racist.
Of course, someone who was a part of Her Majesty's genocidal fucking forces
Yeah.
of the armed military.
Well, it's like if someone from down south is like that, they just go, "He's just a thug." But if you're someone from up north is like that, they go, "Oh, it's the Northerners for you."
Well,
It's
actually,
like
if it's someone down south doing it, like what's it? They'll actually, you know what, they do it with the north and the south. What they start doing now is they're always like, "Oh, this is the influence of black music. They're listening to all this black music."
that's Ben
No, I'm
Shapiro.
telling you now. To this day, you can still refer to African American like hip hop, and African hip hop in general, just African music, soul music, as black music, and you won't have people telling you, "Whoa, that's sus. Don't say that." Like you could get away with it. That's the way most dads will tell their kids to stop listening to that black music, and that's them avoiding the N word. They want to say
That's the
the
problem.
N-word.
I used to get that with some of these metal. That's another reason I went towards the sort of grungy scenes. A lot of the metalhead crowd used to say, "Oh, I'm not listening to that effing music." You know what I mean?
Dave Mustaine saved me from this one because, like, he told, like, I remember I was a really young metal fan in my early teens, hearing him say that he's a punk who does metal, and I'm like, there's probably a better way to be. The punk scene seems a little more amicable, and actually, weirdly enough, so everyone thinks they just don't think. No, the time that they don't spend thinking about intricate guitar rhythms, they're spending thinking about the lyrics. I'm telling you, because they're lyricist fucking geniuses. It actually functions the same way that rap does. The beat is sometimes simple, sometimes complex. I won't say it's always simple. Punk has really sort of been one of those genres where sometimes it's simple, sometimes it's like some very Satriani shit. Just people don't recognize that stuff.
Yeah,
but the lyrics are like rap, where it's heavily cultural and well thought out.
Yeah. I mean, punk and rap have got a lot in common in that sense of the word. I mean, metal does a lot of metal started to imitate the punk scene, and that's where they started to get much the same because a lot of metal.
Okay, so what happened was because a lot of metal started to imitate the thrash metal scene, which then got them imitating the punk scene. Because this is how bad middle class white metal is. They couldn't differentiate thrash from hardcore punk.
No, they couldn't actually. Yeah, they do overlap a lot. I mean,
they do overlap, and it was actually thrash's overlap with punk that got thrash making hip hop metal.
New metal as they called it for a while. That was
it wasn't new metal originally. Anthrax actually formalized the weird type of hip hop thrash that was different.
They did indeed. I mean, it was
but new metal was basically based off that, but worse.
Well, it's a problem. Like they co-opted.
I'm the Man was weird.
Oh yeah, I got that when it came out. The music industry being the capitalist abomination. It's like we're talking about sex and pornography. It's like the actual thing that is called pornography is just people having sex on camera. There's nothing wrong with that. And it's the same with music. They make it into this bollocks commercialized thing, and then it's just not the point of it originally. I mean, some people in the old days in the porn industry wanted to do it to expose the hypocrisy of sexuality and sexual repression. But the people who control the porn industry said, no, we can't push things too far. We just got to keep it within the safe thing because we can make money out of it, just pushing the few boundaries. Whereas a lot of the performers were saying, no, I want to fucking do this and talk about my sexuality and stuff like that. And the music is the same.
Do you know what they make the most money off on the? So funny thing is, one of the biggest things in the porn industry now is trans porn. But you know who they make the most money off in the trans porn industry?
Weird.
So in America, 75% of the consumption of trans pornography is by cis, straight as motherfucking days white men who
I don't
the
get
time
it
are very
all.
transphobic.
Do not
It's
get it
literally
at all.
it's this oppression of the other, like they're finding sexual attraction in them being seen and used as an object.
Weird.
No, there's this weird thing. There's fascists that watch Jewish
Yeah.
pornography. Like it's
I've
weird.
got friends who I've got a friend. Well, one particularly a friend in Mexico who's a porn actress. She, she kind of enjoys it, but she doesn't at the same time. But she's like, yeah, I've seen her doing stuff with women and with trans women and with men as well. And it's like people seem to be into this trans thing, and
I
I'm like,
no, I
wait,
don't understand how men could be against it. Let's be real. Like
yeah,
you've got
it's
a
like, yeah,
woman with a vagina and a woman with a dick, and they're having fun. Isn't that better than watching a? Isn't that less gay than watching just a guy fuck a woman?
yeah.
Like if you're really gonna be like funny cis people about it, like is
My attitude towards, I mean, that's the thing I've got. I'm always curious I subjectify women even when they're putting themselves out there sexually. I tend to think, oh, Sham, how you doing? And I tend to, I always find this idea that you must. Caleb can't stand the gosh gang punks. He's very true, but no, that's like the porn industry. It dehumanizes people, but the people themselves, I'm always fascinated by women who can do that because I came from this kind of, dirty women don't be, nice good girls don't wear short skirts. Good Catholic girls don't do that, and I always used to go, no, fuck off. We like those dirty-minded, licentious women, and we treat them like people. You know what I
think
mean?
there's
That's what it is.
also like
You humanize these people. You don't objectify them, which is what misogynists do, and fuck the porn industry because that's what it makes its money out of objectifying those people. But
I
it
think it
depends on
comes
the fact that
into
we're
like
uptight about sex, and it's the same with. Sorry, before you carry on, the music industry does the same thing with these genres. They sanitize them and they make them into these non-confront and right-wing horrible things. And it's the same with sex and porn. Do you know what I mean?
absolutely.
Sorry, I'm talking over you there.
No,
Sorry, you
no,
were
no.
saying.
Sorry. No, I was interrupting. But like, I think like with people who are like really interested, like who enjoy the side of sort of doing the cam shows or sexually promiscuizing themselves or other stuff like that. I think a lot of it comes into the very big prevalment of humiliation fetishes in people. They just like a bit of fucking exposure to themselves. And
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
why nudity is very popular to people.
Oh, I can get into that. It's all.
Mind you, I think most people haven't got a problem with seeing a bit of fucking nude body because it's very artistic. I mean, there's always an aesthetic beauty to it, whether you fucking beat your meat or you just go, oh, nice, and leave
Yeah,
their
I've
business.
talked in like various social media groups. People saying what's your kink, and one. I remember a woman saying I like watching men toss off. And I thought fair enough. I love watching women do it, and it's like yeah, it's a
It's one of
strange
them, and there
thing.
are men out there that don't like watching women do it, and there are women out there that don't like the look of a penis at all,
Yeah,
but they're straight as a fiddle.
they're not gay.
They
You
they
just don't.
like heterosexual sex, but
I've
don't show them dick pics because they'll fucking want to fucking have you. Like they don't like
Oh
it. So
yeah, oh yeah. I mean, to be honest, I mean it's funny. I've done that. I've logged into a woman's face. Said, look at this. And while I was online, they didn't realize it was me. They were
just getting
talking to a bloke
spammed with
video
shit.
calls, and he's there with his cock out going. And I thought I nearly switched the webcam on and went fuck off, you. And he'd have been horrified. I wished
It's
I'd done
just
it.
like seeing this
Seen his,
fucking blimey bloke, just like, oh, you bastard! You should
I
have
mean,
just sent a
I've got
sent a
into
picture of your own cock.
apparently a trans lass did that. Somebody sent her a dick pic, so she sent her one of her own dicks back to him. I thought, good on you, love. You know what I mean?
Oh
Somebody
yeah, absolutely.
that was
That's woman power. That is.
she did it was a meme that was going on Facebook, sexual predator sends trans woman his picture of his penis, so she sent him one of hers. I thought, bravo.
It's an absolute own that is like
It's great,
fucking
isn't
one
it?
up to the trans woman for that.
But I've done it myself. I've even used male names that people assumed were female names. I mean, when I was reading, I couldn't think. I was in a chat room. This is 20 odd years ago. I used the name Zarathustra or Nikita, and people forget Zarathustra was a bloke. Nikita is a guy's name. It's not a girl's name. It's a Russian Khrushchev, that bastard. His name was Nikita Khrushchev. It's a guy's name. And people go, "Hey, Nikki. Hey, babe. Like, I'm a bloke, mate. Fuck." And you just get,
I mean, it is funny to think of Khrushchev as this like slutty Latina, like.
But they all think this kind of, they're all like, I mean, when I was bored one day, I shut them all down. But I went. Somebody really did the dirty inside slating me. So I thought, right, you fucker, I'm gonna catfish you. So I did. Plus, I wanted to experience how do women get treated. So I used this fake profile with a woman's looking name, and it was the amount of dick pics I got sent. And I thought,
Make a
is this
rainbow
what
out of
women
it.
have to put up with all the fucking time? So I shut the profile down because it was dishonest, and I got rid of it. And I went, my God, this is how women get treated. I mean, and we all know how women get treated, but sometimes you have to see it yourself and almost experience it to realize how bad it is. You know, this kind of, sending pictures of their cocks, sending pictures of it's just like what video messaging you on social media, like video calling you. And then you think, I thought, fuck it, webcam wasn't working anyway, so we wouldn't know who it was. This time, answer the call. And there's no face on it. It's a bloke.
Answer the call. Just speak in a voice like an old woman and see what happens then.
I nearly said, "Oi, you fucking bastard!" I mean, that would have been hilarious, but I thought,
It's like, no, mate, I just don't. I'm fucking. You got problem with my voice? You being sexist now?
But I thought I've seen stuff like that. Oh, it's catfishing.
No, it is
idiots can be
horrendous.
funny.
Like they treat them like utter trash.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
fuck.
Well, I've got friends who are or have been cam girls. I've got one or two friends who worked at work or have worked as porn actresses, and my answer to them is, I still think you're sexy as hell and you're hot as fuck, but I'm not going to sit here going. I'm going to sit here going, "Hello, love, how you doing?" You know what I mean? It's like, you know what I mean? It's like, why would you do that?
Looking good tonight, like in the costume. Enjoy yourself.
Shim has a comment.
What Caleb can't. Yeah, we were just saying can't stand those goddamn punks. Yeah, he doesn't. He really does have a problem with us, doesn't he?
Yeah, he did a one video. He did. Caleb did a video. Go ahead.
I was gonna say every time that we ever cover him, he always like dresses in his shirt rather than his suit, and he's done it again. Like he started streaming while I'm streaming, dressed in his suit, dressed in a t-shirt rather than his suit and tie.
Yeah.
Caleb's breaking dress code. Come on, Caleb! I wore my nice hat for you and everything, baby.
I remember a bit before him and Jason had a split. He's doing a subliminal thing where he's on the camera going, "Shad, you probably remember this." Where Caleb goes, "These punks! I'm tired of these punks." You remember that, Raffinian?
Vaguely.
Yeah, he's like, "These punks! I'm tired of these punks."
He's gone on about. He said he saw one Radlib punk with a free North Korea. I remember commenting at the time, says, "I'm a bit of a punk myself, but I would never subscribe to that." He goes, "Oh no, I'm not going to say all of you. I know some of you." I thought you're backpedaling. He seemed all right at the time. As before I started seeing more of his bullshit.
I hate it when people are like, all of these people are like this. Is like, shut the fuck up. Like, what do you mean all these people? Unless you're talking about white people who are typically an all-encompassing bad. I don't know what the fuck you're getting at. Like, white people are all shitheads. I'm not going to question that because there is a historical relevance to that. But when someone's like, "Oh yeah, all the punk people are like this one guy that I saw likely in somewhere in the Americas who don't fucking
Some
matter,
middle class
'cause the
gobshite
Americas
who's a Radlib idiot." And oh yeah.
I mean, like, think about, like, one of the bands that are celebrated in America as, like, the fucking top liner of punk. The Ramones. Now, I don't mind the Ramones music. It can be cool and all that. They've got some cool tunes. If you ignore the fact that they're celebrated as a punk band and they're, like, one of the most middle-class bands ever, they're a bunch of sellouts.
Yeah.
They had one good record at the start, and then they turned into the Beatles, but
Pretty
here
much.
in America.
Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to think of a better example of a US punk band with the Dead Kennedys, but even they went down that road.
They at least produced a good healthy amount of punk music before they died. Like the Ramones were like just a rock and roll band.
And the Ramones, yeah, they were all right. I mean, Johnny Ramone seemed like he was a decent guy, but I mean,
no, Johnny is very right. No, Johnny is right wing. Johnny is very right wing.
Sorry, not Johnny. Joey Ramone, I mean, was the one. He seemed like a decent, sort of, bit liberal, but he was all right.
Like, they made the Sex Pistols look radical. That's when you know you're not doing well.
Although it says Johnny Rotten seemed to be a bit more, I always thought he seemed to be. He's obviously very bright and all this, but then he starts coming out with. Sometimes I think, is he
It's all
just being a
denial
dick?
to cover his ass. I think he's trying to. He's become part of that labor aristocracy, so now he's trying to make himself able to fit
Well,
in.
he keeps going on about how working class he is. I'm thinking, mate, you've got you live in Los Angeles, which is an expensive city to live. You've got a holiday home in Britain, and I think, or something like. I can't remember what it was, but I
Yeah,
think
like how
Captain
British
Sensible.
are you when you live in Los Angeles? Like
I mean,
how
that's it.
fucking working class British are you?
Captain Sensible, my guru, my style icon. He said. He often said, he said, you're not fucking working class now, are you? What are you doing? You're bloody living out in Los Angeles and you're getting all these big. He's like, how working class are you now? He's always banging on about how work. I think Sensible said something to that effect. Him and Rotten have never really gotten on, I don't think. I think the Damned and the Sex Pistols were always like rivals. The Damned were a better
The
band.
Sex Pistols like came out real fiery with their first album, and then ever since then they've backpedaled. Like they got too radical for their own. Do you know what I think it might have been? The treason accusation from God Save the Queen. I think that may have
Probably, yeah. But I mean, the Damned just carried on at their own pace. I mean, they went down the toilet for a bit and then they came back again much better and so on. But
Yeah,
I mean, the Damned saved my sanity when I was 14. So
I love the Damned.
like when you're drinking
Yeah.
beer, it doesn't matter how much they fell down the drain. The Damn just fit a good alcohol. Like you just wrap an ale down you,
Well,
and you put
Captain
the Damned on,
Sensible's-
and everything seems all right.
A certain person in this chat did compare me to Captain Sensible. I must
Me,
admit.
yep.
That's exactly what
You,
I'm
you,
saying.
you remind me of him in a lot of ways.
Thank you very much, sir. He seems like an all right. Well, I've never met Sensible yet. I mean, maybe he's 67 now, but he's 67 going on 12, and I like people like that. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Fucking thinking about people who are older on the way out. Michael Brent is likely gonna die soon.
Michael who?
Well, he's maybe not die entirely, but he's Michael Prenti. Guy's got
Yeah.
Alzheimer's.
Has he?
Yeah, he's starting
I
to
didn't
get
know that.
real bad. And
I might
it's
have
not
heard
only
about
that
it.
he's forgetting shit real bad, he needs 24-hour care, which his insurance
Shit.
won't provide him, and his family are like, don't want to give him the care and are living at the opposite end of the fucking country from him.
That's bad.
Conveniently.
That's fucked up. Like,
They've abandoned him.
That's messed up. Yeah, that's fucked up.
I don't know Parenti's family. Are they? Is he? Have they all got
Italian.
Yeah. I know they're Italian, but
So he comes from a very poor background, but his kids managed to do well with themselves because in the middle, like he managed to hopscotch from university to university, as he put it, never managing to get a lockstep job, but managing to at least get decent pay from uni to uni to support his kids to get the decent education. Now his kids are doing well for themselves and they've abandoned him, but he's
I wondered,
he's
yeah.
broke. He owns the house he lives in, and that's about it. The nurse
what
comes
happens? You get
every
these
now
kind
and then. He'll have some support sometimes in the day, but most of the time he's left on his own, which is really bad for his health.
that happens with a lot of these kind of people from working class backgrounds who do quite well. They're left wing as hell, but their kids become it's an act of rebellion again as well. Like, oh, I'm going I'm going to join the middle classes and vote conservative, or that happens. I used to see it, and you'd see it when I lived in suburban life. You get the rest. Some of us who were still poor anyway, but the others who pretended to be middle class and they were trying to rebel against their Labour Party voting or union member parents by getting a job in an office. I thought that they fancied themselves as middle class. Huh?
Yeah, Shem
The
commented.
goddamn Labour Party. I hate the fact that anyone has any idea of the notion that the Labour Party was ever left
Oh,
wing.
totally.
I'd argue that I can understand why people would think Tony Benn was like a push to get it into that direction
Yeah.
because he did unite the old miners that were in the Labour Party
Yeah.
that were
Credit
so
where it's
the
due.
miners the miners are the only people in the Labour Party I say were ever socialists, like and
Yes.
maybe young Corbyn because he come from similar crop.
Yeah.
But there was a people who aren't British won't know what I'm on about. But basically, there's a section of about like 20 or 30 members of the Labour Party. It's not as many as people think. Who were there was more of them, but they're dead. But there were old miners. Now Keir Starmer purged them from the party because all these people stood by Jeremy Corbyn and were all hardcore like democratic socialists back in the day.
Yeah.
Now they're the only part of the Labour Party that was ever socialist, and I tell you now, they never had power. Never once
No.
did they have power
No,
in the
never.
Labour Party. They
Never.
held constituencies, and they did a lot for their constituencies, but that's it. They never held power. I mean,
The party.
Midland Red, which was a really good bus service throughout the Midlands, was
I
actually one
remember
of the
them.
gifts that came from miners. There was a very, the buses used to come on time back then, you know.
Yeah.
Uh, Arriva, which now runs most of Britain for bus
Yeah.
services. We have a little thing called Cry Me Arriva because the bus is always late. Um,
By the way, I always love the Damned, and I do like the Ramones as well, but I prefer the Damned. Just to see Sham's comment there.
Same here.
but
Yeah.
is the thing
Yeah.
to learn about the Labour Party during the 50s and 60s and the late 40s when they held power, they were corporatists.
Yeah.
And now the modern day corporatism that is being used to implement fascism from the third way, from the institutionalized fascism of
Yeah.
Blairism,
Yeah.
comes from the Labour Party again. The Labour
Yeah.
Party has always been a force for fascistic measures against communism. Actually, in its
Oswald
original
Mosley's in Labour Party.
He was a backbench. He was quite left. I believe he was one of the more supposedly left-wing members of the Labour Party back in the 1910s or 20s. And
So
then he went.
Oswald Mosley actually represents what is seen as left Mussoliniism. Like it's a left.
Yeah.
He's right wing, but he's like the left wing of
Yeah.
fascism.
Yeah.
Actually, you'll find that the BNP are more right wing than Oswald Mosley.
I can imagine. Yeah.
I mean, Oswald Mosley had this weird idea of fascism where he wanted to do this thing where he was like, well, the money we're putting in to kill these people and destroy their nations and have them flock over here like hordes. Don't get me wrong, the guy was very racist. He didn't see them as like, he didn't have a very clairvoyant view of these people. He was like, we can put this money into building their nation so they'd stay the fuck over there. Without the swearing, because obviously he's posh as fuck. But,
Yeah.
you know, he got
Yeah.
knighted by the Queen. Let's just put it that way. He tried
Well,
to coup the British government and he got knighted by the Queen.
Sir Oswald Mosley.
Yes, Sir
Sir-
Oswald Mosley.
Sir Keir Starmer. Sir Nikolai Ceausescu.
Literally, the leader of the motherfucking Labour Party is a knight. That's the replacement for Corbyn. How blatant of a fuck you is that? I just scrolled over the British Labour Party video about supporting China before I clicked on this.
No
Wait,
idea.
What? There's a British Labour Party video about supporting China? Is that new?
I find that must be a kind of like
Oh,
supposedly
that
left
might be
wing of the Labour Party.
Proletarian TV, is that British Labour Party? No, Proletarian Labour Party. No. Proletarian TV. That's the CPG BML.
Oh
I'm
yes.
not surprised that they're telling people to support China, the little imperialist shills.
Oh, CPG-BML are so fucking bad.
Oh, they're one of the worst communist parties in Britain. They're like the CPG, they're like the CPB, but they lie to themselves that they're not as bad as the CPB.
Some sound people in the CPB, but the party itself I wouldn't go near. But there's some good sound people in it. I think
as they say, the old English vernacular, I wouldn't go near it with a 20-foot barge pole.
That's the one. I wouldn't touch it with a 20-foot barge pole.
It always changes. Sometimes it's 10 foot, sometimes it's 12 foot. Sometimes you go for the straight up 20-foot one when you just want to keep a good distance.
A barge pole.
I think I've heard a 24-foot barge pole.
I don't think they use that in the States, do they? The poles don't touch with a 20-foot barge. I think they say a pole maybe, but.
We use that saying, I'm not going to touch that, the 20-foot pole. We say that over here.
A 20-foot pole, yeah. They say a barge pole in the UK. I think that's
we say pole.
Yeah,
every boat to an American is a barge, so it's just a boat pole.
Aye.
Their battleships are just a bunch of wooden sticks with guns on them. I'm gonna piss off like so many like military into Americans. They'll be like, how dare you? Actually, the Iowa is the XYZ statistics.
I don't know. I'm really I'm glad you've answered the question as to why the British say lieutenant, or they used to before the sort of American hegemony in the English language, and the Americans used to say lieutenant, and it's because it's LIEV and the U and V with it was lieutenant. I did not know that.
It's the old Latin word.
Yeah. So
basically, we are lapping better as the Romans than the Americans.
Of course, because most languages pronounce it. I mean, the French is lieutenant, I believe, and the Finnish name is lieutenanti. The German is lieutenant.
No surprise that they got it from the French.
Well, French is a Latin-based language mostly. Let's
No,
to
I
be
mean the
fair.
Americans, because the Americans like they took a lot from the French and got a
Oh
lot
yeah,
wrong, and it's hilarious.
yeah,
Like
yeah, yeah.
I hope I don't anger Caleb that I'm not up to his dress standards anymore. I've de-sexified myself for him.
I've got
Um,
tartan print trousers on, and I'm wearing a GBH T-shirt, and I am unrepentant.
I was accused of being homophobic towards Caleb by saying that he wants Vosh's meat or something like that, or
Well, that
something
was
similar.
Caleb Enjoyer, was it?
But then, yeah, but then again, I was also called a homosexual in the same sentence. Like,
Yeah, yeah,
so
yeah.
I'm confused.
That person was a fucking
Have I
troll.
been, have I been the homophobic, or am I being the
That
homo, or am
that
I
person
or is he being homophobic to me? Or are we on even grounds and we're
that
now,
person was either a very messed up, damaged person who said, "Oh, you've always wanted to be a woman, but I can't ever be because it's simple science." And you sound like a trans person with severe Stockholm syndrome who's been battered around the head by transphobes that you've become one yourself, kind of thing, or they're just a troll. You know what I mean?
I
Or maybe even
they
both.
might be trolling like with the way that they come out like that and said that stuff like but they
Yeah,
may not be. Like I really hope that they, if they are going through gender dysphoria, that they manage to get through it and actually
yeah,
find
yeah. Bloody
themselves in
right.
themselves. But
I,
it's
I
like
went from I went from
this
thinking,
is the thing that really depresses me about people like Caleb and Haas, and why it's really important that we keep applying pressure onto these people,
yeah,
because you know the transphobia that they permit, there's hyper masculinity bullshit. I mean, which is funny
yeah.
coming from someone like Caleb, who's as fucking scrawny and shifty as I am, but fucking he's
Manly.
actually, you know,
I'm a man.
I come from the lumpen where even when you're as thin as someone like Caleb, you still have to be fucking somewhat tough and know what you're doing with yourself to survive.
Oh, that
I've
that
always
that
said this, like
has
I
that.
might be skinny, but someone like Caleb is thin but full of flabby flesh. There isn't any fat on me. I might be skinny, but every bit of flesh has to be muscular in some way, shape, or form because I've got to do everything for myself.
Fucking laptop keeps switching. I've got two laptops on the go here. One of them keeps switching itself off.
I mean, I had a load of shopping that I was gonna come home with, but fucking what's it? I had to leave it at the shopping because I didn't have enough money because I'm too poor and all my money's gone. I
Yeah.
kept the sausage rolls though. I bought the sausage rolls. I needed a comfort food. I just whammed four Morrison's sausage rolls on the steps of Morrison's. Just fucking.
No,
Oh, and
before
I
I,
got some peri peri salt from Nando's
oh,
peri
nothing
peri
wrong with
salt.
that. Can I just have a good mock about Haas and his that video you did a live stream mocking him? I thought, what the hell? He's lost. Did he lose the plot on something? He had this like trench coat over himself, trying to pretend it was a cloak.
Well, I mean, if it was a normal trench coat, it would have made sense. But he was dressed like Batman was raped by a Jedi. Like,
Weakness. I will
I don't mean to
repress weakness. We
trivialize
will walk
rape
on
in
their.
any humorous fashion to anyone who's had to suffer that. I
We
do
will.
apologize, but
We will walk on their skulls.
yeah, well,
So
the path of victory is on the skulls of our enemies. Like, what the fuck was that? Like, what is that like? Is he doing the fascist thing, where he's using gimmicky behaviors to actually convey a message? Because that could be a possibility.
I have no idea. I thought it was.
Because that is the thing that fascists do. Fascists will like they will use stupidity as a way to push their message and get away with it. So he can basically turn around and go, "Wait, what? No, I wasn't telling people to be genocidal or actively organize on Aryan Brotherhood style tactics. No, 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 no. I was just role playing as a guy from a video game. That's why I said war chest and loot because he said war chest and loot chest when people were donating money. Oh, we've lost the Lumpen Celtic pan
Maoist skinhead.
loads of words that are
Maoist.
Lumpen Celt Antifa Maoist skinhead. It's not picked. It's like when it's like the beautiful name that was come up with by I can't remember the code name for Comrade Net's fucking what's it, Mrs.
Has delusions of grandeur. That's very
But they
true.
come up with my name and as the Lump of Third World. It's like it's a great name, but it's not a great name for people to label me. It's that's why it's best to use the name I openly use, which is Mike.
Yeah. I just thought I'd use
This
a kind of simple, snappy one that's like red as in communist, Fenian as an Irish Republican, punk rocker.
what
So
means I can just call you you Fenian. What you got to say?
yeah,
What are you gonna
Fenian
say
bastard.
for yourself?
Glory
Crimes against humanity.
to the bold Fenian men. Absolutely. Love that
The
song.
Fenians fight, the Fenians died, their bodies are plastered all across the ground. You've got to remember your ancestry, your history.
I remember you used to hear it like, who's that fucking Fenian bastard? I'll be like, what the hell? I remember hearing that as a kid and didn't even know what it meant. My mum says, oh, it's a nasty term they use for Catholics. And I found out what they were Fenian
Yeah,
Brotherhood were and where it came from and all that. And I thought,
you
that's a good
find out
thing.
it's like it's only offensive in the same sense that like the word "packy" is offensive, where it's like it's not offensive to be a Fenian as an Irish person. It's offensive the way English people use the word
Yeah.
Fenian, because we will use it as yeah Fenian fuckers, and we use it for
Right.
people who aren't Fenians as well. So it's like anyone and everyone who's Irish and stands up for themselves. You're one of those.
Fucking
You're one
Fenian.
of those. You're one of those Jippo Fenian pikey
Yeah,
fuckers.
it's
It's
like
all we just merge it together. It's like when Alex Jones does the Muslim communists.
yeah. I mean, it's like
He actually says
the
there's a
gay
commie
frogs
Muslim
and
part. The gay.
I must do a parody of. I was going to do another parody of Alex Jones. I'm trying to put more
Oh,
comedy sketches.
Irish Alex Jones. Like, like actually apply like an Irish accent, but try and do it in an Alex Jones style
That's a bit like
voice.
what's that guy? I've forgotten his name. Is it Steve-O? He's called. He does stuff like that. He plays this Irish bigot who's
I remember there was that transphobic guy who did the like things I like to stick up my ass,
I don't know who that was.
screwdrivers, crayons.
What the fuck?
He's the guy who did the Margaret Thatcher's dead, the Wicked Witch is dead video.
I don't remember.
He's this. He was this Yorkshire guy. I swear he was like a homosexual transphobe or something.
Probably. They do exist, sadly.
There's a lot of homosexual
Oh
people
yeah.
that are really
Oh
transphobic.
yeah. There's a lot of biphobia as well. It's like people are bisexual, but they wouldn't have it. They just say no. They're
That's why you
stealing
see
our
like
identity.
bisexual people and transsexual people come together, because like the homosexual people are all really sort of gated. And
Yeah.
one thing that really sort of causes a lot of problems with homosexuality is there's this insistence to separate lesbians and gays from each other. Like, why is there a
Yeah.
massive block
I
distinction?
always
They
thought
should just be seen as homosexuals.
I thought this LGBT was a bit strange because I thought lesbians are gay as well. So why is it a lesbian gay? Because
Yeah,
gay was
shouldn't it
only
be HBT? There you go. We've fucking narrowed it down now. HBT.
HBTQ.
I don't get the Q thing either, because
Questioning of
I ended up getting bullied in school because I used the word queer as strange. And
Yeah.
I didn't know it meant gay until like I was halfway through school,
Well,
because
the,
I
the
used it to
term
mean strange, and then I got told that I was using homosexual.
it was queer was when I was very small. The term queer meant strange, peculiar. But it was a term used as a pejorative term for homosexual men. He's a fucking queer. He's a fucking poof. He's a fucking, it was used in that sense. It's been since, of course, in the last 10 years or 20 years, it's been reclaimed as gender queer, or they're not necessarily homosexual, but they call themselves queer, even though they're like a queer woman who should say I'm queer, but she still dates men, and I think it's more of a gender queer, non-binary kind of a thing. Or I'm
I
not too sure. It's a bit of a strange.
I guess non-binary people are like as someone who's discovering themselves as non-binary, we're strange people, queer
Yeah.
wakelets, I guess. It's just weird to me, because I'm like, wouldn't the best way to be allow queer to be used as strange? Because I liked queer as a word for strange when I was a kid. It made sense.
Yeah.
And then when I was told it was a word for homosexual, it just shut down a really good word. Because, it's like the word hello. Like, hello is not just a greeting. I hope people know this. Hello is actually a word of surprise. Like, if
Yes.
you were, like,
Hello.
before phones existed,
Yeah.
when you would open a door or something and someone would surprise
hello.
you, or you would open a fridge and find your food's been gone. Hello, this is peculiar. And you'll
was,
find they still use that. When I open the fridge and summer is missing, and I'm like, fuck, I'm like, oh, hello, this is fucking a peculiar
According
situation
to
we're in right now, isn't it?
according to that deeply overrated and flawed facts program QI,
Q lie.
it was holo, was the surprise thing. So it was hello. Hello was the one, because the question was, what's his name, that thieving bastard capitalist, faking the inventor, but he claimed credit for things he didn't invent.
You
American
might be thinking of
Edison.
Edison.
Thomas Edison. What did Edison invent? And of course the question that you should never say, the light bulb, because the klaxon goes off. Obvious, no, he didn't, because he didn't. Only
Well,
we
yeah, the
don't.
light bulb was already invented in Britain by the time he started getting
Yeah,
credit.
and various other people invented them. I think they were.
It's also like current. It's like DC current, which
Yeah,
was
yeah, yeah.
Edison's big thing. A
But
British
the
engineer also come up with DC current around the same time as him.
The answer to the question they said was actually he invented the word hello. He said, and they were like, eh? He said, think of it. He said the word hello, H-U-L-L, hello, was used as a term of surprise, where you were just talking about yourself.
And
hello
the O was very emphasized, like it was like a hello. It was
hello.
very posh
Well,
vernacular. For
hello
surprise.
with H-E-L-L-O was more of a thing from telephones, and because Edison was
And
involved heavily in all that kind of
it
industry.
was
And
the really
telephone.
crafty idea of being like, well, it was kind of stupid because there was only 2 phones at the time, but it was like the whole idea of like, okay, well, when someone answers the phone,
Yeah.
they're not going to know who's going to be answering, like they're going to be ringing them, which they would at this point in time because there was fuck all phones around.
But hello, that's
So
where hello.
picking up like, hello, who's this?
It was a telephone invention, and it was Edison that came up with the term hello. Apparently,
Well, I mean, it saved us from having to say Guten Tag every time we speak to Germans now. And now we can just say hello because they were very very nice of them to be very saxonic with their language there.
Yeah. Well, is it good day? I mean, bonjour,
I mean,
guten Tag.
you gotta fucking give it up to them because normally Saxony is getting mistreated by the Hochdeutsch.
Hochdeutsch. Oh God, yeah.
Why would you name your stuff like you're clearing your throat? Hochdeutsch.
Hochdeutsch.
Like, makes me need to feel like I need to clear my throat. Then again, it's probably just the marijuana.
Maybe. I'll do it in 2 seconds.
I should change the fucking comment thing, but I find the idea of just seeing it saying that summit that the CP is the CPG BML is the
Yeah. I like the thing Sham said. It says on the YouTube thing. Yeah, has delusions of grandeur. That's actually very true.
Come on, I was just sharing and quick. Maybe next time. Thanks, anyways. He has delusions of grandeur. He does have delusions of grandeur. You are correct.
Very true.
What the fuck is with these fucking stupid fucking link things?
It's Faina Robakova. That was the name. Saying Von Rent. I don't know what the fuck that was. I can read Cyrillic.
Some weird spam shit.
They're always using like Russian names, like female. That's a Russian woman's name. Robakova.
I must be attracting all the big titty goth girls.
The thing is, I can bloody read Cyrillic as well. That's one of my.
I learned a bit of it when I wanted to try and learn Russian a couple years ago, but then I remembered I had a learning disability. By that I mean I reached the point where I was like, oh, I can't learn anymore right now. Brain fart. Now I do have a medication, but I don't ever take it. That would help me think a little more in that regard, and maybe I'd be able to learn it. But the medication causes nasty dehydration, and my thyroid is fucked. I need to get my thyroid fixed so I can more reliably medicate.
That's priorities and all that. But I can read it. I mean, I have to stop and read it slowly because I can't. It's like you're not your first language, but I can read Cyrillic letters. You know, I mean, I can read Serbian ones and Russian ones, but I have to stop and go. Does that say what I think it does? You know, it's one of my proud boasts. People get surprised when I'm in my days when I was involved with that little ML cult that we were all involved with. One of them got surprised to see that I could read Cyrillic. I remember him being a bit shocked at that. I thought, I'm not just a stupid pleb, you know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll have you know, I'm a very intelligent pleb.
Very much so. But you know, they thought
they don't. You know what? It surprises Southerners when we like own their insults to us, when they try and like call us like commoners. They use Roman words to call us commoners. Like,
I say common.
You know why that's so much of an insult is because of how much like they've like Latin and has been used to punish both Celtic and a Saxonic use
Yeah.
of language in the north. So
Something's
whenever they come
common.
around calling us plebeians, we're like, well, fuck yeah, we'll take on, we'll call ourselves plebs, and we'll
Aye.
fucking tell you to go fuck yourself because we're bimmy bastards, and we
What,
don't
I
give
mean,
a
why,
fuck
why
for your
is why is
Latin doodah shite.
why is common a bad thing? It's like if something is rare, it must be better. It's like being a fuckwit is relatively uncommon. Does that mean if that's what they fuckwits try and make themselves sound cool by being uncommon and rare and it's like being a rare
Yeah,
thing doesn't necessarily make it better. I mean,
that's one thing that the aristocracy doesn't understand. Though they don't think that being idiot is rare. They think that most people in the
yeah,
lower class
exactly,
are all just stupid.
exactly.
When
That's a
actually you'll find
big
some of the smartest people, if not
yeah,
the smartest people you'll ever find in the first world and the lower class. Actually,
exactly.
what's the funny thing as well? And they're not lower class, they're middle class farmers in America though. But in the middle of nowhere, you'll find these middle class farmers who've had no formal education, who can
Yeah,
make Tesla coils and shit. Had no
yeah, yeah, yeah.
education. They just learnt the shit off the fucking heel and
Another
back.
thing. People I keep saying this one. Why is it so many people say what is wrong with people? What somebody I saw on I think it was Facebook or Twitter saying a new list of species of animals that have become extinct in 2021 or something. It was depressing. But you know what the comment that they posted with it was with this link to this article? Well,
Sure.
it's what was it? We should be the ones going extinct. We're the ones. We're the plague. I'm like, oh, fuck off, man. We should be extinct. I always say to them. I always feel like saying to them, why don't you begin by killing yourself and your entire family? I'm not actually advocating that for the record. I would never do that. But it's like if you
I
hate
might.
people, huh?
I might.
Well, it depends who you're talking to. I wouldn't. I'm just saying that to cover my arse in case YouTube stamp on us for this.
Well, I mean, I always get myself in trouble.
Yeah, tell me
With
about it.
some, there are some extreme video games out there, YouTube.
No, there are. But anyway, no, I mean, they say like, oh no, we should be extinct. I say, does that include you and your children and your parents? It never does. It always means, they're either just venting and
Well,
ranting.
they wanna just kill off the black people.
The black and the poor people,
There's always these
exactly.
white aristocrats. They're like, oh no, everything's bad.
Yes.
So what should we do? Well, rather than trying to fight with the people who want to end this stuff, we should just end the entire globe. That would definitely be the best way to deal
Yeah,
with it.
yeah. That's what they
Let's not
fucking
fight
believe.
for freedom. Let's
So
just fight.
humans are replaced. Like you hate yourself. Okay, fine. Slash lengthways. Fuck off. The rest of us are going to
Yeah.
fight against the system. Fuck you.
Genuinely,
They're
if you
wallowing in
want to
this
kill yourself
self-loathing.
so much, kill yourself. Don't kill
Yeah.
us. We want
Yeah,
to
yeah,
live.
yeah,
We
exactly.
want a freedom fight. We don't want a fucking
Yeah.
suicide fight.
Another thing is, if you, I think the toxicity of atomized late stage capitalism is so entrenched now that, and it's mainly a white people thing because they realize the empires of which they were once loyal to is actually disgusting, and they can't bring themselves to admit that it's only those empires that are disgusting, not humanity in general. They've got this idea that because I think in the old days these empires used to say we are the best, we are the civilizers, we are the masters, we are the master race. With the countercultures of the 60s onwards, it was like, oh, we're so awful, aren't we terrible? Oh, aren't we awful? Oh, I hate myself. That comes into it. The problem is they're incapable of separating individual decent people who happen to be white or from imperialist who are labeled as white, not because they choose to be, and that they've got more in common with the black and other people that are being colonized, and that most people are actually not that bad. It's just a few fuckers who set these standards, who identify this whole whiteness in the first place, are actually the toxic ones, and they're the ones in control of the information. They're the media moguls and stuff.
Yeah.
But they instead they just go, oh, aren't we awful? We're all terrible. We are killing animals. We all should be extinct. Humans are bad. Humans are bad. And it's like, I think Malthusianism is just thinly disguised racism, because when it comes down to it, they're not gonna kill themselves. They're gonna kill off the bloody global south and all the people in the ghettos and the slums. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, definitely.
That's what it really means. But it's like, it's amazing how many people will willingly, they will, you tell them something positive, they'll scoff and go, oh yeah, right, of course. They won't believe you. But if you tell them the worst possible thing, the most exaggerated, ludicrous, nonsensical thing that's so over the top, and yet it's negative, like they will believe, for example, that in the DPRK, People are forced to have haircuts like Kim Jong-un on pain of death. People are starving to death and eating rice in puke, as some
They
fuckhead
dared
claimed it was.
refuse to not have the Kim cut.
And people are being murdered and eaten alive by dogs and all. It's like the Monty Python sketch. And people believe this shit. They see Park Yun-mi with her tears and North Korea is so bad. We only have one TV channel, and I saw the bodies floating down there. And people go, they'll believe it. They're lapping it up, and it's like, you'll believe that, but you won't believe anyone who says, she's talking out of her arse and she's been paid loads of money by media moguls to say this crap. Oh, you're a Holocaust denier. You're a genocide. You see a person walking down the street and you say, I bet that bloke's a rapist. They go, oh yeah, well, I bet he is. They'll believe it, hook, line, and sinker. You see the same guy, rewind that and see the same guy walking down the street and say, I bet that guy looks after young kids and he's a really nice bloke. They'll go, wouldn't that be a nice idea? But I bet he isn't. Why will you instantly believe the negative story, but you won't believe the positive story? That's what late-stage capitalism does to people. When we see a video of some bastard torturing animals, for example, it goes viral around the internet, all over Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. You'll see people commenting, what is wrong with people? Humans are horrible. I hate people. Millions of them will be looking at this one psychopath and say, people are shit. Fucking humans. I hate humans. I say, hang on, why are you looking at that one psychopath and judging all of humanity by one deranged individual who you find repellent, rightly so? Why are you not looking at the rest of the people also disgusted by this individual? And why not say that we are more representative of people, not this motherfucker? You see what I mean? But
yeah,
this is the zeitgeist we live in doesn't encourage that. It treats you as a deluded, optimistic fool if you think that. And I think that is really fucking fucked up. You know what I mean?
It's disgustingly alienating.
Very. And it seems to be particularly bad in first world countries.
Well, because this comes from the cultural hegemonic institutions, which was the bourgeoisie's power is what forges them. They're controlled by middle class people, the labor aristocracy. They forge this idea, and when you're in the labor aristocrats, unless you're one of the few that end up getting dropped out into the poor, the ones who stay in that society, they're scared to leave that framework.
I've noticed
because if they stand out of it, they get treated like they're black, like they're acting black.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you acting black for? Why are you acting like poor people? Why are you acting like those like
black?
Well, I mean, like, there's this thing as well with Britain where, like, the poor disabled, especially young poor disabled, are treated like lying leeches. I've left Lumpen out for ages. I forgot he's waiting to be added back in.
Hey,
I'm so sorry.
Got a phone call.
No worries.
No, I don't know how long you were left waiting there. I do apologize.
Just a minute.
Yeah, but
You're
autistic. Autistic people always say just a minute. That could have been 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. I don't know.
I'm just doing my Haas impression. I'm gonna put a pair of bracers on now and go.
The road is the skulls of our enemies. Motherfucker!
Leather trench coat on.
Soy boys.
Walk around with my walking
He's wearing a leather
I
trench coat.
He's
wearing a trench coat. A trench coat over his shoulders with the sleeves hanging loose to try and make it look like a cape.
Wow.
Look how you wear, Shani.
It's Haas.
Like,
I'm going to start slagging me off next. Does that mean I'm going to have a new claim to fame? Haas has attacked me. Sorry. I'm talking over you. Sorry.
One thing it's all right. I just wanted to get into one thing. When you speak with like physical, typical people in general, but also neurotypical people about like having like fear or stigma of walking around with a cane, of being like treated like a dick, like no one would give a shit. You'd be fine. It's like you walk around with it. Everyone has like a weird look about you, and it's like, what is the problem? What is going on? Like, I limp around. What is the difference? What have I done that has changed? I'm using an aid. Like, well done. Like, it's no difference. Like, it's not giving me any more benefits. Capita is still saying no to giving me the benefits that I'm entitled to. So.
Yeah, well, that's what they do.
Yeah, I know. If you have actual like guaranteed conditions, they're like, oh well, they could get this debt for definite if they go to court, but they probably won't go to court because they'll end up fighting off or have poor communication, or in my case, be relying on the disability support system to help you out. The mental health support system to help you out. And well, there's a reason why lumpen proletarian people don't like the mental health medical side of Britain at all. In any way, shape, or form. Especially the way they guinea pig people. Literally, the way they go about it, they're not like, okay, so what are your archetypes and what are the best medications will suit you? They're like, maybe some amitriptyline, some sertraline, some mezhazapine. We'll just throw you on some drugs. It's fine. And then, like, later down the line, they're like, oh, you're autistic? Oh, and you're not diagnosed? Oh, well, we're going to have to drop you out and not help you until you have a diagnosis. Goodbye.
Yeah.
We literally won't touch you. You're crazy. We won't touch you. Like, they literally treat you like,
Loony,
they're like,
weirdo.
whoa, this is crazy business. We can't deal with this now. This absolutely, completely changes the medium. I'm like, what? Why can't you just deal with me like I'm fucking, like I am autistic and I'm autistic? Like, it's obvious. Like, you can see the fucking signs and patterns and all that.
Yeah.
Actually, it makes sense that autism would be a problem because PTSD with people with autism causes bipolar. Well, I happen to have bipolar. Makes sense.
I've noticed, like women and girls were like not diagnosed with autism properly, and a lot of guys were because the women masked it better. I mean, that's funny. I wasn't diagnosed. I mean, this is where my gender fluidity comes in because I feel more in common with women with autism than men sometimes. Not necessarily.
Well, so
But,
what causes a lot of masking is actually not just autism itself; it's sexism.
Yeah, absolutely.
They
I masked
those
a lot as well.
And the fake one always ends up being this really girly thing that's really stereotypical, and then their actual experience, the way they actually behave, is very like middle ground. It's a bit of masculine and a bit of femininity lost into this weird girl sort of behavior.
Another thing is I've noticed a lot of there's a thing about borderline personality disorder. There seems to be a disproportionate amount of people that are diagnosed with that seem to be women. And a lot of men get diagnosed with autism, but a lot of the similar symptoms of each one overlap. It's like a very, you know what I mean?
Men will ignore borderline personality problems, but it's like because of the way they're treated, to ignore medical issues in general, and they'll also ignore disability. And men that are diagnosed with autism, one of the biggest problems that they always have is that they're diagnosed with what's it called? They're diagnosed with ADHD a lot incorrectly when it's actually supposed to be Asperger's. Women with Asperger's are only hard to find because the way that they're mistreated and created to mistrust makes them start putting up false personas. Those false personas are very dangerous for them. But this still happens with other people. I mean, I still had false personas to keep myself around. I was just more honest about the way I organized myself. So if I ever made like a false perspective, it was normally out of twisted truths.
Yeah.
It's part of the way that a lot of male people with autism would behave is that they're normally just really off the cuff. But I always said this to people. I was always like, I've always found female autistic people more interesting because they'll outsmart me for days, and I love that.
I do find some like autistic guys seem to can be quite sexist, and they seem to think that women have an easier time of it than they do. And I've noticed
the reason why they're smarter is because their time is harder. That's why autistic women are smarter than autistic men. They have much harsher experience.
Yeah, probably. I mean,
no, absolutely. It's an absolute. I tell you now, I can see it, and when I operate with them, their experiences, because of the way empathic hypersensitivity works, their experiences really ground in them, and they do have a much harder time with their autism. Like, they're especially think about like the way that we were still bringing women up in the early 2000s. We were so like hyper expectant of them to be these primrose princess types. Like, a lot of girls who are still like in between that 18 to fucking 25, 26-year-olds are still were brought up in the old school sexist ways.
Well, the thing is, I heard a guy recently saying on some live stream thing on, I think it's TikTok or whatever, Twitch or something, I can't remember. As a man, he's told to man up and not allowed to show his feelings, and women get away with that. And I'm thinking it's not that simple. It's really unfair because if you look at women, they're expected to be weak, and their only reason they get away with showing their feelings is they're expected to be these weak, delicate, fragile little princesses who need to be looked after. And yes, he's right that men are persecuted for not having feelings. And I mean, sometimes if it's an abusive woman in a relationship and she's beating a guy up, people think it's funny, and she isn't. It's not funny at all. But that doesn't mean that women are having it easier. Those are just micro little things that certain individual women can capitalize on to abuse a man that isn't what they call man enough. You know what I mean? And
Well,
it's always
actually,
those
and
women are
so
actually very
women typically don't just do this to abuse men, any
yeah.
men at all. Like, I mean, so they obviously within the richer men, obviously they want them for their money, but a lot of these women don't go for the richer men. These ones that really want to abuse these lines of things. They're these very already well off women, likely had their lives paid
Usually,
for them, likely like educated
yeah,
morons. They've had college degrees, university degrees and shit paid for them, but they're not fucking, they're not capable. They've just been paid through life, and they
yeah,
go and find black people, Irish people,
yeah.
fucking what's it, Arab people.
Very,
It's actually really bad, the Arab fanaticism of these like Arab files where they want to just find oppressed Arab colonized people and like basically sugar mommy them, like abuse
yeah,
them. And
yeah,
so basically where we get this is that they're targeting colonized people to then exert a reverse oppressive force on them, and it's not feminism. It's not feminism at all. What this is actually capitalism showing its oppressive
yes,
dynamic energy, and a
yeah, yeah.
continuation of the patriarchal structure.
Aye.
These people are these women might as well be fucking like hailing Thatcher because she'd fucking love it.
Yeah, pretty much. That's yeah. That kind of, I wasn't going quite into that level, but that's actually part of the same thing I was talking about. They never attack violent men. They attack men who are not violent, and they condemn them for not being man enough, and they actually respect abusive men.
Well,
I've
that's
had
where
an
the
ex-girlfriend
African
of mine
thing
like
comes
that.
in the most, because there's actually a cultural bias that expects like this like a mass amount of extra commitment from an African person in a relationship to a white person,
Mm,
especially in America.
yeah, I mean, I can't say
They're
I'd.
expected to like bend ass backwards compared to
Yeah,
all white folk.
yeah. Hadn't thought about something like that, but not having been over there, I suppose I didn't really. But no, that makes
Well, we
sense.
still have that problem here. It's just the African communities in this country aren't talked about as much because we try and pretend we don't have as big of an African community when we actually do.
I mean, it's the thing with in the US, most like the new African folk in the US are several generations American born and they're descended from slaves, and it's a very murky history that cannot be written out. You know, in the UK, a lot of them came over from the Caribbean, so they weren't actually here for that amount of time. You know what I mean? They were
Well,
not in such large numbers. I
they
think.
did, but we took them to the Caribbean as
Yes.
slaves, so it's
Yeah.
so
Yeah. Yeah.
it
Oh
is
yeah.
mishmash, I guess.
It's a bit.
Like
It's
and
a bit more
for
Yeah.
example, like the Jamaican dialect is a mixture of Yorkshire and African.
Yeah.
What's it?
Well, tap
Dialect as well.
dancing in the US, tap dancing was a fusion of. There's one of those examples you were talking about earlier of better things that came out of the United States as getaways communities creating
Always
new
comes out
subculture.
of the African communities. It's always the good stuff.
It's the
Always comes from the
Africans.
Africans.
Just my dad told me this, and I wasn't sure if he was right, but a black American friend of mine told me this as well. She said tap dancing came from the ghettos where Irish and African ghettoways, freed slaves lived, and
Yeah,
the style of
it's a
dance came
part
from.
of early soul. It's a mixture of
Yeah,
river dance and African
yeah.
cultural
I
music.
thought, fucking hell, I knew I had a soft spot for tap dancing.
Um,
I
it
like a lot of
it
that more.
basically takes what river dancing is, and then
Yeah, I must
takes
have.
like African drum styling, and basically does
Yeah,
that into river dancing, and that's where you get tap
you
dancing,
know,
and
you
that's
know
why
what?
it's very clippity clappy at the feet.
Irish step dance. I like the Shannos stuff, which means the old style Shannos.
Mm.
That's what it means. But a lot of the stuff again, they've done it like they did with punk rock, like they did with rock music. They've sanitized it. I believe the reason the
Well, they're
arms are
gonna
so,
make it so English people can gimmick it and enjoy it, and
yeah,
then
yeah,
pretend
yeah,
that's
yeah.
like the pinnacle of it.
Another thing is, I
Like
heard on
trauma.
some TV program that the reason the arms are bolted to your side is because the Catholic Church didn't approve of the arms being out. It encouraged intimacy. My mother was telling me the other night there was a thing when they used to have this long cane. They'd have to have people dancing 10 feet apart. Look, talk about social distancing.
So when the Germans are doing all the in the air stuff like that, does that mean that like Hitler is like every time he sticks his hand straight up in the air like that, he's eliciting sexual oppression to people? Like
Probably.
So he raped more people than just his cousin,
Niece.
niece. Well,
Probably. I don't know about
niece,
that.
cousin, sister. With inbreds like this, they're all the same thing when he's raping the fuck.
I don't know how inbred he was, but so I'm not going to go there. But anyway,
Well, he was a
the,
rapist. That's what I'm getting at. He
yeah, I
raped
know
his
he was.
niece.
The
I
point,
mean,
but
it being his niece just makes it worse.
yeah, well, well, is it worse or
She was
better? Yeah,
scarred by it, and she killed herself.
yes, I know. Yeah, he was an evil, but I mean, he's a horrible piece of shit.
When that happened, when she killed herself, Adolf Hitler became suicidal, and Gregor Strasser talked him out of it.
Gregor
Well, that's
Strasser
because
did.
Strasser and Hitler used to be real big buddies. So Strasser and Hitler did not disagree on most things. The only thing they disagreed on was the capitalists they chose to side
Yep.
with. It literally them breaking apart was more of a I'm sorry about this old friend sort of breakaway, like some weird fascist version of Magneto and fucking and
Dr. Xavier.
Dr. Xavier, which Magneto and Dr. Xavier, by the way, is supposed to be like an envisionment of like socialists who go further than the other. That's why I'm saying a fascist version to distinct it.
Yeah.
I like those characters and I don't like having to relate them to those people, but it's the most similar thing, like from the first X-Men film where they sort of split off, but rather than them just splitting off, Magneto just pulls a gun out and shoots them because obviously fascists wouldn't do that fair game stuff. They wouldn't have walked away at the beginning like that. That's one giveaway that's supposed to be like. I hate the way that Magneto's pervading the films. They're like, yes, he just wants to make this machine and just force evolve people. He's supposed to be a revolutionary, not a genocidal maniac.
It's Hollywood.
For fuck's sake. Hollywood has to turn him into a fascist because he used to be an anti-hero, and having him as an anti-hero is contentious for the public.
Oh, anyway. But what was I saying? Yeah, Irish dancing. It's been so sanitized. Apparently, the Catholic Church didn't approve of the arms being up, so the arms had to be by the side, and they have to. You dance like a plank, all facing forward with this painted-on smile, and the feet are going
you're
mental, but the
supposed
arms are
to
like.
fucking twirl, world, move around, use your fucking arms because you can hold things, especially
Yeah.
with the amazing amount of colors that can be presented.
I think that's what it is. They sanitize it so much that I must admit I find most traditional Irish dancing just totally leaves me cold.
Korea has some similar dances to old school river dancing, like proper.
Well, I mean, the river dance was largely very commercialized and it got so overrated. But I'll give it one thing: it broke the mold and it had the arms up. I was sick
But,
of
I
this
mean,
kind of like they were all facing forward. The feet are going crazy, but the arms are like bolted to your side, and they're
The
all.
DPRK has a weird, interesting take on it, where it's more like a broken form river dance, where it's sort of basically relying on a more circular sort of stage set where people are more broken out.
More, I mean, you look at most traditional folk dancing; it tends to be done in a circle, and I think they've deliberately changed that because it was too much. It was about fertility and intimacy, and I think the bloody fucking Jesuit priests who were in cahoots with the British Empire at the time. I understand they interfered with a lot of traditional Irish dancing to make it into the most. I find it boring. I'd rather watch Russian dancers any day than I would a lot of Irish ones.
You know what though? To be honest, dancing is never going to be as good as things like Irish diddly singing. It's got loads of different names, but
I'm not
basically,
sure.
where you're singing just not noise, like you're making noise with your phone, like
skilly idle diddle dum, skilly idle idle dum, that kind of thing. You mean?
yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
It tends to be I don't know. I mean, is it West Africans, which is the origins of where the rap came from, had a similar kind of a thing. It was like making sounds. I mean, beatboxing came from, I think, says a similar thing. You know, you're making sounds through your mouth, and it's not necessarily all those sounds rather than.
The Irish are just professionals when it comes to it. Though, like there's some the Liverpool band that I listen to, the Spinners. They were inspired by the American version of it, which was inspired by Irish. And there's just so many great bits where like you just got a bit of like toodaloo and stuff like that, where it's just off the tongue and in the bum.
I mean, a lot of it was sometimes it was insinuating something either sexual or rebelling or throwing bombs at the Brits or something. You know, there was I think there's at least I don't know if that was if that was like a kind of retrospective mythology that was attached to it afterwards, or if there was actually truth in it. It's hard to know when you're
I
in
know
the.
that it was hard for a lot of bands that were on mainland England to
Yeah.
be more pro IRA than it was for
Oh fuck! I
like it was mad. Like you see a lot of the bands that tried to be pro IRA on the UK's mainland in England and Scotland, and they had more of a
barely
struggle
name
than
one.
literally people in Northern Ireland. Like there were literally people in Northern Ireland who were actually managing to like make all this music in like the most militant part of the UK. And
Yeah.
yet, like in places that weren't like at least nowadays as militant as Northern Ireland, them motherfuckers were fucking shit scared of
I
being
don't
fucking shot
remember.
up by a bunch of angry Mickeys.
I don't remember any bands that kind of supported Irish republicanism. Apparently, Dexys Midnight Runners did.
There were punk bands. I mean,
Yeah,
like
I never.
some of them
I can't
didn't get
remember.
started until after the Troubles.
I don't remember any of them by name that actually did that. But yeah, it's a weird one.
But I mean, a lot of them were started off in the 80s.
I can't remember any of them.
Irish folk punk.
Oh yeah. When it was the Pogues were one of those. They were the big one that made it internationally. I can't remember the name.
Blaggers ITA.
Oh, Blaggers. They were around in the 90s, but I think they formed in the 80s. Yeah.
But
Yeah, they
most
were.
of them were just doing cover songs of Free State bands.
Yeah. I mean, you had a lot of
Yeah.
like English born. It was the Crop Dusters. They were part of like the crusty folk scene, punk scene in the early 90s. They were around in the 80s as well. They used to do stuff like that, and they had the Levelers as well. But the Levelers went very commercial very quickly and got very very boring very quickly. And you had I can't remember. There was a few of them floating around. A lot of them were very left wing. They weren't openly pro IRA because you weren't allowed. You wouldn't get played on the radio and you'd get death threats. I mean, it's like in the early 80s, you couldn't say anything against the royal family, especially if you were Irish. You know what I mean? You just didn't criticize our bloody. Oh, we love Her Majesty, and oh, isn't she so nice? Isn't she? You couldn't.
I mean, to be fair, monarchism is still pretty bad in this country.
It
People
says it's getting bad
underestimate.
again. It's coming back again.
Well,
I've noticed.
Gen Z has a weird love for monarchism, and it
It is
really
a
gets
strange
my
one.
head up.
It's like another thing I've noticed. Like Blackadder Goes Forth, the sitcom was made in
Good old
1989.
Blackadder.
That would never be made now. That could never be
No.
made now. You criticize General Haig and the British Empire war machine. Jesus Christ, you get fucking you bastard, you'd be speaking German if it wasn't for them. That kind of shit.
They all look wank after Rowan Atkinson, but if you showed some of these people how many times he's terrorized their great empire, they'd fucking lose it.
He's gone old. He's another one though. He's one of those middle class fuckers who's now gone more conservative and cranky as he's got older. I think you know what I mean.
It's funny though because he did that like amazing thing where he terrorized the conservatives for years. Now he's just as conservative as the rest.
Yeah, it's a shame. That's why
Well, I mean, when you act like Mr. Bean for so long, eventually you become Mr. Bean. Although Mr. Bean sort of pisses me off when I come to figure that the whole point of Mr. Bean that he's playing a retard.
I must admit, I never found it funny at all. I always thought that was the lowest ebb of his comedy was Mr. Bean, because it was something really. There was something really crass about it.
It was funny as a kid because it just seemed like a guy fucking around, like the guy's
Yeah.
just a bit of a moron. But then when you find out that it's like, no, he's not an idiot. He's got a specific disability. It's like, oh wow.
Yeah, it's just a bit like he's a kind of lovable cripple we can take the piss out of and mock. I thought there was something really quite crass about it. Yeah, I wasn't a fan.
Crass.
Never liked Mr. Bean. I mean, I was an adult when it came out anyway. So when was it? Sort of like early 2000s.
I think it started even earlier than that.
Late 90s, early 2000s. I think.
I know.
I never
the live action show was in the 2000s because it was still going on when I was a kid.
Yeah. I never liked. I mean, I was in my 30s
I mean,
by then.
Thin Blue Line was also like it was funny when I was a kid, but then when you come to realize it, it's like, wow, this is pro police stuff. This is the even lower bottom line of its comedy.
It was actually it was when Rowan Atkinson, he was one of the big stalwarts of like what they called alternative comedy in the early 80s. And it was like the bit where he'd suddenly become old and straight laced and mainstream, and you know what I mean. The Thin Blue Line was It was like it was mildly mocking the police in a very friendly sort of a way, but it was basically saying that they were the good guys. That's how it was to me, the thin blue line.
Yeah, it was like, yeah, we'll do some self-deprecative humor, but only to say that we're actually the fucking heroes.
Yeah,
I mean,
pretty much. It was. I wasn't Ben Elton something to do with that as well? He's another one who it was. Ben Elton was where he was riding the wave of alternative comedy, but he was actually wanting to be the mainstream showbiz bore. You know what I mean? Which he turned out to be in the end, anyway. And I'm sure he had something to do with the thin blue line as well. I think. I'm not sure. I
mean,
know
the
Rowan
line
Atkinson.
was pretty thin, and they did show how much they hate the fucking working class by accident. Like, I don't think they were intending to do it, but the police basically turn around and side with the system all the fucking time. Like, that was a really apparent thing in the show that I come to notice as a communist.
I can't remember, to be honest. I just thought it was really lame and boring, to be honest. The thin blue line. I just thought Rowan Atkinson did stuff like Not the 9 o'clock News, which is really fucking edgy and really in your face, and then he was doing shit like that. I thought, yeah. Ben
Yeah,
Elton
but
as
like
well.
when
They
I
were
was
just
like 6, I used to like the police, but by the time I was 11, I hated them.
kind of much the same. When I was about, I might have been a bit later
I
than
had a
6.
brick thrown at my head, and when I called the police, they basically, under laughing tone, told me to just go home when I was on the phone to them.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I must admit, I've had a
Because
very
I have the voice of a child. Because I was a child. I'm not gonna fucking deal with the fact that someone just assaulted me. Thank you. My head is bleeding.
yeah, that sounds about right.
It's like I'm not
Yeah,
gonna ring an ambulance. I've got severe Asperger's and ADHD, so that stresses me out. I also have severe psoriasis, so I'm just scratching loads of dead skin at the moment. If
yeah,
you're
it's all
wondering
right.
why I'm being a riffy fucker, like, it's genuinely like horrendous how bad my psoriasis is on my scalp. It fucking drives me insane.
I forget what Sham said something about something I said was well said, but I don't know what it was he was talking about now. I've forgotten.
Yeah, we've gone into the depths.
I don't know. I said thanks anyway. So, what was I going to say? I've lost my point now. What is it? It's nearly 8 o'clock in the morning. I've been up all night again. Oh, shocking!
7 hour stream bomb.
Fucking hell. 7 fucking hours. Jesus Christ, boy.
It's all right because eventually, like when people balls it and like fuck it, I'll go in. They'll realize that the mopping stuff is only like the first hour or two, and then it just
Yeah, yeah,
falls apart. But basically, as well, like, the mopping thing. So this is the interesting thing with the mopping thing. So basically, what I've been told by the geezer who got extradited from Maupin's circle because he wasn't in agreement with him.
yeah.
Maupin runs the thing like a cult. Like everything Maupin says is thumb, it's rules. Do as thou say, and the levels of trust function off the basis of how loyal you are to Caleb.
Right.
So, and Caleb is CPI and S let me get the label up. Sorry.
Students and Youth for New America.
Yeah, the SYNA. They're a run. They're both cults run by Caleb. When he was at the Dugan conference, he wasn't
Yeah.
just with Alexander Dugan, the big Nazbol guy. I mean, that's the easy one to fucking lie about and be like, yeah, well, Nazbol it also says Bolshevik there, which I mean, fucking hell. If that's your argument, that's a bad argument. I don't mean use
Well,
them. But here's the thing.
right.
The on his left was the guy from Action Français. Now, Action Français is a
No, you were
monarchist
saying.
French organization that committed genocide during World War II against Jewish people.
I didn't know it was the same conference where he was with Dugin. It was the guy the other side of him.
Literally, the guy on the other side of Caleb is the Action Français guy,
I didn't
from
know
what I've
that.
been told. I
Right.
didn't either.
No, that's
And
pretty
so,
fucking damning. That is
and apparently
really.
he's trying to like not only sabotage Marxism, Leninism, and Marxism revolution in America, but
Yeah.
also throughout the world. And,
What's that group you were saying before? Socialist Youth of a New America. Is that what they're called, or is that a far right?
Students and Youth for New America.
Is that a
So
far right group?
wait. So when we organize with people who are students and trying to be like, okay, you guys are getting political, it's a good idea to think this, and this. They have a
Yeah.
problem with it. They call it rampant Maoist fucking like Utes and stuff like that. It's like, but
Yeah,
then when
yeah,
they
yeah.
do the same thing, it's some educated movement for a new America. Like Caleb is so selective. Like what
Yeah.
Engels is in fucking university and he's a student for fuck off America. You shouldn't exist.
Yeah.
He doesn't live in America, but who gives a shit? You're a bunch of Angloid settlers, French settlers, Spanish settlers. Give the land back to the natives, you cheeky
Yeah.
sausages.
Yeah. Yeah.
Been
Uh,
told.
I don't know. I don't know who. Yeah. But Axiom. What they
The
called Axiom?
Americans in general, they're all Amerimuts.
Yeah. Yeah. What's that group again called? That French one? What are they called again? Axiom Francais, is it? Or
Action Francais.
I don't know them at all.
They're a French monarchist group from I'll say it as like the weird right wing Americans say it when they're trying to avoid saying World War II outright. They call it WW2. Mind you, there's more syllables than World War II, so they've just ruined the point of a abbreviation. Like
Apparently,
Goddamn WW2. In the
WW.
WW2, which is the WW after WW1.
I must admit, us saying WW is more of a mouthful than just saying World War II. They say W.
they
You know,
could
they actually
even just
say.
say double W2. Like they could even be cheeky.
It's
Like
just. I just find it when if you're written it down WW2, but they say WW, it's easier to just say World War II. It's less of a bloody mouthful than
what
saying
about
WW2. Do you know what I mean?
America does like to cut corners. So what about dub W2? I mean, have you seen how America? So in America, if you look at the East Coast, it's probably spelled like this near where fucking what's it's at because he might be Midwest, but he's close enough to the East Coast. It might be spelled like this. Borough is spelled Borough. In California, borough is spelled Boro. It's
Yeah,
the same word as borough council that we use here, but America was like, we don't need the U, we don't need the GH, fuck it, BORO. It's like, are you that fucking like I don't
well,
mean to diminish like my own people, but I have to use this slur here because it's the only one that works. Americans use this all the time for people, and they're about to get it back to them. Are you that retarded that you have to fucking drop every letter? I suffer with severe dyslexia. I've never struggled with the word borough. It's actually a very self-explanatory word because it's
it comes from. It was. It
not
was.
borough.
It was originally Boroch, I think it was, and it was
Borough.
because it's connected to the German word Burg, which means fortress. So a borough was an area that had a decided border to it. It wasn't in because the German version, of course, is a fortified. It's a castle or a fortress or a fortified town, like Edinburgh, Jedburgh in Scotland, spelled Burgh. Jedburgh it was originally. They were Edwin, which is in Gaelic is called Dunedin, which means
Yep.
Edin's or Edwin's fortress. And
I mean, when
Middlesbrough.
you've got the Scottish abbreviation as well, which is fucking badass, why didn't they use that? Like, if you're gonna
Yeah,
shorten it, use the Scottish one. It's sick.
well,
Bor.
that's the reason,
Like,
yeah.
it
But
has the
that's
same pronunciation, but they use less letters. It
yeah.
works.
And it comes from Bor. It comes from the Scandinavian. I think the Nordic word is Borg, 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 and the German
Yes,
is Borg.
it's Borg. It's the weird O that has that really like weird like ooh sound when you pronounce it. It's like
You mean
Borg.
like the O umlaut in
O with the
German?
two dots on the top.
O umlaut, Berg.
Umlaut. Yeah.
Yeah.
Berg. Yeah. Berg.
Well,
Yeah.
the Scandinavian. I think
Because
the
it's where
Scandinavian.
bourgeois comes from. The word bourgeois comes from that word because the
I
word
did not know that.
burger comes from Berg, and then
Yeah, burger.
burger then eventually evolves into bourgeois, which is
I
the
didn't know that.
uh
It makes
expansion
sense.
of the German word burger, which means middleman. It means middleman.
It means you live in the fortified area, so you're like a gated community. You're exclusive to the. I mean,
It was. It
Heathen
meant
was a
like middle
person living on a
class
heath.
originally. Like bourgeoisie meant middle class originally.
Yeah. The bourgeois because they became the ruling class in after capitalism.
That's why
Because
the
I,
aristocrats are salty, because they used to
yeah,
rule and now they have to
yeah, yeah,
be
yeah,
labor aristocrats, which is not as cool
yeah,
as being a feudal aristocrat. You don't get
yeah,
to you have to you have with so the reason they hate it, being a labor aristocrat, they rule without having any power. Like well not having they have a lot of power.
yeah,
Basically, they rule but they don't have control over like everything in
yeah,
society, but they have the control they have the controls. Like they have to push the buttons, but they're
yeah,
told how to do it by the capital and the money because they control the cultural hegemonies of society to keep
yeah,
everything in check. That's why
yeah,
fascism, they love it. They love
yeah, of
fascism because when fascism
course.
comes, the aristocracy get to do more decision making. They're like, oh well, the bourgeoisie have failed. Time for us to step in and start
Yeah,
handling the
yeah,
controls.
exactly,
Because when they
exactly.
don't have the class consciousness, they don't have the understanding to make that decision. But when class consciousness comes along, they have that understanding to go, right then, time to
Y-
start engaging in fascism and taking over the organs of power and introducing a neo feudal
They claim to be the
integration
working class.
society.
They claim to be like the working class, disenfranchised working class. They're actually the disenfranchised labor aristocracy. Yeah, boroughs exist in the USA.
Yeah, it would mean a collective of towns, like an urban center. That would make sense. So, like,
Yeah,
here, like, for
originally it meant someone was it had a distinct border. It was
yeah,
closed
so
off.
like, the town that what's it? Well, I'm not too far away that we were talking about from earlier. The one that's
Yeah.
what's it? That town is that town's a fortress itself, so it's its own
Yes,
borough. But
it is.
also, you know, Warwickshire is where I'm technically plummeted in.
Hmm.
That that has its distinct border and its own borough, but also has
Yeah,
boroughs within it.
because it comes.
Staffordshire, where Tamworth is, that is
Yeah,
that place over there is covered.
it has a
That's a
castle.
massive borough and it's its own fortress section.
When
But
I mean, there's towns like some they actually have like Peterborough, Middlesbrough. I mean, they were fortified. They were kind of semi-fortified. The German word Burg means fortified because I mean Newcastle in German would be translated as either literally Neue Schloss or Neuburg.
Neuburg, yeah,
Neuburg,
Neuburg.
Neuburg would be a probably for a town name. It would be Neuburg,
Well,
meaning
I
new
mean,
fortress.
I do believe Nuremberg is actually a derivative of the same thing.
Something like that, Nuremberg. And yeah,
Newcastle.
I mean, you have to be careful because there's Burg and there's Berg in German. Berg means hill,
Ah,
and Burg.
I
So
see.
The
Yeah,
name Bergman means
Nuremberg.
hillman or mountain dweller. But
Ah,
that's
yeah. So
B-U-R-G is Borg.
I'm getting Hillenborg
And a lot of people
because
make that mistake. It was a Borg. Freiburg is free fort, free fortress.
I do a good job to ensure that I annoy the fuck out of my German friends. It's part of the
Right.
parcel.
Okay,
I
fair
mean,
play. Yeah.
as much as English people are technically German too, and I'm always like this. I'm like, you can't say I'm being less German than you because you're just as not German as I am. You guys are as far away of being native Germans as we are. You're full of Greek and fucking Slavic. What the fuck you on about? Like, fight me, you bunch of like they have so much influence from the mainland European Celts and they don't respect it, just like we do. And
Yeah.
it's like, oh no. It's like I always say this to people. It's like I say this to the Americans when they try and like do a buzz on me. It's like, haha, but you guys are on Celtic native land. And it's like them trying to say that it's like they think they've proved us wrong. And it's like, no, you've just showed us that we need to do more decolonization than just
Yeah.
America. But here's the thing
Yeah.
with
Yeah.
Britain, the thing that really comes into it, we've got so many influences from the Celtic language. We need to respect that, A. But
Hmm.
B, being in England, being English, well, I mean, we can't really go back to Saxony now. We're a bit different from them.
Yeah.
And there's no Celtic people here anymore, so we'd just be leaving a barren load of empty land. Like,
Yes.
as much as that sounds like that is a very colonial justification. I'm not trying to justify it that way. But the way that we
Yeah.
need to be like is like, okay, we got loads of people who actually blood descend in this country from those people in the north. That actually
Yeah.
exists.
The
Secondly,
Britannic
I'm not saying go
Britannic
spot
bloodline
out for
isn't
those
gone.
people because that's eugenic, but I'm saying that they exist. Secondly, a lot of the references that these cultures still exist, a lot of their history still exists. So why don't
Yeah.
we at least try and revive the language,
Yes,
teach the
that's
history?
the bloodline's still there. The bloodline is still there. Um, I mean,
And
it's
there
like
might be people out there who like know their history's still there, but because no language exists, they can't go back to it. But if you brought back the language, they may go and learn that, and they may teach
yeah,
their
yeah.
kids that, and then next thing you
It's
know, you
possible to do.
actually kick off a language of people and a culture of people who have that blood and have that heritage. Because my family's full of all that fucking heritage,
Yeah.
like that
Well, it's like
Merseyside, Yorkshire, Celtic heritage.
yeah. I mean, like this land back thing, it's like the United Ireland was effectively the same thing. It's not like, but the loyalists, of course, go, oh, they're going to kill us and come over the border and kill us in our beds.
Like as if
No,
they'd even tell anyone to leave. Like they'd only tell the fucking
no,
aristocrats who
no
held over
one.
their land and forced them into potato famines to
Well, it's
fuck
like
off or get killed, you
no,
bastards.
no one is going to tell anyone from a Scottish Presbyterian background who lives in East Belfast or anywhere, or in the we're in Belfast or Armagh, Derry, or wherever. You're going to lose your land. It's like
I
you're a
do
working
have a
class
problem
person.
with
Why would
how
I hate you?
ignorant. I do have a problem with how ignorant post 70s Irish folk have been to Cymric struggle. Like they treat
Yeah,
the Welsh like English people, and
yeah.
that's not the
It's
case.
fucking annoying. Really
Like the
annoying.
Welsh, the Welsh are closer to you than the Scottish. Like maybe not blood wise, but they kind of are blood wise because even the Irish say the Welsh are like the homeland of the Celtic people. But
Yeah,
here's the thing: they're closest in struggle. The Scottish, like half of their nation are really close to in struggle and are very close to in culture. The Welsh, like, are some of the most oppressed people in this nation. Like, I've heard world people refer to Wales like a quasi third world nation, and
yeah. It's this. It's funny. Wales is so quashed in some ways, and yet the Welsh language is more alive than the Scots Gaelic languages. You know what I mean? It's weird. But the Scots have more of a
unfortunately
sense of
though they're not making new words, which is actually being a Achilles heel to their language. Like you'll hear
yeah,
them use just random English words in the middle of their language
yeah.
and
Irish
pretty
has
much
done
their
the
own.
same thing. I mean, the
Well,
Irish
Irish has been making their own new words, though,
they have
fortunately
done,
for
yes.
them, in the
I mean,
South at least.
Irish. I've noticed recently when I started trying to learn Irish, the word for car was car, CARR. But the old Irish word for car, a motor car, is gluish John. Gluish meaning motor. Gluish
Well, that's
John is a
sick,
motor
that
car.
is. I like that word,
Yeah, yeah.
Guishtan.
Well, I mean, motorcycle, a bike is a roher, but a motorbike is a gluish roher. You know what I mean?
Oh,
And
very
I don't say
creative.
car, I say gluish John because car just sounds like it's just anglicized and fuck off. You know what I mean?
It's
But
like you've done like the Spanish thing where they just stick an A on the end of things. Like, yes, this is now Spanish. It's like it's the same word. You just added an extra letter, which I've not got a problem with people doing that, but I imagine it doesn't feel good for the actual people of those languages. They're like, oh, thanks, linguists, for
yeah,
not being very creative with the
we've
language
just
and just basing it on romantic words all the time. Thank you, you Latin fucking twat.
I'd rather like a. I mean, sometimes you think it's easier to just borrow a word from another language, but that's how imperialism has often worked, and
No,
languages
but
get.
you know why like it doesn't work so well is because their attachment to Latin. Like think about English and German in general and
Yeah.
Celtic too, massively influenced by Egyptian and Iranian language groups. Like more so Egyptian than anything, especially the Celt and the German. So
I hadn't noticed.
these,
I don't know enough about the Egyptian languages to be honest to know
I
about that.
mean,
But
the use of the way that deed and die and other stuff like that in the
no,
German language is very
yeah, das,
and das, that's it, yeah,
yeah,
and all those stuff in
der Mann,
German.
die Frau, das Schloss. Yeah.
A lot of that comes from Aramaic.
Okay, I didn't actually know that.
So like our letters come from Greek, but like a lot of our shit comes from Aramaic. Oh my
Yeah,
guys, the deliveries guy's gone up the wrong road.
is he? Oh, for fuck's sake!
I got food coming. I'll be back.
No worries. I've got to get food actually soon.
I may not have money left for food, but I'll still waste it on the McDonald's because fuck it,
Oh, fucking hell.
cheap.
Yeah, I did that when I was in my very poorest stage.
you've been up for too long when you say good evening to the guy.
I need to get
I guess
food.
to the
I might have to.
Americans, it just seems normal.
Well, yeah. I might have to slink off in a bit because I might have to go and get food myself and then sort a few things out and what have you.
Yeah, like I'm gonna end up having to do like another fucking like FPA on the Caleb stuff and just.
You need to what? Sorry.
I'm gonna end up having to do another sort of FPA on the Caleb stuff as a quicker video, so that what.
Yeah,
Just
that's a shame about the that would have been
strikes,
interesting.
which made it go on too long.
Well, that it was a real disappointment. That person who's an ex-CPI person. It sounds like they're really quite nasty to people who don't toe the line. It sounds actually quite disturbing.
Yeah, they it's very cultic.
Yeah, I got that impression. Yeah. I mean, I thought like the RCG and the CPGBML are bad enough, but this lot seem way worse.
Well, I mean, the CPGBML works with Caleb, so.
Well, yeah, that's true. Aye. A very, very, very dodgy group. That I have really grave misgivings about them, to put it mildly.
Spoon has been a pain in the ass, man. Sugar all over me, babe. But you can't have a cup of tea without any bloody sugar.
All right there.
Yeah, I fell asleep for a minute.
Yeah, I thought I could hear.
Yeah.
It wasn't snoring, but it was the rhythmic breathing of someone asleep. I thought I could recognize that. No worries.
Criticizes others as cults while running his own. Clits. That is the best typo ever. I love it.
Who's that? Jared. I don't know who that person is.
He's a friend of mine.
All right. Who the hell's Ivanov? That was there's a message deleted there. Was that a spam message?
Yeah.
It's written in Cyrillic. Ivanov. I like being a smart arse and showing that I can read Russian names. It's like you think I can't read your name, sunshine? Fuck off. It's like
They can't hide away from you with their fancy Greek letters.
no. I can read it, motherfucker. I did shock a few people with that. They were like, God, you know what?
You're an NKVD agent, we just haven't told people yet. Oh shit.
The NKVD. NKVD. I forgot what is it? People's Commissariat for Internal Affairs. So it's Narodny something.
Yeah.
NK with Commissariat. V. I don't know what a V. I don't know. Yeah. I know Narodny. I think is people. Narodnik is the people's, the lovers of the people. They're the anarchist group.
I love the people. Does that make me a neurodnik?
Nah. Well, not in that context.
Makes me a bit moronic.
Well, I mean, national socialism, a very hijacked term that could have been applied to national liberation struggles that were left wing.
I mean, it was the same with like how social democracy was a very like progressive term for like removing the royals, and then it's like, oh well, it then turns into a term for for fascism to hide itself as socialism.
Yeah. Well, something. Yeah. Oh. I must go and get something to eat.
They ever so full. Galloway's the perfect example.
Yeah. Oh Christ. He's like a throwback to the 1930s, where they're pretending to be this kind of like or 1910s even. You know, they're trying to be this man of the people, and he's just coming through the brown shirts coming through now. You know what I mean? It's like, Jesus Christ, what are you doing? I don't know, brown shirt, blue shirt, black shirt. What, pick your color, pick whichever one you want. You know, but
Whenever I see like police officers in public, and I've obviously got nothing on me because I don't want to get arrested while I don't want to get in trouble with them when I got weed on them. I always be like, hey, look, black shirts are here to whoever I'm talking to. Because I know that maybe one police officer will at least get what I'm referring to when I say black shirts are here.
yeah, the black shirts and the blue shirts.
But because I'm not saying it directly to them, they can't instigate that I'm saying it about them. Like they couldn't know. Like
Yeah,
but they could. And
remember,
a lot of them are very political and very right wing.
Oh yeah, fuck I, absolutely. I remember that fucking arsewipe Leo Varadkar and the Doyle having a go at there was a Sinn Féin TD giving him some grief about something, and he was really going to town on Varadkar. Varadkar smugly went, you're bad. He was saying about you will incite the violence and the anger of the disenfranchised people or something like that. And he says, oh, you're inciting violence now, are you? Your balaclava is slipping, I see, to the Sinn Féin bloke. The Sinn Féin bloke was really angered by this. And I thought if I'd been in there, I would have said, Mr. Varadkar, your blue shirt is showing through, isn't it? Fucking blue shirt. No one said that, but Varadkar was sitting there smugly going, well, this Sinn Féin guy was getting angry. And I thought if I'd been the Sinn Féin guy, which I never would be,
in the fucking throat.
I would have said, your blue shirt is showing. If my balaclava is showing, your blue shirt is showing.
Should have just punched him in the throat.
Well, that would have been good. But he'd probably been thrown out.
Him, and that would have at least done some fucking justice.
Yeah. Oh, Varadkar is a typical example. He's a half Indian and he's openly gay, and he tries to make out that he's socially progressive, and he's a fucking Fine Gael.
He's a B-level.
Huh?
That B-level geezer, that kid, like, well, I think he's my age, but he acts like a kid anyway. He's motherfucking like he's one of those he's an Indian Canadian, and he's one of those types of people who've like come over here and are aristocrats and are very like disregarding of where they've come from and who they are, and only ever use the fact that they're a person of color as a shield whenever it's tough for them, but otherwise they act whiter than they act as white as can be. Like
I've seen that with a lot of South Asian folk, and others in that community have told me the same thing.
So the reason it comes into it is because they come from white backgrounds in India. Like people who come from the Brahmin tribe, for example.
Or very middle class backgrounds. I've noticed particularly from Bangladeshis have said that about like some, not, I won't generalize, it's very unfair, but you get some elements within the Punjabi community who look down on the Bangladeshi community, and they're very kind of, people of those backgrounds will confirm that's true. I mean, it's of course it's me saying that as a blue-eyed European. I sound like a fucking racist, so I'm cautious to avoid that. But I've noticed people who do that, they start slagging you down, saying, "Oh, you Irish are uncivilized." I think, and as soon as I say, fuck you," they go, racist, and I go, fuck off. Or I had an argument with a very, very, very upper middle class person from, I won't name the country, but it was one of the countries in Africa. And she was determined to dunk on the Irish and on the Jews as well. You know, the Jews were the slave owners. The Jews didn't have it that bad. They only had the Holocaust. That only lasted 10 years. That wasn't nothing. The Irish weren't slaves. And she was constantly going on about the myth of the Irish slavery. But the way she was saying it was, the Irish didn't suffer. The Irish were the oppressors. Because African slaves, some Irish people did work for African slavers, people who enslaved Africans.
Irish were the oppressors.
She didn't openly say that, but that's what the implication was. It was basically, shut up, you haven't had it that bad. You weren't slaves, we were slaves. I thought, you're an upper class person from Africa.
Yeah, she wasn't even, her family remained in Africa. How the fuck is she one of the slaves?
Yeah, like, exactly.
This is actually a problem that hits the African American community, where they have these.
That's exactly it. Of course,
their struggle.
Of course, if I say that, what does she say? White splaining, mansplaining, racist. You know what I mean? She's from a very upper. I mean, she have a mutual friend who knows her and said, yeah, she does have her mental health problems. She said. She says she's not upper middle class. She's upper class. She comes from a family with servants, and I'm thinking, to be that upper class, you have to be shitting on somebody else, and you have to be collaborating with the white bastards who you can rail against. I can't help thinking you're actually rebelling against your upper class family by acting like you're more left wing. And she had some, I don't know what the problem was, but the problem is she'll hear me saying that, saying you're a bastard, mansplaining, whitesplaining, and that's the problem. This is identity reductionism again. It's like I've been called an English bastard because I'll criticize the Irish Free State. And West Brits in Ireland will say, "Oh, the Englishmen telling us Irish what to be." I said, "Fuck you! I've got a proper Irish name. You don't. You're planters." You know what I mean?
It's like how a lot of people who are like Arab English who have been born in England, but they come from
Yeah.
an Arab family, like they're treated like Englishmen amongst their Arab people because they've been blocked off from their culture
Yeah.
because of how much their culture is bastardized in Britain. And
Yeah.
then when they deal with Englishmen, they're treated like Arabs to Englishmen.
Yeah. Very much so. I found the same
Same with
problem.
people who are Irish.
I've met a lot of I met a young lass in a fast food place randomly. I was talking to the guys in there. They were Afghans. I said, "Oh, I'm Irish, but I'm second generation," and she overheard me talking, and I heard her talking. She had I think it was a Belfast or a County Antrim accent somewhere in the Belfast area, and she said, "Excuse me." I said, "Oh, how you doing?" I said, "Yeah, I heard you talking. You're from the north." She went, "Yeah." She says, "You were talking about these being second generation Irish and being told you're not proper right," because I was saying, they say, "Oh, you're not really Irish, you're not from Ireland, blah blah blah." She said, "How do you feel about somebody from England, from a guy from England from an Irish family, and telling me that I'm not Irish enough?" I said, he needs to fucking reel it in. I said, and if he's from England, from an Irish community in England, and he's telling you that, he's only saying it because he's insecure about his Irishness himself, and he's just kicking down at you, and he's probably being a mansplainer as well because you're a lass. And I thought, she said, "Thank you." I said, "No, he's a fucking goal. He needs his arse kicking. He should know better than to do something like that to a person from the occupied 6 counties." You know what I mean? Because I think he was like me. His family were from the Free State, so he thought, "Oh, we're the legitimate Irish there." The ones who always call me said, "You're not Irish." They've all got English names. They're all middle class Irish Free State.
Do they forget what they're fighting when like even if so? Let's believe the Free State's bullshit for 1 second. They forgot what they were fighting. Like, so even if we're to think that that's actually a good thing and they're the rebels, not the fucking citizen army, even though it was the citizen army.
Yeah.
Like, how could the people in Northern Ireland be not the true Irish? They didn't choose to be in the British Empire.
Yeah.
Do they actually believe that the Northern Ireland chose to be separate? Is that actually something they're starting to believe? Because
that's the thing. These are people from they're like they've got Irish names. They come from the Gaelic tradition. They didn't come from the Orange tradition anyway. And even half the Protestants didn't choose to be bloody loyal anyway. That's a myth. And there were plenty of Catholic collaborators, but they're not Catholic collaborators and they're not loyalists. How can you tell me they're not proper Irish because it's not proper Ireland? Basically, what it means is we sold them down the river, we shat all over them, and we're now trying to make out that they're not Irish. It's the same with if I suddenly won a gold medal for the Irish Republic in some Olympics, they'd suddenly be telling everybody that I was born in the same village as them and I went to school with their brother and I was this. But because I don't do that, I mean, "Oh, you're an Englishman. Fuck off, Brit." You know what I mean?
I mean, but here's the thing though, for that guy who's doing this, the rules apply to him though, because he lives in England. He's even less of an Irishman than someone who lives in
I never met
Ireland.
the guy. I mean, I never met this guy. I just met her, and she did appreciate me saying that. I said he's a condescending bollocks, and he needs his arse kicking. I thought I was quite shocked that a guy from England, from the Irish diaspora in England, was saying that to a lass from the north. I thought, you spineless chicken shit gobshite.
No, but that's what I get. Like, if he's in the English diaspora, being in literally like the mother country of the empire rather than your home nation, especially if you're like a free stater, like that gives you even less ground to stand on. You basically turn around and be like, you're not Irish, you're in Northern Ireland. Meanwhile, in England,
It's like I had a cousin of mine keep saying, "Oh, you're not Irish, you're English." I said, you're born in Belfast, neither are you." "Oh, but it's still the island of Ireland." I thought if she hadn't been born in Belfast, she would have probably agreed with the point I sarcastically making. But because she was born there, she suddenly changes the goalpost and says, "Oh no, but it's still the island of Ireland," and you're not Irish. I said, "I've got an Irish surname. You
I
haven't."
like it how you got her like on a really good point where I bet you pissed her off, but she couldn't get pissy with you because you've really hit her hard. Because it's like Belfast was occupied, and you know they were
Yeah.
a part of England, not even a part of the UK as like a separate province. Like no, it's a province of England, and that
Yeah.
was how it was a part of the UK, like
I
Wales.
mean, she
That's
also
why I
was.
say Wales and Ireland were close to each other because Scotland was never treated like a province. Scotland was treated like another nation. But
Yeah.
the Welsh and the Irish were both treated like sectors of England.
Yeah. I
Actually,
mean,
England and Scotland agreed to chop Ireland between the two of them.
yeah. Yeah, the collaboration is Scots. So Scotland's a very nuanced thing, but anyway. What was I saying? Yeah, this is a relative of mine, but she comes from a very middle class background, and it's always the middle, and they don't have an Irish name; they have a planter name. Why are these always the people that say to me, "You're not Irish, we're Irish, you're not"? You get a lot of them in Dublin as well, there, because Dublin was the English central city of Ireland. And some of these dubs when independence was, well, relatively independence, shall we call it, was inevitable, they suddenly claimed to be the epitome of Irishness. Dublin is Ireland, and that's it.
Okay,
And
see,
half
the
of them
way you
again.
see them become Irish nationalists, they're looking to betray it for themselves. Here's the thing with the because you'll find this amongst like Labour aristocrats because let's be real, proletarian
Yeah.
people during this time were mostly, if not all, Republicans. Like it was very hard to find like a poor Irish person who was like, yeah, I'm gonna stand against the freedom of our Ireland, Connolly, a man of the working class. I'm gonna stand against all of that. No.
Yeah.
So what you saw was when they knew that they weren't going to actually win. Like there was at least going to be a compromise. They're like, okay, well, we need to make sure that this compromise suits us, and they went out of their way to
Arthur
manipulate
Griffith.
the narrative for them.
Arthur Griffith, what a really Irish name that is.
Arthur.
I think Griffith is a sort of anglicised Welsh name, I believe it. Anyway, he was a fucking West Brit right-wing Free Stater. But you know, that's the ones. They're the ones that'll tell you, no. Ireland is also. You're not allowed to talk. You're not Irish. You're born outside. You're not Irish. I'll tell you what.
Then the Americans as well, like American Irish. Oh, you're not Irish. You can't be Irish. You're going to total.
It's funny though. When it's some right wing, when it's some very rich president, they suddenly welcome them with open arms and say, "Oh yes, he's an Irish American now. Oh yes," but when it's some
Biden, the Biden doesn't have any Irish culture to him. What is culturally Irish about this fucking clown?
Fuck all is Irish, culturally Irish.
I mean, I'm expecting an American to go. What he drinks, like that's what I expect from the Americans. He drinks. He likes the color green.
Yeah.
He says top of the morning to girls under the age of 12 because he's a there.
Yeah, it's a bit like anyone who screams I hate homosexuals, they usually are one under the surface, you know.
I mean, he's never gonna live down the fact that he turned around and on stage said that he likes it when kids rub on his hairy legs in pools.
Did he say that? I didn't hear that.
He said he likes it when kids rub on his hairy legs. That's Joe Biden, President of America.
Oh.
I love how much America's like, we're finally out of the troubles of like Donald Trump. It's like, what do you mean you're out of a very small frying pan and into the fucking shit zone?
I got screamed at. I got screamed at about by some radlib once. I said all this yay for Biden is a load of horse shit and Kamala Harris and blah blah. How dare you? This person who's basically a white American trying to be a victim, so claiming to be Irish one minute, then claiming to be the poorest of the poor, and then suddenly claiming to be a Native American because apparently she had 1/64th Choctaw blood in her somewhere.
Are you talking to fucking what's her name? It was that American politician. Oh.
Not me personally, no. It was this person went berserk at me and started saying, "Your country oppressed my people. I'm Native American." Pasty faced, green-eyed, fiery red hair, pale, pasty, freckly skin. I'm a person of color. I'm a Native American. You English bastard.
There was that American politician who did like the same thing, and it was hilarious. So I'm just sort of jesting at that. It's like this
I've forgotten. I can't remember that one.
And to be honest, I can't even remember how to properly speak properly. I said good evening to the guy I got my food from, but it's like but no a name starts with an E and I just can't think of it. But I can hear Lumpen Celt snoring.
I know. Red shirts and silver shirts were USA, yellow shirts Russia, green shirts Hungary. I didn't know that. Looking at the comments from Jared. I knew the blue shirts and the black shirts. Black shirts Italian and British, and the Irish ones were blue shirts, as were the Spanish ones.
The red shirts were trying to basically steal off the redneck and the red banner organizations because I mean like, there was a time where like there was a lot of radical socialist stuff that was all centered around being a redneck
Yeah.
with a red shirt. A redneck meaning wearing a red handkerchief, a red shirt,
Yeah.
and of course wearing a red shirt. But then
Yeah.
of course
Yeah.
American
didn't know
fascists
the
were like, how do we get all these people to not be communists? So first we pretend to be the communists. Secondly,
didn't
we then
realize.
add right wing stuff to that communism.
I've never seen a silver shirt, but I didn't know the yellow shirts was a Russian thing, and I didn't know about the green shirts from the green. There was a green shirts from Ireland as well when the blue
ANCAP
shirts were banned.
Russia.
Huh?
ANCAP Russia with the yellow shirts.
Yeah. Oh, of course. The Russian nationalist flag. It looks like it always reminded me of snow with oil stains and piss stains in it. Have you seen it?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think they did just like find a flag that was covered in piss and was like, "Yes, this works."
It looks like a piece of snow where there's an engine's leaked its oil and a dog's come and pissed all over it. So it's
It
a yellow
looks
piss
like
yellow.
it looks like the Tsar's pants after he was shot. Like the inside of his underwear. It's just a bit of shot, a bit of piss, and just blood
Probably
everywhere.
what it is. That's actually fucking. This is probably true. The Tsar's underwear. He had black
just-
shit. He had black shit because he had blood in his stool and he pissed himself.
Like sometimes outside stimuli can influence people's dreams. I wonder how much this influenced Lumpen Celt's dreams.
Jesus.
Just start seeing like weird images of the Tsar and shit. I mean, if he only gets half of the information, it could go real wrong ways.
This could be cruel. This is sadistic. This is getting cruel. Like
The Tsar Nicholas scat porn dream moment. Caleb dreams about that every night, and it's.
I don't know. I've heard.
For those who would think I'm accusing him of the gay stuff, how could scat porn be gay? It's not. It's just weird. Like there's
don't
being
get it.
homosexual, and then there's being attracted to shit. Caleb is attracted to shit. I will happily say that without. I
Is
don't
that-
care about the word that's used for when you say the thingy about someone. Like we have the stricter words about that. We have stricter laws here about that. I don't give a
Got-
shit. Take me to court, Caleb. I
Is,
say that you are very, very sexually attracted to poo. Take me to court over it. I
You've
want
been
you
hearing.
to take me to court for me telling you.
You've
that
been
you are.
hearing dirt. Have you been hearing some dirt? Pardon the pun on Caleb or something.
I have inside assets to Caleb's sex life, and it is all related to poo. The wife who's been telling you about, she's a scatological construction of his species over decades. Take me to court on it, Caleb, please. I want you to be the guy who flew all the way over from America to Britain to have a court hearing because I said that you to have sexual
Jesus.
interactions with poo.
There's a person who seemed to be quite popular with some left wing YouTubers who went around telling everybody that I was a racist, and I think she was trying to make out I was some kind of a nonce or something. That was really quite nasty.
So you know, Britain has like the strictest laws for defamation in like Europe. Like,
Yeah.
you fucking if they do that, you could have actually took them to court and possibly won.
Yeah.
I mean, if you were to turn around and just accuse me of being a Holocaust denier while I'm blatantly not Holocaust denying,
Yeah.
I'm doing the opposite and saying that the Holocaust is a bad thing, I could turn around and sue you for defamation. So Caleb, technically, for me saying that he, as a very important part of it, that's it, Elizabeth Warren, that was the one. Yeah, so he, as a very important part of his political ideology, has to fuck shit. It's a part of a ritual they do every year to summon the demon of of um Crackermouth, um, uh,
Cthulhu?
God Scheitzer,
Kakamo. Cthulhu Kakamo?
Kakamo, Kakamo,
Govno.
load of
It's the Polish for shit.
Polish for shit.
Govno.
I lost myself in the analogy.
And hovno is the Czech word for shit. I think it's a Serbo-Croat word as well, I believe. Or something like that.
Well,
Hovno.
Caleb Maupin's movement is centered specifically around these rituals, and every year he summons the demons of poo. I don't know their true name.
I've seen him.
Don't know
I've seen
their
him.
true want for this
I've seen a
world.
video of him where he's saying, "Who are we? City builders. Who are we? We are city builders. We are city builders."
No, there was that poor woman Charlotte where he put her up for it. He's like, "Go on, you stand up and you say, 'Who are we?' and we'll all say city builders." And not even Caleb joined in straight away. You're like, "Okay, who are we?" And then everyone was like, "Oh, for fuck's sake!" It's just like, "Who are we?" And they're like, "City builders."
Was that person called Connor amongst them? I think by any chance. I don't know.
I don't know, man.
I know that person has said some very nasty things about some people in.
I know Dusty Bald James. I'm not saying his balls definitely have dust on them. I'm just making a common joke. They may be dusty. I don't know. Don't sue me. Don't fly all the way over to America to sue me for this statement. I know that he was there. He's also in the Defend Caleb Maupin video where it's like, we gotta defend Caleb Maupin from attack.
I haven't seen that Defend Caleb Maupin video, I don't think. Oh, maybe I have.
I can put it on now if you want. It's hilarious.
Well, you'll probably get pulled up for copyright infringement. You might be.
No, I've played many of Caleb's videos. He's not smart enough to copyright strike me.
I need to put a layer on. I'm fucking freezing. I like displaying the GBH t-shirt, but I think I need to.
have a fan on. I hope you can see that.
I do see the fan. I'm bloody cold. Hang on a minute.
It's boiling hot in here.
It isn't here. It's bloody bastard freezing. Hang on a minute. I'm putting a stripy jumper on.
I think my hemostasis is just broken, to be honest.
I'm just putting a stripy jumper on to go with the tartan trousers. Will you look at that?
Hey.
Very punk rock.
Very Scottish. Yeah, God.
Very Scottish punk rock. Aye, fucking right.
Aye, go Chippy, get deep fried pizza.
Aye. Hang on a minute. 2 seconds.
Move the Lumpen carrot while he snores. So he doesn't. If the CPI is the new fashion, which color shirt would they choose?
Right, I return.
I reckon it's gonna be the purple shirts.
The what?
The new CPI shirts. They'll be the purple shirts because they're all emos.
Purple shirts. I like purple shirts. I wouldn't want to see those.
I like purple shirts too. I also like the color red, but that was taken by fascists.
I like blue shirts as well. I just don't like blue shirts. I like blue shirts.
Yeah, blue colored shirts are pretty. You know, it's like liking a shaved head. Like liking a blue shirt is like liking a shaved head in Ireland.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a hairstyle that, or lack of, therefore, hairstyle that people do quite enjoy.
Yeah.
You can't do it in Ireland. You be bold in Ireland, and you're sort of asking to, unless you have a very thick Irish accent, you're asking to get fucked because they expect you to be an English skinhead.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, well, basically, so English skinheads used to cause a lot of terror to Irish people in Northern Ireland, and basically, so in Northern Ireland, you can get away with being a skinhead.
Boneheads. Yeah.
As soon as you pass the bonehead, yeah, but as soon as you get past the border from Northern Ireland to Southern Ireland, they don't want to see anyone with no hair on their head unless you're fucking thick.
I didn't know about that one. I used to know because there was the kind of croppy boy tradition of cropping your hair short and stuff like that, you know. But I don't know. It's a bit. It's all very.
My teacher went with his mate who's Irish there, and they had to basically like turn around and tell him to go, like pay his travel for him to go back on public transport and send him back the other way up the country because
they reached a point in Ireland where if they went further down, literally just him having a shaved head and an English accent would have been no go, because
Hmm,
you come
I
across
hadn't
like a
really thought
soldier.
about that.
I mean, the boneheads of the right wing movement all come from anti-Irish
Oh yeah.
expats soldiers.
Oh yeah. There's that. Aye, it's probably more likely to be rather than being. It's probably more likely to be a soldier rather than even a bonehead. You know what I mean? It's
Well,
probably that.
yeah, I mean, a lot of the soldiers were part of. So the reason they ended up being a part of the punk scene is because they were a part of the false rebel groups that were all British
Yeah. Oh, Jesus,
paramilitary
yeah.
organizations.
I think that's why people thought Watty from The Exploited was a fascist because he was ex-military himself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they
But I
don't
don't
seem to
know.
get the difference. Like, because like I've always said this to people, like, because there's been idiots like Max and Steiner who think that trying to fucking work with the police is a good idea and they're morons. But what
Oh, Christ.
but what we get on the other side is people who are like don't work with the army until either, and I'm like, yeah, you don't work with the actual military, but the people in them. I'm sorry, we've got to have love and respect for people who have like literally got nothing. Like I got no heart
Yeah.
for people who have gone in there
It's his.
because
Yeah.
because
It's
they
a.
want to go and kill people abroad. But I know loads of people who have had to join the military because they have nothing. They got no
Yeah.
home. They got no food. They got absolutely nothing. There's no jobs.
It's
Benefits has chucked them off their money because they fucked them this way or that way. And the only thing they've got
conscription
is
by
physical
poverty.
health, so they join the army.
It's conscription by poverty rather than by law. It's the US does it even more blatantly than it does in the UK. I mean, they go around
Aye.
projects and trailer parks recruiting people because I mean they don't have. I mean, the poverty there is monumental. It's even worse than it is here, and it's bad enough here. But I mean, the Northeast was a big recruitment drive in the Northeast because it's a poorer area. Newcastle, Gateshead,
Especially since the
Sunderland.
fucking the sacrifice zones, because it's the same here.
Yeah,
Over here,
yeah,
when they sacrificed the industry and they destroyed
yeah,
what's it, the motor industry, they
yeah,
diminished the brick industry. The coal industry is gone completely.
yeah,
Well, there's a little bit of it left, but it's basically gone.
yeah,
This place, this village, this town, and the preceding towns around it all became these like hollow shells that military recruitment increased
yeah.
massively. Like when I was in school, you'd always get these fucking armies people coming in every year to fucking try and advertise that
Yeah,
mind you, not even 16 yet. I wasn't even 16 yet, and I was seeing this all the time. To
yeah,
advertise to you that when you reach 16, you can sign up for the military,
yeah,
which obviously I was enticed with because I was a fascistic-minded little shit.
yeah,
Actually, most English people in there, regardless of class as well, actually, when it comes to this, because of cultural wires, most English people in their youth, even those that aren't very racist, they end up being very fascistic because
it does. Even I mean,
you become not a fascist in England, but everyone kind of starts off as one because you're taught to be one in primary
I
school. You're taught to live by monarchism.
I had a fascination for fascism, but I don't think I ever. I mean, I don't know. My dad was very left wing, and we were an Irish immigrant family, but we were like anyone against Britain is bound to be. There was a lot of that back home. You know, any enemy of Britain is our friend. But my dad said that no, that doesn't make them good. So I had a bit of an insight because my dad was a leftist, but he
I
wasn't as
mean,
left
that's the
wing
way
as
I
I.
look at the French. Like the French were like oppressing Celtic people, and I was like, I know that if the French beat the English to free Ireland, they wouldn't have freed Ireland.
Yeah, no, it's just geopolitics and inter imperial rivalry. I mean, it's funny. The Basques, I believe, the Basque flag was based on the Union flag because Britain was at war with its oppressor, Spain. I believe the Irish flag was based on the French flag because because Britain was at war with its oppressor, France. You know what I mean? So it's just like we borrow the iconography of our oppressor's enemy to say "fuck you," we're not like you. That
I
doesn't
mean,
mean you say.
we
Doesn't mean
have
you
a
necessarily endorse
tricolor
the
that
enemy.
was inspired by the Irish and the French flag. Like the Irish changes to the French flag that was inspired in like the 1800s, and then like around that same century, a little bit later on, we come up with this flag where it's like rather than green, white, and gold, it's green, white, and red. But it's the Hungarian flag, like literally color for color. And then we didn't
Yeah,
implement it, and then literally 100 years later, the Hungarians used the same flag.
it's great because I mean the Irish is green, white, and orange. I mean green, white, and
Yeah,
gold is more of a
green, white, and gold.
Well, the gold is more of a
Fucking
paper.
hell. So there's so many fucking people in Ireland are probably having a meltdown because you called it orange. Like, you bastard, it's gold. I'll have you know.
It's what I was told is this green, white, and gold was a very much a papist free state whitewashing of it. That green, white, and orange was what it was actually about.
I see.
Because it was green, because the orange, there was basically a gesture of peace between the Irish, the green and the orange, and the white was the peace between them. I don't know if that's how true that is, but you know, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, there's no peace to be made with Orangism. Now you're talking about Protestantism.
Yeah,
not
like that sounds like something that the Northern Irish are spinning. Like,
possibly, but green, white, and gold just sounds too much like Free State papacy. You know what I
because
mean?
I always thought the green, white, and gold was like a representative of Irish cultural history and had nothing to do with the actual like
I'm not
colonized
sure.
position.
I do know that the original flag in the 1830s, I think, was orange, white, and green, but I don't know because
That
now.
was that flag had a different name. I can't remember the name of that
Well,
flag.
that was the old one. Then they changed it round. But now the old one now the old orange, white, and green is now the flag of the Ivory Coast. Because I remember cracking a joke with a taxi. I had a taxi home in Newcastle once, and the driver, I couldn't work out where he was from. I said, what part of the African continent are you from?" He said, "Oh, Ivory Coast." I said, "You got the same flag as us in reverse order." And that was a bit of an ongoing joke we had on the drive home. You know what I mean? I can't remember what the orange. I think the orange is something to do with desert, and the green is something to do with like bushland or something like that. It means that in the Ivorian flag, you know.
It'd have been great if they just had the flag the same way around.
I have no idea. But anyway, the Irish flag was originally like what is now the Ivory Coast's flag, but I don't know.
It'd be great if they had it that way around, like actually for proper, because then it just make life confusing for everyone. It'd be a united stance against the Angloids, preventing them from understanding what country's what. We can confuse them.
There's some people. There's some people I've seen in the UK that couldn't even identify a Portuguese flag or a bloody. You know what I mean? I thought, Christ.
Or like when I used the decal on a game I was playing, and it's like the Irish one, and it decided you can flip them to face either way, like on the x-axis. And for
Yeah.
no reason why it was flipped the wrong way, so it was the Ivory Coast way, and I'm like, why would you present it to me like this originally? Like, it's not presented like that in the picture. It's not presented like that anywhere else. It's red, green, white, and gold. You had one job and you couldn't even do it.
Yeah. I must admit, I get a bit embarrassed when I can't remember a flag from some continent like Africa or Asia. I usually can, but sometimes I get my memory goes blank, and I'm like, oh shit, which one's that? I hate it.
Normally, I just forget nation names. That's normally the problem.
Yeah.
Because like I mean, like there's like Luxembourg. I mean, Rosa Luxemburg is a communist, and I still forget the name of that country. But then
Yeah.
again, Luxembourg is like that one country. It's like fucking, it's mini Belgium. Like if I wanted to go to
a
Belgium,
weird
I'll
one.
just go to the Netherlands.
It's a weird one. It's got 3 languages spoken in it, and it's yeah. I watched a not documentary, a police crime drama on Netflix from Luxembourg, and I thought, my God, I've never seen Luxembourg portrayed on TV, and it was quite fascinating. It was the whole thing was all the dialogue was in Luxembourgish. I didn't even know that was the name of the language. I knew there was a language that was unique to that country. The other 2 languages were French and German, but I didn't know the language was called Luxembourgish. I knew it had a name, but I couldn't think what it was. And I thought,
Yeah,
Christ.
it has like separate delineations. One that's more Frankish and one that's more Germanic.
Well, yeah, Luxembourgish is a kind of mixture of the two. It's basically German with French influences. It sounds a bit like Dutch occasionally or
So
Flemish.
it's English.
No, it doesn't sound like English. It sounds more. It's definitely not English. It's German basically, but it's.
I mean,
it's,
Dutch is very similar to English, though. So
Oh,
it
yeah.
does eventually similarize out. But
I mean,
no,
if
it's
you-
basically like the other way around. It's like, it's like the opposite to English. English is like a Germanic dominant fucking
yeah,
like with Frankish influences, whilst Luxembourg is like Frankish dominant Germanic influence language. Like, but that still depends on the region. Still depends on the region because it depends on where you are
Luxem-
in Luxembourg because they don't have a concise language. Luxembourgish changes region
I'm
to
not
region.
sure. I do know that this thing where they
The
said, like, I remember
regional, this has very regional dialects because it's not.
yeah,
They never solidified on French or German. They sort of flip flop between the
yeah.
two.
Well, I know, I do
They
know,
are a Germanic people, and they had a Germanic language. The reason they
yeah,
flip flop between the two is because France came and oppressed them, then Germany came to oppress them,
yeah.
and there's a distinct set of in the East they're Germans, and they will predominantly use German in their language and mix that
Yeah.
into their dialect.
Well,
Whilst
there is a third
for
language called
French,
Luxembourgish, which is definitely German, but it has a strong influence of French because I mean, they say language nerd moment here. The German word for I am, I is ich bin, you know, ich heiße, ich bin, and all that. The Luxembourgish is ich bin, or ich heiße, or heiße. I can't remember. They don't, the word for is, the German word for is ist, ist. The Luxembourgish word for is ass, ass, like the American for arse, you know. And it's
I
like,
love that. Their word for is ass.
ass. I remember there was a line in it that said something about sein alibi as falsch. The alibi is wrong or is false. And I thought that's basically German, but it's got a lot of French influence in it. But it's different enough to be a different language to German that was established in Germany. Do you know what I mean?
But that's what I'm saying. Like Luxembourgish itself as a language has not got one consistent dialect. It's based so basically the language
Probably
is
not.
split into two big blocks across the country. Where you have
Yeah.
the ones where they speak a more Germanic style language and one where they speak a more Frankish style
I can
language.
believe
It's
that, yeah.
still a unique language.
You've also got
It
French and German as separate languages also spoken in Luxembourg, I believe, as well. So
Yeah, there are some people who exclusively are like, no, you should only speak French, and some people are like,
yeah.
no, you should only speak
It's like
German.
Switzerland. You've got 4 languages there. You've got French, German, Italian, and Romance, which is, I think, more Germanic.
Swiss.
Switzerland's a Swiss German is so different to German German that it's a different language almost.
Yeah, it's one of the dialects of German that hasn't been crushed by Hochdeutsch.
Yeah,
Um,
it's they even have their own spellings, and they say that they'll translate it into German Hochdeutsch. It's like, I mean, you've got Portuguese PL and Portuguese BR, Brazilian Portuguese and Portuguese. They're actually quite different
Portuguese.
dialects.
I call them Portuguese. I refuse to call them anything else.
Why is that? Any particular reason?
Well, I mean, their name is like a porch and like a geese, but if you combine them together, it makes Portuguese. But then if you surprise them out, it makes them sound like some really chavvy goose who just chills in people's porches.
Well, the Brazilians
He
might
hasn't
go.
got enough money to pay for the electric down at the river, so like
Do you
he
know what
hasn't
the
got
Brazilians
any
would make of that? Anyway,
Well, I mean, Brazilians are just a bunch of fucking like salty colonists that think they're fucking special because they're Portuguese. Well,
actually, most of the Brazilians I know are actually indigenous and black. So
you're a cool kid. I wasn't born cool. I was
neither
born
was I. Trust me.
crippled.
I'm just a geek. So but apparently that makes you more cool because you actually age better than the trendy twats. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, but you don't get to do as many drugs. There are fallbacks.
Well, yeah. Somebody's been leaving a message again. Who's it? Raisa Degtiareva.
Sounds like a poison.
Degtiareva is a
Told you, this
name.
is some NKVD stuff, man.
Degtiaryev was a. They used to make machine guns. There was a Degtiaryev was a making.
Dektarev, I see.
Degtiaryev, yeah. Degtiaryev. Degtiareva. Right.
Dektarev,
Raisa
machine
Degtiareva.
gewehr.
She left a message which I'm guessing you deleted.
Yeah, it was too lewd for YouTube. It was VUR./ ? Suck your mom ?
Right.
The suck your mom bit wasn't there, but it's nice to think that someone would at least
Suck
be.
your mom,
If you're gonna
succubus.
try and scam people, at least be funny. Like,
Yeah.
I won't give money to people trying to scam me. That's not gonna work. But if you were to be funny, even though I know you're scamming, I give you money anyway just because you're being funny. Just be funny, man. You want to earn your cash, you gotta make me laugh.
Gotta be
And
funny
it's
or
one of
gotta
the
be
things as to
sexy.
why those trolls got me, because like you start making me have a laugh. I'm just like, I'm loving this. I'm having a laugh. Keep saying the stupid things. I'm loving it.
It was getting a bit embarrassing. I found it. I don't know because if people are joking, it's funny. But when you see people actually being serious, like that fucking emo panda clown, that was just embarrassing. I mean, I think you said yourself. I do remember you saying I'm embarrassed for you or something like that. I thought, yeah, it was truly cringeworthy.
I mean,
Like,
I
come,
found the way that I handled the trans situation was brilliant. It's
aye,
like I don't see what people's problems are. Like, why is it like? Because like the one thing I've always say is like the people that are like, oh, I'm fine with it, but I would never date someone who is trans. Like, as if like there's something about being trans that make them stand out that's completely different. And I could find like trans people that you would never find out was a fucking
yeah.
from a man unless you saw the fact that they've got some form of a sausage between their legs.
I must admit, I'm not attracted to penises, so that might be. But that's just
You
you
might
know
not be attracted to them, but there are trans women who don't have them too. Like you can never
exactly. Yeah,
say
that's
never.
that. No, no. I don't like being a transphobe either, so that's just against my principles.
I mean, it's one of them where people are like, they'd never, and it's like, can you really say that? Are you really sure? Do you really like? Do people really want to test for that?
Yeah,
Like, because you can
saying
find some people out there where you would get these people to say, "Oh yeah, she's piff," and then you're just like, "Oh yeah," and she's
yeah,
also
it's a
got a
bit,
fucking
you're
sausage, and they're like,
dangerous.
and then they instantly switch and are like, "Oh, it's disgusting! Oh, you
Yeah,
set me up, trap." It's like,
yeah,
fuck off.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
In the
What,
common British vernacular, suck him up.
what's this? What the CPI were new fascists? What color shirt would they wear? That's a interesting question. A fairly good question, actually.
Purple.
I just saw that now.
Um,
What color shirt would the CPI wear? I really don't know.
you wear red shirts because you try and tell you that no, the Nazis during the World War II period were definitely good. We promise.
Yeah,
I mean, he's already protecting Roosevelt. What's next?
is he protecting Roosevelt now? Jesus.
Right? He
Oh, he is,
might
isn't he?
like,
Yeah, yeah. The
yeah.
New Deal. He was talking about that. I forgot about that. Yeah, yeah. It's been a while since I've listened to Caleb. I got a bit bored with the, like I say, the hates subcultures. Hates, like, I thought, why? What's the problem, mate? What
He
the
hates
hell?
subculture. He's such a white dad. Like,
Yeah, was it
why do black people have to ruin classical music?
Ben Shapiro?
Caleb Maupin is like right wing, like left. He's not even really left wing. Caleb Maupin is like Ginger Ben Shapiro, Boinga
I don't know.
Shapiro.
It's like fellow traveler said. He said that guy's like what? Well, he's only about 5 years older than me, and he looks more like he's in his 40s. On a post on YouTube, he said something about being old. I said, mate, Caleb's 15 years younger than me, and sometimes he looks older. You know what I mean?
Aye, aye.
I think he's 35 now, isn't he? 34, 35?
33, I think.
I remember him saying he was 34. That was a while ago. I'm sure he's 35 now, but I don't know. It doesn't really matter.
I don't know. Like he hasn't published his date of birth. We just have
I
a
think he's
somewhat
born in
idea of what it says.
87. I think he's approaching 35. He's 34, 35, something like that.
We think, but like Caleb has like barely any confirmed stuff. So here's the thing.
Hmm.
Like so many YouTubers who are like monotonous nothingness have their own like wiki page. Caleb doesn't have his own proper wiki page. He has like a key wiki thing where it's like a wiki that's been set up by fans and shit. And
Okay.
there's like a tiny little bit of him on Wikipedia for activism, and that's it. Like
Okay.
his given that he was very popular in the March on Wall Street stuff.
Yeah.
He may have became an asset at some one point or another when he was arrested, which is what people like Lumpen-Maoist believe, because him and another guy became like this after they'd been arrested.
Is that
around the same time.
one of the fascists? You mean
Yeah, no, yeah.
Eric Stryker?
Eric Striker, yeah. And
Yeah,
so after they were arrested, they both diverged down this path from being a communist to a fascist.
right.
Which is likely because of Fed becoming a Fed asset. You're arrested, and then all of a sudden your history is cleaned. They clean your
Yeah,
slate of history. They make you only look good, and now all of a sudden you're a part of this movement. Because no one can be an outspoken person for more than 10 years like Caleb has, and not have an extensive profile on things like Wikipedia and other places like that. Like you can't be not well known at this point.
but to Wikipedia, etc. You mean? Because I mean, Wikipedia's like somebody described it as a front for the CIA, which I think is fairly accurate.
That's
I
what I
mean,
mean. Like, if you're a communist, you think you would be on there? Like, you're a good
yeah.
communist.
The CIA, I believe the CIA is one of the main is on the editing board of Wikipedia. The CIA is very influential on that, I believe.
Yeah, they basically run the show.
Yeah,
At least for the American sector, that is. Like, they don't control everything else. So every nation controls its Wikipedia.
right.
Um,
So
Japan, very surprisingly enough, obfuscates and disagrees with the war crimes levied against it during World War II.
really,
Yeah,
right. So,
Japanese Wikipedia seems very fascistic.
oh yeah. So the Wikipedia you look at in the UK will be very
MI6, MI5.
yeah. That's interesting. Yeah, I believe you're not allowed to use primary sources if you're if you're putting something onto Wikipedia. You can't use. You have to use secondary sources. You cannot use primary ones.
It's going to be sources that could be misinterpreted as much as possible by not
Yeah,
being from
basically.
direct experience.
I thought, what the hell, you know? So it's I think it's deliberately. Yeah, you can deliberately mess around with it and misinterpret it and distort it if it's secondary.
Sell it to white people.
Fuck whitey, fuck whiteness.
Whiteness sucks eggs, and I fucking rejecting that shit is one of the best things anyone can do for themselves when they think they're
Yeah,
white and become European and embracing that
I'm
because
a
it
pan
really
Celtic, pan
moves stuff forward.
European Irish bastard. Proud of it.
I'm a pan-European Angloidic fucknut with interesting heritage that I have no cultural relationship to because my family suck eggs. Other than the
Some of mine do as
Liverpudlian
well.
culture, but everyone just thinks that's English culture in my family because they all suck eggs.
There's a few in my family that are a bit like that. They're all like the Catholic Church is the be all and end all of Ireland, and that's it. It's like, you know, there's a lot of us in the Irish diaspora left that are very we still could become ferociously atheist because the the power the Catholic Church has had over us for centuries. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And it's like we sort of flirt with paganism and atheism and all sorts of stuff, and you know what I mean. I identify as an atheist with a kind of interest in some of the Christian values and some of the pagan values, but I'm not. I don't believe in any of the deities. I don't believe in gods, or you know what I mean.
I guess I'd say I'm like I see myself as like pan-Abrahamic, but then also like druidic. Like I look at it all
Yeah,
as like entwined.
yeah. The Druid thing is interesting. It's part of the old cultural and it's part of the history of the archipelago of northwestern Europe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the Nords can fuck off with whatever shit they did though. Like I don't want that fucking
The
Edenoid
Norsemen.
Swedish shite, man.
I don't mind. I don't know that some of the Norwegians and the Danes. I could there, but the Danish colonizing violent Viking bastards. I don't have a great love of, but I'm not going to be chauvinistic. I think I've probably got some Danish blood, Norwegian blood in my ancestors
I've got
somewhere.
Norwegian blood. I don't mind Norway. Just not a big fan of Sweden.
Sweden. Sweden's one of them countries. It's like even my dad used to think Sweden was this like really paragon of progressive, like socially liberal, because he thought liberal. He described himself as liberal with a
Fucking
small L.
ethno state. That's what it is.
It's a really fucking right wing. I mean, it's Sweden's the most undisliked country, I think, in that region. The Finns can't stand them. The Norwegians can't stand them. The Danes can't stand them. The Russians can't stand. They
English
don't seem
can't
to like.
stand them. The fucking
I
the
think it's not.
Germans. The German, you know, the Germans, the only people who like them, but that's only when the Germans have people like Mr. Hitler in power. And of
Yeah.
course, Mr. Hitler would like the ethno state that no one talks about their ethno statism.
Sweden's I mean, there's a strong left-wing anti-fascist groups in Sweden as well. So there is a lot of left-wing trends there, but it's one of those countries that pretends to be left-wing, but it isn't.
They do
It's quite
exist, but I will add that it doesn't prevent it because I mean the strongest Antifa groups exist in America, and it's still
yeah.
fascism's at its strongest.
Yeah. I mean, I've got a friend from Sweden. He's a black Marxist skinhead from Sweden, mixed race, and he used to say, "Oh, there's lots of wankers back home, lots of complete fucking." I think he lives in Ireland actually. Andreas, shout out to him. But he because I met a guy in a pub with me, mate Ali, and this bloke was just being really snide and insulting, and I thought, yeah, I keep meeting and seeing people like this from Sweden, and they're just so fucking rude. And they're just the arrogance of them. This kind of like, we are Swedish, we're better than everybody else. Like France and you know, to some extent, Germany has you know, the kind of imperialist first world arrogance. It seems particularly noticeable in Sweden. I just thought, what the hell is it with these people? I mean, I won't generalize against Swedish people at all because I've met some sound ones, plenty of them. But I've just noticed that, and the ones I've met that were nice have say, "Oh yeah, it's fucking don't believe the hype that Sweden's this great progressive country. It isn't." You know. So yeah, but yeah. Anyway,
It's actually a very socially regressive one. I mean, I like that everyone's like it's this paragon, this socialist progressive country. It literally still has a monarchy.
yeah. Well, so does Norway and Denmark, to be fair.
Yeah, but they're not very paragons of progressivism either. But they don't pretend to be.
Yeah,
Or at
that's
least
true.
in Norway's case, they don't pretend to be. Denmark, on the other hand, with the happiest country in Europe, if you ignore the fact that we have the highest suicide rate in Europe. Denmark has like a suicide rate that's like 3-4 times higher than the DPRKs or some shit. Like,
Yeah, Sweden
ridiculous.
does as well. Sweden has a similar ridiculously high suicide rate. So I think it's higher than Denmark.
Lebanon has the lowest suicide rate in the world.
Jesus. First world.
Yeah, they live in one of the poorest places in the world as well.
Yeah.
So it's like
It's the
poor,
social
poor
alienation.
in the sense of economic restriction. They have a lot of resources.
It's yeah. I mean, it's the thing. It's the thing that Jason's talked about. It's the social alienation in first world, especially in imperialist countries. The first world capitalist countries. It's terrible. It really is horrendous. That's why you get this misanthropy I was talking about earlier. This assumption in seeing the worst in people, and you know, looking at viral videos of sadistic bastards torturing puppies and going, "Oh, Pete, that's humans. I hate humans. I hate." It's like that's not humans. That's just one asshole. Don't judge the entire human race by that one psychopath, you know?
I mean, what's it? It's one of those one of those moments where it comes to a joke I was going to make earlier, actually.
Yeah.
So, around here, we go what goes around comes around, which is how you mitigate a problem with Gandhi's idea of an eye for an eye. Now, an eye for an eye doesn't make the world go blind entirely, because not everyone is going to always be taking people's eyes. Like, you take what's right, you take what's back, you take what's might.
Yeah.
No, like, what's it? Gandhi, in the tradition of the British Isles, we're not going to fucking listen to you again. Sorry.
Gandhi was the Indian nationalist that the British Liberals approved of. That's damning in itself, you know.
All the more reason not to listen to him. It makes my joke even more topical.
Precisely.
But it's like an eye for an eye would make the world blind. It's like what? Like what are you supposed to do? Just roll over backwards and fucking cry? Like, well done. The British Empire left because I cried hard enough.
Yeah.
Like
then they had partition in India, Pakistan, and East Pakistan, and then that later became Bangladesh. And partition wasn't a good thing, mate. At least I don't think it was.
They could have sorted a lot of stuff out if they maybe had just gone for communism first. But they're like, oh well, if I jump straight onto the thing and set it up there now, I won't get the leadership position for the whole time. But if I get elected in, and I'm the first person who will ever be elected in, boom, they've got it for a long period of time, but it didn't
Yeah.
really go in the way they thought it would.
Yeah. Oh god, I might have to bugger off in a bit.
Oh, I probably will as well, to be fair.
Aye.
Sleep again.
Yeah. Nearly 9 hours you've been talking. I mean, I've been only on here for about 4 or 5 hours, but you know.
Well, I did like a stream as well when I got home earlier last night,
Yeah,
and
you
then
were
I
saying.
passed out.
Jesus.
I gotta fucking clip that up.
Yeah. Might have to clip this one as well. Get rid of all the bloody just trolls from Caleb's fan base. Oh, my fucking laptop switched itself off again. Fucking cunt. My old laptop's starting to die. I've been using this one. That's the old one doesn't connect to webcam. This one does. Fuck you, fucking mother. Fucking useless piece of shit.
Bloody old school technology. Eh?
Yeah, it's designed to fall apart after about 6 months or something, or 4 years, or whatever it is.
Yeah. I mean, the Soviet Union like invents this great idea of like, yeah, we'll make things only last a certain amount of time because we're in a world war. Capitalists hear about it. They're like, wait a second. Loads of computer noises just happened in their brain, although computer noises didn't exist now, so I guess just noises happened in their brain.
Yeah.
And then they were like, wait, we could just make products fall apart. And then we've just, in the last like 60, 70 years of them making things really, really hardcore, and like from the 50s to the 70s, where things were, where even shit that was seen as cheap shit makes stuff look crap today. Like cheap, anything plastic was seen as cheap, and plastic back then used to be pretty sturdy compared to plastic now. Like a sturdy plastic thing today is crap. Everything's all tacky.
There's a variety, but I know what you mean. Yeah, you said the Soviet Union deliberately made things not last.
During World War II, because they were like, okay, tanks are lasting on average about like 2 months in the field. Stop
Right.
over engineering to make them last as long as they possibly can. Make them last 2 months. It's cheaper for us to get
Right.
2 tanks onto the battlefield than it is for us to make that one extensively.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. The Soviet tanks were very minimalist and very effective, very well engineered with little resources, I believe.
They had their problems, though. I mean, like the
Of course.
T-34 had no turret basket for most of its existence, which means that
Yeah.
the people inside it, unfortunately, would have to walk with the turret while turning it. And those
Yeah.
turrets move around while you're driving. Also, because of the metal not being properly pressed, the rolled armor plating, it's not properly rolled in the way where when it's hit by shells, even if it deflects the shell, the inside of the armor will flake off in red hot pieces and fly at the crew.
Yeah,
Shrapnel.
yeah, not pleasant.
Oh
That's, of
man,
course,
you wouldn't
gives
want to
the
be in a tank during World War II, but then you kind of would have. It was like the safest. It was the safest death trap you could ever be in.
yeah, yeah. They used to have great. They used to wear great helmets as well. The Soviet tank helmets were really cool.
We just never wore helmets because we were like, fuck it, berets.
Yeah, I thought that was a bit crazy, that one, but hey.
And so did everyone else. The Americans used to fucking complain about it all the time.
Yeah, the US, they used to wear like a kind of weird nut looking helmet they used to wear, I believe, in tank crews. The Soviet ones are the best. They looked a bit like flying helmets.
They do.
I
They
have
look
one.
like they just look like they're just soft hats, but they're not. They're full blown helmets. It's like, oh,
Well,
this thing is actually full of real hard padding and plating. Oh shit.
I have one. I have one within reaching distance of me here. Actually, I do have
Ooh.
one. I bought it on eBay.
Is it a
I'm quite smart.
remake or an original?
I think it's a. I'm not sure if it's a World War II or if it's post-war. It's a winter one. Hang on, I'll just grab it. Wait, shit. God damn it. There you go. There's me Soviet tank helmet.
He's ready to not get brain damage. Unlike, meanwhile, in the British tank, as everyone gets the fucking head smacked. In
Well,
the
British soldiers are only a bunch of working class people, and they're all expendable.
Well, I mean, we did An interesting fact, though, we did have the most survivable tank of World War II, which was the Churchill tank.
Ironically, they named it after that bastard as well.
Yeah, but then they tried to claim it was named after his father when he got pissy because he didn't like the tank.
Is that so? That's me Budyanovka. What do
Which
they
I
call
don't
these?
know how you could hide, like, the fact that it was definitely about Churchill when they even, like, made it look like it was smoking a cigar with a big round fat head.
It was an ugly motherfucker then, was it?
No, like genuinely, it is literally what happens when a company that is based in Birmingham makes a tank and wants to dedicate it to the leader. That's what you're gonna get. We like our humor here up in the Midlands. We like to
Yeah,
crack a joke. Not anymore. Everyone just says it's shitter and complains. But I like to think back to the old days where we were funny.
maybe. I don't know if
We used to
Birmingham
be
is.
funnier than the Cockneys, but then the Cockneys just behave like Cockneys and everyone laughs. So that's the
I always
bar of
thought,
humor these days.
I always thought humor in the West Midlands, especially Birmingham, was always a bit well.
Well, these days it's just racist.
It was pretty bad when I was a kid, and I used to see the lot of. Well, I don't know. I was in place. I wasn't. I was. I never lived in Birmingham, but I've been
I
around.
mean, it was racist that they ever thought it would be a great idea to make the tank look like Churchill. Are any people like, yeah, we're gonna pick the genocidal maniac to make a joking imitation on?
The Churchill tank was one of the safest. I hate to admit that. I'd like to think the T-34 was, but it definitely wasn't.
Yeah,
The German tanks were supposed to be good. Alive. There was a YouTube video which I haven't watched, but I think it said something about it was a myth that the Germans had the best tanks.
yeah, their tanks were plagued with reliability issues. I mean,
Yeah,
like one of the few tanks, because the IS-2 and the Tiger 2 were like one of the few tanks in the war to have armor almost as good as, well, the Tiger 2 actually has better armor than the Churchill, but the
yeah.
IS-2 almost has better armor. Sometimes it depends
The
on what
Joseph
armor
Stalin tank.
part you're looking at.
Yeah, the Joseph Stalin Dva.
The
The
Joseph
IS
Stalin Va, yeah,
Dva.
the IS-2 because we're funny, or like British historians used to really like being really funny because we got to prove that we're the big smarties and we know that the I is actually for Joseph. So we
Yeah.
back in the old 60s and 70s documentaries always called it the JS2.
Oh God, really? It's
Yes.
Joseph Stalin.
Yeah, but we say Joseph, so we have to make sure that we say it the English way to be funny and
Oh,
confusing to the Russian people.
uh, oh dear.
You know what the English are like? Like they're very supremacal about it, but they're also doing that thing like the haha, I know. Like to be
Yeah.
fair, sometimes it's funny. Like I like pulling the wool over the Americans, where I do a double on them. I'm like, well, we invented crisps because we invented crisps before chips were invented. We invented them in well, the first ever cookbook to have them was in 1812, but they were likely invented before then. But also chips, which were invented independently and had no influence from the invention of crisps, was also
Okay.
invented by an African American. So
I didn't
shut the
know
fuck
that.
up, Yankee. You
I
did
didn't know any of
nothing.
that.
Aye. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, crisps came first, so that settles that argument. It's crisps, not chips. But I'd also only accept chips because the guy who invented chips was some like African American guy who was just in the middle of the plains just started fucking frying flattened potato, and then there you go, or
Fair dues.
thin slices of potato.
Chips. Yeah, chips and
To name them
fries.
after poker though, like I chips is better than like chips is so chips in potato crisps is
Hmm.
named after poker chips. That kind of shit. Chips for
Hmm.
fries. That shit is named after wood chips, which is
Yeah,
proletarian as fuck. So we
yeah.
went on that one too.
That's where a chip on your shoulder comes from. Apparently, it was a bloke who was. I think it was something to do with shipbuilders in the 1820s. I think it was, or sometime like that. They were allowed to take excess wood chips home with them for building or whatever they wanted to use it for. The workers on the shipyards,
Wood
and I
chip
think
collection. They don't do anything with it. They just have bags of them in their loft.
I can't remember what it was, but as I understand it, one guy was told, I think you could only take a certain amount, and he was carrying them on his shoulder as an act of defiance. And he walked out, and he said he walked out with his
Walked out with a big
the
chip
old
on his
amount of chips,
shoulder.
the old amount of chips that you were previous that you had been prohibited from using. He said, "Fuck off! I'm still carrying this lot home," and he carried them on his shoulders. So that, and he did it as an act, as an act of defiance. He walked past with these big, massive pile of wood chips all held up on his shoulders. And apparently, the term "you've got a chip on your shoulder" comes from that. Apparently,
Well, he's got a few. He's got a big ass chip on his shoulder. He's got 2 big chips on his shoulders.
I think he's got like about 5 or something on each shoulder. I can't remember, but it's something to do with. That's what I read somewhere, but I don't know how accurate that is.
I mean, he's
It
got
could
so
all be-
many chips on each shoulder. They're formed into separate 2 chips. There's a big giant conglomeration of chips. And a union of chips.
This is getting surreal. This reminds me of the conversations I used to have with people, with stoned people in a flat in areas
I'm
of
always stoned.
in sitting around sitting in like 1992, sitting around somebody's flat they were all smoking weed and talking about stuff like this in certain
I
various
just like to
parts of
terrorize
Tamworth
the
or-
Americans, where I'm like, act like we're like really backwards people over here. It's like, yeah, we sitting around in we be sitting around in our old flats, and we'd be sitting with campfire in the middle of the room, and we'd be sitting there and we telling each other stories.
That's the one. There's a few people in various parts of Tamworth and Lichfield and Birmingham and Nuneaton and
I heard this. We were in Nuneaton. I heard this one guy tell me about this new thing called television.
that was very much a lot of people in England had that attitude towards Ireland. They thought it was like everybody was riding around on an ass and cart and on an old gravel road with stone walls everywhere, and it was like,
Oh, isn't that funny with all that gravel roads? Like, we actually make them as civilized roads. Like, we choose to use gravel roads to make a repeat business out of the road industry.
yeah,
You have
yeah.
to repave them every 7 years.
Oh, joy. I hate riding a motorcycle on gravel. It's horrible, fucking scary.
I mean, at least with these gravel roads, like, they put fucking a slight tiny bit of tarmac on them. But when most of your
Yeah.
roads in your locale are gravel roads, yeah, fuck riding a bike.
Yeah, you can't really riding a motorcycle in gravel is just it's like riding on ice. It's lethal, nasty.
Well, I mean, this is not loose gravel; it's solid gravel, so you
That's
don't
not so
have that
bad.
issue.
Yeah, the loose gravel's
because
the
it's
worst.
got tarmac over it. But when
Yeah.
it's icy,
Yeah,
it's gravel still, you've got less. You're not touching the whole ground with your whole wheel all the time. You're always touching rocks that are sticking out of the ground
yeah.
with your wheel. So
It
we do
feels-
have some easy accidents with people on motorcycles. Easy
Yeah,
accidents.
I tend to avoid riding in the very bad cold weather. I'm talking of which, I need to get my bike sorted. I need to get an MOT on it. Bloody thing. Hasn't it's been sat there for 3 months. Hasn't done a bloody thing. Battery's probably dead.
That's always the problem with the winter.
Yeah.
Winter time for bikers. It's just like time to stick it in the shed and hope it doesn't fucking the
Oh.
fuel doesn't go off in it.
I wish I did. I wish I had a shed. I've got an open yard and a tarpaulin over mine. It's quite crude.
Good old bit of tarp.
Well, it's a specially made one for motorcycles, but yeah,
Those horrible ones that you wrap around them. Ah, I hate them.
something like that. Something like
I'm
that.
all
but,
about like I'm the type of person who's just like, okay, how do I stick this tarp over top of thing to make a hut?
yeah, I've got a tent thing which I keep meaning to put together and stuff. But yeah, not having a shed or not having a garage is a major problem. But
I don't even have a garden.
do you know, I've got a
No,
yard.
it's just flats. That's it. You got your flat. There you go.
I don't have my old flat I was in before this one didn't have a yard or anything. They didn't have a back door. It was a top floor thing on a 2-story building,
And I wish
This one-
I wish I didn't have my disability or I ignored it at the council and I was just like, no, fuck it, give me the highest floor building anywhere. Because as much as I like the accessibility and the comfort, when you're up top, you're just less botherable and less bothering to people. You're out the way. You're all the way over up there.
Yeah.
Down
You can-
here,
you-
I'm just
you got a good view
easy
as
to
well.
think about. And I get a good view too. I can't look
Yeah.
out on anything. Like all I've got is just the houses around me.
And it's
Yeah,
easier to have your curtains open all the time because you haven't got people peering into your own home.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I have my windows open, but I have to close them because I'm on. I mean, when I was in a top floor flat, it didn't matter if I left my windows open all the time, you know, because no one's gonna try and climb through my windows unless I've got climbing gear. You know what I mean? And why would they do that in a block of flats? So a downstairs flat, it's not so easy. It's
Especially
too
when you
easy
get
for
the
them.
bailiffs on you like I have.
I'm lucky I've dodged that one. I've managed to stay out of debt.
Oh
That's
man,
because
I was trying to explain to him that I'm gonna have to take the council to court because they wrongly took me to court when I was exempt from having to pay council tax.
oh right.
And he was like, before I could finish explaining everything, like and getting through it all, he just started like just trying to stop and talk over me and like say it didn't matter and stuff like that. And I'm not even finished. And it's like, yeah, genuinely, I was like, I'm trying to. I mentioned of my disabilities and everything, like that I'm autistic and that I'm struggling with this, and that I'm trying to explain this and going over the top of me. And because I started raising my voice, it's like, what are you shouting for? What are you gonna do
Oh
about it?
yeah.
And it's like
Hey,
genuinely enticing me. He told me as well directly that he has a body camera on and he's recording it. So I'm hoping he tries to press some charges or something when I can turn around and go, well, I told him I was severely disabled and that I have manic depression and that the guy tried to entice a fight out of me. It's on
Yeah,
his record. It's on the record for these fucking bailiffs that I'm fucking severely disabled. They shouldn't be trying to fucking
yeah.
threaten me out for a fight like that,
Atos
especially with
tests
the
are the same.
paranoia I have.
The Atos tests are exactly the same. They sort of like they sit there goading you, and then it's like at the moment if you don't act like you're something wrong with you, then they mark you down. But if you act like if you do start acting badly, they start saying that you're threatening them, and it's weird. It's a
Yeah,
despicable,
I mean,
despicable game.
it's gonna get to a point though where they don't understand how little I give a fuck and how much that camera ain't gonna do anything for them when I'm hitting them with a fast steel pole, the same thing they make lampposts out of. One crack of
Yeah,
that in the skull and you're out. You ain't being revived. There's no resave point. You're dead, motherfucker. And they wouldn't
yeah.
be thinking about things too much then. Actually, they wouldn't be thinking about too much at all.
Well, yeah,
I wouldn't want to ever have to do this one, but bailiffs, they compress me. They ain't taking my things. I ain't losing all the shit I've got. Like I've
yeah.
already had to go through that because of homelessness. I
Fucking
want to lose
horrible
that because
people.
of them fucking putting me in debt because the council can't keep track of council. The way that like disabled people are just like, okay, well, unless you have someone like come in and muscle in on your life, the council's not going to do anything to make it easier for you to keep track of your council tax and stuff. Like, I can't keep track of it all the time. I don't. My disabilities make it hard for me to keep track of my letters because of fight or flight response. I don't fucking go towards these things, especially with fibromyalgia and its influence on my fight or flight response system.
Well, yeah, yeah.
Fibromyalgia causes a permanent activation of fight or flight, so I'm either fighting or flighting.
That's pretty unpleasant experience, I would say.
Torturous. It is
Yeah,
torturous.
very, very torturous.
It actually makes social communication really difficult, especially.
Yeah, oh, God. Fuck's sake. Yeah. I mean, I don't have fibromyalgia, but I can imagine.
Well, I mean, you'd understand similarities because ADHD and Asperger's are very similar issues.
Yeah,
Um,
that's kind of where I was going thinking with that. Yeah, yeah,
yeah, the cognitive difficulties I have to go through fibromyalgia, a lot of them are just really, really extreme forms of ADHD and Asperger's style
right.
contradictions.
Unpleasant, unpleasant.
It's been a learning curve for me. If I wasn't as fucking disabled as I am, I don't think I'd be as uh, in lock and step with the colonized as I am.
Yeah, maybe. It's hard to say, but yeah, I mean, being disenfranchised does give you the insight that a person of privilege doesn't have. So being disabled would
The
be one
added
such enough.
benefits of being seen as half human. So if I never got this with like the disabled thing. If I'm half human, then what is the other half of me?
Yeah,
Because you can't just say
Isn't that
freak. Let's just dub it out. Like a freak is such a generic term now. Like you can't even insult me by calling me a freak.
yeah? It's just I still think it's a pretty unpleasant choice of words in that context. But yeah,
It
I
is,
mean
but it's
they
like if I'm half something, I can't be half freak. It's generalized. Like what am I? What's the other half of me?
yeah, it sounds shades of a novella by Franz Kafka. Oh, I'm getting very literary now. The Metamorphosis by
Well,
Franz
I mean,
Kafka.
it does link up with this though, because I mean, like this comes into like the African things as well. It's like they say African people, they say they're half monkey. That's what they say with African people.
Yeah, yeah, wouldn't
They
surprise me.
say like Mongolian people are half barbarian and this, that, and the other. Even though we were called barbarians once,
A
it's like it's funny how
barbarian,
like
yeah.
we're so willing to start call other people barbarians when we always used to whinge like bitches when the Romans called us barbarians.
Yeah, well, it's like whinging that the Hollywood villains have English accents, but when they have Russian accents, they are quite happy to go along with it,
It's like, why are you
and they'll
complaining?
join in
That's
with
the
it.
norm, Harold. They're supposed to be Russian because Russians are evil. Remember, they
Yeah.
killed the Queen's cousin.
Oh yes, of course. Yes, oh, you mustn't forget that. Yeah, it's funny though, isn't it? The Russians, they'll even believe it and regurgitate it, but the minute an English villain is in a Hollywood movie, they go a bit. Oh, hang on, that's not us. We're not like that. Oh, but the
I
amazing,
mean,
the
we kind
insidious
of
nature
are
of these.
villains.
But the insidious nature of these things, it's like I was in a rock club in Legends. It used to be a rock club in Newcastle. I was a regular there, and you get. I met some like trendy lass once. She said, I wasn't sure about coming in here. I thought I'd get battered. I was like, why would you get battered? Oh, I thought, I'm a trendy girl. I was like, Jesus Christ, how many shitty TV movies have you been watching where the bad guys look like punks or goths or some kind of weird Mad Max stereotypes? And
People
it's
go
like,
like fuck it. They just have rape parties and stuff.
it's,
Or
it's
what
like, yeah,
happens in
I
Vegas.
think what it is the in the trendy nightclubs, it's always violence. The men groping the women, and there's glasses flying everywhere, and punches, and
It's because
it's a regular thing.
because they're told. No, middle class men aren't the same. It's the lower class ones. They're like, okay, well, when I go up north at these clubs that aren't really clubs, they're more like rock. They're more like pubs with extra space. Like that's the way I look at a lot of these metal and rock clubs back in the day. They were only
Yeah,
called clubs because bands played there, and that was really it. That was all it
yeah.
had that was different from a pub. Everything else was snooker tables and a bar, and
Yeah,
it would be more
there's
working class. Then
there's
when
a
you got
rock.
these club scenes, it's all posh toffee dance club crap where everyone's groping people and
I, sup-
molesting people,
I
sticking
suppose,
ecstasy in
yeah.
drinks.
I mean, the rock bar in Newcastle, Trillions, that everybody goes to. That's technically a bar, but you don't have to pay to get in unless there's a gig on, and there's a charge on the door sometimes. But it tends to stay open late, like 1, 2 o'clock time, as opposed to closing at half 11 or 12. So yeah,
You don't also have to dress in smart shoes to get
no,
in.
you really don't.
Have you noticed though that now because clubs have these like real strict rules,
Yeah,
pubs in towns are doing it too. The town centre
yeah.
pubs,
Oh
you
yeah,
go there without posh shoes.
that's been for a long time.
You got to wear jeans. You can't wear tracksuit bottoms or
Yeah,
work
jeans
trousers.
used to be too dressed down. It was trousers, no jeans, and it was no trainers. It was shoes. You can wear jeans, but you
Oh, you
must wear
still can't wear
shoes.
trainers. You still have to
Yeah,
wear
it's
proper shoes.
shoes. Yeah,
I'm like, what? I'm like, what? Who wears proper shoes to the fucking club? Like, what?
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
I'm out to get pissed, not to fucking see the Queen. And if I was going to
yeah.
see the Queen, if I was going to see the Queen, I'd be coming out here naked. You fuck.
there was a there
Like,
was
if you
a
if you're
there
gonna
was a
get
there was
any
a yeah,
chance to
there was a
flash someone, it's gonna be flash the Queen, of
of
course.
course. Well, it's the old in the old days when I lived in Tamworth, they used to have the arts centre where there was gigs on. And then you had across the road there was a Yates's Wine Lodge, and you couldn't go into the place. I was a complete crusty scumbag, grungy thrash head, long hair like bloody great Braveheart, para boots, combat trousers with patches all over them, There's no chance in hell I could get into that place. You know what I mean? It was like, yep, no
It
shoes,
was
no
such a funny
train.
thing though, because like the thing next door to it was the pound shop.
Was it? I can't remember. Was that like
Yeah, the square area that they knocked
the
down that used
precinct?
to
There's a
have like
precinct shopping center and all that, and yeah,
near the clock, the
and
little
they
clock,
there was yeah, and you had
cheese shop
Hamlet's.
facing it,
Used to have a bar at the road, sort of rocker hippie student bar
right
called
near the
Hamlet's.
police station. Yeah,
Yeah, that's the one. That was a place I used to go regularly when I lived in
became a
Tamworth.
bingo place. That place did. It
Oh,
really
the art center.
the bar. I think I don't know about the art
It
center.
was
I think the
last time I
bar.
went. Last time I went to Tamworth, it was called the Robert Peel or something. But before that it was
Oh no,
O'Neill.
yeah, you're on about the doctors. Yeah, that's still there. The Robert Peel's still there.
Yeah, but it was Hamlet's when we used to go there in the early '90s. And then it was they changed it into a fake Irish bar, O'Neill's, and that was a bit of a yeah. And then it was
You already know it's gonna be bad when it's called O'Neill's. Like fucking hell, like they picked that one. Next thing you know, it's gonna be O'Donnell or next
but
fucking.
yeah, the worst one was the worst ones I saw was like was it Fibber McGee's and Shifty O'Shea's, and I was like, oh Jesus.
O'Hara's 5 pints a day.
No, it was just oh Jesus. They had Falcha written on the door, meaning welcome in Irish, but they missed the accent of it, so it looked like it said Felcha. And I thought that sounds a bit like a very, very
Felcha.
unpleasant sexual practice.
It's like fucking hell, lads. You're trying
Felcha.
to tell people not to come to the bar. Like you're gonna get touchy feely if you come inside.
Because Falcha should be spelled Failte with an accent on the A. F.A. father, Falcha. And I
Okay.
said to the bloke, I said, actually, that's more like Falcha or Felcha. It's like fucking.
So fucking welcome to
We're,
this
we're good
Anglo-Irish
Catholic boys and
pub,
we
the
like
only pub
felching.
known to touch people up.
We like felching. We're good Catholic boys and we love to felch. Straws are optional. Oh,
Oh god, you fucking hell. Straws are optional. Don't worry, we won't tell anyone.
People going, what's felching? What does it mean to be Googling felching?
Searching for ages, coming back up with no results. Like, are you guys lying to us? What is this going on here?
As somebody you can Google it and I better be sitting there going, oh my god, I wish I could unlearn that. It's the most disgusting thing ever.
You'll have some of them learning it. They'll be like, "Oh yeah, fucking hell, well, add this to the list."
Have a go at that. Oh.
We're in the modern day.
I
Everyone's
thought it
open-minded
was
these days.
apparently it's not an exclusively gay thing. It has been practiced amongst heterosexual couples as well.
Well, there you go. For those heterosexual people that are afraid that they catch the gay, you won't catch it this
Ew.
time.
Sucking your own cum out of your partner's orifice is a bit raw.
It is a
I
bit
think.
gay, but you won't catch the gay. Don't worry about it.
No, well, yeah, it's just a bit gross, I think. But maybe I'm just a bit of a snowflake who's
It's not
easily
very
disgusted.
hygienic, but I mean,
No,
what's it? What they do with each other as consenting uh, uh
yeah,
attempts at human sexual interaction.
yeah. There's,
Like,
I mean, it's
I
not,
guess
it's not as
it's
bad.
post-human sexual interaction.
It's,
Like
yeah,
they're taking it a step further than they should. They
I
don't
think
have to.
it's not as bad as pissing and shitting on each other. You
I
know.
guess it's an alternative to abortion.
Well, yeah, that's yeah.
You know, it might not work quite well. I
Filthy.
guess it got a lower success rate, but it
Apparently, there was I'm sure that I think I heard of it. There was a band called Felch at one point.
makes the Sex Pistols look like nothing. Like, hey,
It was one of those hardcore sludge or thrash or grindcore bands. I mean, there was a band. I don't know where they were from. I saw them in Birmingham called Genital Deformities. They were a cross punk
I've
grind
heard
band.
of genital deformity.
Yeah, there was. I mean, there was. Oh god, there's all these hardcore bands we used to watch. There was Doctor and the Crippins, Extreme Noise, Terror.
I reckon that when
Filth
like the
Kick.
Americans think they're being hardcore, they're like, "Yeah, we'll name the band Blitzkrieg." Uh,
Yeah,
fucking British and European bands. Why don't we name it after something regarding like ridiculously brutal fucking sex or just something dirty? Like, why not? And the place, America, thinking it's all hardcore by naming things after Nazi stuff,
Yeah.
then turns around and goes, "Whoa, no!" and bans them all because they're like, "No, we can't be sexually promiscuous,
You
guys.
can't have
We
sex. You
can
can't talk about
we can
sex.
talk about genocidal maniacs, but if you
Yeah.
mention sex once, this conversation is over."
But you remember the big furore when Janet Jackson accidentally exposed her breast at the Super Bowl? It was like and
It's like, oh no, a titty.
the
But
Brits.
guys
I
can
mean,
take their
I'm not one
shirts
to
off
defend.
anywhere and they're fine.
Well, that's is the thing I'm seeing. I mean, I've met some Brits who are right uptight bastards as well. But it was like, so what? You know what I mean? Jesus. I mean, the USA is the most objectifying of women, one of the worst societies for objectifying and over sexualizing women. But then they'll suddenly say they need to protect children from the sex and give them guns instead and tell them how great America is and how the Bible is the Protestant Bible is the be all and end all of the truth. But if they
I
show
mean,
them a
if
bit
they
of
want to start handing guns out wantonly, they should force Britain to legalize guns and hand them out here.
I wish, but I remember when they banned guns in this country, and I thought it was. I thought that was. I got called a right wing lunatic for opposing that. But
Oh, look, he's one of those Irish Republicans, eh?
oh yeah, that's even worse. Well, everybody knows the Irish Republicans were pro-Nazi. Yeah,
Fucking yeah, that's why they literally worked with the British Empire to fight Nazis. What are these people
the
on?
IRA, you mean?
The IRA actually helped fight against Nazis. Like,
I don't know about supporting the British, but there was apparently one
so
guy called.
they worked with British intelligence.
I was never sure
They
about that, but I did hear the one that they keep churning out was that apparently one guy called Sean Russell did accept an offer of arms from Nazi Germany, and he died in a U-boat or something coming back to Ireland. That's
Yeah,
the one they
and
like to bring up and bring up and bring up, and they don't mention anything about working with British intelligence against the Nazis or supplying
so
information to.
the Irish did accept weapons from anyone who would give them weapons, and there were people that wanted to support the Nazis because I mean the IRA was never a completely unified group.
No, not at
But
all.
mass amount of the Irish Republican movement wanted nothing to do with the Nazis and
Oh
wanted the
yeah,
end of World War Two. It
absolutely
wasn't like
hated them.
World War One.
Yeah, they hated their guts. I mean, a lot of
Well, they were very close to the Jewish community of Europe, so
well, yeah, the IRA, I believe, had a bit of a rightward swing in the 1940s and 50s, and Sean South was a right wing fuck. Even he was in the campaign in the 50s, and a lot of Irish left were very alienated from that. Also, in the 30s, I believe the IRA didn't want to get involved in the Spanish Civil War, and a lot of Republican volunteers had to leave the IRA before they could go to support the international brigades, and that was a pretty crass. Well, of course, the Trotskyist left in Ireland loved to point that out to try and make out that the IRA were fascist.
well, it's why by the end of World War Two, the IRA had already split and started to fracture.
Yeah, it's a
And
shame.
that's why by the time of the Troubles, there was like 7 or 8 different groups. Like
Well, yeah, they were. I mean, the official was supposed to be Marxist Leninist,
the
but they were just.
official IRA, like they ain't fucking trying to stick a rod up their own ass.
Oh God,
We're the
yeah.
real ones, even though the real IRA was actually the Irish Citizen Army. But don't fucking think about it. Don't think about it. We know you all know the history. Don't think about it.
They were all claiming to be like Marxist Leninists, but there were a bunch of like school teachers and college professors just sitting around
So,
a
do you
bloody.
want to know who was like the closest to the official IRA? Was probably INLA, the Maoists.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
were
yeah.
made up of like old Irish Citizen Army members and young descendants of these same motherfuckers.
Yeah, yeah.
And they were all they were hardcore revolutionaries. They were the last people to give up on the war. I think it was 2009 that INLA said that the war was over, but they didn't even say it was over. They were like, we're dropping arms now, but this
I
isn't
don't
done
remember
yet.
that. I'd lost touch at that point with the whole thing, the Irish struggle, because I just wasn't seeing much of it, and I think I missed out on that one. But I do
Yeah,
remember
it's
something like that.
2009 or 2011. INLA turned around to the British government and said, "Okay, we'll make peace and we'll end the
It's
Irish
been a
conflict."
while. I've forgotten about that. I vaguely remember something about it, but at the time I was very much out of the loop because I hadn't been home in years and I hadn't been in touch with anybody in Ireland.
I
So I
just
lost
remember
touch
when
with.
I was a kid in the noughties, we used to make up all sorts of things about Ireland and terrorism and stuff.
Oh, aye. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
with the fucking bomb scare in this town in it was 1980 something. I can't remember when
I don't
exactly.
remember it actually,
It
but
never
yeah.
went off. It was diffused, but nonetheless, they use it as an excuse all the time to burn down any fucking Irish fucking traveler van that they ever fucking see.
Yeah,
Throw
yeah, yeah.
stones at it, chase them out of town.
Yeah, yeah,
It's like
yeah.
fucking hell, man.
I
Like
remember
you don't hear too much about settled Irish people here anymore because they all fucking want to leave when they
we
fuck off.
dodged. My family dodged a lot of the violent hatred and but stuff. I mean, my parents didn't get it, but then I get it at school and or in the kids in the street because I was an autistic, socially awkward kid. So
But
I'd get
also
more
as
of it.
well, like your parents are like silent generation, so they grew up at a time when like racism had this weird drop. There was this dropping down into it, and then post World War II, it went back up again.
I mean, yeah, they came to England in the 50s, both of them. So yeah, I mean, there was my dad witnessed a bit. I mean, there was one particular time. I think it was New Year's Eve. He was in Birmingham because he lived in Birmingham when he first came to England, and he said one time he encountered two coppers. This is 1950 something, and he said there was a drunk bloke singing away. It was the small hours of New Year's Day, 1956 or something, 55, 50, something like that. And I remember he was telling me this. He said the drunk bloke was singing away, and two coppers, a young one and an old one, older one, walked past him and say, "Hey, you!" The young copper's like, "Oh, you shut up!" And me dad,
New
the
Year's
young
Day.
19, 20 or 21-year-old, my father looked at him and says, "It's New Year's Eve, man. Come on, he's drunk. It's New Year's Eve." The young copper turned and went, "Are you fucking Irish, are you?" And the older one
Fucking
went, "Leave it.
bastard.
It's not leave it. It's not, And I thought, fucking cunt. My dad was like, Jesus, taking it. My dad could be quite naive in some ways,
No man,
quite taken aback by this. I thought, fucking hell. But that was
you would
he
be.
said that's the first time he really saw such hostility from a copper. Just you fucking Irish, are you?
You see the disparity with the two of them as well. Though, like the older geezers, like what are you doing? Shut the fuck up. It's like even though the older geezer knows that Irish people are discerned from and looked down upon, and probably even has his own racist views about them. Like,
Yeah,
there's a thing about the people that were born in the 20s, in the 30s, where they have a bit more of a straighter edge on people to a degree. That's because anti-colonialism was really popular around those times, especially during the
yeah.
Great Depression. Like, the Great
Cable,
Depression
Cable
really,
Street as
people
well.
don't talk about the famines that happened in places like America and Britain. But when
Yeah,
those famines happened, a lot of especially working class English people, well, they weren't so willing to make famine jokes about the Irish anymore because they got to
no,
taste it themselves. They didn't
yeah,
like it. They
that's
didn't
true
like
actually.
dying on the millions because fucking they didn't
There
have
was
enough food to go
I think
around.
there was plenty of racism about, but I think there was a lot more that. I mean, you do get it again now as well, but it's
Racism was still the predominant because, of course, it was. But there was like this breach where there was this sector of the
yeah,
proletariat that was standing against racism. It was moving for communism.
yeah, yeah.
That's
I
the
mean,
30s.
you also got. I mean, that was the Battle of Cable Street as well. Was one of those. Was that time? There was a lot of very, very working class people. You'd think, oh, people say, oh, the people were so racist in the 30s, and it's like, yeah, well, some were, but a lot of people broke, as you say, they breached it because they saw. This reminds me of why I'm not a misanthrope, and people keep saying people are shit because in a racist country in the 1930s where you'd think where racism was so entrenched, people breached it and they saw through it. And I think, well, that what does that say about humanity? It says a lot more about people than a fucking psychopath torturing puppies that's gone viral around the internet. That he doesn't say fuck all about humanity. Though that those things do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, these like when crisis hits the world, people become more radical. That's why I hate the people that are like keep trying to stabilize the first world society. Stop trying to stabilize it. Let it
Yeah.
burn.
I'm not an accelerationist. I think it's dangerous because I mean people suffer, but yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
weigh it out like this: either we just keep perpetuating the suffering of the third world to prevent suffering here, or
There
we
is
let
that.
the
Yeah,
third world break off. We
yeah.
suffer more in the short run. then we break into revolution. And then what you do is you mitigate suffering here as much as possible in that struggle by building up institutions of working class, lower class, lumpen proletarian power that feed and attain to the needs of the people.
Yeah. Yeah, true.
Panther politics. Because accelerationism isn't really good as an ideological practice of just trying to push things. You never do that, but you should let them burn as they should. We shouldn't try and like get social
Yeah,
democrats and get concessions and stuff. Like
yeah.
let the system go the way it is. I mean, there's an argument that like the Lenin idea of electoralism is completely gone now because the only reason the Bolsheviks used to use electoralism was to count their numbers and to get people to know who they are. Well,
Yeah.
we've got so many easier ways for people to find out who we are. It's actually, if anything, detrimental to mess around with the electoral system.
I wouldn't. I'd have to think about that, but I wouldn't disagree with it offhand. It makes sense. I mean, I wouldn't. I mean, yeah, bourgeois elections that you're just joining the system that you'll never change it. It'll change
Especially
you.
with ours, because you can only elect the commons.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, you know, you don't change the system changes you. It's plain and simple.
Also, considering plebeian is Roman for commoner, and
Yeah.
a member of the House of Commons called a police officer a plebeian, isn't he just insulting himself too? Like, I know he isn't because he's an aristocrat, an upper aristocrat, more than that, more
Yeah.
nonetheless. But like,
Yeah.
it's like, shut the fuck up, conservo fuck. Like, police
Yeah.
officers aren't even plebeians; they're fucking traitors. They're fucking they're lick asses. They're bootlickers. You should have called him a bootlicker. It used to be funny. Call them bootlickers.
Brown
We would have
tongues.
praised you for that. We'd like you'd have actually got popularity amongst poor people because you wouldn't have offended workers. You'd have offended police officers, just police officers entirely. Like, conservative politicians don't get this because I guarantee he thought that just being bombastically offensive might have been somewhat popular because he's being sluric.
Sounds
But
like
didn't
Boris
think about the
Johnson's
slur
father.
he used, so he just went and called them a pleb. And it's like, you fucking twat. If you'd have called him a bootlicker, half of the North, we wouldn't have liked you because you're a conservative, but we'd have at least praised you for it. You wouldn't have
Yeah.
been slammed for 6 months straight.
Asshole. That's well, yeah. Sounds like was it Stanley Johnson, Boris Johnson's father's the kind of stupid comments like that all the time.
Oh, Stanley Johnson is fucking a Frenchman trying to act like an Englishman. That's all he is.
Something like that, yeah. They've got some Turkish connections in their family as well, I believe.
Well, his
Sure.
last name isn't even Johnson or something, or it's his first name. I can't remember. Oh, yeah, sorry. His name is Betheffel. That's his actual
Yeah,
name.
yeah.
Betheffel Johnson.
Something like that. Yeah. I don't know. You're a,
Yeah, because
yeah.
Boris isn't his real first name. Boris is just the first name he uses because his real first name is shit.
Yeah, Boris. I think of
He's
Boris
also part
Karloff.
American. He was born in America, I think.
Was he? I'm surprised he got a
I
chance.
think he was born in New York.
Might have been. Yeah, it's not like the USA where you have to be born in the country. You can be you have to be
Yeah,
born in the USA to be able to become president.
yeah. We had to like stop trying to act like that because our king kept coming from like every fucking country but our own at one point.
Yeah.
Like, yeah,
Yeah.
German, Spanish, French. It's like, come on, man. Like, you're gonna stop putting on Anglo Saxons. Let's have a Celtic king. Let's be funky. Technically, we've had that with Scots, but you never put like an Irishman or a Welshman on the throne. Go on.
You kind of yeah. I think if you put an Irish king in this country, the
Oh man,
royalist.
he'd run riot. He'd run riot. It'd be brilliant. He'd turn around and be like, "All right, then. Well, fuck it. We're now gonna colonize Britain. You guys are fucked. Great replacement. Ireland's coming. We're
Yeah.
moving the capital city into fucking northwest Wales because fuck it. We're building a
Yeah.
bridge from Wales to Ireland, and we
West
don't
Wales.
care
Well,
if
that'd
it
be
doesn't
in
work.
Esmone, Holyhead area. And
Yeah,
Esmone.
right up in Holyhead. That makes sense.
A Holyhead, I believe, was the Norse name for it. It's Ennismone is the Welsh name. the comrade
Yes,
name.
that sounds very old Celtic.
Innis is the Welsh comrade word for island, and the Irish is Inish free, which is the Isle of Inish free. So yeah, it's a similarity between the Gaelic and Brythonic languages there. But anyway,
The British have never wanted you to know these similarities. They have hidden it from. I may be actually sounding like I'm making a joke, but I'm technically not lying. Like, the British did try and make sure that they made the Welsh, like, well, it's in the name, foreign. They made them as
yeah,
foreign to people as possible.
yeah.
Their own people to us. Like, they
It's
kept because we pervade the idea that they're English to people. That's why it really pisses me off when people do it. Is because like that you're literally buying into the English if you ever treat the Welsh like they're English. They told
Yeah.
people that.
Welsh people get told, they get quite offended when people say, "Oh, the foreign person," and I say to them, take it as a compliment. It was never meant to be. You're not the same as the bastards, so fuck them. But you're more indigenous than they are. You know what I mean?
Yeah, indeed.
But it's a weird one. And somebody says to me, "You're a bloody foreigner," are you? I said, "Well, yeah. What's it to you?" You know. But anyway, 10 o'clock in
Yeah,
the
yeah,
morning.
yeah, bloody foreigner.
Verfluchtes Ausländer.
Even though you're in a land that belonged to the Celts, it's like calling an Irish person a foreigner because they're in England is ridiculous in my opinion. It's like, as
Well,
far as
okay,
I'm
maybe.
concerned, like cultural autonomy within this region, like, yes, it is now a home for Anglo-Saxons, I agree, but cultural autonomy means that any Celtic person, that means a Celtic person from all the way down from the south of France, all the way into Wales, or a Celtic person from all the way over in Ireland, has the cultural autonomy to go anywhere the fuck they want in the Celtic regions. Like who the fuck are we to be like, oh well, you're a foreigner in this English land? It's like, well, fuck you. You fucking stole this land from their brothers and sisters. I think they have a right to be
It's a bit like
foreigners.
a bit like the white Americans going on about these shouting at a woman in a store for speaking Navajo because this is America.
Or calling Mexicans like fucking foreigners, and it's like, well, the most of them, if not all of them, are indigenous people.
Yeah, yeah. Funny that, isn't it? Usurping the land off the Americans. It's like, hang on, they were there first. Texas and what have you. They forced them down further south, but they were there before. The Alamo was belonging to those people. But they're very selective in their amnesia. Empires do that. They like to change the goalposts when it suits them.
They like to burn information.
They do. They certainly do. I
Alright.
may have to bow out in a bit. I'm starting to flag, and I need to do a few things here, so I might have to fuck off. I noticed Lumpen Celt skinhead has disappeared
He
some
is
time ago.
asleep, so I knocked him out of the chat because
Did
he was
you?
snoring.
Bless him. I must
I
give
know
him a
he
miss.
probably wouldn't be too fond of the fact that you could blatantly hear him snoring. So I was like, I'll
I
save
know,
him.
mate.
I'll save him the stress. I
Yeah,
left him
yeah,
in
yeah.
here
I
for
think that
so
was
long
wise. That
sleeping.
was wise and compassionate thing to do. So hats off to you for that. I might just have
Alright,
to.
my hat is off actually. Not
Yeah, my
gonna
my
lie.
my helmet's on the floor, and me Budjanovka thingy hats. Oh, no, it's here. So there's mine.
There's like a phone holder and a mic stand on this table light I have, and I just use the phone holder as a hat stand. I just stick the hat on the phone holder. There we
I've
go.
got a mannequin over there with a couple of hats on it and bags and scarves hanging off it. So that's it's kind of
Yeah,
a
Russian
headless.
Revolution hat.
It's a Budjanovka, I think they're called. These. It's too fucking
Yeah,
small. I bought it on eBay. And
Stalin hat. I've seen a picture of Stalin in one, I swear, and it
it's
looks
too fucking
funny.
small. It shouldn't stand up that high. You know,
Uh,
it just about fits me head, but it
to be
doesn't feel like
fair,
it's.
there's so many times that there were people in the Russian Revolution who had ones that look too small for them that some people might just think it looks the way it's supposed to look. So you may get away with it.
Yeah, maybe. I can't get away with wearing it like putting the ear
With the
flaps up.
flaps up.
They're really complicated they're complicated for my simple brain, so I just
To be
find
fair, they're
it.
one of those hats that always look funny no matter how they're styled on people. I've
Aye.
always found like they because they're designed to look like knight helmets, but fabric, and it's like Why did the Russian Empire design this style of hat?
Very
I like
strange.
this. I like the Soviet Union where that what the Bolsheviks, sorry, where they're like, fuck, we need hats. Well, fuck it, we'll just take this Russian Empire and slap red star on it. Like, you fucking, you creative geniuses. I love it.
I must admit, yeah. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Bodging the British practice of fucking just shoving shit together and making sure it works.
I need to go and put these back on the bloody hat stand, and then I think I need to go and sort my laundry out because it's sitting in the washing machine.
Yeah, I need to fucking do things, but I'm probably just gonna literally, as soon as I press end broadcast, I'm just gonna sleep. I know.
I think I might do the same myself, but I need to get some. I need to sort a few things out. I need to eat something because my blood sugar drops. Type 2 diabetes is not a good thing to have when you're in your late 40s and early 50s today.
It's fucking
Anyway, I
shit,
shall
yeah.
start off. I think I need to. Yeah, I need to go and do numerous things and stuff, and then I need to go and collapse at some point. So I shall give my 78-hour stream. Well, not quite, but yeah,
We're close.
close. Nine and a half hours, I think, and I've been here for about 5 of those. Is it?
I.
Actually, more like 7.
It's been a long ass time.
Anyway, I shall vamos, I shall disappear, and I shall bid you red salutes and farewell.
Yeah.
Slán go
salute
fóill,
and
Cara.
farewell, brother.
Slán go fóill.
Allah salam.
Salam. How'd you get out of this bloody thing? Ah,
The
yes.
Hindi one. Respect.
Chucky Arlaw.
Well, that was red salute, brother. That was a very interesting sort of thingy majiggy madoogie. I should probably like either cut the Kayla bits into a separate block or at least make a separate video or I don't get comment swarmed by his little tribe of fucking imbeciles. His little cultic followers of shit libs. Because what ended up happening is the usual where I get a bunch of my friends about and we have a big old autistic conversation about loads of different things and we go on for hours. We just need to start doing chat sessions together. That's what it is. Everyone will love it. We'll fucking spit it off. Nice little series. Yeah, it's one of the ideas that I'm thinking of planning for the run. But anyway, I'll catch you all in a bizzle. Fucking adios, flamingos.